Welcome, Pewter Report readers, listeners, and viewers to another edition of the Pewter Report podcast, energized by Celsius and presented by Beef O Brady's on day 3 of the Pewter Report draft show. Scott, the Bucs lead off another portion of the draft. Picking first in the 4th round at 106. What's going to happen here after a crazy day yesterday where they added a lot of talent? Made a couple picks that made people mad. What's a Bucs draft if they don't do that? Of course. I feel like. And today could be a day with 2 4th-round picks where there's a lot more intrigue at the top of this day 3.
Yeah, and typically, John, when you're picking first in the draft, even in the 4th round, it means that you're really bad. But the thing is, the Buccaneers were able to get Jacksonville's pick.
Right.
And that's why they're doing this. It's fun, though, to kick off the day knowing that you have a Super Bowl contender, and not just that, but you also have got a team that now has the fun of kicking off another day with the very first pick. So we'll see. I would expect we're going to get a tight end or 2 today. Right. They need 1. They need 2 at this position, even if Rob Gronkowski comes back, because you only have Cam Brate, who will be 31 on July 3rd, and then you've got Cody McElroy. Has been on the practice squad, it seems like forever, but Johnny's already 29 years old, and there's no guarantee he even makes the team.
Right. It's really, they have 1 tight end is the way I look at it, and that's how I'm sure they're looking at it as well. So what happens? Does Gronk come back? Maybe they feel confident that he does. I said yesterday he's literally twerking on Gronk Beach. I don't know how they can be confident right now like that. And that, maybe they feel like they have a good idea, maybe not, but they have not addressed it with any of their first 3 picks. And now we're getting to the point in the draft, Scott, where we're okay, they've added this 4th. It's 106. They haven't addressed tight end yet. It almost feels too easy, though. Like, it makes me question it because it feels too obvious that they'll take a tight end here. And especially with a couple off the board, it feels like Cade Otton, they brought him in for a top 30 visit from Washington, a school that we know they're familiar with and have obviously drafted several players from, Vita Vea, Joe Tryon, Shoyinka. And so there's a level of familiarity here where they haven't necessarily gone offensive side of the ball with this too much. Right. But at the same time, I feel like Otton, it fits what they do in terms of the scheme. I wasn't a huge Otton fan, but at this point in the draft, for the Bucs, he would be the top tight end on my board in terms of a fit. Well,
in terms of our Bucs best bets, the remaining players, let's take a quick look at this. He is on the list. That's why we're writing this down. Chris Logan, I don't think they're going to draft a quarterback. If they do, it's going to be with the last pick, 7th, just because they're going to want to maybe bring him in. And if he goes undrafted, I would say he could be a target. He's a local kid. They could bring him in. They're going to need somebody to throw the ball at the rookie mini camp. And so that's usually what takes place there. But the running backs, I don't know that they're going to double up unless one of these guys has some value. You look at Giovanni Bernard, he's over 30 already. They brought him in for 1 year. He's a good back. The drafting of Rachaad White in the 3rd round tells me that there's a bunch of smoke about we love Keyshawn Vaughn. He's a lead back. We view him as a lead back. I never believe that. The tape doesn't show that. The fact that you're drafting a running back in the 3rd round again leads me to believe that's the case. But if Dameon Pierce slides enough, if Isaiah Spiller from Texas A&M slide enough, I wouldn't be opposed to it. When you look at the resources they've thrown at the offensive line with Luke Goedeke, putting Goedeke in with Stinney and Hainsey and Leverett, they brought in Fred Johnson from the Bengals this offseason. They've just fortified the offensive line with massive amounts of competition for camp. Could they do it again with Ja'Tyre Carter? Probably not. I think they're done with Hainsey from last year in the 3rd round, this year with Goedeke in the 2nd round. It seems like they're done, but they did bring him in for a visit, and there's been some interest in Ja'Tyre Carter. He's a developmental guy, could be a 7th-round pick for the Bucs. Tennessee defensive tackle Matthew Butler. I got some vibes yesterday, and I don't know anything definitively, but John, it just seems like they're really slow playing this whole Ndamukong Suh thing. Yes. They draft Logan Hall in the 1st round. Suh is 35. Steve McClendon's 36.
Mm-hmm. They know they need to get younger, faster, more explosive, more athletic. All that denotes pass rushers. Yep. There's no question. This is
I wouldn't be surprised if Matthew Butler is here in the 4th round and he was our Bucs best bet on day 3. Wouldn't be surprised
They double dip.
if they double dip there, right?
Yeah.
Especially because good defensive tackles are hard to find. This is a lunch pail, SEC battle-tested defensive tackle. He could be a wave guy. You have Nacho, who's in his last year of his contract. Vita Vea signed long-term, but outside of that, even Will Golston's back on a 1-year deal at the age of 30.
Mm-hmm.
So that could be a Bucs best bet to keep an eye on. Then a player you and I both really enjoyed the tape on, LSU linebacker Damon Clark. I think that Jason Licht might have a thing for LSU linebackers. It started back in Arizona in 2013. It was with Todd Bowles and Bruce Arians out there with the Cardinals. They drafted Kevin Minter in the 2nd round. Minter was never a splashy type player. He was a steady Eddie on the defense with the Cardinals as he's gotten older. You know, you've seen him not get re-signed, but you've also seen Jason Licht draft the likes of Kendall Beckwith from LSU, Devin White from LSU. So there's something in the water out there in Baton Rouge that these Buccaneers seem to like at the linebacker position. And Damon Clark, he did have a spinal fusion surgery for a herniated disc. That's expected to keep him out most of his rookie season, if not all. But this is a player, John, I think on tape is probably a day 2 guy, late 2nd, early 3rd round type of player. He's a Todd Bowles type. He can drop in coverage, but more than anything, he can go after the quarterback. He's a north-south type of run blitzer, of a pass blitzer. And this would not be a bad pickup on day 3 as a value guy to stash for next year, because Levante David is he's 32 and he's in the last year of his contract. And there's some interesting things you learned about Damon Clark as pertains to Devin White.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he considers Devin White a mentor, and they just have a very close relationship. And obviously, White, I'm sure, knowing his personality, has been talking to the Bucs and saying, "Hey, draft this guy." And we'll see if it happens. We'll also see what his status is. The difficulty in evaluating Damon Clark was that he only had 1 season as a full-time starter, and he didn't really play hardly at all before 2021. In fact, he had more snaps in 2021 than his last 3 seasons altogether. And then he underwent spinal fusion surgery after an MRI at the Combine revealed a herniated disc. That was in March 2022. Do not know when he will be back from that or how much. The expectation is he'd miss his rookie season. It's obvious if he's available in the 7th round that they would. I don't know why they wouldn't take him, because it's like having for them, they don't need him necessarily this year, but they might next year. And it's having a flyer on a guy that a lot of people saw as a 3rd round type of talent. Right. Because a lot of people saw him as a 3rd round type of talent, I don't think he'll be there in the 7th round.
And he's not going to cost you a roster spot if you can't play this year, because he'll start on PUP, right?
And so injured reserve.
Exactly.
So right. So that is a no-brainer if he gets to the 7th. I don't think he's going to get to the 7th because he is very talented. A day 2 talent probably based on his tape and the improvements that he showed in 2021, but don't know if he's going to be there on the board for them when they do select. So we'll see, though. A linebacker is one of those positions to watch in the later portions of this draft. I am fascinated what happens with the 2 4th-round picks. If I had to guess right now, Scott, I would guess tight end and I think another defensive tackle. And that means the secondary will go untouched until the 7th round. How do you feel about that? Yeah. In the 7th, obviously, they take somebody. There is zero expectation. I think at 106, you can convince me very easily, actually. I would say 106, whoever this player is, likely will play a role this season, given the positions that I think they'll draft at. So that is going to be a contributor, and that's a pick they added. So great trade again. You can add a contributor with this pick. Obviously, you have to nail the pick and the evaluation, but the process is great to be able to get a 4th player that should be able to contribute this season with that pick. I don't know whether that happens at 133, but there is a chance that does happen at 133. So we will see how that one plays out, especially if it's like a blocking tight end or something like that. That could be a contributor. Round 7, there is zero expectation those players will be contributors. So even if they take a DB there, I'm not really counting it. They're special teamers, guys who, bottom of the 7th round picks are very unlikely to even make the roster, especially a roster as good as the Bucs. So I won't even count on those picks in that way. And if they don't take a DB in either of their 4th round picks, that means they are content with the moves they made. Logan, who will probably be in the nickel, and maybe pushing Sean Murphy bunting back some, adding Keanu Neal, obviously having Mike Edwards still, and that would be your new 3 safety rotation, and that would mean Neal is the replacement for White. Initially, that was my reaction, and then as I thought more about it, I thought maybe I was wrong about that, and now it looks like that is the direction they're going, unless there's a surprise here at 106.
I agree. And I think the thing, too, that you have to understand is go back to the draft class a couple of years ago, right? You had Sean Murphy-Bunting, who was a second-round pick. You had Jamel Dean, who was a third-round pick, and Mike Edwards, who was a third-round pick, right? And fans are screaming on day 2, draft a defensive back, draft a cornerback, draft a safety, right? They did a couple years ago, 4 years ago, as a matter of fact. And they want to truly evaluate Mike Edwards, Sean Murphy-Bunting, Jamel Dean, to see if they need to bail on these premium picks, on these D2 guys, or if they should re-sign them. And if they should re-sign them, for how much? Is Jamel Dean going to continue to ascend and get kind of a blockbuster contract where you've got 2 high-paid cornerbacks? Or is he going to be a guy that's, he knows the system, he did enough to stick around, we'll re-sign him for 1 year and then address the cornerback position in 2023. Same with Sean Murphy-Bunting, same with Mike Edwards. Can Mike Edwards squeeze his way onto the field even more? He did that to a degree last year, but we'll have to see. So I think that this is more a reflection of these guys are veterans. They know the defense. They won a Super Bowl with these guys. Each of them have question marks. And for Dean, it's kind of durability. For Sean Murphy-Bunting, it's just confidence and can you make plays? Because he was out for half the season. When he came back, John, do you remember a play Sean Murphy-Bunting made? I can't remember a play.
He doesn't make plays on the ball other than the playoffs. In the regular season, that just doesn't – I mean, it's not a thing really. He didn't have any interceptions last year, hardly broke up any passes. And a lot of it's because he struggles to find the football while it's in the air. He struggles to – it just instinctively. He does not – in zone, he is not – jumping anything. He's not feeling route concepts around him. He's reacting after the ball's thrown. He's not, there's nothing. Again, it's just, he's a good athlete and I believe he's smart in the meeting room, but it has not translated to the field. And this is year 4. And I personally would love to go into the year with no expectation for him and let anything he gives you surprise you. That's how I feel about it.
The thing too is keep in mind, they're going to be, as of right now, starting Logan Hall at the 3 technique defensive tackle position, and Dominican Sue hasn't been re-signed. Go back to 2019. Sean Murphy-Bunting was a starter. Jamel Dean ended up starting. Devin White in 2019, well, the 5th overall pick, but he was a starter. Todd Bowles is not afraid to start rookies, especially first-round draft picks, players that have earned the right either through draft status or what they've shown so far. So if they need a cornerback next year, and they draft one in the first round because Dean and or Sean Murphy-Bunting failed, they'll start that player, and they'll draft a guy that they feel is ready enough to go. And you hope it's not Vernon Hargraves, that caliber player that was not a good first-round draft pick by Jason Licht, but
you hope it's a better player than that. But the process, again, of adding DBs is definitely going to be, when we talk draft next year, I'm sure that'll be high up on the radar, just defensive backs in general. That's the position right now. It's the only position group that looks like, other than quarterback potentially, will have a lot of turnover for the Bucs next offseason. Other than that, they're pretty locked up as a roster. Obviously, Levante David's status, maybe future, will be in question as well. We'll see how he plays this year. But as a position group, it's really going to be the only one. It's kind of like offensive line was this year. They had a lot of changes and some things to address and to who they wanted to bring back and all that kind of stuff. That's going to be there next year. It's Carl Davis and win for contract. Everybody else is free, basically. So there's a lot of question marks outside of those two. Now, they'll obviously resign some people. It's not like they're going to lose everybody. But that will be the situation that they're fit. That's why I thought there would be more picks this year on the secondary. I thought 1, maybe 2 picks just to get ahead a little bit. Maybe there will be today. Maybe we'll see that. But the run on safeties has happened. I don't see a lot of safeties that are great fits for the Bucs and what they need.
4th round would be a little early for Smoke Monday.
It would be early for Smoke Monday. It would be early for anybody, really, that I think that could be a Bucs potential fit, other than maybe Dane Belton, who's an interesting player, but he was mostly a slot again, and maybe he could play around last year, but he's pretty small for a role like that. So, again, I don't know if I see the fit, but I like him as a player here, and so it would change some things that they do. Maybe he could be a Logan Ryan replacement next year. I don't know. It's going to be – what they do at the safety position today will tell us a lot about how they feel about Keanu Neal,
That's right.
Logan Ryan, Mike Edwards. And those are three guys that we have not.
They do need another one, though. They've said Andrew Adams is not returning. They've got to draft a safety here.
They'll take one in one of these 4 picks, but if it's in the 7th round, again, that's your special teams guy. That's your hitter. And that's probably what Smoke Monday is.
John, we've talked about linebackers and Nakobe Dean still on the board.
No, Eagles took him yesterday.
The Eagles took him. Okay.
Right. You were running around.
That's right. Yes.
I should have kept you up to date on that one. The Eagles took him. And it was late, though. It was late in the 80s. And
I just wonder then if he would have been here in the 4th round if you take it, because you mentioned Levante Davis.
See, I wonder if the medicals just totally had him off certain teams' boards.
The
Eagles weren't one of those teams. They had hesitations, but he is not going to get surgery, and he's going to play this season, they said yesterday. So that was a fascinating one going into day 2, and his medical situation ended up being revealed in the morning of day 2 is much worse than we even thought. So the Bucs have gone in the trenches for their first 2 picks. We expected the defensive tackle, Logan Hall. I feel better about the Logan Hall pick even than I've liked it fine yesterday. It was fine with me. I thought he was the best fitted defensive tackle for the Bucs.
Right.
Having watched a little bit more, I like the pick even more for this season. I still wonder long term, what is he going to become? Will he be a full-time NFL player? Will he be a Vita Vea and he be the wrecking crew for the Bucs, or will he be part of a rotation and a fine part of a rotation, but not a stud player? And he's a 33rd pick, so there should be some level of expectation. But if he can be a 7-sack guy in the NFL
eventually
on a regular basis,
eventually.
Not as a rookie, obviously.
It's not going to happen.
That would be great as a rookie, but obviously, but can he create pressure? Can he do those kind of things? I think pass rush is where they're going to start with him, and that's good because that is the better part of his game, in my opinion. It's where his athleticism is real. It's not this fake testing athleticism didn't show up on tape.
Yeah.
In fact, if you go to pewterreport.com right now, Josh Capo did an unbelievable job for us.
Yes.
Taking some all-22 and showing you just 3 plays of Logan Hall and his athleticism on display and his mental processing on display as a rusher and how he can penetrate with the athleticism that he has, his hand usage, and his mental processing. I think it's just really encouraging stuff that he can at least win in that way. Can he be an every down player against different body types at offensive line, against different physical and athletic types? Can he find ways to win week to week against all those types of players? Or is he kind of a splash player here and there that will be great in rotation, all those kind of things? I don't think he's a boom or bust type of pick. I don't think there's a bust going to happen with Logan Hall, but I just wonder, can he boom? Will he hit big on the high end of his upside? The Luke Goedeke pick.
Mm-hmm.
I was out last night. Matt and I were here at the facility, and I was just watching all 22. And let me tell you, Scott, I think he's a stud.
He is.
I think he's the best. I think he's going to be the best pick in this draft for the Bucs. I watched him against LSU, and there's an all 22 breakdown. It's done. It's coming out later today at pewterreport.com. So look for it.
And also, given his draft status in the 2nd round,
57 overall.
He's going to be the odds-on favorite in camp to beat out Stinney.
Yes, and just because he's way better. He just is. I mean, people were saying, oh, what about the Hainsey? This is just like what we did with Hainsey.
Yeah.
Not at all, folks. He is way more technically refined and way more physically dominant than Hainsey was ready to be. Hainsey needed development with his body.
Totally agree.
His technique. Goedeke is ready in that way, Scott. I mean, what he did to LSU is laughable. If you watch that game, you will just howl laughing. Matt and I were cracking up last night. He put their edge defenders in the ground over and over and over again, physically and technically dominant performance. And it's not just the nastiness, although I love that, and I think it's absolutely true with him. It has to be for a Bucs offensive lineman. The technique and the patience in pass protection, the ways to know his limitation, which is his length at playing right tackle, and to be able to work around that. Man, I was totally impressed with Luke Goedeke on tape. I felt like I understood why they moved up, and then there was that run on offensive lineman right after that, obviously. But, man, a guy that lives in the weight room, that has that old school mentality, the brawl. I mean, he's finishing, pushing guys after plays.
Jason Licht said, this guy's all about football, and his only other hobby is weightlifting. Driving tractors. That's it. I mean, this guy is –
that's what it looks like watching him.
Mauler.
Right. But he's not so over aggressive that he's off balance or fall. A lot of small school guys, they're just trying to knock somebody out every time they play.
Right.
And I love that in college, but in the NFL, it ain't going to work.
Yeah.
What was great about Goedeke was he does that after the technique. The technique allows him to do it. It's not like he is this physical specimen.
Right.
It's because he is strong.
That's just his finishing
move. Yeah, exactly. Like he does everything right, and then he'll actually get after
Finish him!
Yeah, that's what he does.
Yeah.
So I think this is a home run pick. I think he's going to start at left guard for them, and I think he's going to be better than Alex Kappa was. I don't know if I'm ready to say he'll be as good as Ali Marpet was because I got to see him actually play guard first before I can say that. But at tackle, the fact that he could work around a deficiency like having 32-inch arms at tackle, which is just not really a thing usually, even at this level, because he was so technically sound. And it wasn't against schools in his conference, LSU and Missouri. Different body types at edge. LSU threw 3 different guys at him, different body types, long, big, strong, fast. Didn't matter. He took them all down.
And John, if you're going to win at tackle and you don't have a good arm length, you have to win with your feet. Jonathan Stutzman, $10 super chat. Happy birthday, SR. Thank you. Thanks for all you do to make PR the best. Hope this year is awesome for you. I greatly appreciate that. Thanks to everybody for the super chats.
Yeah, Sean with the $5 super chat and Ken with the $2 super chat. We appreciate you all so much. Super chats are great, obviously. Ken, your super chat did go through. It did happen. But he asked, what's your reaction if the Bucs pick Rachaad, John, and Scott? So if they took punt God at 106, I'll lose my mind. I'll hate it. At 133, I'll still hate it. In the 7th, if he lasted, which I don't think he's going to.
Yeah, he won't.
But I would love it there. That would be fine with me.
Yeah.
I don't want him in the other next 2 picks. I'm not into punting.
Yeah.
No, I don't want him. I don't want players that are going to help you win.
I don't like to punt. Exactly. Yeah. But if you're punting, you're losing. So I agree. Keyboard Warrior Assassin. Love that name. Is SR going to be coming over to the Munich game? I hope so. Yes.
I wouldn't.
I would like to. The London experience was awesome. I have my passport, so we shall see.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
A lot of crazy world events happening right now. You don't know what's going to happen in November, but that's the plan. As of right now, I'd love to.
Yeah, Eli wants to know how difficult it will be
for the beer, John. I'm going for the beer.
Right. Well, I know
and the Buccaneers.
I know
the beer.
You're going for the beer. To be honest. Good question here from Eli. How difficult will it be for Goedeke to transition to guard in the NFL? Typically, you look first for just technique in general. How savvy are guys? How good are they with their hands? How balanced are they? All those kind of things. Because anytime you have to switch some movement patterns, you want to know that they at least have the base skill set to be able to grow. Like, what's the base that you're going to grow and expand from in terms of your ability to do it functionally in a specific position? And he's outstanding at all of that stuff. And I think because he's so savvy and crafty already, it's going to be a pretty smooth adjustment for him. His big struggles on tape when he does get into trouble, which wasn't that often, was the length when guys long-armed him. And sometimes he was so good with his hands that it was hard for guys to do that consistently. But once in a while they get into his pads and he just physically, that's a harder matchup on the edge. Inside, you're not going to have as many of those big, long-levered guys. Certainly when he plays the Saints, they like to put those guys inside. There could be some physical issues with the matchup. Those kind of ones are the matchups that I would say you got to be wary of with him. But moving inside, I think you get away from all that. You get away from all those speed to power guys for the most part. And so I think he's going to have
that's so like one per game, just about. I mean, that's almost like Lewis Cine missing 11 tackles in 3 years at Georgia. Like, that's just rare. And what was so crazy about Goedeke watching him is, how I feel about PFF grades. Sometimes they're right, sometimes they're not. It was pretty much exactly right watching him. And against LSU, I wouldn't say he messed up a single run play. Like, he was physically dominant, buried people. But the other thing is the scheme diversity, just in terms of what PFF has put together. 147 inside zone snaps, 246 outside zone snaps, 210 or 37 power counter snaps, 98 other gap play snaps as well. So he's run power, he's run counter, he's run lots of gap scheme stuff. Then there's the outside zone, inside zone stuff that he's run as well. He's pulled, and he's done all of it at elite level. He's done all of it with 17 downgraded plays. So he could have fit in any scheme, which I think might be another reason why the Bucs traded up for him. No offensive guard went off the board between Cole Strange at 29 and Goedeke at 57. They felt like the run was going to happen. They saw the teams behind them. They were right. Some of the guards started going off the board after that. And they felt like this is a guy, I think especially the Vikings, to be honest. I think they may have even mentioned the Vikings. But this is a player the Vikings would typically take. They would go after because of their outside zone scheme. They would want it. And I think the Bucs knew that, and they were like, okay, we got to And the Bucs do run some outside zone. They're primarily inside that counter. That's their changeup, if you will. Real quick question, and we're going to get back to Goedeke. Darren Morgan, what about safety Percy Butler? I've watched some Percy Butler out of Louisiana. Listen, on day 3, it's usually special teams. This is one of the elite gunners in football, and he's very fast. I think he ran a sub 4.4. I'm not sure about the safety fit in terms of his skill set, how it applies to the Buccaneers. I think he could be a fit. He's a developmental guy, but right off the bat, he could be a special teams gunner for sure. And Zion McCollum is another guy too that I think has some ability to help the Bucs in special teams at the cornerback position. This was interesting. This is one thing Jason Licht even mentioned. He said about Goedeke, he's going to move inside the guard, but he could also help us out at right tackle. And you have to wonder, John, with Tristan Wirfs' athleticism and with his just sheer talent, right? He's an all-pro in his second year. I've called him the best offensive lineman in Bucs history. From a talent standpoint, that is true, even better than the greatness of Paul Gruber in his prime. But you have to wonder what life will be like after Donovan Smith.
Yeah. And
you wonder if Tristan Wirfs will eventually be moved to the left side, which he did start some games at Iowa at left tackle. That's a more premium position because you're protecting the blind side of the quarterback. I think Tristan Wirfs could do it. I've got no problem keeping him entrenched at right tackle as an all-pro player for the next decade. But if this team needs an elite player at left tackle, there you go. And maybe Goedeke, because of his experience at right tackle, could kick out and be a right tackle at the NFL. If you have short arms and you still win, it's because you have great feet. That's how you win, with shorter arms on the edge. And it's not ideal to have 32-inch arms, especially at the NFL level with these long outside edge rushers. But the fact that Jason Licht even threw that out there, he could also help us out at right tackle. And maybe that's a situation where he's replaying that game against the Rams in his mind where it was an injured Josh Wells trotting out there instead of Tristan Wirfs. And maybe that's where he's thinking he could also help out.
Kappa could move out there, but even that would have been a reach for Kappa at that point.
Yeah.
He wasn't necessarily ready for that kind of an adjustment.
Yeah.
I think, so.
Talking about short arms and just a reach, was that pun intended?
Yeah. Right.
Wow. Frank Martin, thank you so much. $50 super chat. That's a great way to really kick off the day with all these super chats. So we greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Frank, so much. Speaking of kicking off the day, folks, if you're watching this Pewter Report podcast, we already see some likes. We appreciate that. But make sure that you're subscribing to YouTube, Pewter TV. Subscribe. Guess what? There's zero cost. It means hitting a button. So go to YouTube and look up pewterreport.com. You're probably watching us on there right now if you're not on social media watching us. And make sure you hit the subscribe button. We want to get to 9,000. We hit our goal, John, of getting to 8,000 by draft day. And we're closing in on 8,200 right now. So help us out and like that or subscribe. Also hit the like button. Every video that we do, a Pewter Report podcast, any of the other clips that we put out on Pewter Report on our YouTube channel, like those, because the more likes we get, that boosts us up in the algorithms on YouTube and helps us get in front of more Buccaneer fans. And we love Pewter people. We want more Buccaneer fans to view our content. Yeah. So you can play a part in that by liking every Pewter Report video we put out.
And there are a number of articles up on Pewter Report over it. Basically, if you look at the articles and what times they're published, it does not look like any of us slept.
Right.
Which actually is pretty true.
Yeah,
like we slept probably each about 3 hours last night. That's how the draft goes. But part of the reason was we're so juiced after these picks that we're continuing to obviously to produce some of this content and put it out there. So a couple of articles that are out there right now, I'm trying to remember them all. JC Allen has put out a Bucs day 3 mock draft. That draft is going to start becoming true or untrue in about a half an hour. So go over and check that out before it starts. Obviously, as the draft goes on, you can follow along with it and see if JC's right about any of these predictions that he's made. But see who he has the Bucs taken in the 4th round and then in the 7th rounds with their 2 picks there. Check out that article. I mentioned Josh Capo did an awesome all-22 film breakdown of Logan Hall.
Yep.
That's up on the site in a couple hours. I'll publish my Luke Goedeke all-22 breakdown as well of his game against LSU and how physically dominant he was in that game. That will be going up on the site. So you have all 22 breakdowns of both of their top 2 picks in the draft and what they can bring to the table. Hall specifically focusing on his pass rush because we think that'll be what he brings to the table early on. And Goedeke
Right.
just is all around game because we believe after watching his tape, he's going to be the
legit.
starter at left guard, probably would be my guess. So
Yep.
I think, and it will be a competition, but I do
Right.
think he'll win the job. So those two articles are up there. We've got Matt wrote a couple some really interesting points about how we can do. He could be back with the Bucs from yesterday's presser. There was very intriguing stuff to me that it does not
Yes.
sound like anything is imminent there,
Right.
pending there based on Jason Licht's comments. And then we also have articles up about Logan Hall and how he's a perfect Buck fit. Todd Bowles went into detail about how Logan Hall will fit in the Bucs defense scheme, snaps, all that kind of stuff. So very interesting. Lots of good stories right up at PewterReport.com.
John and I are going to be talking about running back, which is John's favorite position. Rachaad White, the new Arizona State running back, the latest Tampa Bay Buccaneer. We'll talk about him in a second. But, folks, you know what happens at noon? It's not just the start of day 3 of the draft. Your Tampa Bay Buccaneers will be on the clock to start the day. It's also lunchtime. And I'll tell you, the place to go for lunch, of course, Beef O Brady's.
You want beefy? Nobody out-beefs beefs. Try the O'Brady Burger, made with premium Angus perfectly seasoned and topped with melted provolone. It's an all-star, just like that other Brady in town. And if you're tailgating, you might want to pile on Beef's award-winning wings, too. Traditional or boneless in whatever sauce or dry rub you crave. Dine in, to go, or even catering. Play it your way. See you at Beef's. You want
Beef O Brady's for lunch, for dinner, today, any day. Why? Just take a look at that juicy bacon double cheeseburger. Holy smokes.
So good. I'm so hungry.
Yes. We've been well fed here at the Advent Health Training Center.
Not yet today.
No, yeah.
We will, though.
Not complaining about it. But for dinner, boy, I think I might head to Beef's. That looks fantastic. But, folks, you have the flexibility. We talk about positional flexibility with the draft. You get the flexibility to go there right now because you can take this draft show, the Pewter Report draft show, sponsored by Beef O Brady's, with you on your phone and watch it while you're chewing down one of those fantastic burgers. Or maybe you're a wing guy. Maybe you like their nachos. Maybe you're like beer. That's the great place to go to beer right there, man, is Beef O Brady's. They've got a great selection. I like beer, John. I like beer. I like wings. I like burgers. Beef O Brady's, 45 Tampa Bay area locations. Find the closest one near you by going to beefobradys.com. While you're there, check out the menu. You can place a to-go order for pickup. And you can also get some catering if you're having a draft day party today. If the playoffs are coming up, your Tampa Bay Lightning want to have a catered event. Brady does catering. Their wings are fantastic for their catering. But make it Beef O Brady's. Good food, good sports. beefobradys.com. 45 area, Tampa Bay area locations of Beef O Brady's.
Wow. A lot of great spots. And we have from Frank, who dropped the $50 super chat. Frank, we greatly appreciate this. He wants to know our thoughts on Vincent Gray out of Michigan and 7th. I did not watch any Vincent Gray in my tape study here.
Where's he from?
He's from Michigan.
Who also went to Michigan?
John Spytek.
John Spytek, yeah. That's a name to keep an eye on in the 7th round. I'm telling you right now, folks, in the 7th round, people pick, actually on day 3, people will pick players from schools just because. It gets to be like, who's your pet guy? Like, who's your draft crush in the 7th round? Some of the 7th round picks, I've got some backstories. They'll blow your mind, right? One of the reasons why they drafted Khalil Davis from Nebraska was because Jason Licht's father, Ron, who passed away, was from Nebraska. They liked Khalil Davis. They did. But
those connections are meaningful.
So I'm just saying, if they draft Vincent Gray from Michigan, that could be a reason why. It could be a Wolverine for John Spytek and Tom Brady.
Yeah, and Vincent Gray, 22 years old. He was the rare situation where a player runs decidedly worse at his pro day than the combine. 4.64 at his pro day, 4.54 at the combine, a cornerback from Michigan, 34-inch vertical, 10.2 broad, and did not do the agility. So not great athletic testing for sure, but he is taller, 6'2", 195. So a little bit of a bigger corner and has the long arms. So the things that the Bucs prioritize there for sure. It's weird. He played wide receiver in high school. And maybe that helps him with the route running, but he's hardly met any plays on the ball. He has 0 career interceptions. You don't see that very often. And I think that could be a part of his game that has to develop if he's going to make it in the NFL, those splash plays. But yeah, he's projected to be a late day 3 guy, so maybe possibly come back to him in the round 7 if he's on the board, which after that 4.64 he might be.
And it's all going to be a special team. I don't know what he did in terms of covering kicks and punts, if that's something he factored in on, but they are looking for those good extraordinaires, looking for guys like Grant Stewart, who was a guy that's capable of being a special teams demon, and we saw that as Mr. Irrelevant led the team in special teams tackles and forced a fumble last year.
Yeah, no question. I mean, if you can find those kind of guys at those positions here in the draft, and the spot will be looking for him at his corner, like they would if somebody really impressed.
I'm Scott, by the way.
What is that?
Matt.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Later in the draft, I don't even know I addressed you. So I don't know
it's day 3, folks. If you could, I added up the amount of sleep I've had over the past 72 hours, and it just hit double digits. I think I'm about 10 hours of sleep. So
I think one thing that you'll see is they'll try to find a corner later in this draft that can play special teams, probably maybe in the 7th round.
Yeah.
But right now they've got 3 corners, but Logan Hall kind of gives them 4. And Rocco kind of got benched last year.
Yeah, he did.
And I don't think he's a roster lock or anything like that.
I agree.
And then D. Delaney's around, and he kind of impressed last year when he played corner. So maybe they feel like Delaney could be the 5th corner, and maybe a 6th with counting Logan Ryan as a corner.
Right.
And then there's a 6th corner here. Obviously, if they don't draft one in the 4th round, that looks good for Delaney and for Ross Cockrell. But I don't know that Cockrell will be a lock to make the roster maybe right now. And so, corner in the 7th. They did it with Wilcox last year. He obviously couldn't get the job done. They tried to bring in a bunch of guys. Delaney did stick on the roster, but there wasn't a second guy that really stuck. And so, it ended up being – what's that?
Said you called me?
No. Matt just came in and said –
He did. He didn't mean to, though.
I don't even remember saying his name at all. So.
We've got some more Super Chats. Football fan with the 1999 Super Chat. That's amazing. Jeremy, SR, thanks. Thank you for such a great product, John. You're a massive talent. Good luck and keep making an impact. Don't be a stranger. Yeah, we're gonna be roping John back in for some of these. Listen, one of the great things about where we are in this world from a technology standpoint is Zoom. It's being able to in Pennsylvania get John on for the occasional Pewter Report podcast. He does have a higher calling. He's got another line of work he's getting into that we certainly wish him well and are completely understanding about. But John, given the Kenny Pickett selection, you've sworn your allegiance to the red and pewter.
That's right. Yes, Bucs made for life.
No more black and yellow. It's red and pewter for this guy right here.
That's right. We do appreciate all the kind comments and also the super chats. You guys have been unbelievable, and we appreciate this, especially day 3 of the draft, and has been a long several days, obviously, but it's also a very fun several days. Like, this is probably one of the times of the year that we look most forward to because the whole Pewter Report team's together, that we're working together, where there's players being added to the Bucs, and it's kind of like more laid back than a game. Like a game, there's all these wins and losses, and with a lot of these players, we're not going to know whether we're right or wrong. Obviously, we have opinions going in, but we're not going to know whether it's good or bad for a while. In a game, if it's good or bad right away. We cover that. But with the draft, it's different, and it's more chill and laid back and fun, and it should be treated that way, and we try to always do it that way. And that's why but I feel like I'm always honest too, Scott. Yeah. And right now you and I kind of have a little disagreement on this 3rd round pick.
Yeah, we'll get to him in 1 second.
Okay, go ahead.
One of the things that I love about the technology is not just being able to zoom in or StreamYard in John Ledyard from Pennsylvania, but also all of the Buccaneer fans around the world that tune into the Pewter Report podcast. This is not just a Florida thing, folks. This is not just an American thing. This is an international thing. We've got the JK7, much love from Austria. Happy birthday, Scott. The best to you, John, your future career. Sad to see you go. And the great bridge. We had seconds from Hong Kong today, and it's just been an amazing experience. When we have our next Pewter Report podcast on Monday, we're going to do roll call, which we haven't done in a while. We're going to do roll call, and so make sure you join us because we're going to have kind of a reset. We're going to give our thoughts on the draft on Monday, kind of recap it. Plus, have a look at the practice squad guys that are going to be coming in the form of the undrafted free agents, because some of these guys, maybe 1 or 2 might make the roster, but the guys that are going to be signing after the draft will have a shot at making the practice squad. So stay tuned for Monday's Pewter Report podcast. This is a good one here. Winfrey in the fourth for the Bucs. Thoughts on Goodrich from Clemson? I think Goodrich is an interesting guy as a
can't
cornerback.
run, right? I mean,
Can't run. But
I know he ran okay at the Combine and Pro Day 4.5s, but I just didn't think on tape watching him that he was a great athlete, and I think that's really going to limit him. His jumps indicated that he didn't do the agility. He's fine in terms of being a good college corner.
Yeah.
But he would have to be so protected by the scheme. I think like somebody like Levi
almost
Wallace,
like a D. Delaney type, right?
Yeah, like he would have to just be very simple zone-based, cover two type of stuff, I think, for him to be at his best in the NFL.
Yep.
Maybe there's a path to that, but he's going to be a special teamer. He needs to be able to win in that way, and he does have gunner experience from his days at Clemson,
Right.
so that's good. And there's experience in general with him from his days at Clemson, so that helps him. Winfrey in the fourth, we feel like this is very much a possible pick here. Whether it's a 106 or if he lasts.
Not a huge fan of him, but if you're looking for a wave pass rush guy, if you're looking for a guy who can come in and help you on a nickel pass rush, this is the guy. I don't want
this
Aaron
point
Winfrey.
in the draft.
Are
you okay with him here?
Yes,
At
I am.
106?
Yeah,
Okay.
I am. I don't want Winfrey coming in there on goal line or third and short.
Not a
I
run
don't want him being a run guy
at all right now.
He can get better, but
Right.
he's definitely not there yet. Leo with the $5 super chat. Actually enjoyed the picks. Well, that's good. We actually nailed 2 out of the 3 in our mock draft, so we'll see how day 3 does. Hall is the future after Sue. That is correct.
Correct. Yeah. And
Like-
he's the present.
Yeah, exactly.
This is it.
That's true.
He's,
Luke replaces Kappa, who I was meh about. White is better than the fumble machine. I agree. So this is probably a good opportunity to talk about a player that is near and dear to my heart. We're talking about a running back,
yes.
Rachaad White. So I did some extensive work on him. And John, we even said yesterday before they picked a running back, one of the 3 running backs, either one of the 2 Bucs best bets we had, Texas A&M running back Isaiah Spiller, Florida running back Dameon Pierce, or Rachaad White, who was in our mock draft and actually was in our first mock draft back in January. He was a 5th-round pick. Then we moved into the 4th. We know the Buccaneers love to draft running back around early. We saw that with Keyshawn Vaughn. They did it again with Rachaad White. This is a player that I think is going to come in and compete with Keyshawn Vaughn, and I think he's going to end up being the number 2 running back behind Leonard Fournette
This year.
I do. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not been sold on Vaughn. I'm not buying the smoke that they're selling, and I believe that this player, because of his receiving ability, he can really come in. And you know what? They saw what life was like without Leonard Fournette down the stretch. They didn't need him in the Eagles game. They didn't need him against the Jets, although they could have used him because they barely won that game. They didn't need him against Carolina. But their running game really went in the tank. Outside of that big, long touchdown run that Keyshawn Vaughn had against Carolina, if you take it out, I think he averaged just around 3.0 yards per carry.
Yeah.
And he's just a guy. And I think that there's a little bit more flash and dash with Rachaad White. I think that he can do more things in the passing game. He's not going to drop the ball. He's going to catch it. He's not going to fumble the ball. The running style is different. If you look at the highlight reel, it took me a while to kind of buy into him because he looks slow. He's deceptively fast. He's a glider. He's got a long stride. He's got long legs. Josh Capo doesn't like him because he runs upright. I get that. And I think that's a fair criticism. He's got to run with better pad level at the NFL level. But I'll say this. He is a player whose running style, not the traits, not the production, but style. The names I've heard are Marcus Allen, Le'Veon Bell, Eric Dickerson. I don't think that he is in that class of caliber of running back. But when you're trying to envision how he's going to run in the NFL, it's going to be that kind of style. And if you look at Le'Veon Bell, what made him successful was his vision and his patience as a runner, setting up the blocks. And that's one thing Jason Licht gave him a lot of credit for, is this guy really does a good job of setting up his blocks. If you don't have the blazing speed, and he did run sub 4.5 at the combine, so he's got some juice. But if you don't have those elite traits that maybe a Breece Hall or a Kenneth Walker has, where you can through tackles due to power or just outright speed. You got to be able to use your blockers around you. And that's one thing even Rachaad White, John, said on his Zoom call, the conference call with the media, was he was very complimentary about his blockers up front.
Yeah.
And this is a team-oriented guy. They just love the kid as much as they love the running back.
All three people that they've selected from all the reviews, everybody we've talked to, from being able to talk to them at the combine, especially Logan Hall talking to him, they're all clear Bucs fits from a personality perspective. Yeah. So I'll say this about Rachaad White. I am excited about the receiving part. I'm excited about having another guy that can catch the ball. This is the best the Bucs have been in that regard. Obviously, Rojo was a huge negative in that area. Vaughn was horrible in that area. And then maybe at the end of last year, there were some very light signs. One thing about Vaughn, I'll give him, I don't think he's anything as a receiver, but he's a very good pass protector so far.
Yes.
That's a huge plus. White will have to learn that part of it, which to me puts him behind Gio and Vaughn. Obviously, to start, he'll be behind them. How quickly does he learn that part of it? I do think he's willing. He's not soft or anything like that. But his frame is more like a wide receiver frame playing running back. It's very interesting. He's also runs kind of like a wide receiver playing running back. He's very comfortable in space. And in the NFL, that is just not a reality.
There's just not a lot of space in the NFL.
Everybody's more athletic. Everybody, the holes are tighter up front. You are not going to get displacement on defensive lines.
Wide side of the field.
Yep, there's no true wide side of the field. I think all of that changes the game for him, which is why my biggest thing with the pick is not that he can't be a contributing receiver and be impactful in that way as a space player. I think he can do that. And if that's all you want him to do, great. I just think you could have gotten somebody to do that on day 3, especially at this position. I would not have been a big concern with me with Gio and Fournette on the roster and the improvements Fournette made in that regard and how little he comes off the field. It just wouldn't have been a huge priority for me to do that. This also, to me, doesn't help replace the Rojo reps on the ground. And that means that Vaughn will have to do it. Rachaad White is maybe I'm wrong, but Rachaad White has 225 carries in his college career at Arizona State. So he has not carried the ball much compared to other players. And when he did, vision was a big question mark. Decision-making were big question marks. He tried to bounce too much. He was indecisive. He is a very rare, raw college running back. Almost everybody we come out they'll talk about in this draft at running back is not very raw. They are what they are in terms of pure rushers. Maybe their receiving and their pass protection develops, but in terms of being a pure rusher, you almost always are what you are. White is not yet a finished product in that regard. And so
for sure.
I have question marks about whether he can make that impact this year and even long-term because we don't see
some of this is not his fault, right? Because if you look, he was a JUCO back. He went to junior college to get better. It had nothing to do with grades. He just really wanted an opportunity. And that's one of the things that the Bucs kind of dove in on. They're like, why'd you get a JUCO? Because usually that's reserved for players who have discipline problems, right? They got kicked out of their school because they broke the law. They've got academic issues. This was a model citizen, upstanding guy, smart player. So why did you go to the JUCO route? He's like, I wanted to get better. I wanted an opportunity to be the guy and to produce and get better as a runner and as a receiver. And he did that. So then he transfers to Arizona State. The problem is, John, in 2020, you had COVID hit. In some conferences, like the SEC said, screw it, we're playing every damn game. COVID be damned. And then you had the Pac-12 that said, we're not even playing this year. We're going to just not even play. Okay, well, we're going to play, but we're going to play 4 games, right? So he played 4 games because that's all the Pac-12 played that year.
Right, but whether it was his fault or not, that's the reality.
That's correct. He missed out on at least 8 games or so because of the fact he was in a Pac-12 school. But what happened in those 4 games? He got 42 carries for 420 yards. He averaged 10 yards a carry.
10 yards a carry.
5 catches. He had, 5 touchdowns. He had 8 catches, 151 yards. John, that was an 18.9 yard
for a running back.
Yes. 18.9 yard average receiving and 1 touchdown. So you think, okay, well, he had a long screen pass. Okay, fine. Well, let's see what he does with not such a small sample size. Last year, he rushed for 1,000 yards, 15 touchdowns, averaged 5.5 yards per carry. Then he got 43 catches for 456 yards. John, you and I have seen Leonard Fournette get 69 catches and average around 5 yards per catch attempt, and not do anything with those catches. He didn't average 18.9 last year, but he averaged 10.6 on 43 catches and he scored a touchdown.
Right.
This is a player that has some wiggle to him. He's got some body lean. He can lean forward and turn an 8-yard catch and run into a first down by stretching out and getting the ball those extra 2 yards. There's some things I like on this tape that Keyshawn Vaughn can't do and Giovanni Bernard can't do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying this guy is RB1 material. I'm just saying I think he's quality RB2 material.
Yeah, there are definitely things he can do as a space player that I agree nobody else on their roster does. Bernard could maybe do them, but not being healthy last year, I get why you'd want some insurance for that. Again, I don't know whether he can ever be a 3-down back, and I wouldn't have taken somebody who I didn't know that about in the first 3 rounds. But will he contribute and will he be helpful in certain ways? Yes, I don't think it's like the worst pick ever because of that. This isn't like a player I don't feel like can play in the NFL.
Yeah.
I just think the expectation level, he'll ultimately fall short of that. Hope I'm wrong, obviously, because he seems like an awesome kid and he's great athleticism. So it'd be really fun to see him hit his peak.
He did have a couple monster games, and I don't put a lot of stock in Pac-12 defenses, so I'm going to say this with an asterisk. But he tore up USC
twice. He did in 2022 in the COVID year.
28 carries, 202 yards, 7.2 average, 3 touchdowns. Then he had 2 catches for 35 yards. That's a monster game. The next week, he just about put the nail in the Jimmy Lake coffin in Washington. 32 carries, 184 yards, a 5.8 yard average, 2 touchdowns, and then through the air, 5 catches, 53 yards. So there's been a couple instances where he's shouldered the load. I don't think this is a workhorse back in the NFL, but when Leonard Fournette misses 2 or 3 games at the end of the season and you need a guy that can come in and maybe tote the rock 20 times, I think he's a better option than Keyshawn Vaughn.
Yeah, I mean,
top 2 RAS score comparisons.
Right.
Adrian James and Deuce McAllister.
Yeah,
that's pretty
good. His
company.
RAS comparisons were Adrian James and Deuce McAllister. And running, athleticism always helps, but at the running back position, there are a lot more important things that I look for sure. But it does help when you're a receiver and your early projection is as a space player in the NFL. Yeah, it's a little more important.
It's really
long term.
It's really tackle breaking, and that's one of the things that you can bench press. That's still not an indication. Right. I mean, Michael Pittman could bench press like nobody's business. I've never seen a running back get tackled by more blades of grass than Michael Pittman. I love Michael Pittman. It's no disrespect. It's the truth, though. Go put on tape from 2002, 2003, and you'll see it. Michael Pittman was the most muscle-bound guy.
Yeah.
So, but there's no measurable at the combine. There's no statistic or analytic that shows the tackle breaking ability unless you watch the film and say he broke that tackle, he broke that tackle, he broke that tackle, right? And you add them all up.
Yeah, and John Ward, we appreciate the super chat, says Josh Norris has White as his RB3 and reference some statistical comparisons to David Johnson coming out of Northern Iowa. This is where the White pick gets interesting to me. Will he play it all in the slot or flexed out, which is what David Johnson did? White has that body type, but I am trying to think, and I will check this actually to make sure. Hands too,
man. He doesn't have many drops at all.
Yeah, right, exactly. I will check this to make sure with you that I'm correct on this, but I don't think he played in the slot. Now it doesn't have it here.
That's not really Arizona State's offense.
I don't remember seeing him there. Yeah.
They're not as diverse where they're going to line him up at wide receiver.
So does that happen in the NFL? Wide. And again, I wish he was a better route runner, but that could happen in the NFL. In college, you don't necessarily need that. But I don't hate the player nearly as much as I do just when you're taking that position. Be careful, and then in general, make sure
like
to be a 3-down
the pick.
Guy. The pick, I wouldn't say.
I mean, a little bit. Do you like it? Yes, yes, he likes the running back pick. Yes,
I wouldn't say that I'm in love with it or anything, but
I didn't say love.
Yeah,
we used the word like.
I could see. I like Rachaad White. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
I like him a little.
He likes Rachaad White.
I would have preferred other players. I would have preferred Spiller. I think you agree with me on that.
Yes.
Spiller you like more.
Yeah.
Getting into some more super chats as the Bucs are on the clock here in 4 minutes, so we're getting this pick not that long from now with the Bucs. So let's turn our attention to pick number 106 as the Bucs get ready to kick off the 4th round of the draft.
Yeah.
For tight end, this question is: do you prefer Cade Otton, Charlie Kolar, Isaiah Likely, or Daniel Bellinger?
That's 4 different tight ends there.
Yes.
Yeah.
So let's just take Likely out right away because he's not an inline blocker.
Only. Yeah.
Receiving only tight end who ran a 4.8. I'll take my chances. He's not going to be good. Bellinger, I thought I was going to like him. I tried. He tested well. He was a blocker. I was like, oh, this seems
You
like
don't
a
see
fit.
that athleticism on tape at all, though.
Just he didn't feel natural to me.
right.
I didn't see any instincts for the position,
Yeah.
and I thought he was just okay as a blocker. So Kohler, I have ahead of Otton, but I don't think Kohler can block at all, basically, right now.
I'm telling
So
you,
I don't
I'm telling you
think
right
he's a
now,
Bucs fit.
Chase Allen was the better blocking tight end at Iowa State.
Yes, for
He
sure.
really was.
Yeah. And he'll be a 7th round pick,
Yeah,
maybe.
and I like Chase Allen.
Yeah.
If either of the Allens,
He was the
they're
blocker.
not brothers,
Yeah.
but Chase Allen or Austin
Austin
Allen, if they're a 7th round pick for the Buccaneers, I'm a happy man.
And we could see the Bucs double up a tight end. I mean, that's not out of the question. That it would be a 7th and a 4th, but you know, it could be
Or 2 7s. I mean, I'm just
or
saying.
2 7s, maybe. Yeah, I mean, that would be funny. But I would rather have Cade Otton with the Bucs, I think, than Charlie Kohler.
I agree.
But I like Charlie Kohler as a receiver more than Cade Otton. So it just depends what you're looking for. But the Bucs are probably looking for somebody who can block, and I think Cade Otton.
Charles Sims 2.0, no. I think that Rachaad White is better than Charles Sims.
Was Charles Sims bad, or was he just not healthy? I'm having trouble.
He was not good. I did not
he
like
was
the
not
pick
good
coming
either.
out of he went to Houston, then he spent his last year at West Virginia. We had him as a Bucs best bet, so I liked him for that reason.
Right.
In that year, but I didn't like him in person.
Right.
Will we see Rachaad White a lot in the preseason? Yeah,
Yes,
you will, no doubt about it. You're going to see a lot of him, and not so much of Leonard Fournette.
Yeah, a lot of Vaughn and a lot of Vaughn and a lot of White for sure, and a lot of Kenyon Barner right now.
Yeah.
That's another position. A 7th rounder. You know, again, running
Special
backs.
teams, kick return. Yeah.
Running backs are a position that you should be able to find value on in 7th round and undrafted free agents. It's a rare position where I feel like you could actually find a guy that could play. Remember JJ Taylor?
That's right.
That they took
that was a weird guy.
Raymond Calais.
Raymond Calais. Yeah.
And was Taylor undrafted free agent that year? And I really wanted them to take JJ Taylor, and then he gets on the Patriots.
Yeah.
And he's actually played the last couple of years.
And Raymond Calais went out to the Rams and won a Super Bowl ring as a practice squad guy.
That's right. Wow.
Todd Bowles is a happy man.
Yeah, he's happy. He got his defensive tackle now.
Yep.
Honestly, I was a little bit surprised that they next two picks were offense. I thought we'd see more of a defensive heavy, maybe one offensive pick on the day 2, but I thought it would be more defensive heavy. And I wonder now with needing a tight end, basically, because you went guard when it wasn't maybe necessarily the hugest need, and you went running back when it wasn't the hugest need. Now you need a tight end because you only have Cam Brate on the roster.
Yes.
So it looks like 3 of the first 4 picks will be offense, or the 3 of the first 5 at least. And we'll see how this pick plays out here in about a couple minutes.
Yeah. So looking at the Bucs best bets left from Pewter Report, I think the 2 players that if they're going to draft one of our Bucs best bets, it would be Cade Otton, the tight end from Washington, or Tennessee defensive tackle Matthew Butler for the reasons we talked about. If this team does want to turn the page on Ndamukong Suh, certainly Steve McClendon, who's just a backup at age 36, why not double up at a position that's really hard to find? And we kind of identified Matthew Butler as a player that had some of the traits that I think that Tampa Bay would look for, especially if they want to get quicker and more athletic and have a little bit more of a pass rush type of mentality inside next to Vita Vea.
And Dara says, we appreciate the super chat, says Tariq Woolen has been heavily linked to the Bucs at this pick on PFF. Explain to us what that means. Can you unpack that in a future comment, Dara? Just to know what you're talking about there. Are they reporting that that's the thing, or are they just saying, what about Tariq Woolen for the Bucs? He's a big, long corner. That'll be a difference. I haven't seen anything on Twitter about this pick whatsoever in terms of speculation. So
I don't think that Leo appreciate the super chat. You think the Bucs waiting for tight end means Gronk is back? I would not say that for sure. It just I think that
they must have some indication. Right?
They liked Trey McBride in the 2nd round, folks. We were not wrong about that. Right. They liked him. They did not want to give up a 4th round pick to trade up to get him. Right. That's what we've learned.
Yeah. And so that makes some sense. Again, that's basically what I said to you that morning. One of the things I said to you in the morning before day 2, as I said, the Bucs need to be careful not to give up the assets they just acquired to go get Trey McBride. Even though I like him and I wish he was a Buc, that would be great. He's not a difference maker enough that you want to give up another asset, a shot at another asset.
Especially this year when 2nd, 3rd, and 4th round, those picks are guys, and Jason Line's done it before, right? I mean, Quan Alexander was a 4th round pick. Jordan Whitehead was a 4th round pick. Those were impactful starters that this team got out of the 4th round. Now they have 2, including one that we're going to find out about in just a second. Terrence Davis, wow, $20 super chat. We appreciate that. John, thanks again for all your great work at Pewter Report. Wish you and Britt the best in your future endeavors.
Thank you. Terrence has been the best, by the way.
Yeah.
He's sent me messages, and I appreciate that, Terrence, and I will get back to you on everything. I cried out a little bit this morning, and we'll see end of the day today. We'll see how I'm doing, but just really trying to stay as focused as I can, engaged until the end of the draft show, and just want to be able to focus on the work and close it out well. But I do appreciate and see all the messages, and you guys are awesome.
Are we on the clock now?
Bucs should be on the clock here.
Should be on the clock.
Again, does it actually happen or not?
Is Smoke Monday a fit for the Bucs? I hope so. We had him in our mock draft, and I did like his tape. We actually had him in 2 mock drafts. I think we had him in our final mock draft. We also had him in the first mock draft. So he's a player that's been on our radar. He did come in for a top 30 visit. Jason Licht likes those Auburn defensive backs, so we'll see.
Bucs are officially on the clock here with the first pick in the 4th round. We have talked about Perion Winfrey a little bit. He's not a Bucs best bet because we thought he would go in the first 3 rounds.
Yeah,
And probably if we knew he was here,
pick, yeah.
he would have been a Bucs best bet over Matthew Butler for sure.
Correct.
But we didn't think we thought somebody would take him in the 3rd round. This is the range I like him in. But
Matthew Butler is better against the run, I think.
Yeah, probably for sure better against the run.
I think he's a
Winfrey's
more complete player.
Yeah. He's probably a more complete player. Winfrey, one thing that I'll say about Winfrey, as much as I'm not a fan, his tape was very whatever to me. Like, I didn't care for his tape at all.
Right.
The Senior Bowl looked totally different. I mean, the one-on-one drills, the team stuff, everything. He looked like a different player. And I wonder, you get him out of the scheme maybe, and you get him some better coaching, and maybe he responds. And he is explosive and violent.
Right.
Those are like the only 2 positive things about him.
Yeah.
Everything else was a mess. Technique, awareness, pad level, hand usage most of the time. But he is very physical and very explosive, to the point where he actually had 2 highlight plays where he carried an offensive lineman straight off the snap into the backfield and like pancaked the guy and made a tackle.
It's just the flashes with him. It's not the consistency. You don't see that from snap to snap to down to down. And so I think that's one of the issues there.
Yeah. And
long arms.
And will the Bucs go tight end here? That's a question. There's a lot of corner speculation going on in the chat, and apparently maybe PFF said something as well, speculating about corners, but they do get to kick off day 3 of the draft. So tight end here feels like a need filling move potentially. So could be an option, the route they choose to go.
Yeah, 4th round. They only got probably 3 minutes left on the clock. 2 minutes left.
Yeah, this should come pretty quickly, would be my guess.
Bucs are on the clock.
And we've talked about defensive tackle, corner, safety, and tight end being the positions that we believe they might go with here.
Folks, while we're waiting for the pick, it's a great time to subscribe to Pewter Report TV on YouTube. Make sure you hit the like on this podcast, this Pewter Report draft show presented by Beef O Brady's. And also, make sure that you like all of our Pewter Report podcasts. We do those Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday during the off season, typically at 4:00 Eastern time live. You can also see those podcasts in the podcast form recorded on Pewter Report TV. So if you miss a show, it's no problem. You can go back and watch those podcasts at your leisure.
Still waiting for the pick from the Bucs here to begin day 3 of the draft. They pick at 106 and then again at 133. So there'll be 2 4th rounders coming your way from the Bucs, and I would imagine 2 players they hope would be able to contribute this year. So we followed along with every pick here, and we'll be with you until the end of the 7th round as well. So stick with us as we break it all down. Still no official announcement here for the Bucs, but again, safety, corner, defensive tackle, and tight end is the position we really feel like they need to address with one of these next 2 picks. It would be pretty shocking if they didn't, although it's pretty clear that they weren't.
Can you imagine if they do take another running back like an Isaiah Spiller or a Damian Pierce, just what that would do for Keyshawn Vaughn's draft?
Yeah, he would basically be
stock
done.
at $1 place.
That would put him on the roster bubble probably.
We think he's a lead back.
Yeah. We'll see about that.
Yeah.
Rachaad White had 30 snaps in the slot.
30 snaps in the slot, Josh says, for Rachaad White last year. So
14 out wide.
Yeah, that's about 2 per game. Yeah.
Okay, Huddy will be in the house today. Casey Hudson feeling a little better, so glad
Excellent.
she will be in the house today. So you'll see her later on the show, I'm sure. At 106, what's going on? We're past the 5-minute mark.
We are, but we're probably waiting for the cool ESPN and NFL Network Vegas intro with the Bellagio and the fountains.
Some weird entertainer.
Exactly.
Open day 3 of the draft.
Yeah.
I see some comments on Twitter just like, what is going on? Like, what is happening on TV? So, Bucs picking their 4th player of the draft here and trying to add to the talent pool that they already have. At some point, we'll probably during today, take a step back and look at the roster and say, okay, where can they even add other players and how full is the roster?
Right.
Where do they still need to maybe add a veteran? I think about edge defender being a place that I think we'd be at this point surprised to see him draft one at least before the 7th.
And the thing is, when you look at the edge defenders, I didn't think it was nearly as strong as some of the draft prognosticators were saying it was. And I just don't know if there's a lot of guys that are out there that are kind of Bucs fits, that are those outside linebacker types, another guy that I liked, we had him in our 3rd or 4th mock draft, was Ioma Uwazurike from Iowa State. He's a kind of a bigger 320-pound, 6'4", somewhat athletic interior pass rusher. That's another name to keep in mind outside of Matthew Butler. Probably better suited for that 3-eye, 4-eye, 5-eye type of defensive end role that Will Golston kind of plays. But 9 sacks last year, led the Big 12.
Cade Otton is the pick in the 4th round. The Bucs select tight end Cade Otton with the 106th
That is another
pick
Bucs best bet, John.
to open the 4th round. So we got another Bucs best bet. This is the player that we kind of said yesterday. JC put him in his mock, and I've said yesterday, tweeted out, this is the pick that I expected to be here. The Bucs needed a tight end. He's a blocker. They didn't reach for him, which is great. I don't think he's a great athlete, so I think you're going to be limited in the way of big play down the field. He didn't do a lot of that, but physical, a good blocker, gets after people in the trenches for sure. I think he probably needs to get a little bit stronger and become an even better blocker. The scheme is going to be pretty easy fit. He did lots of double teams in Washington, so he'll be able to step into that role. I see him as a tight end 2 in the NFL, a solid tight end 2 if he can become a good blocker. At this point in the draft, he was the best tight end fit left for the Bucs, in my opinion. So this pick makes a lot of sense, and it's expected. It doesn't always go that way, but it seems like this one was pretty much the way that the Bucs had planned this out. If we didn't get McBride early, we were going to wait it out and see if Cade Otton was there, and it worked out in that way. In terms of their strategy, this is probably exactly what they were playing for.
Yeah, he's a positional blocker. What I mean by that is he's not going to win with brute strength. He's not going to just own the line of scrimmage and drive guys off. But he's a player that will come in and get in good position. I think he's more of a technical blocker. I do think, like you said, John, he can certainly stand to get bigger and stronger in the weight room, and I think that's going to happen. Man, I think Cam Brate, who's never was and never will be a great blocker, but he's put on about 15 pounds of muscle since he came from Harvard. So I've seen that type of body transformation happen at this level, at the tight end position. It can happen. I think it needs to happen for him to be a better inline guy. But I think for the 4th round, this is a pretty solid tight end here that, like you said, ideally, probably a number 2 tight end. We'll see what his ceiling is, and maybe he can ascend. And I still think this is a wide receiver driven offense. I think Gronk gets the targets he gets because he's Gronk. And when there's life after Gronk, whether it's this year or next year, you're just going to see the ball get spread around to more wide receivers as a result, rather than force feeding the tight end like they did with having a future Hall of Fame player on there.
Absolutely. I mean, this was our Bucs best bet. Days ago, we made this decision. Yeah. Actually, probably a week ago now when tight ends came out. Maybe more than a week ago, 10 days ago. Was okay. Cade Otton is going to be our round 4, and we didn't know if he would even be there at 133, but we thought a trade back he would be kind of a target. So this kind of worked out exactly what we envisioned. If they didn't get McBride early, maybe it would be Otton later. So this is great in that capacity, and great honestly for the Bucs because I think he can play early on. And so, I think that this is it gets pretty exciting when the team starts to identify, like, this is what we need at the bare minimum. This guy can play and be on the field. And I think that's the good thing about him. Where Charlie Kohler, if they took him, I don't know if he could be on the field in every situation, even though he might have more upside and be a better receiver. I'm not sure what it would take to get him there as a blocker where he could be on the field.
And you know what? The thing with Charlie Kolar, and again, as the resident Big 12 expert, I watch a lot of Big 12. I've seen a lot of Iowa State games. Unfortunately, not a big fan of the Cyclones. They're our rival in Farmageddon at Kansas State. But Charlie Kolar wins so many contested catch situations because he's 6'6" and he can't separate.
Yeah.
Right? He's in so many contested catch situations because there's no separation. He can't get away from guys and create space. So I just think that with Otton, I think he's a little bit more athletic, and I think he's a tick faster, and I prefer him over Kolar.
Yeah, I think especially for the Bucs, when you talk about what they needed somebody who's going to be able to step in and pick up the slack in terms of blocking. That is not something Brady is great at, and they had to basically get somebody who could do that to run their offense and operate a lot of the things ways that they like to operate. So if Gronk doesn't come back, obviously that'll be need. If he does, Cade Otton's the number 3 tight end, and we'll see him play, but it will be sparingly, and it will be, under 10 snaps probably a game unless there's an injury. And the fact that he gets in there at that point, he is physical, he's aggressive, he has the Bucs mentality, no questions there. I'll read you some of what other scouting reports around the league say, but I had him as a 4th round grade. For me, those grades started. He was in my top 100. I'll tell you exactly where he was in my top 100 on my board. This was first time the Bucs are going to pick somebody that was higher on my board, which is funny. He is 89 on my board, and they picked him at 106. So again, the value's good.
Yeah.
It's a position to need, and it was the best guy on the board for the Bucs. So if you're going to wait out the tight end class, and they had no choice really. I mean, other than Rucker, that was the one they had a choice on. They really didn't have a choice when it came to Trey McBride. Like I said, they didn't want to trade up for him. That was smart not to. This was the best case scenario if you were going to do that, was to be able to get Otton, to be able to add a pick by moving back and get Otton at the beginning of the 4th. By the way, Lance Zierlein's number 1 tight end in this class. And Josh, you liked him as well. I know we'll have you on in a little bit to talk about him because I think this is a pick that you will praise even more than we will. But I think this was the right range for him. And as long as they didn't reach for him, I was okay with this.
Especially since they needed a tight end, right? This is one of those, I think, probably best player available, meets the need on the board. They kind of collide, as Jason Licht said. And I think this is really good value in the 4th round. And I think there's some real upside here. This is not a finished product. This is a player that I think with more functional strength, he automatically becomes a better blocker because I saw the technique there. What I didn't see was him being a bully. I didn't see him pushing people around in the trenches.
He's not that big.
Right.
That's the one thing you have to keep in mind with him. He really is not that big of a player. And I mean, would he come in at 240?
Yeah, if he can get to 255, 260.
Okay, he did come in at 250 at the combine, it looks like, per PFF. So 6'5", 250. So he is putting on some weight, I think. Was it the Senior Bowl he was at? And he was less than that for sure. So he bulked up a little bit, and he didn't really test because he had an ankle injury, but that ankle is not supposed to keep him out of preseason.
He's on schedule to make it to training camp
at least. Yeah, we'll see what minicamp looks like and everything. But 17 bench press reps. I don't read a ton into the bench, but that is low percentile for his position. So again, I think he can get stronger for sure. And he's not like the biggest or longest tight end, but he does bring the grit. I think there's no question about that in terms of his tenacity. And that will be something that the Bucs are happy with, obviously. But as a receiver, just a long way to go. His best year as a receiver was 2019. He had 32 catches for 344 yards. He helped out of the red zone a little bit, 9 touchdowns in his career. But last year, I mean, you expect this 8 games. You really want to go all out.
I'm telling you right now, though, John,
8.9 yards per catch.
Listen, John,
he couldn't get downfield. That was my concern.
The quarterback play at Washington has been horrific. Probably one of the worst quarterback situations in college football. And not the worst, but one of them.
It's bad.
Probably the worst in the Pac-12. It's a big reason why Jimmy Lake got fired, too, was their offense was putrid. So I think that you have to kind of listen. Tom Brady is going to make him look a lot better. Let's put it that way, right? Yeah. So I'm pretty happy with this pick. Again, it's a round that we kind of expected, 3rd or 4th round, that they would go tight end if they didn't get a Trey McBride in the 2nd. Had him as a Bucs best bet. So we're excited that the team is kind of seeing what we're seeing, or at least we're seeing what the team is seeing, right? I mean, we're kind of on the same wavelength with this draft.
two other Bucs targets just came off the board. Damian Pierce, the running back from Florida, who obviously they probably weren't going to take now, went to the Texans, and then Perion Winfrey to the Browns. So it didn't take long for Winfrey. I'm sure the Bucs thought about him at 106 as well. We kind of had, even though they brought him in for visits, we kind of had some inklings and some conversations that maybe they weren't crazy about Winfrey, which is why we weren't crazy about him as a potential day 2 pick when other people were talking about him as the 33rd pick. And then it turns out he's on the board at 108, and they passed someone a couple more times too. So Seahawks are on the clock now at 109. There are still quarterbacks available. Is this where Sam Howell goes off the board? I'm trying to remember now. Willis is gone. Ritter's gone. Corral's gone. Corral's gone. And obviously Pickett. So Howell's the last of the quote unquote top
I don't
5.
think this is necessarily Luke Stocker 2.0, although Luke Stocker, he stuck around this league for about a decade and made some money as a blocker and is an occasional.
It could be. That could be a good comparison, honestly. You hope that Otton has more potential as a receiver, but that could be.
It's funny, though, because when Stocker was drafted, he busted some of Jason Witten's records at Tennessee. He was like kind of a receiving tight end. And it's kind of funny, too. Another Buccaneer tight end, start off with the Jets. Anthony Beck was a big-time receiver, first-round grade out of West Virginia. But those skills didn't translate to him being that receiving type talent. But again, like Luke Stocker, Anthony Becht also made a real career out of being a versatile tight end who could catch the occasional pass, but really stepped up as a blocker. And there is that role. And in this offense, Bruce Arians has said it from day one. It's something that certainly Byron Leftwich believes in too. You got to be able to block if you're going to play tight end here. That's why we saw what's his name, Tanner Hudson. Right, they gave up on that project years into it because he never came around as a blocker.
And the Seahawks just selected Cincinnati cornerback Kobe Bryant. So if you're hoping to see him go to 133, I like him. We would love that, but that's not going to happen. So turn our attention to 133 here in a little bit, as we're still about 23 picks away from it. The Ravens are on the clock. The Ravens, by the way, have a bunch of picks today, I believe. A lot of them are later in the fourth. Later in the
fourth.
The
cornerbacks.
4 picks
we
later.
We might see a run in cornerbacks here in the 4th round.
And they've got this pick here. So we'll see how that one unfolds for Baltimore, and then the Giants coming up after that. Best available players. I mean, Daniel Faalele, the tackle from Minnesota, is still sliding.
I don't like him at all.
I'm not a big fan at all.
Honestly, he's undraftable to me.
I'm not a fan.
Do not like him at all.
I don't care for his
too big, too slow.
Yeah, not physical enough.
No, definitely.
Howell, the quarterback from UNC, Darian Kennard, the guard or tackle turn guard from Kentucky. Some of the best available players still on the board. So, there's still some talent, and obviously we'll talk a little bit about maybe in a second what positions we think the Bucs, looking at the roster, still need to fill. But this from Dane Brugler's draft guide about Cade Otton. Stop me if you've heard this before or something along these lines about a Bucs draft pick. Outstanding personal and football character, and grew up in a family full of football coaches. Stayed off the injured list for the first 39 games of his career before that ankle injury as a senior. He missed the last 2 games, and then I don't think it's that he couldn't test. I think really just probably chose not to because he's not a great athlete.
Right.
And so I that's a good sign, obviously, that the health has been pretty good for the most part. I think that's pretty much. This is a thing now, Scott. Like. The Bucs, we've not seen them really take any risks on character in the draft since. I mean, it blew up in their face with Hargraves in terms of the work ethic and some other guys, some of the free agent signings like Chris Baker and some things like that. And I just think now it's like
Deshaun Jackson to a degree.
And now it just feels like almost every move, even AB, the one little tiny cheap, clearly like when you're taking that off the field stuff out of it, financially like worth it in terms of what you're getting on the field. Even that blew up. Even they won a Super Bowl, but it blew up. And they're just, I think about it, he's like, wow, we can't even have one bad apple. And that's what it feels like. They have not taken any chances there, traded down from, and I don't want to say Devontae Wyatt's a bad apple because I really liked actually our conversations, but they're just not really to take risks there. They traded down in the first. And so, I think that's it's clear, like when you're analyzing Bucs picks, like what they're looking for, they are not going to take many risks in this card. Even Jameis, like and that stuff that was going on with him, obviously coming out. And then as a Buc, I just feel like they don't want to go through any of that stuff again. They literally had a roster of 52 squeaky clean dudes.
That's
and
right.
then AB going off of the sideline, and that put them out in the national media. And I think they're just like, we're tired of this. Like, so that every free agent, everybody they've traded for, all of it, like the draft picks, everybody is great
have
locker room guys.
successfully developed a culture here.
Yes.
And there have been some players, I've had some conversations with people in the front office this morning that they have just said no to, that are really, really talented players. Okay, folks that went in the first round that they did not like at all because of their character, right? So that's where this team is at right now. Is they will really assess character. They do that on the top 30 visits. They do that in the interviews, and they're sticking to it. And they've got a great team full of team players as a result. There's nobody that's requesting a trade. There's nobody that they're trying to oust because of character. It's all football stuff. So it's certainly a welcome sign here in Tampa Bay.
The Ravens just selected Daniel Faalele. So they get their Orlando Brown 2.0, who is not as good as Orlando Brown, in my opinion. But they get another shot at that thing by bringing in Faalele. So the Ravens have pretty much drafted above the consensus board at every turn, which is interesting. They have pretty much taken the top player on the board via consensus almost every time they've been on the clock, which is really how you want to draft for the most part. I mean, it doesn't mean you're always right, but it's a good process to follow. Josh Capo with me now, talking about some of these prospects. Josh, I know you had thoughts and opinions on Cade Otton. He was a player you kind of stood on the table for a little bit compared to the rest of the PFF crew as a potential pick for the Bucs even earlier in the draft. At this point, I think we're all on board with the Cade Otton pick at 106, but you liked him more than most of us. What were your favorite things about him?
Yeah, so there were a few different things that I liked, and just starting off, looking at it from the Bucs perspective, he is a good blocker. He's one of the best all-around blockers, I would say, in the draft class. I was just watching last night a little bit more tape on him against Michigan, and I mean, he stood up Hutchinson a couple different reps.
Yep, he did.
All by himself.
Real hard in that game.
Yeah. And that really stood out to me because that gets, and I think you just mentioned, that gets him on the field immediately.
Yep.
That's the baseline that you need to be on the field. Is he the best pass catcher in the back in this draft class? No. Does he flash the most athleticism in space? Absolutely not. But he does the one thing that the Bucs are going to need him to do to get on the field immediately while he develops some of those other skills. Within that pass catching set, he does have good hands, and he's able to find holes in the zone. And I think he does well after the catch as well. Even without the athleticism, he can bounce off a block, and he gets himself upfield. So those are all a few things that I really did enjoy about his tape. Do
you think there's a little ceiling wise though? What do you feel like he is? Like when you look at tight ends in the NFL, do you think he can be a full-time starter, a number one tight end for a team?
I do. I don't think he's ever going to be somebody that you're going to put a game plan around.
Sure. Okay.
I think he'll be a secondary piece. He's somebody who can give you 35 to 40 catches a year. I think he can be a threat in the red zone, a few touchdowns. And that's valuable in the NFL because that type of player is a low-end starter in the NFL because you really don't have a lot of guys with some of these more physical, dominating tight ends in college. They just don't translate to the NFL. You see those guys go in the first and the second round year after year after year, and then it doesn't really progress into the NFL where they're able to take that production. You have your Kyle Pitts, you have your Gronks, and there are a few of those guys every 5 to 6 years, but it's not an every year type of thing. So I think that this is a bit of a safer pick, but I think it fills a need for the Bucs. It's somebody who can get on the field right away. And that was something that a lot of Bucs fans didn't like about last year's draft class, right? A lot of guys who did not get on the field. You don't have to worry about that with Cade Otton.
Right. Yeah, for sure. And a couple other draft picks just to get to you. The Jets selected Max Mitchell, the tackle from Louisiana, and then the Giants selected Daniel Bellinger. So the San Diego State tight end comes off the board we just talked about. So 2 tight ends already. Bellinger going before Charlie Kolar and Jake Ferguson as well. So interesting developments there. Washington is now on the clock, I believe here.
Bellinger's an interesting one. I know a lot of people liked him. I was not high.
We were pretty much all down on Bellinger as a PR staff. We were not.
The thing that jumped out for me that I think is going to make it really tough for him, he catches the ball with his body. Mm-hmm. He doesn't use his hands as much. When he catches the ball.
He just doesn't even give any targets. Sam Howell, the quarterback from UNC, Darian Kennard, the lineman from Kentucky. Again, I think good run blocker, just issues in pass pro, I bet. It's knocking him down the board. Rachaad Walker, man, I bet his interviews. He is an interesting personality. Kingsley Enagbare from South Carolina, who I just thought consensus was way too high on. He just was not that good in my opinion. Isaiah Spiller still on the board. Man, I really like Isaiah Spiller. Some way worse running backs than him have gone off the board in my opinion. Also, who was it that tweeted that Isaiah Spiller could be a first-round pick? It wasn't that long ago. I'm going to find that tweet, and I'm not going to wreck that person. But Chris Paul, the Tulsa tackle, not the Suns point guard, is also available. Khalil Shakir, the wide receiver from Boise State, has some fans. Josh Joby from Alabama. I think Jalen Armour Davis, his way better teammate, it could be available. And SK says, does Jalen Armour Davis drop to 133? Is he a fit? I don't know where he drops because Jalen Armour Davis has had a very odd career. He has barely played his whole career at Alabama until this past season. He was basically a complete unknown. I think he played in like 5 games or something crazy like that. Yep. He barely played defense at all, like less than 100 career snaps. Then this year he started and he played really well. He had 3 picks. He had a bunch of pass breakups. He hardly gave up anything down the field. I thought he was really good. Press man. He shows some good traits. Technically, he's got some things to learn, but he looks way more experienced than a guy who's 1 year starting at the college level. And so I actually was a fan of him. I put him in the 3rd round for my grades. I thought maybe he'd go later because of some injury concerns and obviously not playing that much, but I think he's better than Josh Joby for sure. Zach Tom from Wake Forest, who you liked as well.
Yep.
Isaiah Spiller, this was from Doug Kayed of PFF, who is my boy, says 2 sources predicted he'll be an early 2nd round pick with an outside shot of sneaking into the 1st. Burn those sources, Doug. Tell us who they are. Expose them to the world for doing this to you.
Well, one is obviously Spiller's agent.
Yes. And the other is his other agent.
Or his mother.
And his mom. 2 sources that believe.
Oh, my goodness.
Monteric Brown from cornerback from Arkansas, who I don't think most people have that high. Tariq Woolen from UTSA. And then also Zion McCollum from Sam Houston State are 2 of the top corners left. Calvin Austin from Memphis. Donovan West from Arizona State, the center/guard, and Charlie Kolar, the tight end from Iowa State as well. Kalia Davis, too, another player that you like to good bit.
He's one where day 3, I'd be willing to throw a flyer in there. So I think with Matthew Butler still on the board, I would take Butler because you don't have nearly as many injury concerns. Yeah. They've both flashed some really fun pass rush potential. And both they were fun watches. I think that's the best way that I can describe it. There was one play with Butler. I think I shared it with you, a push pull where he just wrecked a guard. I mean, just owned him. And that was just so much fun to watch.
The Commanders just selected Percy Butler, who somebody just asked us about with the 113th pick. I didn't really see him as a Bucs fit, to be honest. A bad tackler and the angles and some of that stuff. I don't know. His run defense was so bad that there's some flashes in coverage, and maybe he's a corner, and maybe he plays in the slot. I don't know at the next level, but
he was a willing tackler. He just wasn't good.
He was out of control and bad angles. Yeah. And by the way, Dane Belton was just drafted by the Giants, so back-to-back safeties there, and the safeties are starting to roll off the board. So the Bucs chose to wait, and looks like they're going to really ride with their safety group. I mean, I think with the way safeties are coming off the board, it seems like anybody you take here, even if you took one later, is probably not going to help you that much. As Butler and Belton were 2 of the top ones via the consensus board, even that were left on the board. Now maybe Verone McKinley, but he's small, and Tyson I don't know Anderson. That I see there's a fit. Tyson Anderson, but again, you said the other day probably not a Bucs fit really.
I think the thing going back to Butler it was an issue with his tackling. It was just an issue with his all-around game is he just played very high, and that exposed him in a lot of different ways. He was high in his back pedal. He was high in his when he went to tackle. So I thought one of the cool things that we kind of go over while we're waiting for the next Bucs pick is just talk a little bit about some of the other NFC South teams and what we think of their draft classes so far. So you got the Falcons, who took Drake London in round 1. They got Arnold Ebiketie and Troy Anderson in round 2. And then in round 3, they got Desmond Ridder and D'Angelo Malone. Overall, for me, they've done a very good job of upgrading their team. Now, there was a very low baseline to start with. But I think
they also got Troy Anderson, I believe. I don't know if you.
Yeah, I've got him. Ebiketie and Troy Anderson in the 2nd. So I think that Desmond Ridder in the 3rd. I think they got solid value for him. D'Angelo Malone, I think, will help them on the defensive line along with Ebiketie, and then Drake London obviously gives whoever is going to be the starting quarterback a good number 1 to pair with Kyle Pitts for this year, and then potentially. Why am I forgetting his name when he comes back from his suspension?
Falcons draft is good.
Yep. Yeah, I think it was a
Calvin
very
Ridley
good
you're talking about.
Calvin Ridley. Yeah. So I think that was a very good draft overall.
My guess is Ridley gets traded eventually, and that's probably what they're planning. But if he did come back to the fold, it would be interesting. Drake London would not be the wide receiver I would have chosen here, but I think he can work out for them. Abakite, where they got him, is great. Gives him a good edge rusher. Malone as another smaller edge. They got him at 82. That's fine, given who was on the board to me. The edge run on edge defenders was all day. From round one at the beginning, all through the draft, they were just going off the board, flying off the board. So they got one at that pick. They don't pick again until 151. So, man, I think this is a pretty good draft. Like, to get Desmond Ridder at 74 is great. Even if he doesn't work out, I think he's one of the better quarterbacks in this class. And at 74, that's a risk you take. So it's a draft that could end up not looking that good for them down the road just because of the volatility of quarterback. But it's a smart process. Like, you took edge rushers, you invested heavily in edge rushers and in game wide receivers. I don't like the Troy Anderson pick at all. That's the one I'll give an F to for two reasons. One, that position, I don't value it that much. That's okay if you don't have one to take one here. But if you do, make sure you nail the guy. And I just don't think he's very good. You and I talked about this a lot.
Yeah. I mean, he's extremely athletic. And from a profile, like an athletic profile, I think his build is very similar to a linebacker they just lost in Foye Aluakon. They're similar size. They're smaller linebackers. They're fast. And Anderson certainly has all of the physical traits. When I watched him, and it's no fault of him. He was a quarterback who midway through his college career, they said, we're going to play you at linebacker. And he played like a quarterback trying to learn how to play linebacker. Just all of his movements, it seemed like he was trying to force himself. What should I do here? He was late in the processing. When he knew he just had to go after the ball and he was just flying in space, it was amazing to watch. It was a lot of fun. And he could flash a splash play, but just late to read his run keys. In pass coverage, same thing. He's just still trying to feel things out. Yeah. And that's a difficult ask at the NFL level. And
for that position.
Exactly.
Especially. It's a cerebral position.
Very, very mental. Right. And to be a second round pick, I mean, they're basically signaling he's going to be on the field day one.
Yeah. So I mean, you would think
there's no development time
for to do that. Yeah. And I don't think he's that. And there were better players on the board. I mean, I think Chad Muma went after him, I believe. And Leo Chenal definitely did. And he's their type of linebacker, in my opinion, guys that probably are. Mumo could be a good coverage linebacker, but I didn't like the linebacker class as much as other people. So to me, reaching for a guy who was like not even on my top 100 in this class at linebacker was not a good move to me. But the rest of what they did, I do enjoy. A couple picks before we get to the next team. Damari Mathis, the Pitt cornerback, is going to the Broncos at 115. 115. So now the Broncos are back on the clock at 116 as well. They don't need a quarterback, obviously, with Russell Wilson, and I can't remember how long his contract is there, but Sam Howell's the one I said is more like Russell Wilson than any other quarterbacks in this class. Not that they have a type for Russell Wilson already, but I wonder at this point in the draft, they're just like, heck, we just had 1 4th-round pick. We got another one here. Let's just take this quarterback, and they take one to develop. I don't know.
Russ is only under contract through 2023. So interesting.
2023. Okay. Yeah, so this would be a good pick for them to take Sam Howell here, I think.
Absolutely. Going back to kind of the other NFC South draft classes. So the Saints, they had 2 picks in the first round. They took Chris Olave and Trevor Penning, and then Alontae Taylor in the second. I think for the resources they gave up for their first round selections, I think it was steep. Trading away future picks and things like that. Olave, I think he's the perfect complement to Michael Thomas. It certainly gives them, their
and Traquan Smith's back as well. And there. So their receiving core looks pretty solid right now. Penning is a good player. I think he'll have his struggles early on. He's fine. I don't think he's has the ceiling of the top tackles in this class. I'd even say Tyler Smith's ceiling, if he can figure it out at tackle, is higher than Penning's. Penning tested great. I just don't see that kind of functional movement on his tape, to be honest. He is, and guys like that, man, they just try to kill you every rep. And that's why I really like Goedeke. I just felt like he was so under control in everything that he did. And I just way preferred that to guys that tried to kill you on every rep and get like, they might land a couple and it looks great, but then the other ones, it's like, oh, buddy, they get thrown down or they fall over. And that to me is Penning too much of the time.
I think one thing to also consider with a lot of these players, it's not just their talent level, but it's where they go and how can they be developed? And the Saints have done a very good job of developing offensive linemen, especially tackles, over the years. So I think it's a good landing spot for him and his development individually. I think they will most likely be able to get as much out of him as he is willing to give.
Right.
So I think for Penning, that's really good. Lante Taylor in the second surprised me a little bit. Physically, he's pretty gifted. I'm trying to get my notes on him here. Trying to remember where. So there was Dane Brugler said that he might have to switch to safety. I don't really get that. He didn't play any snaps at safety in college. It's not like his speed is.
Who are you talking about?
Alante Taylor out of Tennessee.
You were like Alante Taylor
a little bit. Yeah, I think second is high for him. I wouldn't have taken him there. But he's got long speed. He's decent run defense. He does hit hard. And he plays cover 3 well. I think he drops into thirds very well and fluid hips there. Or not fluid hips, but just getting to his spots and reading the coverage. I don't think he has much short area quickness. That was the issue there. So
he really struggled at the Senior Bowl. I have serious doubts about this one if he's going to stay at corner. Maybe become the safety for them. I don't know. Maybe he's like the backup big nickel to Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and does some of that kind of stuff. He got exposed speed-wise on the outside, and then he never flipped his hips in time, and he didn't have the speed to make up for it a lot of times. So the game and the practices were rough for him, one-on-one. So we'll see. I mean, he had to overcome that and became was a second-round pick?
Second-round pick.
Second-round pick. All right. I have doubts about that one working out, but we'll see with the Saints. The Broncos took Damari Mathis, and then they selected Ioma Owuzurike, who Scott liked for the Bucs as a potential pick at 133. A little surprising to see him come off the board this early, but the defensive tackle run's real. There is, I'm trying to think, best available defensive tackles right now. It's pretty. Kalai Davis, honestly, and Matthew Butler, obviously. I would love to see Butler at 133. The Bucs visited with him. That's probably their range for him. I'd love to see them double up. Again, grade A human being, so you got that part, that box checked. After that, Neil Farrell's a nose tackle only, who I am not a fan of. Atizio Ogbonia is probably a nose tackle as well from UCLA.
Farrell, he's got one pass rush move, which is a swim. And I don't even think he's very fluid with it. I think he uses it when he already feels the guard falling over, and he just kind of pushes him out of the way. He's
a plugger, but I didn't even like him in that role, to be honest.
So let's go back to before the draft. As low as all of us were on this defensive tackle group, if I were to say, John, the Bucs have an opportunity to get Logan Hall in the second and Matthew Butler potentially late in the fourth, would you have said that's a pretty decent haul given the class?
Yes, given the class, absolutely. Yeah.
So that's them.
Obviously, you're passing on other positions, but if I'm just looking at it from the perspective of defensive tackle, and did they get good players to defensive tackle for this class? Yes, those would be two of the players I would have targeted.
Yeah, I think
Butler is our day 3 Bucs best bet, I believe, right? With defensive tackle. Yeah.
I think so, yeah. And I think one of the big things that we were worried about is with such a thin class, you start worrying, well, do you reach for players? And
you're correct. You don't want to do that. Right?
And to move back in from the first into the second to get Hall and then to potentially get Butler at the end of the fourth, you're not reaching for those players. I think you're getting them right around their value. And then you can be happy with those picks at a position of need. So
and obviously you see Bucs best bets here. Scott's going to update this graphic here soon, obviously, to take off the players that have been selected now, but Dameon Pierce is off the board. Cade Otton is a Bucs best bet that we've hit on, that he is a Buccaneer now. And then Ja'Tyre Carter was supposed to be like a 7th-round guess. We had to throw some 7th rounds in here, as was Chris Aladikon from South Dakota State. And then so Butler and Damon Clark are potential options here if we're looking at just Bucs best bets. And maybe they double up a running back and get Isaiah Spiller. I don't think that's going to happen. But
although that'd be great value there.
It would be great value there. I mean, again, I like him as more than White. So
getting a guy who could have gone in the first.
Yeah, exactly.
This late in the draft.
Butler and Clark are the two I look at as the best potential Bucs best bets for us to hit on unless they get selected here. But corner, if fans want corners, that has been kind of a consistent theme is the Jets select Michael Clemens, the defensive end. Man, I'm shocked he went this high. I just watched the tape and I was like, oh my gosh. He's like the poorest man's version of Josh Paschal, who went in the second. Anyway, Clemens goes there to the Jets?
Yeah.
This is shaping up in terms of positions that the Bucs are going to address here. What do you think?
I think they could still get another tight end. I think it's after Otton and Bellinger.
Jake Ferguson
in
this range?
You could do out of Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
I would like him there. You've got some pretty solid blockers who could go in those 7th round picks. I think that's kind of something that they could target if they're not going specifically for special teams. A couple of them might be able to contribute to that.
Let's think about it this way. Let's rule out positions, and let's go position by position and look at the best available and then see who we think could be Bucs. So let's rule out quarterback. Let's rule out running back because it would be shocking if they took another one. Wide receiver.
They've thrown some draft assets at this late draft, correct. So I could see that.
Khalil Shakir is still on the board.
Yep.
Probably going to be a slot on the NFL. I don't think I see it for the Bucs.
Romeo Doubs is still on the board. I think neither one of us really – you didn't like him at the Senior Bowl at all.
He just drops so many passes. Yeah. He is fast, but there's not a lot else there.
I didn't think he created much separation either.
And he might be a late 7th guy. I don't know that we're going to see him come off the board anytime soon. Doubs, Trey Turner could be another wide receiver option for them. Virginia Tech. Not sure when exactly he's going to come off the board, but another guy that I believe they visited with, if I remember correctly. Maybe it was just virtually.
Reggie Roberson out of Southern Methodist.
Just probably going to go under. I just think his injury issues are just so significant and he's so old.
Fair.
Calvin Austin is small. Justin Ross is very slow.
Not just slow.
Hard to find.
Very
hard to find a lot of fits. What did you think of the Texas Tech kid, Eric Azukane?
I don't think I saw him. I didn't evaluate him.
Scott likes DeJon Dixon, potentially Nicholls State wide receiver for the Bucs later. I don't think I see an obvious connection for them to go wide receiver. Do you?
No, not totally. Not unless they take the flyer on Reggie Roberson. I did enjoy a lot of his tape there.
So let's catch people up on picks before we move to tight end here. We'll look at extensively. Cleveland just traded 118 to Minnesota for 156 and a 2023 4th. So the Browns just went. Oh wait, Minnesota just moved way up. Yeah, the Vikings just moved way up. Traded of 2023 4th and 156, so they went up.
That makes more sense. I was surprised to hear Cleveland moving up like that.
Yeah, that wouldn't have made sense. You're right. Oh, but the Vikings are analytics too now. With Queso.
That's true.
GM. Yeah.
Okay. So there's got to be a guy they really like. Have they announced the pick?
They have not announced the pick yet. Okay. I wonder if it's Sam Howell. Did they take a quarterback? I can't remember.
They have not yet.
Caleb Evans. So there goes the corner that JC wanted.
Yeah, he did like him a lot.
Very badly to the Bucs. Goes to the Vikings there. They continue to load up a corner. They took a corner earlier. Was it Kyler Gordon? No, the Bears. Andrew Booth. They did Andrew Booth, yeah.
But there's an analytics move, though, starting to build your secondary out.
Secondary, yeah.
So that makes sense.
A lot of analytics people believe in building out the passing game. So
yeah, and they even I think there's a growing debate, and I think it's starting to push down on that your secondary is even more important than your pass rush.
Mm-hmm. And that really depends on scheme. I am such a fan of both of those areas and investing in both those areas. You need both, and it's to me, there's such good arguments on both sides. I'm not convinced either are more important than the other, to be honest.
It is the debate right now.
It might be the classic case of us trying to find an answer, a hard and cold, like black and white answer for something that there just is not one for.
Right. It's a gray area.
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. It depends on so many things in terms of what you predominantly do. I mean, the Bills they have Trey White, but they have not invested anything. They had Levi Wallace running almost a 4.7 40 out there at their other corner spot. You know what I mean? And fine, Seattle's plugging in different dudes every year in their secondary and the corner, I should say. But they invested so much at safety for years, and everybody that they've had at safety, even after Earl Thomas and Cam Chancellor, had to be ballers or played their best football in that system. And I just think it really just depends so much on your scheme in terms of what's successful and what isn't. So Caleb Evans to the Vikings, okay. Go back to tight ender. Let's go ahead.
Well, actually, I was going to just say
you had Evans high.
Just this is my day 3 board, so I take out everybody. So
gotcha.
That's already been drafted. So just kind of going back to finishing up our kind of run around the NFC South. The Panthers in the first round they took Ike Ekwonu, and then they didn't have a second round pick, and then in the third round they end up getting one of the top 5 quarterbacks, which was rumored to be something that they would have taken with 6 overall. So overall, I think Icky is a fantastic tackle, and they had a huge need there. They had one of the worst offensive lines in football last year. So I think that's going to be resoundingly a positive pick for them, if not an obvious one at that point. Matt Corral in the 3rd, again, I think that's good process, just like the Falcons taking Desmond Ridder. You get a guy who was rumored to be a first-round pick in the 3rd round at a position that you do have a giant question mark at. I think that's decent. Do I think that Icky and Matt Corral all of a sudden vault the Panthers into being any type of challenger for the top of the NFC South? Not even a little bit, but it's a decent first step towards fixing something that's very wrong. You just wonder whether Matt Rule is going to be around to finish that process.
They lost this draft for me when they gave up all the picks that they did. And then to have to give up to move up to get a quarterback who, in my opinion, is not that good. Although I'd rather roll the dice on him than some of the other guys in the class. Kenny Pickett. But I still wouldn't want to make that move and give up a future. It was a future 3rd, right?
Yep, future 3rd.
I'm out on that idea.
So I think we both believe the Falcons are
running the only team.
This one out. Outside of the Bucs, and I would even potentially say the Falcons are having a better draft than the Bucs.
Yeah, more assets for sure. I mean, have 5, and obviously be drafting the top 10 in a bad class helps. You're more likely to get one of the few good players. So yeah, there's context, obviously.
Sure.
Like last year, Bucs were drafted at the bottom of every round. It'd be hard to have a better draft than some of the teams that
Yeah,
you look at it that way. Charlie Kolar, a tight end, if we're looking at that, is still on the board unless he was just picked. Let me check. Oh, there goes Jalen Armour Davis to the Ravens. They continue to pick every single player I would take. It is unbelievable. That's wild. I believe that the Commanders just traded, or the Panthers just traded up again.
Yep, they are on the clock.
So they just gave up pick 149 to move up, but then they also they got back 189, which is 40 spots later. I don't get it.
I really don't.
To move up 24 spots in the 4th round.
But let's see what the pick is.
They are just drunk. There's just nobody here that could make that big of a difference for them. Anyway, let's go back to tight end and we'll come back to the Panthers pick. Charlie Kolar is the top tight end for me, top tight end for consensus, top tight end for you left on the board?
Yes.
Likely.
Okay. Not for the Bucs.
Right.
But on talent, I definitely liked Isaiah Likely's game. Okay. He did not test well, but he is one of those guys. I would argue he plays faster than he tests because he regularly won vertically in the tape that I watched. Right. And while he wasn't very big, he was a willing blocker. He likes to get downfield where he's a much more better matchup as a blocker against players in the secondary. I liked his route running. But his size obviously very small and not typically what the Bucs look for. And I thought he had choppy lateral mobility. So, but technically I did have him above Kolar, just not for the Bucs.
Not for the Bucs, yeah. So Kolar, Jake Ferguson from Wisconsin would be top choices. After that, you get to Okonkwo, Isaiah Likely, James Mitchell, guys we don't really see as Bucs fits for a while. On Calcaterra, Weidermeyer tested terrible.
Cole Turner off the board.
Cole Turner is still on the board. I didn't watch him. I don't know if he'd be a Bucs fit or not.
I like Turner. I had him in the same range as Kolar and Okonkwo. Okay. So he'd be somebody that I potentially could see.
Big receiver.
Yeah. So maybe Chase Allen late in the draft maybe could be another blocker that they had. There's some guys in the 7th round, honestly, like Austin Allen. Like I would just wait at this position. Doesn't feel like the value's there right now.
And there was a guy for the 7th round that I was in on very early, and I've never really let up, but Tegan Toriano, just as a blocker. And I think he was one of the first guys I really looked at, and I watched his game against Purdue. He was probably the best guy one-on-one against Karlaftis. And I'm talking about in terms of like Karlaftis just won against the tackles for Oregon State pretty easily. But when he went one-on-one with Toriano gave him the business quite a bit. And it was very impressive to me. So, him in the 7th, that would be something I would definitely be okay with as a potential like 3rd or 4th tight end. So
the Ravens took Jalen Armour Davis. Then the Panthers traded up, and the Panthers are taking Brandon Smith, the Penn State linebacker. I actually kind of like Brandon Smith. Obviously, I wouldn't be trading up for a day 3 linebacker, but obviously a high grade on their board. And I kind of like Brandon Smith. He is very athletic, huge, 6'4", 250, really athletic. Some good flashes in coverage as a zone guy. He just takes up a ton of space. Very on-brand type of pick for them. I don't think he's soft. Some people said that. I don't think he's soft. I think he plays aggressive and hard. He just right now isn't strong enough, and he loses some battles because of that. So, yes, he needs to improve a lot before he's ready to play a full-time snap count. No question there. Getting closer to the Bucs being on the clock, though, here as the Panthers just selected. Was that 120? Is that?
That was 120.
Okay, so 120, the Panthers select, and the Bucs will obviously pick at 133.
Patriots are now on the clock.
So Patriots up. Let's keep looking at the best available. We don't think they're going to draft another offensive lineman. That room is pretty full. So let's go to edge rusher Tyreek Smith from Ohio State. It is thin, by the way. This group there's a lot of players that come off the board. Smith I liked at the Senior Bowl. He's kind of a speed rusher. I don't really know if I expect the Bucs to take an edge rusher, though. It's a draft one. I think they'll probably sign one in free agency.
I was going to say there's a roster spot open from currently with Jason Pierre-Paul not being re-signed at this point. So I think that's important to give that context. They could always come back to him later on down the line.
Yeah.
So there's certainly a roster spot there. Whether they would use a draft asset on it remains to be seen. I'm just looking at my edges. So I think the top guy for me is somebody you are not high on, which is Kingsley Egbare.
Did he come off? He wasn't listed there, and that's interesting. I wonder why they didn't have him listed on this site.
So Tyreek Smith out of Ohio State, Isaiah Thomas out of Oklahoma. Those would be the last 3 edges on my board. And I definitely like Kingsley above the other 2.
Yeah, Kingsley is also my top edge left. Yeah, by a long shot. So, yeah, there's one guy sitting there at least. Defensive tackle's honestly looking pretty decent right now. And we'll come back to it in a second. Let me
just hasn't really been touched a lot in the draft so far.
The Patriots are taking Jack Jones, the former USC corner who went to Arizona State, has bounced around. That's who the Patriots are taking. Then Minnesota traded up, right? Or no?
Traded back. I think.
Minnesota traded back. The Raiders came up.
Okay,
so you had Jalen Armour-Davis to the Ravens, Brandon Smith to the Panthers. Patriots traded up and took Jack Jones, the corner from USC, and now the Raiders are on the clock at 122.
Yep. So, corner, I would say, is a position where you have a lot of guys who have been talked about in the draft, still available.
Corner? Are you saying corner?
Corner.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we real quickly just touch on defensive tackle?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
I just want to.
I thought you were going to circle back.
Yeah, we did mention these guys, but Clyde Davis and Matthew Butler are now probably 2 of the top targets.
I would love either one of those at this spot.
At 133. So keep an eye on those names. Even as you get further down, I think there's guys that can play at this point in the draft. I mean, Ogbonia from UCLA. I don't know if I love him for the Bucs, but he could probably play. Thomas Booker.
I thought he was selected.
He's not. I don't think he's been selected. No, he's still on the board here. I don't know.
Okay, I may have gotten him wrong.
Thomas Booker from Stanford as well can play a little bit. So
that's probably
is off the board. Eric Johnson from Missouri State is an interesting player as well. John Ridgway is a run stuffer from Arkansas, but he's still available here. So so there's some players here I think that are liked at defensive tackle. Let's skip linebacker for a second and jump to corner because I know you had some points you want to make. This is probably Josh Joby from Alabama, who I do not like at all, but he is still out there. Monteric Brown from Arkansas, who I didn't watch. Tariq Woolen, Zion McCollum, Joshua Williams from Fayetteville State.
Mario Goodrich.
Yeah, Tariq Castro Fields, Mario Goodrich.
Mikel Wright.
Kalen Barnes from Baylor, a lot of people thought would go.
And Jermaine Waller.
Definitely a lot of corners. Isaac Taylor Stewart from USC.
So if you don't mind, I think let's just kind of pause on that one. There are a lot of guys with some amazing athletic traits, but you would argue that the mental part of cornerback, it's one of those positions where
I think technically,
okay, technical.
Movement skills are just different at that position depending on what scheme you're in. Obviously, if you're in a press man scheme, and that's if you have a guy like Tariq Woolen and you have a guy like Zion McCollum, you'd love them to be press man corners because of their size and athleticism. But I think to be that, you have to be able to be technically sound, read releases and things like that. So there's a lot that goes into it. By the way, the Raiders just took Zamir White with the 122nd pick in the draft. So running back to the Raiders. And this is weird. I mean, Isaiah Spiller's in free fall. We just found it, by the way, Scott. The quote, Doug Kyatt had 2 sources that told him a couple weeks ago Isaiah Spiller would be a high second-round pick with a possibility of sneaking into the first. And now he's in free fall.
And, well, John and I figured out who the 2 sources were. His agent and his mother.
I thought you were going to say John Ledger and Scott Running.
I was not the source on that. I would never have suggested a running back going in the first round. Safety, Verone McKinley is still on the board.
Yes.
Smoke Monday. Tyson Anderson, a lot of people really liked him. He's still on the board. Marquise Bell from Florida A&M. I think JC likes him.
He does.
Wanye Thomas from Georgia Tech.
Yusuf Corker.
Heard really good things about Quentin Lake from UCLA, safety, leading up to, and would not mind seeing him as a Buck at all. Leading up to the draft, heard really good things about him.
From a schematic fit perspective, I would say probably the 2 that I would identify for the Bucs would be Yusuf Corker. He is strictly a strong safety, profiles that, and Smoke Monday.
Okay. I didn't watch either of those guys really, but I know Smoke Monday because of his name obviously would be a great pick.
It is a first-round name, absolutely. Rachaad White had a first-round college jersey or uniform, and then Smoke Monday has a – I wonder how much everyone who likes Rachaad White is going to like him in a different uniform. Does that reduce the scouting report when you put him into – I like the Bucs uniforms, but it's no Arizona State.
Right. And there goes Isaiah Spiller to the Chargers. The Chargers, man, not many picks, but they're having a really good draft.
Yes,
Got Zion Johnson and Isaiah Spiller, 2 of my favorite players in the draft. So great stuff by the Chargers who continue to build that thing the right way. They got JT Woods as well. You like JT Woods, didn't you?
I did like JT Woods quite a bit.
So put him with Derwin James and Nasir Adderley, and you've got a pretty deep safety room now.
I had JT Woods in the same range as Brian Cook and Nick Cross, who you and I were both pretty high on.
Oh wow! So you like Woods that much? I didn't get to watch Woods.
Yeah, I liked him in that same range. Absolutely. So the Chargers doesn't surprise me that they're having a good draft.
Tackling, that's JT Woods' issue, right?
Mm-hmm.
Has the range though. He will play. He will be the Adderley. He'll push Adderley and then maybe take over for Adderley. I believe in a contract year.
He over pursues in the running game, which is part of his tackling issue. He has a lean frame too.
Yeah.
6'2",
get in the weight room.
Yep.
Get yoked. All right, who's on the clock here?
It would be
Chargers took Isaiah Spiller. Raiders took Zamir White. So the running backs are going strong here in day 3.
Cleveland.
So Cleveland's on the clock. 124. Bucs are about 9 selections away here. We've seen Dameon Pierce go in the round 4. We've seen who else? And then we just saw back-to-back Zamir White and Isaiah Spiller. So,
which continues to make me perplexed at that 49ers pick yesterday.
Man, that 49ers pick was crazy. Tyrion Davis-Price at 96 in the draft. I think, something like that. Yeah. So now for me, Tyler Algier is easily the top back left on my board. Peter Strong from South Dakota State is around. Kyron Williams for you, Notre Dame.
Algier's number 1 for me, and he has been. I had him over Spiller. He was running back 2 in my.
I think he will be the running back that gets taken on day 3. I'm not surprised at all that he's on the board. So I think he'll be the running back that gets taken later. That ends up becoming just a solid back in the NFL. Like he could be a star. He could be your bell cow for a year.
James Robinson.
They'll always try to replace him, but then he'd end up being better than that. And so that's how I see him.
So, and then somebody, for this, we were talking about like some of the other picks. Somebody I would really love for the 7th round, even though at this point the room is full. He could be an undrafted free agent, and I would love for them to pick him up. I just love the talent of Marcus McKethan out of North Carolina as an interior offensive lineman.
Have you happened to look where he is on the consensus board?
Not on consensus. Okay. Dane Brugler had him as a priority free agent, I believe.
And you had him where in third round?
I had talent-wise,
wow.
third
He's
round.
the last player on the consensus board.
Oh, there you go.
He's 300.
It
He's
shows
dead
you
last.
I am on a limb on this one.
Well, you got it. I did with Michael Onwenu. This is one of the times it worked out. It also doesn't work out that often.
Right.
On Michael Onwenu, I was like that. Everybody had him like the 5th, 6th round. It wasn't maybe not this low, but and I was like, I think this guy's a lock starter in the NFL, and obviously he's been good for the Patriots, and will start for them this year. So
6'6", 3 feet in all 86 innings.
Yeah. A kicker just came off the board.
Oh,
Cade York, LSU kicker.
Before punt god.
Yes.
Everybody was
the Browns.
certain.
The Browns have pulled the trigger. Analytics led Browns pulling the trigger on the kicker in the 4th round.
All right, I'm gonna look for him on my board.
All hail analytics. Drafting a kicker in the 4th round.
Oh man. Well, you know, I've heard of teams that took one in the second. Yeah.
Analytics? No, that's too close to something weird. Trying to see if there's a way.
Kickalytics?
Analytics kicker. Analytics 4th round kicker.
Oh.
Cade York.
Now, somebody that I think showed out at Senior Bowl who's still on, not really a Bucs fit. Calvin Austin was somebody you.
Yeah.
He
Well,
did
he's
really
speedy.
well there.
Yeah. He'll come off the board here in the next.
Short area quickness,
Yeah,
right? He had some pretty good moves to just shake defenders.
Yeah, no question. Short. Yeah. Very, very short area. Very short area moves.
Shorter than Jalen Darden.
Is he really shorter than Darden? He's 5'7", Austin. Darden was what? 5'8". 5'8", yeah. Browns just picked, and so now it's the Dolphins at 125. It's their second pick of the
I
draft.
believe it is their second pick of the draft.
Second pick of the draft. Trying to think. Vikings, then Patriots, Ravens, Cowboys, Ravens, Titans, Packers, Bucs. This should go fairly quickly. So zeroing in on that Bucs pick, it feels like DB here.
Yeah, I was trying to think of the position that still are pretty deep. Corner, interior defensive line, and running back, I would say, are probably the 3 deepest positions at this point when you're looking at talent and value. I tell you, somebody who is still on the board and whoever gets him at this point is going to get great value is Zach Tom out of Wake Forest. Mm-hmm. Interior offensive lineman, probably just a center. And that's probably why he's still on the board, because just so few teams need a center. And a lot of the centers in this draft class really don't profile with a lot of positional flexibility. So they're center only. So you have to have a real need for one of them to come off the board. So somebody like Cam Jurgens, obviously Tyler Linderbaum kind of highlighted that class. But many of those guys you don't really see them playing guard. And Zach Tom, I think, is very similar in that way.
Yeah. Zach Tom is a player that a lot of people were like, oh, wow, he's going to be one of the steals of this draft. I think a lot of people have been in his corner. And I thought maybe because of that, he'd end up going higher, but I don't see it so far.
He's smart. He's quick off the ball. He has the footwork to mirror a match. He's got good movement skills. So I think his zone scheme is probably best for him. But you worry with his size, and from what I saw on the tape, does he have a good enough anchor, especially on the interior? And then if he misses his punch, he ends up leaning a ton.
Eric Izukanma to the Dolphins, the wide receiver from Texas Tech. So one of the few wide receivers we mentioned, maybe he could be a Buc, and it's not going to go down that way. So Bucs are we're 126 right now with the Vikings. Bucs select at 133, and so it's coming up.
One thing I haven't heard about Miami, which I think is going to be interesting, they ran such a unique defense, right? There are only 2 or 3 teams in the NFL that ran that Belichick style defense, and I haven't heard whether they're going to keep that scheme with Mike McDaniels now as the head coach.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I believe that they will probably defensively they kept what they'll do, and then offensively it'll be very much outside zone heavy. But what they do in the passing attack, will be interesting because it's going to be a revolver around Tua to a degree.
Yep.
And what his limitations are. So yeah, what kind of players they've brought in will have a lot to do with this too. I mean, obviously Tyreek Hill and what he brings to them, but this pick with Izukanma will be a developmental. I'm sure if he gives us something, great. If he doesn't, with it this year.
Tyreek Hill, he can play in so many different roles.
Correct.
But it's going to have to change a lot coming from Kansas City and what Mahomes can do versus what Tua can do.
Right.
I don't see Tua being able to get him the deep ball a ton. So I think it's going to be a lot more schemed, shorter stuff that Tyreek can do, and then focus on his ability to win after the catch and gain yards that way.
Yeah, I think it's actually funny. He's not really done that much in the deep passing game compared to what you think over the last couple of years with Hill. It's been, or especially last year.
Maybe I just still have the Carlton Davis.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. Yeah.
Stuck in my head.
And this past year, I think, was his lowest average in a while for Hill. And just in terms of how teams were playing him, they had to use him underneath way more. So, all right, the Vikings are up here. And the Vikings traded again with Vegas again. So the Vikings move back to the Raiders come up from 165. And they only gave up 169.
That's not bad.
That seems pretty good.
Yeah.
To come up 40 spots in it?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that one's pretty decent.
Yeah.
I literally just closed out mine.
Yeah, no worries. I don't think it'd be. So the Vikings are, getting pick 126, and they have been pretty aggressive here as an analytics team. They are trading up. We've seen the Vikings trade up twice as an analytics team, and we've seen the Browns take a kicker as an analytics team. So I don't know what it all means, except that probably not as many analytics making decisions there as we thought there was.
I would think that's the case.
Ravens, by the way, are about to pick at 128 and 130, and they've already had an unreal draft. Ravens have probably had one of the best drafts I've seen, considering how bad this class is. I mean, I'm not even a big Faalele fan, but they waited till 110 to take them. And they get more out of those guys than other people in their scheme. Get in people's way. That's how they coach their tackles.
I'm trying to think, who's Lamar going to throw the ball to?
Nobody. Nobody. They won't throw the ball, actually. They're going to not do that. Yeah. Rashad Bateman last year was one of their top picks.
And of course, they've got the tight end.
Mark Andrews.
Yeah, Mark Andrews. Yep. Right. So
getting Gus Edwards back, we're getting J.K. Dobbins back. It's going to be wishbone.
Yeah. Gus Edwards, J.K. Dobbins. They've got
quarterback power.
Linderbaum and Faalele up front. They got 4 defenders here. They're ready. Did they trade Miles? No, they let Miles Boykin go. The Steelers claimed him, I think, off waivers. So yeah, there's very few options for them at wideout at this point. I think can be difference makers players. Bucs best bets all still on the board. I don't think any of the Bucs best bets have come on.
Devin Duvernay.
Oh, Duvernay. Yeah, he was injured last year. I want to say. James Prochet. Yeah, something about it. Okay, so the Raiders. Did the Raiders trade up with the Vikings?
The Raiders.
Oh, the Raiders trade up. The Vikings traded back.
Yeah.
Okay, slandered the Vikings for no reason. Sorry about that. Neil Farrell, the nose tackle from LSU, is the Raiders pick here. Again, I would say I wasn't a big fan of that. So good.
If they need a nose tackle, I'm fine with it. I think he's got the best pass rush set out of all the nose tackles still available.
Yeah.
I think it's a very limited ceiling.
I'm not a big fan of this pick. I think there are better defensive tackles on the board. I don't get this one. But it's Raiders, even a new regime. I'm not going to understand a lot of what they do, probably. So, and then Pierre Strong is going to the Patriots here. Another running back off the board. Not surprised by that one.
Nope.
Patriots cannot help themselves. How is this team drafting a running back? They have 8 running backs on the roster that can all play.
Yep.
J.J. Taylor has no chance. My guy J.J. Taylor has no chance. Sickening. He deserved better.
You got Ramondre Stevens. You got
what a draft they've had. Cole Strange, Tyquan Thornton from Baylor.
I like
trading
him.
up at 50 though. Trading.
I'm not
up
saying I
wide
liked him at
receivers on the board.
50. I think consensus was lower than they needed to be on him because he's not just a track star. He's got some legitimate wide receiver traits.
He
can run some routes.
I haven't studied him. So
I liked him a decent amount. So
Um,
I did not have him at 50.
Then Marcus Jones, the 5'8", 174-pound corner, and Jack Jones, who has had a bunch of off-the-field stuff. And how old is Jack Jones at this point? He's also a tiny corner. This is just a weird – talk about a team that just eschews analytics completely. They don't care about length or size. A corner, they're just out here taking guys. That's not right. How old is Jack Jones at this point? It feels like he has been – okay, so he is 24 and a half almost at corner. I mean, your tape would have to be so good for you to be my board. At 20 and a half, he ran a 4.5 40. He's 171 pounds at the combine. They're out there taking pint-sized quarterbacks, trading up to 50 for wide receivers who are going to get blown over by a stiff breeze, taking over Chattanooga offensive lineman in round 1, Scott. I mean, Tom Brady just absolutely broke this team. Patriots are broken. I hope you're reading this, Ben Volen. I hope you're watching the show.
Stiff.
Enjoy this. Enjoy this. Enjoy watching those corners get thrown over, flailing at the air that's knocking your second-round wide receiver over. This is bad.
Eventually, all dynasties must crumble.
This is the dynasty crumbling. You were right, Scott. Pierre Strong, South Dakota State, running back in a room with 15 running backs. I guess that's what you need when your quarterback can't throw if there's a little bit of a breeze outside, and your wide receiver can't stand up if there's a little bit of a breeze outside. That's snow, man. Tyquan Thornton's going to be feeling that in his bones.
There's your wishbone.
Brittle little
Scott.
bones.
There's your wishbone offense.
Working his Buffalo.
No, I'm kidding. I'm joking if you're a Patriots. Yeah, we do have Patriots fans in here, probably. I'm just joking.
I wonder how JC feels about it.
Oh, yeah, that's right, JC.
JC, if you're in the chat, let us know about that.
JC,
pick.
how you feeling, bud? Sorry about that rant. 128, the Ravens are on the clock here. We'll see some good drafting for a change, probably. 128, 130 for the Ravens.
And in between it, you're going to have Dallas, who's just going to go however Jerry's whims are.
Yeah, Jerry's so far. Tyler Smith, Sam Williams, very toolsy, 2 first picks.
Jalen Tolbert.
Tolbert, yeah.
Yeah, I like that one.
That was a good pick. Yeah,
Yep.
Good value there. Okay, Ravens pick is in. We probably have the player. Who's the highest player on the board? That's probably who it'll be. The consensus board.
You've got consensus.
Charlie Kohler. There it is. I mean, literally, it's like they have the consensus board in front of them. They're just drafting off of it. I mean, just absolutely outstanding. This is an all-timer draft, considering the context of the class. Pretty impressive stuff. And they pick again in a second.
Talk about a smart business move if they just got rid of their scouting department and literally just used the consensus board, saving all the money on the scouting department and still drafting
That's right.
better than everybody else. Their scouting budget would be a subscription to The Athletic.
It's pretty affordable and very worth it. They get the Beast. Yeah. The Beast from Dane Bergler and
then the consensus bar
board.
from board from RF.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. Buck pick coming up here very soon. So Charlie Kohler to the Ravens. Man, the AFC is going to be an absolute nightmare to play in.
Sam Howell still on the board.
Cowboys going to do it? Sam Howell? Cowboys thinking about it?
I don't know. The pick is in.
Wow. Sam Howell was once talked about as the number 1 overall pick. Not this year, but
Early in
his
the
career. Yeah, his
well, I was
freshman
going to
year.
even say.
His freshman year, they said he was going to be that. That was his future.
I was going to say.
Very
thought,
Jake. Was it Jake Fromm? Jake Frommish. Who else? The Brad Kaya from Miami.
Yeah.
Has
I
that
thought
vibe.
even early in the college season, they were talking about it. Or maybe I'm thinking 1 year ago. I know he lost a lot of weapons.
Yeah.
And that really.
Yeah, that did. Jake Ferguson just went off the board of the
Ooh.
Cowboys. So back-to-back tight ends, Kohler, Ferguson. So let's check best available at tight end now. And it's putting in the likely Okonkwo, Mitchell. We're just pure
dog
pass catcher type of guys. There's probably no tight end here. So take tight end off the board for the Bucs here. I think take quarterback and running back obviously off the board and offensive line. So wide receiver is the only offensive option I really see here. I think this pick is probably going to be defense. It's probably going to be a secondary player or a defensive tackle. There's still some Matthew Butler, he's still available. Would love to see that be the pick. That would be awesome.
You think any team follows Mark Schofield's recommendation on Skyler and actually draft him? Because you said he was pretty high on
Who was it?
K-State quarterback.
Skylar Thompson.
Yeah.
You
said
seventh.
You said
Let's see.
Mark Schofield
Yeah.
was pretty high on
Mark
him.
Schofield, a couple other personnel people around college football that I talked to that do draft boards were high on him as well. Liked him a lot. Yeah.
One that I'm a little surprised hasn't come off the board yet. Offensive lineman out of Georgia, Jamari Sawyer.
Mm-hmm.
So he played left tackle for Georgia. I think a lot of people see him more as a guard. He's big and he has some pretty good tape. I'm a little surprised he's still on the board. I'm not surprised my guy Kyron Williams is still on the board.
Right.
Still have belief in him.
Still right. Running back, absolutely believe to the bitter end.
Yep.
No question.
Scott, I'm sure will take his victory lap when I'm absolutely dead wrong on that one. Kyron.
There are probably more top 100 offensive linemen still left, even though there's been a few selected. Darian Kennard, Rasheed Walker, Chris Paul from Tulsa, Zach Tom, who we mentioned,
Yep.
Jamari Salyer, Kellen Deesh from Arizona State,
Lycidas Smith,
Marquise Hayes from Oklahoma,
Yep.
Thayer Munford, Lycidas Smith, yes, all there, Donovan West from Arizona State. So there are
Chasing
plenty of
Hines
guys
out
that
of
nobody
LSU.
would have batted an eye at any of those dudes in the top 100.
No, not at all.
So that's
Yeah.
the falling position right now, I feel like. All right, let's see what the Ravens' next pick is after Ferguson to the Cowboys. They got another tight end.
So with the Ferguson pick, Cowboys continue to have a pretty good draft.
Yeah, it's an interesting draft for sure. Oh, so the Ravens went Jordan Stout here. Who is Jordan Stout? Is he a punter? They go specialist here.
Second here. He was definitely not somebody I looked at.
That doesn't sound like a name I'm familiar with. Jordan Stout.
Punter. Yep. Number 2 punter out of Penn State.
Yeah.
Had a 5th round grade from Dane Brugler.
Yeah.
31 and 3/8 inch arms, which I'm sure is very important when scouting
Yeah,
big
big
punters.
Yeah, you want to be able to reach the ball before it gets. Obviously, when you're long snap, cut the time from the snap to the punt when you can reach it sooner.
Fair enough.
So big for punters to have long arms. If you don't, you're probably off my board.
Okay.
No, I'm just making that.
All right.
It's-
I mean,
I'm-
this is the analysis you are not getting anywhere.
Not we're talking about all that. I don't think so. I do not think so. Talking about punter arm
You know what?
length.
I'm going to do a little.
What's Matt Arazia's arm length?
His arms are 30 and a half.
You wonder why he hasn't been drafted and why he wasn't the first punter off the board? That's why, ladies and gentlemen.
No.
All you thought he was going to go in the 4th round. Well, stubby arms.
That is very, very
I mean,
interesting.
we're not
analysis.
talking Roger McCreary. He's a Roger McCreary of punters.
Punt demigod.
Punt demigod,
He's not
yes.
a punt guy.
Right, he's not a punt god.
Just a demigod.
Well,
He should have to
if
legally
Ryan
change it.
Stonehouse goes before him,
It's
then
gonna
he'll be punt mortal. Yeah, mortal.
be-
Yeah,
yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Now,
Okay, so the Bucs are very close to being on the clock here. We got to not forget about that as we joke around. 131, the Titans. 132, the Packers. Then the Bucs here. Man, the Packers already selected a defensive tackle. Have the Titans? No, and they could. In Tennessee, Matthew Butler's a local guy. We are going to be white knuckling it here.
now they've got a couple of solid interior
Yeah,
defensive
they
linemen.
could use another guy. I think
Okay.
because they lost Daquan Jones
Yeah.
and they lost somebody else. I'm forgetting.
Let's
Oh,
see.
please, Titans. Please don't do it. Don't take the
And they've
local
spent
dude.
a lot of money on edge, or they're about to as well.
Yes, they have Danico Autry, Harold Landry, and Bud Dupree have all been paid by the Titans at this point. Oh, Titans, don't do this to us. Let us get this Bucs best bet, Titans. Please, Titans.
Now, would you say any of the defensive tackles left on the board would be off-ball defensive tackles?
No, none of those.
None of
in this
them
class.
qualify.
That was a special exception. Special exception for Ed Oliver. That's not. You don't get that in every class. You don't get those kind of guys. Jordan Stout from Penn State breaks the seal on the punters, and we will have 2 more punters, we would assume, unless Raj's arm length keeps them off the board, that eventually go in the draft as well. Maybe more. I don't know. I don't scout punters.
I was gonna say, I mean, that's got to be the most. There are going to be some questions, I would think.
One time, Titans.
With Baltimore.
Hassan Haskins. Boom. Let's go. Titans took a bad running back at 131. 132. The Packers are on the clock, and the Packers have already taken a defensive tackle, right? I don't think could it be Matthew Butler time, Scott? Do you think? Yeah, could be. Could be. Or DB. Let's look at some of the DB options.
Quite a few.
Zion McCollum and Tariq Woolen are both still on the board.
Would you be okay with them at this point? I know you would.
At this point, sure. Yeah, I mean, again, I don't have high expectations for him. But yeah, if Zion were the pick, I mean, that's a fun upside, developmental guy. You need a guy like that in the cooker, given the free agent status of everybody else. What about safety? Is there anybody you like at safety? You went deeper in safety than me. My guys are all fun.
I mean, I don't know if I necessarily like them, but, fit the profile of a strong safety. Yusuf Corker would be here. I think I have Tyson Anderson a little higher. Corker, I think, would be more of a fit. So those would be the 2 there. I still think it's a little early for Smoke Monday.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I wouldn't be reaching there.
So I think Scott's
Go on, Packers. Leave him on the board.
Scott's going to be coming back on with you for the Bucs pick, correct, Scott?
No. Or second after we might do a pick, and then Scott and Matt are going to jump in for us here very shortly. So
in that case, before the Bucs pick, and because I'm not sure if I'll get back on before I have to head out, I do want to take a minute. I do want to say, I've been a Pewter Report fan for a long time, and it was December 30th, 2020. It was the first time I sent you a direct message.
Oh, was that the first time?
It's the first time I sent you a direct message through Twitter. And you were kind enough to get back to me.
Nice.
And I've enjoyed your content, and you were very inspirational because you basically inspired me to start writing about the Bucs. Nice. And it was around the start of the 2021 season that I sent you a random article I wrote about Chris Godwin and TJ Watt, of all people. And
with some very awesome title.
There's your link, right? Those two make a lot of sense together. And you took the time to read it. You took the time to give me some feedback, which you did not have to do. We direct messaged a bunch before I ever became a part of Pewter Report. I remember I made an offhanded comment about one of my kids being sick, and you immediately showed concern. You've been an amazing mentor. You've given me some very direct and fantastic feedback over the years. I think over the months. It's really only been months. It's felt like years. It felt like a lot of really great years, but it's really only been a couple months. And the Bucs are on the clock, right? So I need to finish this up pretty quick, but you gave me my shot. And for that, I will always be very grateful. And you've been fantastic. And even in the short time that I've been with Pewter Report, I think I've made a lot of advances just through the feedback that you and Scott have both given me. I'm so glad that I got to actually meet you in person. So John and I actually met in person for the first time yesterday. But the time that we've been able to interact has been very special for me, and I want to thank you for that.
I appreciate you saying that. That means a lot to me, honestly. I think that you are underselling yourself, though. You're persistent for months. I told you this season it was going to be hard for me to throw my mind around off-season stuff, but I knew you knew the cap, and I knew you were smart. I knew you watched the show and were committed. And every young journalist out there, everybody who wants to get into this field should hear your story and what you want to do, because full-time job, family, all that stuff. And you said, I want to do this, and I'm going to see where I'm at, and I start. And that's what you said, and you kept at it, and you wrote stuff, and you offered thoughts on our pods and say, hey, nobody's doing this, and I think this would be cool. And I saw the value in it all the way. And it was just a matter of getting to the off season, having the time to sit down with you and chat via StreamYard and chat and interview you and talk to you. And it was an easy decision from there. And I'm just so glad I made it. Everything you've done for our site has made it just so much better. The content has been so much better. Your thought process, you're kind of when I think about all the people we've added to Pewter Report, when you add diverse thought and opinions and backgrounds to a group of people and perspectives and vantage points, like you understand the cap and a lot of that kind of stuff, you get a way better result. That's what we've done at Pewter Report over the last year. And because of that, that's how much better we've gotten. So we'll get back to that in a second. But the Bucs are picking Jake Camarda, a punter. Not even any of the punters we talked about.
Oh my god! No way!
On his arms.
Jason Licht gives you a puncher on your way out.
Goodness.
Punter.
A punter.
That would be the pick that I'm on for because I've jokingly talked about taking a razor.
Enough.
National champion.
Although-
Georgia Bulldog.
Not long enough.
Although his wingspan is almost 75 inches.
Sheesh.
I don't know how often you're grabbing the ball.
A
like
punter.
this.
Hey, they're going to save cap space, though.
The chat has got to be.
Goodbye, Bradley.
Hold on, we've got to post some of the chat
Goodbye,
reactions.
Bradley.
I see an F minus. I didn't know that was possible.
Oh, yeah. 2 horrific drafts. Light punting John out the door, someone said. Punter. Mistake.
Oh.
WTF. No, not punt god. The funny thing is, they're not mad there's a punter.
No,
They're just
mad that it's not a
They're
razor.
only mad that it's not Rachaad. Y'all would have loved Rachaad.
Oh,
You feel very strong about your punting analysis, all of you, that you're willing to be mad about this. You would not have been mad about Rachaad. Just be honest.
you know what's funny is the 33rd team did an analysis on Punt God and said, you know, he could be in the 4th round if he's as good as advertised. Apparently, NFL teams feel like the value's there for punters, and not just one NFL team, 2.
Bucs time 12.
2 punters.
Terrible drafts. Terrible. I don't know. What's the second terrible draft?
I
John
think a
goes
lot
out
of
by way of punting.
I think a lot of people didn't like last year's. Oh my goodness!
Brian, appreciate the
How do you
$20
like that
super
Kyle
chat.
Trask pick now?
Yeah.
Trask at the end of the 2nd, or Camarda
Not even.
in the 4th?
How good? Let's look. Does Camarda have a scouting report
I
on
have-
here? Does
I
anybody
don't
bother to
think-
scout
no,
these guys?
I don't think so. No,
Camarda.
he just puts the rankings. He doesn't give us his process. Dane, why?
Dane,
Why?
tell us why. What did you see
we
in
get-
Camarda as a punter?
Can we get Dane on?
Did
not
you
busy
feel like
right now, right?
Yeah, I'm sure he's not busy. He only has a 74 7/8 wingspan.
I know.
To me, that's just unacceptable. You can't take a punter under 75-inch wingspan.
The 2 guys behind him on Dane's list.
And he's 193
76 and
pounds.
76.
I want my punters to be at least 195. To me, it's an unacceptable pick.
He'll eat a cheeseburger before the presser.
Better bulk up before the presser. Tell us we need to know what his playing weight's going to be this season.
Oh
I
my
think that's what we're going to
goodness.
find out. Where can we find analysis on Jake Camarda? Camarda, he's not in the PFF guide at all, is he?
I don't
No,
think so.
They don't care about this at all. Wow. I'm stunned. I really didn't think it was going to happen. And not even Rachaad.
The most impressive element of Camarda's scouting report as an NFL draft prospect is his consistency.
That's good. Consistency in a punter is very good.
He has boomed a punt over 60 yards in each of his 4 years with the Bulldogs.
Years ago.
Furthermore, aside from his first season with the program, his punt average has been within 0.4 yards year on year.
He does kickoffs too.
And does he kick when he kicks off? Does he kick the
kick
ball
it
in
in
bounds? That's
Yeah,
a good question. Like,
Yeah.
I am not sure. I mean, been a while since we've seen that
So
consistently.
this
so-
is from Pro Football Network.
okay. It says here, can Camarda follow in these footsteps of other punters and hear his name called in the draft? Yes, that doesn't tell us anything about him as a player. Thank you. Anything else?
I
Below it?
think the most impressive
That's
thing.
it.
Here
Oh,
we go.
consistency. Okay, although he may not have the same caliber of leg cannon of a fellow punter, Matt Rachaad, Camarda still possesses excellent leg strength. He had a career-long 68-yard punt this season against Alabama. Furthermore, he's hit multiple 60-plus yard punts in each of his seasons with the Bulldogs. In 2019, 2 of his career 60-yard punts came in suboptimal conditions versus Kentucky, showcasing his ability to perform in poor conditions. Great scouting here by Pro
There
Football
you
Network.
go.
Wow.
Oh, there's more.
More. Punting is more than just hammering the ball down the field. True. Utilizing your punter to flip field position requires accuracy and placement. In this regard, Camarda is comfortably the best in the 2022 NFL draft class. He routinely pins the opposition behind the 20-yard line with his punts and has multiple punts down within the 10-yard line. Multiple could mean 2, but we will assume it's more than that. Camarda gets excellent hang time on his punts, allowing the punt unit to get downfield and make a play. With his combination of efficient ball handling, clean striking and elevation, Camarda has just one blocked punt in his college career. He's rarely flustered by opposition pressure. Good. You need a punter with some, that's good.
Nerves of steel.
Nerves of steel. Has shown that he can perform in the biggest of games. Where did he go to college again? Penn State?
Georgia.
Georgia. National championship punter. With his combination of consistency, reliability, accuracy, and leg strength, Camarda should have a long career in the NFL.
All right. How many people had Jacoby Dean being drafted closer to Jake Camarda than Jordan Davis? Because I'm pretty sure they're closer.
Yeah.
There's your interesting factoid.
That's great. I'm on board after reading that.
Yeah,
I love it.
I think that was the
Save
most
some money.
excitingly read punter
I would
scouting
never
report
have to
ever.
punter in the 4th round. I've never.
It's the kickoffs too.
And the kickoffs too. Yeah, and the kickoffs too. Yeah, a big part of it as well. So he'll do kickoffs? We didn't say he'll do kickoffs.
Scott
He'll do
said he
kickoffs
will.
as well. Okay, so
And also this obviously puts Bradley Pinion on notice.
yeah, he's gone. He's gone, and they'll save the money, so that's a part of it.
$2.9 million, and it's zero dead cap.
Zero dead cap.
It's none of it's guaranteed.
Okay. So it's a money-saving move as well as potentially an upgrade. Brian Shooker, thank you very much for the $20 super chat and for always super chatting. Honestly, Brian, you always are a faithful supporter of everything we do, and we really, really appreciate that. And I appreciate your words to me a lot, honestly. Appreciate yours as well, Josh. Like I was saying before, the Bucs blew our minds. You have exemplified everything that somebody starting out in business should try to go accomplish in this field. And because of that, it was honestly a great honor and pleasure to bring you on board. And it's made our whole entire operation so much better. And I'm really excited to continue to obviously work with you behind the scenes for a while as we transition everything, but also to continue to see where this thing takes you. And, you've got your starting film pieces today and you're doing draft analysis. We never talked about that stuff originally. It was just cap stuff and money stuff when it came up. And now you're just expanding and chasing stuff, and you're a sponge. You want to learn. You want feedback on everything. I feel bad I can't give you more feedback because of how busy I am, but I'm going to hopefully be able to give you more now that I'm not as busy with that stuff. That's something I want to focus more of my time on doing, is giving feedback to young writers and stuff. But yeah, it's been awesome. You've been a great addition to the show and everything too, and you've taken to it quickly. And it's funny, it's so much fun for me to watch people who've never done this for a living come in and find out that they have a niche and they know stuff, and you can come on here and you can talk about other teams and you figure out everything else, but you have the passion for it and you have an area of expertise with it, and you just run with it and you figure out everything else. So it's been awesome. I've absolutely loved it.
I've had so much fun.
Good.
He
I'm glad.
wears number 90.
And he wear number 90. Camarda. Number 90 is a punter. Actually, I don't know. That might take
JPP just unfollowed him.
Pat McAfee said positive things about the pick. We need to know what Pat McAfee's comments are now.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
Matt, tweet at Pat McAfee Show, please, and from the Pewter Report account, and ask him, please give us your scouting thoughts on the Bucs' new punter, and let's see if he replies. He has replied to us before. I know he's probably a little bit busy, but maybe not on a Saturday.
Yeah, I don't know if he's got
Is he doing some WWE stuff on the Saturday?
I think that's Friday night.
You know what this reminds me of, though?
Yeah.
For Bucs fans, and I don't even hate Bradley Pinion like this, but this reminds me of The Office when Toby's leaving and Michael's singing "Goodbye, Toby" to him, and this is "Goodbye, Bradley." This is Bucs fans singing that to him right now, because all the times he put those kicks out of bounds last year, there.
Now I did have that as a part. Well, not the pick, but I definitely did have Bradley Pinion going in my Bucs battle plan. Yeah, I think I had replacing him as well as the kicker.
Let's get up on some of the other picks. The Chiefs took Joel Williams, the Fayetteville State corner, who I was not very high.
The 49ers took guard Spencer Burford.
Okay.
Yep.
And then went Joshua Williams from Fayetteville State. So Fayetteville State corner goes over Woolen and Collins. Interesting. Court Bolsa, Bengals 136. Good pick by them. 137. The Patriots are on the clock, and then the Steelers will be up. And there's also obviously a long stretch right now until the Bucs' next pick.
Yep.
But they could trade up. We don't know. And we are going to, at this point, We're going to transition to Scott and Matt here very shortly, and they're going to jump on with you for a while. We're going to get something to eat, and then I'll be back at least. Josh, you have to do some. I'll be back, and we're going to start trying to get some guests on here to talk about some of the picks that the Bucs have had while we're in this lull from now until their next pick in the 7th. And obviously, we'll keep you up to date with every pick, and we'll break it all down. We'll keep talking about it, what each team's done in the draft. We'll give you a full analysis of everything that's gone on so far. But yeah, Volson is off the board. So 137, the Patriots are on the clock. The Bucs' next pick is 248 right now, and they also pick at 261. So do they package them and move up? I think we just saw a team trade 2 7s for a 6th. It's kind of an off the radar trade that didn't involve an actual selection right now. But
was that the Patriots the other day?
No, something that just happened. I didn't mention it on the air. It happened, but there was picks happening, and it didn't actually relate to any of the picks. It was just something that happened. Oh, by the way, this happened. It doesn't have anything to do with what's happening in the draft right now.
Did anybody like the punter pick? I mean,
some people have liked the punter pick for sure. And I appreciate all these kind comments that are coming up here for me. Really appreciate those. Animal says, per Pat McAfee with a $10 super chat. Thank you. He said, let's go. First time I watched Cuddy Jake, I said, oh, that dude has a Sunday leg. He's going to do his thing in Tampa.
Sunday.
Okay, so Pat McAfee's a fan. Nice. Maybe PR could give old Josh an upgrade on that laptop for 1986. Oh, got the fire!
All right.
Ryan out here absolutely hating. Like a $5 super chat.
There is a ton of sentimental value with this. It's actually a new computer for me. When I came on to Pewter Report, my younger brother who lives with us, his name's Ben, he works for a company that refurbishes laptops, and he wanted to do something. He saw how excited I was about it. He wanted to do something for me. I've been doing it on my work laptop, which is another Lenovo. And so he brought this home one day. He said, I got this for you. So I don't care how old it is, the sentimental value, it is absolutely worth the L I just took in the comments.
Hilarious. Patriots just selected a quarterback, Baby Zapp. Zappy went over Sam Howell.
Wow.
Sam Howell slide is absolutely wild. I didn't like Sam Howell. I never have liked him.
You're not the only one.
Yeah, right. It turns out neither does anyone else. Well, maybe his family thought he would go higher, but that's about it.
JC, I think, tweeted about this yesterday that, and we talked about it over the offseason. The Bucs felt Kyle Trask would have been the number 1 quarterback in this class. There's a good chance that the rest of the NFL really feels that way as well, just based on where a lot of these guys are going.
Yeah, here Pickett, it seems like would have been the top guy.
Yeah,
pretty safe to assume the rest of the NFL probably had Pickett probably had Pickett as their top quarterback. So Steelers are on the clock here. I'll do this pick, and then we'll have Matt and Scott jump in. They might need a couple more minutes. They will. They are determined.
So who do you want the Steelers to do with this pick?
I don't even have any clue. Honestly, they should take Sam Howell. Give him 2 options.
There you go.
Heck, why not? No, I don't know. I mean, Butler. No, they already took a defensive lineman. They need to take an offensive lineman. That's what they need to do. Absolutely, they need to do.
And there's some decent.
Who are the offensive linemen available?
So you got
Rasheed Walker wouldn't be bad here. Zach Tom. What about Zach Tom?
Yeah, I think Zach Tom.
What kind of scheme fit is Zach Tom? Is he an outside zone?
Zone. Yeah,
Okay.
outside zone.
All right, they're trying to do that more of that.
Jamari Sawyer would be more of a gap scheme. He's not really great in space.
Yeah, he's a smasher.
Justin Schaffer, who also played at Georgia, right tackle.
I'm
but
glad you said his last name before you left the show because I thought it was Schaefer.
Could very well be.
Oh, I thought you knew it was Schaffer. It looks like Schaefer. I thought you said it that way. Now I feel bad. I definitely thought it was Schaefer.
Let's see here.
Dane has pronunciation.
He does. That's what's so great.
Not for him because it's clear.
Of course. And I didn't get to say this earlier because I tweeted it out, but I'm going back to the Bucs Cade Otton pick. I need to make sure. The other benefit of the Bucs taking Cade Otton is you did not have to eat your hat.
That's true. And I never said that, but I would not
I had people on that train. They were ready for it.
I would have refused to be held responsible for that. The Steelers took another wideout, Calvin Austin.
Oh, I like that.
I like Calvin Austin. I have no clue why they're taking more wideouts still. They have Chase Claypool, Deontay Johnson, and they just drafted George Pickens. Miles Boykin's there. I know they lost Juju and McLeod. James Washington. But yeah,
If they go 4 wide, would that create some more holes for Najee, or at least some space for him to operate?
I don't. If they what? If they draft the offensive lineman?
No,
If
if
actually
they
believe that-
just go 4 wide, all day long.
Yeah, I mean,
Finally create some space for him.
yeah. I mean, I would do it. I would probably.
But then you don't.
I would
get
probably try to
Freiermuth
play
on it.
less offensive lineman. Can you play offensive lineman out of the box? I would try to do that. They have a bunch of space offensive linemen. So, yeah.
Be one of those where you got the center and the quarterback, and then the rest of the offensive line lined up near the line. I've seen that in college
Yeah,
football,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. You don't need an O-line to play ball. All right, so
Yeah,
a lot of good offensive linemen still on the board.
there
too.
really are.
Like, there's a lot of guys that can help you. There's a couple guys that could start. I think.
Yep.
Even.
On
I'm surprised. I'm surprised about that.
Baltimore with their 73rd pick of this draft on the clock.
Yes, and they will have a couple more before the end of the 4th round. Oh man.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it's Baltimore, Green Bay, Baltimore, and then the Rams.
This is so funny to me. Okay, so Lawrence Lowe with the $3 super or $2 super chat. Appreciate this, Lawrence. Jason Light, top 3 bad drafts, 2016. That was Hargraves. Was that Hargraves?
Yep.
Hargraves. Okay. Obviously bad draft, no question. One of the worst drafts I've ever seen. 2021. What is bad about 2021? I don't get this. Kyle Trask, did you want him to play over Tom Brady so you can see if he's good or not?
Well, they didn't want him to take him at all.
Sure, some people did.
Yeah.
Some people did. Some people liked him. Some people didn't. But now they think because of 2021 that Kyle Trask is a bust. And I just don't know how you could. It's not like they. Some people just originally hated the pick for sure. But to act like it is a bad pick, I don't like Kyle Trask. But what has he done to prove that he was a bad draft pick? Nothing yet. So we just have to wait and see with that. Hainsey, when was he going to play? Their offensive line is loaded. They had 5 of the best starters in the league. So they weren't going to play. So I don't get criticizing that pick. JTS was great for a rookie edge rusher, especially considering he played like 15 different positions. They were running him off the ball and dropping him into coverage half the time. Like, I don't know what in the world. Now, Jalen Darden, yeah, that looks like a bad pick. And they traded up for him too. That's 4th rounder, though.
Yeah.
I mean, like, we're going to live with this. And Grant Stewart, they got one of the best special teamers. He looked like he'll be a Pro Bowl special teamer. He'll be on the Pro ballot for the Bucs, and because he has long hair, people will be recognizable to people, and he'll be a Pro Bowler.
So my challenge to Lawrence, all right, and I wasn't a huge fan of the Trask pick myself, but I'll challenge you, Lawrence. Take a look at the 3rd round from last year, okay, and tell me who you would have had the Bucs draft instead.
Yeah, don't even do that. Tell us who you would have said you would have had the Bucs draft instead that day. Because now it's easy to say.
No, I was going to say
you
even
can't even find a dude that was good.
even in retrospect. I mean,
holy moly, this 3rd
look
down
at these
is brutal.
names.
None of these dudes have done anything. So
Brady Christensen, he didn't look good for Carolina. Aleem McNeil, okay, he
keep scrolling.
he
Any of
flashed
these
a little
dudes
with Detroit.
Oh my gosh, this 3rd
Look
round
at
is-
this. Look at this. This is
Spencer
what I'm
Brown at
saying.
93 wasn't good last year, but he could be good for the Bills.
Yeah.
I think. Right tackle, that wasn't going to be the Bucs.
Look at this. Elijah Molden, maybe, but he wouldn't have been a
He
scheme
would-
fit.
He wouldn't even play last year, really. He wasn't even getting on the field. I don't think.
I'm sorry,
Ambry Thomas played for San Francisco,
Wasn't it-
but I don't know if he was.
it wasn't it Melifonwu. He's the one who did decent for Detroit last year instead of Aleem McNeil, I think. That's the only guy from the 3rd round.
You guys help Casey out. He's trying to get in. Casey.
Yeah, sure.
But
He's
seriously,
outside.
Lawrence, I would love to know who would you have drafted instead?
Yeah. Baltimore Ravens just took Isaiah Likely.
Okay,
So-
that makes sense for their scheme.
They 2 tight ends now they're selected.
Yep. Now we know who Lamar's going to throw the ball to instead
Yeah.
of Hollywood Brown.
Very true. Packers are on the clock, I believe. Yeah.
So, but that's my big thing. Like everybody says it was terrible for the picks we made. Well,
Yeah,
who
I am.
would you have chosen instead?
Yeah.
Because
2021, they drafted 32, 64,
Mhm.
and 96, I believe. Was it?
Robert
90?
Hainsey was 95.
95. It's really hard to have a good draft with those 3 picks.
I know.
And one of them was a quarterback who was no chance was going to play. So like, there's just, again, you have to look at the context of the situation. given that context, if you came away and JTS was a stud and Hainsey was a top tier backup or spot starter, I
You're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, because at 97, at 95, almost every team in the league, if not every team, will have their third round grades will be gone.
Right.
So you're for type players, which are spot starter, backup, high and backup range, in my opinion.
I mean,
so it's just really hard to do. And they also did not have hardly any space on the roster to put more players in there.
Yeah.
So if you want to criticize this year's draft, after like down the road, there's more options for them. They could have had a safety, they could have had a corner. There were more things to say. They could have done this, they could have done that. Last year, it was hard to even find space on the roster for people. Like that's just a reality. It's a very unique situation, but that was the situation they were in. So I have no issue with it. No issue with last year's draft at this point.
And this year's draft, I mean, everybody gives grades day one, but
this year's draft, I think they got a good player in Logan Hall.
Yep.
I don't know if he'll be a great player, but I think they get a good player in him. I think they got a very good player in Goedeke. I'm not crazy about Rachaad White, but he'll be a third down back for the extent of his rookie career, I bet. And he was a late third rounder. We got to keep that in mind, just same as we do with Hainsey. And Cade Otton will be a number 2 tight end, I believe. And then a punter. And we'll see if he's a good punter or not. I would not have taken the punter. I would not have taken Rachaad White. I'm fine with everything else that's happened.
Sure.
So to me, it's somebody said John's going to be a B-, give him a B- and dip. If you know one thing from listening to me on this pod, I've given you my honest truth at every single turn. If I believed it was a trash pick, I've said it. I said it about Keyshawn Vaughn. I said I didn't like the Rachaad White pick. I don't feel as strong about him as I did Vaughn. There have hardly been any picks I've disliked, to be honest. I hadn't watched Jalen Darden, but I did say trading up for a small wide receiver in the 4th was probably not a good process. But again, it was a 4th. They didn't trade much for it. So yeah, I didn't like the KJ Britt pick. Yeah, I still don't really like that pick.
Yep.
So I mean, I've been honest with you. I think it's about a B- right now. So I think whoever called me out on that,
and for anybody talking about this is a terrible draft class or last year's a terrible draft class, for those players after round 2, you don't know yet because most players drafted after round 2 haven't seen the field yet because there was something to the game that wasn't going to translate immediately to the NFL, and they have to be helped.
Yeah.
So to make you want to call 2016 a bad draft, and I remember Vernon Hargrave. I don't remember much left. much. This is the time frame to do that. Yeah. Absolutely. And I tend to start evaluating draft classes in terms of like retroactively when we get to the point where they start making decisions on 5th-year options. That's honestly a good time to do it because now you're talking about a second contract. Right. Even a 5th-year option to me is kind of like a 2nd-year contract. You're making a second decision on their contract. Right. And a lot of guys at that point are being offered second contracts, early extensions. So that's when you start to make those decisions. So if you're going to tell me Jason Light's 3 worst drafts are 2016 valid, okay, 2021 and 2022, he's still out. That means he's been drafting well.
Yeah, for sure. And I agree with you completely. I think Jason Light's one of the best GMs in the league. So you can call me biased, even though I'm a Steelers fan.
They did what?
They won a Super Bowl.
They won a Super Bowl.
And they built.
I'm not sure if anybody in the chat knew that, but they did do enough for management to win a Super Bowl.
Damn it.
Dara says, do you think Light took his top punter to cut Pinion to help bring back Sue, Gronk, and or maybe a vet returner like
Tony,
a vet?
I guess Tony's been in the league one year.
1 year, yeah. So somebody like Tony. No, I don't think Tony's coming.
Yep.
I don't know about Sue. Gronk, it'll help. Yeah, if they cut Pinion before that, but it could be after, right? They got Pinion. They could still bring Pinion to camp. Or,
yeah, they can still bring.
They probably wouldn't, though, right?
I don't see it happening.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Still have Sterling Hofrichter
on the roster.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to make the roster with this investment.
Yeah, you're right. Hofrichter's there.
Yeah, Hofrichter's still on the roster as well. So I think that's your camp battle because you probably don't promise the role to the I got to get his name, Carmada, right? So you probably don't, Camarda, sorry. You probably don't, just come right in and say he's our starter and we're not going to have any competition. But I do think Pinion's days are numbered. Could it help give this cap space to re-sign somebody like Gronk or Sue? It certainly could give them $2.9 million. When you start looking at the structure of contracts like that, it's going to go a long way. Sure.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we have a draft pick of a player I'm not familiar with. Devarian Williams to the Ravens. He is a cornerback. He is almost 24 years old. He is 5'10", 182 pounds. He went to Miami. And he's a redshirt senior, obviously, because he was there forever. Oh, he's in community college and then there. I'm not very familiar with him.
Zach Tomlin.
So Zach Tom did go, yeah.
Oh, who do you go to?
Packers.
That's a Packers move.
Yeah.
That is a
Okay,
Packers
Jordan
move.
Schultz says, Camarda makes all punters proud. Legit athlete, sick leg. Okay. Did Camarda, he didn't do athletic testing then? I didn't see him.
Was he one of the punters who just goes and, like, works the bench?
Camarda, NFL.com draft profile. Let's see if we can find anything here. I haven't seen any weaknesses about him. Does he have a weakness?
No.
He honestly might not.
He ran an official 4.56 40.
Oh, 4.56 40.
Oh, he's
Big punt.
hold on. Now you're talking about a special
He's a
teams 8.
weapon.
He's going to do kickoffs. He's going to punt, and he's going to cover that punt.
Wow.
No
Yes.
way. This
guy's
is
the real
awesome.
deal. Okay. Lance Zierlein had him round 6 to 7. Highly decorated 4-year punter with kickoff ability to boot. Camarda had NFL operation time and leg strength, but was a little inconsistent hitting the football in 2021. He's an accurate directional punter with touch, but hasn't learned to control nose down punts, which has led to touchbacks after the bounce. He's no lock for a spot, but should be in contention to earn a job within the first 2 years. Here's the strength: consistency in mechanics, good touch to toe operation time. I often said this is the key. Your touch to toe operation time.
Yeah.
It has to be astute.
In on it.
Nothing short of exquisite. Punts them where he's aiming. Expedited 2-step punt technique when needed. Kickoff value with quality hang time and high touchback percentage. Gotta have it.
Finally, some weaknesses,
weaknesses.
though.
Below average hang time as a punter.
Now, Brugler actually said he had a decent hang time.
Wow.
And that's interesting because that's something
Wait,
you
Brugler? I thought Brugler didn't have anything. Does he have
No, not Brugler. Pro
Oh,
Football
Football
Network.
Okay.
So, but that's something you can easily measure,
Yeah.
like literally with
Right.
a stopwatch.
Yeah. And you always want hang time. Right?
Yeah,
You always want
absolutely.
hang time. I'm trying to think of a situation where you want that. Struggles to deaden the football on nose down punts. Inconsistent distance on field flipping opportunities.
Again,
Higher returnable punt percentage than teams like. I feel like those.
So that's interesting. 2 of those weaknesses.
Actually, I'm seeing the little video of him on the side, and
Yeah.
I actually know that I watched him play. I had 90, and I'm seeing him now, the visual. I'm like, oh, I know that guy. Yeah. Camarda.
2 of the weaknesses here on his NFL.com profile are in direct contrast to the Pro Football Network one, because they also said one of the things that Pro Football Network said was extremely consistent.
Mhm.
So very, very interesting.
Ray Award was ranked 4th at FBI punt average. 6 touchbacks, 18 kicks inside the 20. Camarda was a first-team All-SEC for the national champs, averaged 47 yards per punt. That's pretty good. 17 inside the 20 this past year. 71 touchbacks on 102 kickoffs. Pretty good touchback percentage. Yeah,
Now,
interesting.
If you go and see him run his 40-yard dash, one of the most underrated things, watch his hair just flowing. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's got good form, too, on the 40. No wonder
Yeah.
he ran a good one. Here we go. First round 4.63, and then a 4. What do we say?
5-6.
4.56.
And that's the only exercise he did. Did he get on the bench? If he did, I would take him first round.
Here it
He did.
goes.
No bench. That knocks him down the board a little bit, but I'm okay with it in the 5th. Or 4th. What are we in? 4th? Yeah. 4th.
4th, yeah.
Austin with a message, $5 super chat to the people upset about the punter. A punter was just taken, and the Bucs went and got their replacement for Pinion before a huge gap in draft picks. That's right. The run-on
Good
punters is about to
analysis.
begin, Austin.
Good.
You're right. If there's one thing I know, you got to get your punter.
Early.
You got to get your punter while it's hot.
Yeah.
If you go get your punter while it's hot, you're
Yeah.
going to be in a tough spot. No
It's like a
question
hot
about
pocket.
It is.
The point if it's cold.
it. It is, yeah. Speaking of hot pockets, people are probably hearing my stomach growling on air at this point. So Scott, Matt, give us a thumbs up whenever you guys are ready to roll and jump in here. Chris with the $5 super chat. You're good. Breaking Light that had a second round grade on Camarda.
That's an indictment of this draft
Per
class.
nobody, tremendous value getting him in the 4th. Shows Light's growth and letting the board come to you. Great stuff. Really grown his G's. Wait until the end of the 4th rather than trading up for specialists. This is good.
I like his headline there.
A lot of growth.
He can help me with them.
Yeah, breaking. Yes, Ben says Light needs to hit on 100% of his picks to appease the Twitter GMs. This is what it's like, though, sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, I just, people don't understand. Look at everybody else in the league and how they draft and tell me Look at the last 5 years. Actually go every draft history in 5 years. Stack them against each other and show me there's 5 better than Light at drafting. Just tell me. Send it to me. John, Jon, at pewterreport.com. Email me. I'm willing to see what you got if you think there's been 5 better.
Yeah.
Because I've done it. I've
The
looked.
Beefs run.
Yeah. And by the way, speaking of being hungry and speaking of all this great food and everything that you've got coming your way, it's about that time. You're going to start thinking about your dinner plans. And let me tell you, folks, there's no better place to do it than with our friends at Beef.
You want beefy? Nobody outbeefs beefs. Try the O'Brady Burger, made with premium Angus perfectly seasoned and topped with melted provolone. It's an all-star, just like that other Brady in town. And if you're tailgating, you might want to pile on Beef's award-winning wings, too. Traditional or boneless in whatever sauce or dry rub you crave. Dine in, to go, or even catering. Play it your way. See you at Beef's. You want
Beef O Brady's, folks. This is the place for good food and good sports. 45 locations in the Tampa Bay area. And I am telling you right now, looking at that burger, having eaten nothing today, makes me happy. Get it tonight as the Bucs 7th round picks will be coming up right around dinner time. You can get some beefs, maybe even get some wings, which also I'm salivating. I might start drooling on the show looking at these pictures, but get some great food from our friends at Beef O Brady's this weekend. Like I said, 45 locations all over the Tampa Bay area. They got awesome deals, awesome food, great beer as well if you're looking for some of that. Get out, watch the last couple rounds of the draft at a Beef O Brady's location. Watch the Bucs 2 7th round picks at a Beef O Brady's location, but check them out. They're doing some great things.
I said it yesterday. I grabbed some Friday night. It was one of the things that Jamie and I had on our list of things to do while we were down in Tampa this week. We will actually be headed back literally in the next half hour or hour back to Atlanta, but not before grabbing some beefs because I too am extremely hungry on the way out. So.
Yeah, it's a good call for sure. No question about it.
Jacoby Durant, cornerback out of South Carolina State. Goes to the Rams at pick 142.
I believe Jacoby Durant is Kevin Durant's little brother. No, I made that up.
Wow.
That's a joke. He would have been a headline story, I believe, this draft. So who took him?
The Rams.
Okay, the Rams. All right. So
because Cole Strange wasn't on the board.
Yeah, right, of course. Okonkwo to the Titans, the tight end. Chigoziem. Is that how you say his first name?
I think so.
Chigoziem Okonkwo to the Titans, a tight end. The tight end's run has happened here in the 4th. Wow.
Bucs got in there early.
Bucs got in there, started off with Cade Otton. Then we saw Daniel Bellinger, 6 late, the Giants. Then we saw who else came off the board? Charlie Kohler and Jake Ferguson, back-to-back picks, 128, 29. Isaiah Likely went off the board just recently. So that's six tight ends. And that was the last pick of round 4 by the Titans there with Okonkwo. So we start the round 5 now. The Bucs do not have a 5th round pick or a 6th round pick right now. But we will be monitoring this board to see who they will get in the 7th round. There is a ton of intrigue. Do not let anybody tell you differently. It's an incredible opportunity to add another Grant Stewart to the roster coming up. Hopefully. Best case scenario, Grant Stewart. The Commanders are taking Sam Howell. It has ended. The wait has ended for Sam Howell.
Hold on.
He's a Washington Commander in the 5th round.
The big about that,
He could start.
Actually, a good.
he could start. And I was going to say,
When he beats
Wentz
out
is probably
Carson Wentz.
losing his mind. They're trying to replace me again.
Oh man, that's an unserious football team in my opinion. But that's a good pick at this point in the draft.
Yeah, it's good value. Absolutely. Now you have the Chiefs on the clock before the Giants go back to back.
Yeah, Twitter when he beats out Wentz is going to be the place to be. The place to be. I can't believe he fell to the 5th round though. That's actually crazy. That's wild that went down that way, where he falls all the way to the 5th round. We've got so many comments to catch up on. Oh my goodness, yeah. And we're gonna turn things over to Todd and Matt, who are going to be breaking down and assessing some of their thoughts on what the Bucs have done. You haven't heard their thoughts yet on the Jake Camarda pick, which I know you're dying to hear. You haven't heard Matt's thoughts on Cade Otton. So all that's coming up, and then we'll get some guests rolling through, and there'll be some other people coming up as well on the Pewter Report podcast, including Casey Hudson, who is officially in the house, ladies and gentlemen. K Huddy is in the house. That's great news for the Bucs board. Things are about to change. She got here right after the Camarda pick. The round 7 is about to be incredible. Get ready for the next Tom Brady.
I haven't tried this one, and I've been wanting
You don't have to go home, but you can.
Did somebody mention alcohol? Folks, it's 2 o'clock Eastern time.
That's right.
We're in round 5. We're officially in round 5. That would be me, Scott Reynolds, along with Matt Matera here. Buccaneers do not, as of right now, have a 5th round pick in this draft. They have 2 7s. I would love nothing better, Matt, than to see the Buccaneers trade up.
Yeah, that would be great because there's
rid
going
themselves
to be,
of these awful 7th
there's
rounders.
going to be a lot of downtime coming up. All right, now that John left the room, for everyone watching right now, I've been subtly trying to sing or hum melodies, songs like Closing Time, Save Tonight, Fight the Break of Dawn, Those are the times to remember. Just see if he could cry by the end of the show. We'll see what happens. Maybe he will, maybe he won't.
Happy trails to you.
What's up? As we go on, we'll remember all the times we had together. You get the point.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's get back to the Bucs here. Cade Otton, I haven't given my thoughts on that yet. I like the pick for the Bucs. I would put Otton. He's obviously not like the top tight end off the board. That's why he went in the 4th round. I think, though, he falls into that category when you look at the entire tight end class, and that was one of the positions that I wrote about when we did all of our Pewter Reports previews and Bucs best bets. Well, you did the Bucs best bet part. But anyway, I would put Otton in the category of a tight end that can do both. That can be a blocking tight end, but also has a receiving prowess to his game. Does he need to step that part of his game up? Yeah, sure. I don't think I was blown away by any means watching him, but he's able to sometimes he's athletic enough and get. I don't think he's going to create space every single time he's got a one-on-one opportunity, but I do think he can make some tough catches on 3rd down. He made some catches in the end zone, so I think he's an efficient, well-rounded guy. You look at some other players that Scott, you and John were talking about with someone like Charlie Kohler, who I really like as a receiver. I thought he did well at the Senior Bowl, but he doesn't really block. Yeah. So he was never really going to go to the Bucs because that's just not what Tampa Bay is looking for. Other teams do need a receiving tight end. Yeah. So that's why Kohler is someone that still clearly has value.
Even with Kohler, and I said this with John, he makes a lot of contested catches, which you like because of the size, but he didn't really have a lot of speed to get open.
Yeah.
He would kind of box out and kind of use his long arms and frame to catch the ball, but there wasn't much separation. I think you're going to get a little bit more separation. I think he's a little bit more of an athlete. And what the Bucs love about him is, and he said this, he's born with the football in his hands, right?
He said that. His grandfather is a football coach, and his father is a football coach too. So he comes from that type of family. Yeah,
and if I'm getting this correctly, his grandfather is the all-time winningest high school coach in Washington history.
That's
state of Washington.
Yeah, that's big stuff.
And then his dad was an assistant ball coach as well in high school. So he's just been around the game. He's been immersed in it. And listen, the adage is an old one, right? How much do you love football, right? That was even the title of John Gruden's book. You love football, right? Because that's important. And what we're finding with these Jason Licht draft picks is players that just eat, sleep, drink football. And that's what they do, because this is the professional ranks, right? This is a job. A lot of people's jobs are on the line when you're doing your job as, in this case, a tight end. And so I like the kid. I mean, he was a fantastic interview.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You can see why.
Wise beyond his years, I would would say. Like very
Correct.
mature too. I mean, I don't want to speak about players' personal lives, but he's already married at a young age, like coming out of college. So obviously that's a serious like decision that you have to go into. So I was.
It speaks to his maturity.
Yeah.
It speaks to just his seriousness. He's excited to move here. I mean, why wouldn't you? I mean, I'm not knocking Seattle, but I heard it rains a lot.
I've been to Washington twice in the Seattle area. Actually, both times I went, it didn't rain at all. So I guess I just lucked out.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's always what you hear there. Who doesn't like coming to Florida? You know, it's one of the best places for any athlete. I mean, it's one of the best areas that you could really go to.
Yeah. So we got a $20 super chat from Lawrence Lowe here. Hainsey won't start for the next 3 years, and Kyle, he's talking about Kyle Trask, could have been Stain Brown and Chuba. Both were in the 4th. Instead of those players, we ended up drafting running back and signed the Atlanta wide receiver. They could have been on a cheap deal. Yes and no. I will say this, and I've got to echo some of what John said too. We don't know about Hainsey. We don't know about Trask. And honestly, that's a good thing because this team still has Ryan Jensen and it still has Tom Brady. And at some point in time, probably next year, you're not going to have Tom Brady, Matt. You're going to need a quarterback. I agree with the consensus out there that in this year's draft class, if you were to insert Kyle Trask into this year's draft class, he is QB1. And he's probably a first-round pick. Exactly, to Pittsburgh. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. So I think that you got to understand, too, the value of having Kyle Trask. And I'm not pro-Trask. I've not seen enough of this guy to say, yeah, he's going to be a quality starter or a Pro Bowl or whatever. I don't know. But would I rather have a rookie quarterback come in that has a similar skill set to Kyle Trask, maybe same draft pedigree, not have 2 years of exposure to Tom Brady? Or would I rather have Kyle Trask have 2 years of exposure to Tom Brady, the greatest of all time, to do it, and then get on the field with what he's learned from the coaches, with what he has experienced being in the room, being on the practice field with Brady? The other thing, too, Matt, is that I've seen it with Jameis Winston. When you draft a quarterback out of need, the player gets on the field, and sometimes he turns into Patrick Mahomes. Sometimes he turns into Joe Burrow. But oftentimes it's the pressure of going to a bad team that crumbles these guys.
And to your point, it's a tough situation because obviously if you're picking early, it means that you didn't have a successful year the season before. Right. So you're probably a front office that's on the hot seat where if this guy doesn't hit, you're out the door. So this guy has to play no matter what. And again, I talked about this yesterday where it's all now. But I think we've seen the benefit of, and these are extreme examples, but Mahomes sat for a year. Aaron Rodgers sat for a year.
Right.
I think sometimes there's a lot of benefit to having a guy just have that quote-unquote redshirt year. The problem is many franchises don't have that luxury. But the Bucs clearly did. They were just coming off a Super Bowl. So Jason Licht had the coldest of seats because he clearly isn't going anywhere. But I think there's an importance, too, as you talked about, re-signing Ryan Jensen, and sure, you might only have Brady for a year, but the Bucs still need to build their roster to the point where maybe they are just a quarterback away, kind of like how they were before they got Tom Brady. You still need to have a credible team where if you're just missing that one piece, that's where we almost have to go back to a couple months ago before Brady came out of retirement. When we were looking at, is it Blaine, is it Kyle Trask? Mm-hmm. Because this team can still win. We all talked about that. There's a chance the Bucs could win the NFC South with Blaine or with Kyle Trask as their starting quarterback. Some of that had to do, obviously, with the lackluster NFC South that the Bucs are playing in. But the Bucs could be in the situation next year, too. So I think it's important to build out that roster. And if that means Hainsey has to sit another year and then he becomes an impact player, that's fine. And the same thing goes for Kyle Trask. You still need to figure out what you have in this player, because we've seen the past couple of years, too, more and more quarterbacks become available. All right, players are starting to run the league a little bit more, where if they don't want to play somewhere, they can get on the move and go and play somewhere else. We saw it with Russell Wilson this year. Aaron Rodgers is a saga all the time. I know he just signed a new contract, so they're not doing anything with him. But you never know who's going to be available next year.
If I had to bet that Ryan Jensen is not going to see the end of his contract here in Tampa, that's a difficult wager. I mean, he's been signed for 3 years. He's 31, going to be 32.
Mm-hmm.
It might be a situation where he plays 2 years, right? He's suffered a lot of injuries. He's played through them. At some point in time, the body gives out. At some point, I was having a conversation with Warren Sapp this year. In the NFL, regardless of the position, once you hit 30, you're on the downward slope, unless you're Tom Brady. But
so there's an exception.
That's just how it is. It's a young man's game, always has been, always will be. To have a player, there's a value in having, and we're not talking about a first-round pick who's sitting on the bench, a third-round pick, a late third-round pick, and Robert Hainsey. A value of having somebody who's developing behind the scenes, who is learning the system, who's learning from a Pro Bowl player in Ryan Jensen, waiting in the wings for when Jensen gets hurt or when the team decides to move on because his level of play dips, and hopefully it's not this year or maybe it's the year after or the year after that. I don't know. But you're still going to have, whenever Ryan Jensen's gone, Hainsey on his rookie contract for at least a year. So you're going from paying
top
dollar for Ryan Jensen. Right, exactly. Top dollar to all of a sudden clearing a bunch of cap space and having a player making just over $1 million in Robert Hainsey. That's enormous for team building from a financial standpoint down the road. When you have Tom Brady and he's restructured his deal so many times, my head spinning, was that around $19 million?
Yeah.
Okay. Kyle Trask is not making $19 million. If they re-sign Blaine Gabbert, they may go out and get another quarterback. But as it stands right now, if let's say Kyle Trask is good enough to given the chance in 2023 to start, and maybe they re-sign Blaine and my fantasy comes true, and you get Blaine for $4 million, you have $5 million invested in your quarterback room, as opposed to right now probably around 24, 25 when you add them all up. That's a bunch of cap space that you can dedicate to other positions of need, re-signing your players, etc. So part of this is a salary cap shuffle. You only have X amount of room. Sorry, J.C. Allen, the salary cap is real, but that's part of it. And the other part of it too is when you have to go out and draft for need and play that player right away. That's not always a guaranteed surefire way to succeed. We like Luke Goedeke. If for whatever reason he's not good enough to start right away as a second-round pick, that's okay. They've got Aaron Stinney. I mean, if Stinney beats him out, then Stinney should be the starter. If Nick Leverett beats him out, Nick Leverett should be the starter.
It's the
Same
best
with
man
Hainsey.
wins. And
Correct.
that's why I feel great about this offensive line, regardless of who's going to be in there at left guard, because whoever is going to be playing there is going to earn it. And nonetheless, we talked about, 2 years from now, eventually the Bucs are going to have to get younger, and that's where the Hainsey situation comes into play. But what were we talking about yesterday after the Goedeke?
Goedeke.
Goedeke.
Yeah.
Like Katie Ledecky, but Goedeke. After the Goedeke draft pick yesterday, all we kept talking about was how great the Bucs are at finding talent along the offensive line.
Yeah.
Especially the interior offensive line.
That's right.
So why all of a sudden are we freaking out about Hainsey? Like, I think the Bucs know what they're doing, especially at that position. Not everyone's going to play right away. It's just the way it goes sometimes, especially on a roster that is extremely win now.
Yeah.
All right, the window is closing. They have this year, and that's about it in terms of it. At least with Brady.
Folks, it could be a situation where Ryan Jensen's shoulder, elbow, whatever, he's got an injury this year and he's done. He's done. It could be a situation where Hainsey steps in as the starter and Goedeke is your left guard, and now you've got Donovan Smith, Luke Goedeke, Robert Hainsey, Shaq Mason, and Tristan Wirfs in this offensive line may or may not miss a beat, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so that's depth is so important. If there was not an Aaron Stinney at right guard, right, in the playoffs, the fortunes might have been changed, right? I mean,
especially against New Orleans.
Yeah,
that team, they always
if you've
feast
got
on the
some
defensive line.
If you've got some bullfighter out there at right guard that's going to just and let Tom Brady get drilled and killed against the Saints, against the Packers, the outcome might be different, folks. Especially if Brady gets hurt, right? If some gets in there, gives up a sack, Brady a wreck or something, and the guy goes low. I'm just saying. Stinney was good enough to step in and really keep this offensive line humming. And if Hainsey can be that guy in year 2 or year 3 for Jensen, then that's not a bad
And
thing.
here's a little secret too. No NFL team goes 100% healthy like the whole year. Every team, including the Bucs, has positions that get hurt throughout the year. So you have to build out that depth as much as you possibly can.
Yep.
Again, Super Bowl year, Alex Kappa went down, got injured. We all know what happened last year with so many guys in the secondary. Antonio Brown, when he was a factor on the team before he left.
Yep.
Leonard Fournette. So Shaq Barrett missed time too. So
Right.
you have to build out depth all around this roster. And if that means they don't play for a year or another year, that's still time for them to develop. There's still value you can find with Hainsey. Like Hainsey missed
Right.
most of training camp last
That's
year.
right. He did.
I still saw value in the sense of he was out there, he was learning the position, he was taking snaps with Brady on the side. That was the thing
Right.
that he could do. He tried to make himself better as much as he possibly could, even without being able to physically go and play on the field. And I'm sure that even helped a little bit by the time he got healthy and got to play in that last preseason game. So it's all about just making yourself better in any way that you possibly can. I think Hainsey did that.
Speaking of better, I know people don't like to pick, but Jake Camarda, he made the Buccaneers better. I think right now he's the punter, he's the kickoff guy, he's the holder, he's replacing Bradley Pinion. He's a cheaper alternative guy in terms of the salary cap. Saves him a couple $1 million, probably, or
Scott,
at least $1 million.
you go back to our Bucs battle plans. I don't recall every single person's one, but I had Pinion out of there and I had Suck Up out of there. A lot of it was for cap reasons. Yeah. I remember too, because you and John were on the same podcast when we went reminding you. I think you said something along the lines of, so you just want the special teams to suck,
right?
To suck this year?
Yeah.
But that's not going to be the case. Is the fourth round a little bit early? Yeah.
We've
probably.
seen a run on punters though, man.
Which is crazy because one, you don't see a run on punters and kickers hardly ever.
Yeah.
Just in general in terms of
all right.
the
See,
NFL
a
draft.
couple things about this picture that I like. Number one, he's a Georgia Bulldog. Root for Georgia. That's kind of my pet team.
Really?
Yeah. Outside of Kansas State, I watch a ton of Georgia football.
Cool.
My wife Ashley.
Big Bill Goldberg.
Yeah. And daughter Jillian was born in Athens Hospital right
there.
there.
You go. Cool.
And so definitely a Bulldogs fan. My three teams are Kansas State. It's my alma mater. I'm going to bleed purple. It's just how it goes. Emaw, every man a Wildcat. Georgia, because of my wife, Ashley. And then UCF is my local Florida team. I'm a Gators fan, or a UF fan, or a Seminole fan, or a Knowles fan. So UCF Knights, charge on. That's kind of my local team. So those are the schools I like to watch for enjoyment, not just scouting.
Sure.
But boy, Georgia has been a scouting team's delight over the last few years, and I've watched them going back to the Todd Gurley days, Nick Chubb, Sony Michel, etc. So I keep an eye on them. Even like Rodrigo Blankenship, the kicker.
Oh, of
from
course,
Georgia,
everyone loves him.
Yeah. So this punter, he's a damn good punter, but the thing is he wears number 90, Matt.
Badass.
It is
Sorry,
badass.
JPP.
Yeah, it's badass. I mean, sorry. It's
What's
like,
up with Logan Hall though? There was the rumors that he was going to wear number 90.
yeah, that's interesting. all of a sudden, well, I mean, let's be honest. They're going to give it to Logan Hall if he wants 90 over Jake.
Yeah, I think they
Camarda,
should.
but-
That'd be good content for the Bucs, like live on YouTube, like rock paper scissors.
Yeah.
Winner gets number 90.
Exactly. But the other thing too is just the kickoffs, right? It's getting one guy to do three things: punt, kickoff, and hold. And Jason Licht and the coaching staff, they're big believers in having your field goal kicker do placements, extra points, field goals, and then have your punter do your kickoffs, because it is a completely different kicking motion between kicking off and field goals, right? You're kicking for distance. You're literally kicking the crap out of the ball. And you're not as worried about accuracy, although with Bradley Pinion, we saw that can be a big deal in kickoffs.
I mean, don't ask. And I you never want someone to lose their job or get cut from a team. So I do hope Bradley Pinion does end up on another team.
Yeah, good guy. Definitely.
Yeah, great guy.
Yeah.
Punts for Pups was a great charity that he had where he would donate every time he punted the ball inside the 20. But anyway, when you asked him to do those like little squib kicks, or if you want to kick it short, He just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
And it cost the Bucs. I believe he did it in the postseason where he kicked it out of bounds twice. And you can't have that at all. But especially in a postseason game, it started to become an issue. And what's interesting too, I'm curious how teams approach kickoffs now, because over the past couple of years, they've changed the rules around so much where they really want you to just kick a touchback every single time.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's every single team.
They don't want that to happen,
for player safety. And I mean, there were times, this is kind of flipping it, so we'll get back to the kicking and punting, but there were times that teams would purposely kick it short against the Bucs because they just didn't have a good, a good return game or a good kick returner. But I'm curious how the Bucs now with this pick here, obviously it seems like they're going to go back to just hitting the touchbacks, or one of his specialties really as a punter. Yeah, he can boot at 60 yards, but I think the biggest difference for him, just doing some reading up on him, was that he excelled really in pinning guys deep inside that 20, kicking the ball out of bounds before it reaches the end zone. If they see that in a guy, is that a situation where, all right, well, now we can take advantage of that on the kickoff too, and maybe get guys to get tackled before inside the 20. It's interesting for sure.
Every punter on a team is a starter, right? Just like a field goal kicker. But there is some value in saying, instead of drafting, another backup tight end or another backup cornerback or whatever, and you're not anticipating someone that you get in the fourth round to be a starter. That's happened before in Tampa Bay. Quan Alexander, one of Jason Licht's fourth round picks, was a starting middle linebacker, became a Pro Bowler for one season. Career got derailed with injuries. Jordan Whitehead, it's a fourth round pick, starting strong safety. So it can happen, right? But the odds suggest that's not the case. But if this kid is as good as advertised and he comes with a good pedigree, I believe that he can fill a lot of holes, and you're saving some money.
Punters, that's a big thing too, is saving some money on the salary cap. Punters can change games. I mean, if you have to start half of your drives inside the 10, like that legit changes the game. And, we were joking about Pat McAfee and obviously his show is so entertaining, but he gives a lot of good insight about kickers and punters as well too. I don't remember what episode it was specifically, but he was saying, because McAfee was another guy that he punted, but he also did a lot of the kickoffs. He did the opening kickoff for the Super Bowl when the Colts lost to the Saints, I believe. Right. And he was saying that it was the kickoffs that maybe necessarily weren't more difficult, but had more of an effect on his thigh and his overall leg, where it just like ripped apart his muscles. But I can only imagine punters, as you said, they're still kicking, they're still booting it all the way down the field, where kickers, it's a different style when you're trying to get it far, but accurate at the same time.
And a lot of times, which you'll see is quad injuries, groin injuries from kickoffs. Yeah. Right. And because it's just such a different kicking motion. There's so much torque that you have to do when you're punting the ball to get the leg up high and all of that. And so let's face it, as good as punters can be in game flipping field position, there's an importance there. Your field goal kicker, that's a point producer, right? That's are you going to make the field goal to win the game, or are you going to miss it and we lose, right? So so the field goal kicker, that's more important. And so this organization has prioritized finding punters that can do both, and that's where we have some value here. Lawrence, again, $10 super chat. We appreciate that. If the Bucs would have gotten St. Brown and Chuba, you don't sign Lenny and Grant to expensive deals. Both running back, wide receivers went down last year, and with them on rookie deals, signing Gronk and Sue, a cakewalk. I think what you're trying to say is you're looking back at previous draft classes and say, well, if you would have drafted this guy rather than that guy,
coulda, woulda, shoulda.
You can do that all day long. Yeah. I watched a lot of Chuba Hubbard at Oklahoma State. I thought he was an okay running back. We'll see. He wouldn't have gotten any playing time really in Carolina if not for Christian McCaffrey's injury. I think he's an okay running back. We'll see how he fares. It's tough to look at games in a vacuum, right? I mean, speaking of Carolina, I think everybody was pretty high on Ronald Jones back in 2020 after rushing for 192 yards at Carolina, including a 98-yard touchdown run, right?
Isn't it? ironic is not
then
the right word, but Keyshawn Vaughn also his big touchdown run
Right.
came against Carolina
yeah.
on the road. I thought that was interesting that they both happened.
and you look at those games and you feel good about your running back, and then all of a sudden, like there's other games where Rojo's fumbling, he's missing pass protection blocks, he's getting benched, right? And Keyshawn Vaughn is just struggling, and he has some ball control issues too. So we'll see if Chuba Hubbard is going to be a player in Carolina. I'm not sold yet. But speaking of running backs, we just had the Atlanta Falcons. They had a pick, a player that I like a lot, Tyler Algier.
You've been very high on him.
Yeah.
I think you had him in a couple, or at least one mock draft for the Bucs.
Yep, the Falcons just selected him in the 5th round. There's been a couple picks. We'll run through them here. Sam Howell in Washington to start off the pick in the 5th round. Darian Kennard. There were some Buccaneer fans out there that liked him from Kentucky. Just movement issues, I think, are the biggest thing for him. And he had to move inside the guard, and he's just not as athletic as you would like. Micah McFadden, the linebacker, goes to the Giants. DJ Davidson, defensive tackle, Arizona State, to the Giants in back-to-back picks. Khalil Shakir, that was a player that got a lot of buzz, maybe as a 2nd-round guy, receiver out of Boise State. I was not a fan of his. I watched the game. I said, this guy's not a Bucs best bet. He's not a Bucs fit. I moved on pretty quickly. Cole Turner, tight end out of Nevada.
He was someone at the Senior Bowl that, like, going in, it was like, ooh, keep an eye on this guy.
Who, Shakir or
Cole Turner?
Or Cole Turner, yeah.
And just so funny enough, like the first day we were at the Senior Bowl, I was watching the tight ends, and then lo and behold, I end up writing about them.
Yeah.
Ride was such a standout, and Kohler, had a pretty good outing as well too.
Yeah.
And Dolchich is up there as one of the top tight ends, so he got lost in the shuffle a little bit in terms of just what I was looking at, and didn't really see him stand out too much.
Yeah. So, but he's a guy that he's going to play tight end in the NFL. Rarely was an inline player. Usually line up in the slot or out wide as a receiver. He's 6'6", long arms. They just looked for mismatches against really crappy cornerbacks in college. And, and that's it. When you look at the Texans up next at pick number 150, Thomas Booker, defensive tackle from Stanford. Tyler Algier to the Falcons. After that, Delaran Turner-Yell, safety out of Oklahoma, goes to the Broncos. And Tariq Woolen, a player from UTSA that was getting some day 2 buzz, now 5th-round pick. Massive corner, 6'4", is almost too big, in my opinion. Doesn't have the quick twitch, doesn't have the change of direction skills that you want to have in a cornerback. He's got some straight line speed, and he's tall. But it doesn't even really have that many interceptions or pass breakups. I just don't see him being a pro caliber corner unless he goes to a team like Seattle, which you've had some success with Richard Sherman.
Sure, yeah.
Philosophically, that's probably his best fit in terms of going to a scheme fit. So I think good pick for Seattle, but I'm not surprised he went this late because I think that he's not a scheme fit for most of the league.
It's funny. I mean, you don't really see, at least from what I've watched and everything like that, you don't see too many corners. You see tall and lanky corners, but the size that you mentioned is just something that is kind of unbeknownst to, players at the NFL level at this area. But I guess Seattle is one of those teams where in the past they've obviously, like I said, they had the Legion of Boom. They've been able to develop some guys there. So if there was a place that you want to go to as a defensive back, I think that would be one of them. Yeah. It's also important, if you want to have a good secondary, you got to have a good nickname too. Like whether it's a Legion of Boom, the Grave Diggers. I know that was like the entire Bucs defense. I think Michigan State had no fly zone for a while. It's important. You need that type of nickname in order to excel at the next level.
Scott Smith from Buccaneers tweeted this out from Vice President of Player Personnel John Spytek, who we're going to be hearing from
later.
After the draft. He's going to be doing the roundup with the media, talking about the day 3 picks instead of Jason Licht. Jason Light's going to be cracking a beer. And,
probably. Maybe he already has. He's got a little.
Probably already has. Yeah, and he's giving Spytek the opportunity to kind of get some media time. I think think John is probably his last year at the Buccaneers if they continue to have success the way
That's
they
really
are.
nice of Jason Lane,
Yeah.
too. I mean, obviously, you don't want to lose anyone.
Yeah,
that,
I think he's going to be a
so
GM
talented.
next year.
Yeah.
I just do. But anyway, Spytech says this about Jake Camarda, the Georgia punter. He's got a huge leg. He's got what we call easy power, a really easy leg swing, and the ball just jumps off his foot. He can kick the ball a long way, but he can also hang it. So that's important. Got to have both. It's not just the distance. As Reggie Roby, the former Bucs punter, Reggie Roby was known for a couple of things. He wore a wristwatch on the field.
Okay.
Okay,
Like
this
type
that.
of wristwatch?
Yeah, but probably not as good. Like probably a Casio.
Yeah.
back in the day. And he would punt the ball like 60, 65 yards every time. Just wanted to crush the ball.
How's that legal?
Well,
They can't today.
He
Yeah.
punted the ball literally 60 yards, which would allow every team to return the punt.
Mhm.
And so he would have like a 60-yard average, and his net was like 30 because
Right.
you'd have the punt returner catch the ball and literally have about 15 just wide open space to set up the blocks, to find a crease. And Reggie Roby was a very selfish punter that way because all he cared about was the distance, the hang. So
Yeah, a lot of
Yeah.
elements that go into punting. It's not just kick it as far as you possibly can.
Right.
It's about the hang time. It's about getting into the corner. That was one of the funnest
get in the
things.
20s.
That was one of the funnest things in Madden when you do the corner punt.
Yes. I never punted in Madden. Go for a fourth down every time.
Yeah, I was saying if you do like franchise mode, you could do like a training camp type of thing.
Right.
Yeah. So that was fun. Did Tom Tupa play for the Bucs?
He did.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Because he's
Super Bowl punter. He was a
He was a
Bowl
Super Bowl
guy.
punter. Okay. Because he played for the Jets too. But people love Tom Tupa.
Yep.
A lot of Bucs Jets connections a little bit. Darrelle Revis, obviously.
Yeah.
You had Donnie Abraham.
Yeah.
Yeah. Donnie Abraham.
Mhm.
And Tom Tupa. So
That's right. Darrelle Revis.
yeah, I said yeah.
And
I said
Anthony
Revis.
Beck.
Oh, of course. How
Yeah,
can I forget Anthony
Beck.
Beck?
Yeah, first round.
Just
pick.
met The Rock recently. Good for him.
All right, so we are in no man's land here. We had Snoop Connor, the running back from Ole Miss, go to Jacksonville. Let's see who some of the better players
I was gonna
on
say,
the board are.
Did I miss Damian Pierce?
Yes, he went.
Okay. I was like, how is he?
He went, and then Spiller went right after. It was like
Right.
like a 1-2 punch. That was back in the fourth round. I know Spiller went to the Chargers. Damian Pierce, let's see, he went right after or right before Spiller did. So just a couple picks after the Buccaneers made their selection.
Oh, okay. There we go. I was probably
Where did he go?
I'm still waiting
I
for my
know,
laptop.
waiting for
to load, too.
NFL.com to refresh. Okay, so Damian Pierce went the pick after Cade Otton. So you went to
That's
Houston
why I
Texans.
missed it. I was
Yeah.
busy getting the story.
Yeah. So Cade Otton and Damian Pierce to the Texans, Perry Winfrey to the Browns, Kobe Bryant to the Seattle Seahawks. And now the Seahawks have got Kobe Bryant and Tariq Woolen. They're really throwing some resources at the cornerback position. Folks, if you need some resources, right now John and Josh are both eating. They were on the air
Fueling
for quite
up.
a while. They're
Yeah.
definitely fueling up. If you need some resources from the food spectrum, well, the place to go, of course, is Beef O Brady's. Folks, check out these wings.
Wings and beer. Beer and wings. Nobody combines them like Beef O Brady's. Start with their award-winning wings, traditional or boneless, in whatever sauce or dry rub you crave. Next, pick the cold brew that's perfect for you. Beef's has all your faves on tap. It doesn't get any better than that, unless you count all the flat screen TVs playing game after game. Beef O Brady's, where game time meets beer and wing time all the time. Drink responsibly.
Bucs fans, if you haven't gone to Beef O Brady's yet, what are you waiting for? Not only do they have a great beer selection, great wings, as you're seeing up on the screen right now, they have excellent burgers, and one of my favorite things, multiple TVs. All right. There's a lot of sports going on. You got the draft right now. You got playoff basketball. If you're into baseball, they got that on too. NHL playoffs are right around the corner. The Lightning schedule just came out. I think they're playing pretty soon. But all the different options that you have there, you can't go wrong. Like I said, the wings, fantastic. I'm personally a blue cheese guy. Some people, the Bucs have made a
The
trade.
Bucs have made a
Which,
trade.
if I was at Beef O Brady's right now, I'd be going wild. I'd be very happy about this.
Yep.
Maybe Jason Licht didn't have that drink yet because he's ready
Yep.
to go and see how he can further into this team.
The Jaguars have traded pick 157, which the Bucs are on the clock right now, and also pick 235. The Buccaneers have given up a 2023 fourth rounder.
Ooh,
So we've seen Jason Licht now dip into future years pick
yeah.
to grab a player here. This is interesting. I wonder if it's Smoke Monday, a safety.
That would be, again, another hit for you in terms of the mock draft.
Yeah.
And so everyone stop complaining about the punter because a lot of people I see are unhappy about not addressing the secondary yet with all the players on the last year of their deal or 1-year contract. So see what's going on here. Get that Twitter machine going.
Yeah, we got a trade. Yeah, trade. Yeah. And the Buccaneers are on the clock right now. So the Buccaneers now have 3 picks, 3 picks in the 7th round.
Yeah.
They've got 235, and they've got 2 other picks. They had their own pick and then a compensatory pick as well. So we're waiting breathlessly to see who the Buccaneers are picking.
Let's go here, people.
Zion McCollum.
Oh.
Yes, Sam Houston State.
All right.
Zion McCollum. Okay, this now we're
Another
talking
small
folks.
school. Yeah.
Yeah. Zion McCollum, great size, move skills. This is a player that I really liked.
Zion's a good name.
This is a Bucs cornerback right here. I'm telling you. Big time producer. Let me pull up the mock draft here.
Ran a 4.3 in the 40-yard dash. And again, we talked about how Carlton Davis, while he's a great corner, struggles a little bit with some of the quicker receivers.
Yeah.
39.5 vertical jump, 132 in the broad jump, 6.48 3 drill, and a 3.94 on the 20-yard shuffle. Went to Ball High School in Galveston. If that's Galveston, Texas, it's the same place as
it's
Mike
the same,
Evans.
Same high school as Mike Evans.
All right, so Mike Evans is going to be pretty pumped about this. I also saw, I think Mike Evans just got a new tattoo, and it says Galveston on it.
Yeah,
he had it on his social media.
Yeah, this is a player that we had in our 3rd mock draft to the Buccaneers. So not the last one here, but we had him going to the Buccaneers in the 3rd mock draft. This was our mock draft back on March 24th.
Lance Zierlein had him projected in the 3rd or 4th round.
Yeah, I think this is really good value. He went to the Senior Bowl. We actually had him in round 2, which was early, but now this is 5th round. So listen, sometimes doing these mock drafts, we know with the player,
you're not going to be perfect 100% of the time, right?
The round's going to be a little bit of a thing we've even seen now, right? So players like Kobe Dean, they were mocked in the 1st.
Mm-hmm.
Medicals knocked them down. Sam Howard, 5th rounder, right? I mean, he was here in late 1st round or early 2nd round. Man. It didn't happen. The production is off the charts. The thing, if you're going to dominate, or I should say, if you're going to be an FCS player that's going to be drafted to the NFL,
you have to put up.
You better dominate. This is the kid's stat line. He played for 5 years, so he's a touch on the older side. Out of his 5 seasons as a starter, Sam Houston State for the Bearcats, he had 3 interceptions in each of those 4 seasons. And then he had, in the lone season, he did not have 3 picks. He had 1. So you add it all up, he had, 13 interceptions.
Pretty damn good.
That's pretty good.
I like, too. He's a team captain.
Yep.
I think we've seen the Bucs in years past.
Special teams guy.
Special teams. And as you guys said, this is the point of the draft where you're picking up guys that are going to contribute on special teams. We've talked a ton about the impact that Grant Stewart had, and that was a 7th round pick. But you can bring in a guy here that can take care of some of that. Impressive tape as a gunner, as Lance Zierlein says as well, too. So, I agree. I think this is terrific value for a guy that can contribute right away on special teams.
Yeah.
help out in that department. And as we've talked about, so many moving parts in the secondary in terms of guys on last year of their deal that may still need to prove themselves if they want to get a second contract. So this is great. I mean, the Bucs don't just trade up for no reason at all. So to give up a 4th round pick for next year, the Bucs have found a ton of value with 4th round picks in the past, as you brought up before. So that's not just throwaway draft pick. It's not like trading the 7th. This is definitely something that the Bucs seemed like they really wanted to target and executed the deal. And I like it. I think it'll calm a lot of people's anger about the punter pick.
Yeah, and the thing is, you're trading. This is essentially getting next year's 4th round pick, right? A year early. And I think that Zion McCollum definitely had 4th round, caliber player. And so then you're like, why didn't they draft the punter, or why didn't they draft McCollum over the punter? Because we talked about Camarda being a starter, filling a lot of holes, right, in terms of snapping, not snapping, holding for placements, kickoffs, and punting. That's an important position. If you're going to replace Bradley Opinions, you're going to save some cap room doing that. And they're still getting that developmental cornerback that they like.
Yeah, special teams has been an issue for the Bucs. Outside of Stuck-Up doing pretty well as a kicker, all the return game, all the punt coverage has been issues for Tampa Bay.
Right.
And so now they address that with back-to-back picks. Obviously, different areas of special teams, but one with Carter and now here with McCollum. So we're definitely talking about, Josh is very happy about it.
And I were big Zion fans for sure. According to Pro Football Focus, their description is you won't find a better all-around athlete at the cornerback position in this draft. McCollum still allowed 371 yards into his coverage last year against FCS competition, though. He is a developmental guy that's going to need coaching. There's no doubt about it. The level of talent he faced is not what it's going to be like at the NFL. He went to the Senior Bowl, Matt. He was not a standout performer.
I was going to say, didn't catch my eye.
Yeah. So I think when you look at the tools he brings to the table, the ball skills, the ability to help out in special teams immediately, he is one of those players that I think they can develop. Now, with his size, 6'2", he really is an outside cornerback. I don't think that he is a player that has
to move inside.
Yeah. Now, at the same time, I do want to preface this by saying he did see some snaps at the safety position, so it's not like he can't do that. In terms of where he was aligned, 594 snaps at corner, 50 snaps in the slot. So that's just not even 10% of the snaps. 62 snaps in the box, probably as a overhang player in defense, and then only 13 in deep at safety. So
he's not his position.
Right. He's a Jamel Dean, Carlton Davis, long-armed, 6'2" cornerback that I think will help this team. Remember, last year the position was ravaged with injuries. They had to go out on the street. First of all, they had to start to lead D. Delaney at 2 games. They had to go out on the street. Rich Sherman, who started at 2 or 3 games. Then they had to go out and get Pierre Desir off the street. He started a couple games. They don't want to get in that situation anymore. This is a really good pick.
And once again, the Bucs are dipping into the small school pool. We've seen it a lot with offensive linemen, but they do it here at cornerback. And as he said, just diving into the depth.
Yep.
Good size.
He was an outstanding gunner too. And that's what you're going to hear John Spytek say is can he help on special teams? Yes, he blocked a kick. He's an outstanding gunner on special teams. This is a really good player. 54 career pass breakups, 13 picks, including a pair of pick sixes. So he was a big-time playmaker at Sam Houston State. It'll take a little bit of time for him to adjust to play at this level. And while he's learning, he'll be playing on 4th downs.
I like the pick. I'm all in favor of it. Obviously, the punter one was a little head-scratching, but McCollum, if you're getting the guy that can contribute right away on special teams, and I'm a big fan of it. I really am.
So the Buccaneers now, they have 3 picks now in the 7th round. You wonder if they're going to take some of these picks, move up into the 2nd round or the 6th round, maybe.
Yeah, I would like that. Use 2, or even use all 3. Just move into the 6th.
You want to keep people updated on what's happened so far here, Matt?
Yeah. So next up, Seattle took Tyreek Smith. He's actually a player that I was fairly impressed with at the Senior Bowl, rushing off the edge. I thought he had a pretty good first step. His bend was all right. I didn't really have too many issues there. Thought he looked small compared to going up against the other offensive tackles. But he played very well in the Senior Bowl game as well. So you got to take that with a grain of salt because you're talking about a team that just came about literally that week. So it's going to be tough to build chemistry. Edge rushers, you get a lot of those one-on-one opportunities, so that probably holds a little bit more weight than say other positions where getting timing down and everything like that is obviously crucial. Then the Colts went with Mississippi State defensive tackle Eric Johnson. Followed by that was the LA Chargers, another defensive tackle out of UCLA, Otito Agbonia. And then followed by that, the Bucs rival team, the New Orleans Saints, went with a linebacker out of Appalachian State, DeMarco Jackson. So next up is the Denver Broncos on the clock.
Matt,
number 162.
I'm just telling you.
Oh, wow. What timing? What timing?
I'm telling you. When Matt Matera and Scott Reynolds are on the podcast, people, things happen.
Right. I didn't even think about
things
that.
happen.
Another trade.
Just make it happen.
Just do it, baby.
Yeah. I think if you and I do podcasts together every single Sunday or Monday, I think the Bucs probably going undefeated this year, given the track record.
I mean, we have to.
Probably have to. Yeah.
It would be on us.
Yeah. There's no doubt about it. So it probably will be with John departing to Steeler land. Still rooting for the Buccaneers, but
well, I don't know how it'll work because Trevor left.
Right.
I guess it's more a question of did Trevor leaving start
the
Bucs winning, or was it John coming here and then the Bucs started winning?
Yeah.
So,
or was it just the Lord smiling down on you saying, Scott Reynolds, you have watched enough absolutely crappy Buccaneer football. I'm just going to make things better for you and for the long-suffering Buccaneer fans that you serve out there in Pewter People Land. So good stuff. Let's head back to the chat. Let's see. Let's get some reaction here. Fast dude. Yeah. Traded fourth for him.
Yeah. That 40-yard dash time, I mean, pops out to you.
Are you not entertained? This has been an entertaining draft. I'm telling you, in terms of the players that we have liked, and again, what we talked before is the purpose of the mock drafts and the Bucs best bets, Matt, is not just to say, oh, we got this pick right and we nailed this player. It's to
inform everyone.
Introduce and inform you Buccaneer fans out there as to what players this team could be interested in. Right?
Shows we want to know.
That's true. Yeah. But with Zion Johnson in the third mock draft, and there was some talk about him possibly being a Bucs best bet on day 3. John and I talked about that. We didn't go in that direction because we don't have a crystal ball.
Yeah, of course. Again, you're not going to have every single pick. But
exactly.
Even if you 30% of it, right?
Honestly, we're happy with one.
Yeah.
Every year. This year we've had 2 Bucs best bets and 2 hits in our mock draft. So that's pretty cool. We're geeked about that. But again, Zion McCollum is a player that in our third mock draft had a little too high second round. But sometimes, especially this year, it's just been so unpredictable. I mean, we had Cole Strange as a day 3 Bucs best bet.
Anyone in the first round.
Yeah, and I think there's some teams probably had a third or fourth round grade on it. So
yeah, that's right. Detch here says thoughts on trading 2 of our 3 7th round picks into the 6th round. I'm all for that.
I'm all for it.
I mean, that's the whole point of getting.
Let's get the show on the road.
Yeah, let's get it moving. Yeah, personally, we've done I love doing this show. It's a ton of fun, but we're also at like 15 hours, probably even more than that. So if the Bucs want to finish up a round early, I'm not really going to complain about that.
Yes.
We still got the weekend ahead of us.
Yep.
But on a more serious note, yeah, absolutely. If you find value in the round, absolutely go for it. Like, what's stopping you? All right. If you lose a 7th round pick, that's okay. The Bucs have found value all over the place, including literally the last pick of the draft last year. So if they think that they can find their guy that can contribute on special teams early on or almost right away, yeah, move up to the 6th round.
Yep.
What's stopping you?
Totally. What's going on here? Light's taking the rest of the day off. No, we just had that trade.
No, he's busy.
he's got 3 7th round picks now. So there's still like to see Smoke Monday.
Yeah, that would be
nice.
great.
Good
There
safety.
has to be, I'm sure, at some point, the Bucs, they're going to make the picks that they think are best. But I'm sure they have to know, not that this would affect them making the pick that they've made, but I'm sure they have to know that drafting a punter, people are going to go crazy about it one way or another. I could just imagine Jason being like, "Yep, that's why you're doing the conference today spot." Yeah. One of the first questions is going to be about drafting Jake Camarda there.
Yeah,
so it's just funny that he's putting all the heat on John Spytek, and he doesn't have to.
Yeah, you're the
deal with
human
any of that.
shield. Go out there, John.
Yeah.
Take the bullets. Right.
Oh, man.
Brian is the fast long corner. Wilcox, we drafted last year, still in the mix. No, he's gone. They didn't.
He
didn't make the team.
went with another team.
Yeah.
I think Indy, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're correct. Yep.
Yeah.
There's another one I was going to put up here, but I don't see it. So, having said that, sometimes when you're looking to get, when you're looking at investments, right, and that's what these draft picks are. You're investing in a player. Yeah. Sometimes you need to look at the future and think about what that draft class is going to be like next year. Sometimes you have to look at this year and say, can we borrow some capital, some draft capital, and have that help us today, right? Now, that's all good draft lingo. We're using words like draft capital, et cetera. But when it comes to real life capital, the folks at Immuni Financial will be the ones that can help you out.
At Muni Financial, we help you live in the now.
Congratulations. We're so happy for you.
Thank you.
And even though the now may feel very different, you still need to plan for the future.
How's retirement treating you?
Oh, just fantastic.
I know I say it all the time, but you really got to come up to Colorado.
Let's do it.
All right.
Yeah.
We can help you develop that plan to keep you on track so you can still prepare for tomorrow, today. Muni Financial. Plan ahead, stay ahead.
Matt, we got to get to Colorado.
When do the Bucs play the Broncos next? Because we have to get on the road as well, too, because we got to get to Colorado.
I thought we were going to go to Colorado to draft the Trey McBride, but they did.
That would have been sick.
Right.
Get a formal interview, learn about his whole background and everything.
Yeah.
Just ignore us. Casey's in the picture.
Okay, we're getting the picture real quick. No, I'm going to pose for the picture. I'm going to smile. I'm not going to. Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Sweet.
Thank you.
See?
Now the immunity.
Bye, everybody.
Great
See you,
meeting.
Josh.
You too, man.
Absolute pleasure.
Thanks, guys.
Josh,
You got it.
go ahead now.
Josh Q is out.
Now the Immuni read continues. Folks, managing your family's wealth means more to Immuni Financial than simply allocating your assets. It means legacy planning, brokerage and advisory services, retirement accounts, college savings accounts, and yes, even insurance services. With over 40 years of experience in the Tampa Bay area. And folks, if you live outside Tampa, outside Florida, they still help you manage your money. Let Immuni Financial help you plan ahead and stay ahead. Call Immuni Financial today at 1-800-868-6864. That's 1-800-868-6864. Or visit them on the web at amuni.com.
Make sure to check it out. So many great sponsors here at pewterreport.com.
Yeah.
At we see Beef O Brady as well, too. I can't wait to get their wings, too.
I know. That's the downside of being confined to the Advent Health Training Center, which we love. We appreciate the Buccaneers for
awesome. The food has been
the hospitality here.
It's been very nice.
But yeah, I mean, we're
it's not Beef O Brady.
we're a slave to the NFL draft calendar, right? We're sitting here from 11 o'clock a.m., which was our decision. The draft started at noon. We did an hour pregame.
Yeah.
Now until, I don't know, 6 o'clock or so?
Yeah,
right?
something like that.
We can't leave, Matt, and go to Beef O Brady's because we're here. We're covering the draft. We're doing our jobs.
Luckily, though, yeah, we are doing our jobs, and I think we're doing it pretty well.
But the good news is Beef O Brady's, A, they're open on Saturdays, and B, they don't close at 6 o'clock either. They're open tonight. I'm
and
going
I
to
was
go
going
to
to
Beef
say,
tonight.
too, with the 45 locations, even
Yeah.
if we're exhausted by the end of this draft, all the coverage and everything that we've been doing, there's going to be one that's close by
Yes,
where you're going to be able to get up and go to Beef O Brady's because you don't have to travel that far.
that's
I
right.
understand sometimes there's a place that's it's 45 minutes away, it's half an hour away. I don't want to make that trip. I'm tired.
Yeah.
No, Beef O Brady's, like I said, 45 locations. So there's definitely one
Right.
near you. You're driving to work, you're driving somewhere leisurely. Odds are you're probably gonna drive by a Beef O Brady's along
Yeah.
the way. So
And
make
so
sure
what
check it out.
we're telling you to do is, as you drive by Beef O Brady's, turn around, pull the U-turn,
Yeah.
stop the car, go in, grab a beer, grab a burger, grab some wings, grab the nachos. Got a great menu. If you're not sure exactly what's on the menu, check it out for the first time. If you've never been to Beef's, go to beefobradys.com and look at the menu and find the locations. We've got some. Hold on.
I'm not laughing at Big Al.
Yeah.
Laughing at Stewart Lokes
Okay.
comment.
Do long snapper talk next.
Yo, long snapper is not
Oh my god.
is not as easy as everyone thinks.
Flood the punter.
Yeah,
around.
that's what I'm
Yes,
laughing
I
at.
know.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. If they draft the long spur, I'm just yell for to come back in here.
Yeah.
Because I don't know.
Maybe we'll get a chair throw. That's kind of what I'm looking for.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're curious about Zion McCollum, Dane Brugler does a fantastic job. We rely on Dane for a lot of some of the intricacies of our draft study. And I think he was reasonably high on Zion McCollum, if my memory serves me correctly. Zion McCollum.
With a Y.
Yeah. Certainly, I think a boon for the Buccaneers to essentially give up a 4th-round pick for that opportunity to get him in the 5th round. But this is what Dane Brugler has to say about the newest member of the Buccaneers. We've told you about the size, right? This is a long cornerback, small school guy, played at Sam Houston State in Texas. Went to, as you said,
Mike Evans High School.
Mike Evans High School, yeah. So I think Mike's got to be pretty geeked about this.
He's got a key to the city. So
Yeah.
now hopefully he'll share it with his teammates. and get it anywhere.
So he blazed a 4.33 at the combine. Just really aced a lot of the athletic testing there. If you go to Mock Draftable, that's got a lot of the information in there as well in terms of where he ranked with some of the testing. Look at that spider chart there, Matt. That's crazy. The height, 6'2" and 1.8, that's 96th percentile. 199 pounds, 76th percentile. Then you go into the testing. The 4.33, that's 95th percentile. This is cornerbacks all time, right? So I'm sure he had a fantastic RAS score as well. 40-yard dash time. The vertical jump was 4. That's 8th percentile. The broad jump, 132 inches, 94th percentile. The 3-cone drill. Now, these next 2 drills, the 20-yard shuttle and the 3-cone, those drills, when you're a long-limbed player like this guy is here, that's just over 6'2", it's a little bit more challenging, right? To bend and get down and do these drills. So to have a 6'2" corner, 199 pounds, get a 3-cone drill score of a 6.48 seconds, that's a 98th percentile. The 20-yard shuttle, 3.94 seconds, and that's a 93rd percentile. So this is an elite athlete with elite production. It's just the level of competition that he's played is questionable,
right?
Because of
But the beauty of all of that you just said, the size and the speed, is you can build on that.
Yeah.
All right. If you have that, if you have the athleticism that some players just don't have,
he's got the
it's
tools.
a God-given ability. Yeah, he's got the tools. I fully trust the Bucs coaching staff to get him in the right direction. And again, when you talk about the speed, I desperately want to see a race at training camp this year.
Yeah.
Between Zion McCollum, Scotty Miller,
Jamel Dean,
and Jalen Darden.
Yeah.
I think that would be electric. I think the Bucs would allow it because anything can happen.
Yeah.
But Scotty Miller obviously famously said that he thinks
Long
he
time
could beat Tyreek Hill.
Pewter
in a race.
Report follower of Rybuck1. I just tweeted out that Zion McCollum had the best RAS score for a defensive back since 1987.
Wow.
Yeah, this kid is a hell of an athlete. There's no doubt about it. We talked about the production. His strength, this is from Dan Brugler's The Beast. Impressive size, speed athlete with wow testing numbers. Moves with the footwork and the body twitch to pattern match refined route runners. Relies on the secondary burst to undercut routes or regain the space. Shows little strain, carrying vertical speed on go routes. Applies his coaching and reacts without hesitation because he trusts his reads and processes. He is a smart kid. Owns a playmaking resume with 54 passes to fence, 13 interceptions, second most in school history in his career. Physical downhill tackler and plays to his help. Spilling runs back inside. This was my biggest critique with Kyer Elam from Florida. On tape when I watched him, I like his size. He's physical in coverage. He is not physical in the run game. He is allergic to tackling ball carriers. And I like cornerbacks. I grew up covering Rondé Barber, probably still to this day, the toughest pound-for-pound Buccaneer of all time, pound for pound. And Brian Kelly. And Dwight Smith. And Donnie Abraham. All those corners could tackle Monty Kippen's scheme. That's still valuable today. It's still necessary. You have to have a cornerback that tackles. So this is a player that is not afraid to do that. Matter of fact, some of the film I just watched of the national championship when they won. Holy smokes, man. We're at the national champions here in Tampa Bay.
Yeah, nonstop, all over
Between
the place.
Jake Camarda, the punter for the national champion Georgia Bulldogs, go Dogs, to Zion McCollum, who's a national champion in his own right, winning the FCS championship. Sam Houston State, go Bearcats.
It's more the merrier. You know, Bucs win a Super Bowl. They just want a lot more champions around them. But yeah, I love physical players as well too. And I remember talking about it on the podcast. You were very high on it.
He's playing
about
with
White and like Elam.
He's playing with the cast. His whole arm and his thumb is casted up. He's out there tackling, throwing himself into the pile.
He'd probably
throwing
shoulders, a finger like Ronnie Lott if it meant playing on the field.
So experienced on punt coverage, should be a ready-made NFL gunner, two-time team captain, who's always smiling, very comfortable in his own skin. Log snaps at corner, inside and outside, and safety, boxing deep in college. Weaknesses.
He cares too much.
No. He smiles too much. Too easy for him to lose his balance mid-pedal. That's where the height kind of comes into play a little bit. Still needs to tighten up his technique, timing against NFL speed, still learning how to refine his keys from off coverage, aggressive tendencies in coverage, leaving him susceptible to pumps and route fakes. Not shy getting handsy downfield. Had a pair of pass interference penalties in 2021 in the tapes that were studied. Lean, lowers, and he can add more weight to his frame. Will leave his feet prematurely and shows reckless tendencies as a tackler. Didn't face top-tier talent in college with only one FBS opponent, which was New Mexico. On Sam Houston State's schedule the last 5 seasons, missed time as a junior, suffering a TLC tear in his right wrist. And that was October of 2019. So the summary, a 5-year starter at Sam Houston State. He will be 23 on May 3rd, so upcoming happy birthday.
Happy early B-Day.
McCollum played primarily outside in defensive coordinator Clayton Carlin's man-heavy scheme, seeing snaps at cornerback and at safety. Helped the Bearcats win the 2020 FCS National Championship. Will go down as one of the most prolific defenders in school history. Finishing number 9 all-time in the FCS with 54 career pass breakups. McCollum has a rare resume, is testing athleticism, ball hawking production, led the team in interceptions in 4 out of the 5 years in college, albeit at the FCS level. Although he will lose phase at times, he's a confident man-to-man corner, the recovery skills to get back into position and disrupt the catch point. Overall, McCollum faces a learning curve as he adapts to timing and technique in the NFL speed, but his athletic traits, mental processing ability make him an attractive developmental prospect. And boy, that's exactly what he is and exactly what he will be in Tampa Bay. There's no rush to get him on the field, but he'll be in camp to compete. He'll learn behind guys like Carlton Davis, and might end up pushing Jamel Dean or Sean Murphy-Bunting for a role.
The more and more we talk about that and read up more about him, the more and more I'm loving this pick.
Yeah, I think it's a dynamite pick. I really like this Buccaneer draft. I'm just telling you, I like it.
Yeah, I really don't have too many issues with it. Again, is punter a little bit early? I understand this is the year of the punter in terms of it's the year of the wide receiver and the punter in this year's draft. Do I still think punter 4th round a little bit early? Yeah, sure. But outside of that, I'm all in favor of every pick the Bucs have made.
Yeah,
across the board, and we still have 3 more to go, or maybe 1. Who knows? They might trade again.
Right. Yeah, let's get caught up here with the all of the NFL action here. So we had DeMarco Jackson, as you said, going to the Saints from Appalachian State, the linebacker. Denver Broncos in Washington, wide receiver out of Samford. Tennessee Titans, Kyle Phillips, wide receiver out of UCLA. Kyron Williams, a fan or Josh Capo was a fan of his. The Notre Dame running back went to the Rams. I could see that being a good fit. CZ Atawamo from Minnesota, staying home, going to Minnesota Vikings, defensive end. Tyson Anderson, safety from Toledo, Cincinnati Bengals. Dallas Cowboys taking cornerback Deron Bland from Fresno State. And the pick is in for the Chicago Bears. So the Buccaneers jumped into the 5th round, but do not have a 6th-round pick as of yet. My guess is
they had one briefly
before
they traded it.
My guess is you're going to see Jason Licht package 2, if not 3, of these 7th-rounders and go up and get a player here in the 6th round. Or I would say he might package 2 7ths to get a 6th. I could see them drafting a safety, maybe Smoke Monday. I could see them drafting another tight end, maybe Austin Allen from Nebraska or Chase Allen from Iowa State.
So was Jason Licht foreshadowing yesterday? We spoke to him, and he was asked specifically about Gronk. And he said he's giving Gronk all the time. You know, obviously he's in Vegas right now.
That's right.
But Jason Licht did say it wouldn't matter if we drafted 2 tight ends.
Right.
Gronk is still welcome on this team or whatever along those lines of what he said.
Right.
Is Jason Licht foreshadowing that he's picking another tight end?
Yeah, maybe.
Flooding the position, as you like to say. Doubling up, as you like to say, as they did at linebacker last year.
I even wrote an article about that.
Yeah, exactly.
Before the draft is.
Check it out. It's still
and what position did I say they would double up at? Tight end.
Yeah, tight end.
Tight end.
Took me a second. I've read a lot of articles and written a lot of articles.
We've gotten very little sleep too, man. We should know that as well.
Yeah, I didn't go to bed until like 4 yesterday.
Yeah, you're younger. Wait till you're 50.
Yeah.
It's funny. I was talking to Warren Sapp today. We talked this morning, and Warren's going to turn 50 in December, so I'm ahead of him by a couple of months. When I started covering the Buccaneers in 1995, like I tell people, I walked in the door with Warren Sapp and Eric Brooks because I came down here, graduated May 13th at Kansas State, which was a Saturday. And then I was in Florida the following Friday. I left Kansas on Wednesday and then moved to Florida on Friday. So I was here to cover the minicamps, and that's where the rookie minicamp for Sapp and for Brooks, 1995. So Sapp and I were talking, and we were just marveling at the genius that is the nap.
The nap.
It's genius. And I didn't really discover the nap till later in life, but Warren said it's just genius. I remember laughing at my stepdad. On Saturday morning, beautiful Saturday morning, he would go out and like garden, and throw some mulch around and go to Home Depot and grab those type of things. And then he would come in and take a nap on the couch for a couple hours. And of course, I'm some young teenager full of energy and all this. And I probably slept for 14 hours like my teenage kids do. Yeah. And so I'm like, what are you doing, old man, on the couch? It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, And now I totally get it. I totally understand the genius of the nap. It's and whenever I can grab a nap, which
it's a power nap.
I pretty much can't in April. I'm so busy with the draft.
Yeah.
But May is around the corner, and I will be napping in May whenever I can.
I think the problem for me is if I start napping now, it just means I'm going to stay up. I'm just going to stay up later.
Yeah.
If I nap in the afternoon, that means I'm going to be up until like 2 or 3 in the morning when I'm not trying to, and then it's tough to get back to sleep.
Yeah. Do we have more picks today? Yes, 3 now in the 7th round. So Austin Allen would be the pick if he's there. Nebraska. I can see Jason going.
As you guys spoke about earlier, that the later you go, you just start picking players from your alma mater.
Yep. Mediocrity incarnate. Shoot, I'm 28 and love taking naps. You're on the nap train long before I was. So you're ahead of the game. That's awesome. So we're going to have in a little bit here, Casey Hudson.
Kay Huddy
is
the goat of graphics.
She's off the injured reserve.
Yeah,
she's playing injured. She's going to be here today.
Yeah, she was listed as questionable for day 3, but reports say she is going to play.
She was not on the inactive list,
right?
So I think we're gonna see Kay Huddy and John come in a little bit. John is doing the story and might even be up on pewterreport.com. Check it out on Zion column. Yep.
There you go.
So as soon as they're done probably eating and chatting away, we'll switch it back over to them. In the meantime, Josh Capo, who is kind of our resident salary cap / draft chart expert, which we love, he just texted our group chat here. If you want a subscription to our Pewter Report group chat, which is exclusive inside information, it's only $1,000 a month, and you'll get granted access to all of the insight and scoop that we get.
Yeah, and you have to subscribe.
You have to subscribe. It's $1,000 a month, and so $12,000 a year, and then you'll also get all of the dad jokes that I tell, and all of the hockey banter between you Penguins fans and JC, who's a Boston Bruins fan, and I'm a Lightning fan, Casey as well. So it's really good stuff. But this is what Josh put in our Pewter Report group chat. So this is exclusive information I'm sharing with you, non-subscribers to our Pewter Report
Can't
group
find
chat.
this anywhere else.
Yeah. The Bucs won the trade on the value per the Spielberger Fitzgerald chart. The 2023 4th round pick that the Bucs gave up is worth 481 points. Okay. So let me get a cool graphic up here of Jason Licht making the trade. Yeah. There we go. Shout out to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for these awesome photos. So the pick that Jason Licht gave up is oh man, I just got a funny chat from the front office. So the trade is the 4th rounder. It's worth 481 picks. The picks they received are worth 671 points. That's the equivalent of a very late 7th rounder. An important note. I have to add some context to the 2023 picks. Except the practice is to value a next year pick the same as 1 round later in the current draft. Example, a 2023 4th rounder is similar value to a 2022 5th rounder. What isn't accepted practice is where in the current round to place value, I assign it to the middle of the round. It stands to reason a Bucs 2023 draft pick will be later in the round, which would make the deal better for the Bucs. So I get all that. Basically, what Josh Capo is saying is 2 trades now from Jason Licht, and he's actually 3 really. He traded up to get
2 with Jacksonville as well too.
What's that?
2 with Jacksonville, like the initial one.
Yeah, the initial one, and then this one here. These are fantastic trades, and then trading up to get Luke Goedeke in the second round. I think that's a win because of the player in terms of that.
Good question here from Ben Leeper. He says, does McCollum have return potential? Timing is everything with this question because other media and John Ledyard and Casey were over there as McCollum was speaking. We're obviously on the show right now. And they tweeted out that McCollum said that he has a return kick, but will do whatever the team asks. And then we pointed out his 40-yard dash time of 4.33. So not too much experience, but again, with speed like that, I don't think it's the worst idea to just throw him out there and see what happens, especially, in training camp and the preseason. The Bucs have been a little stingy, though, when it comes to their return game. And obviously, they went with Jalen Darden, and that hasn't really worked. But I guess what I'm thinking of is for years, when they first drafted Scotty Miller, again, the first thing we all talked about was the speed that Scotty Miller had. And we all wanted Scotty Miller to at least get an opportunity to really be to have a chance to be a punt returner. And he would go into practice and he would field punts. He still did, like up to this season, but never really had that opportunity. Didn't do it in preseason. We had like one or two opportunities in preseason. I think he just called a fair catch.
Yeah.
Never did it in the regular season. So that ship has sailed. He's been great as a gunner when he transitioned into that role. So long story short, I wouldn't expect McCollum to necessarily be a punt returner, but I don't think it's something that we could rule out either. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah. So we have a couple picks in here. Braxton Jones from Southern Utah State. He was one of those small school offensive linemen at the Senior Bowl. Did not really perform that well, I didn't think. Goes to the Bears here in the 5th round. And Minnesota Vikings drafted running back from North Carolina, Ty Chandler. Tegan Quatoriano. There you go.
I remember reading up on him too. He was
Oregon State. Talk about him.
Well, I just remember reading up on him that he was going to be like a very late pick, like almost a 7th round guy. From what I remember, I think he had really good size and was essentially more of a blocker than a receiver. Oregon State's had a solid offense and can move the ball down the field, but maybe not necessarily the type of production that you really wanted from. So that's why I projected so late. And then you have Luke Wanberg out of Washington. He went to the Denver Broncos, who seem to be on the clock every single time we look at this chart.
Yeah.
And then most recently, Samuel Womack out of Toledo. He's a cornerback. He went to the San Francisco 49ers. And right as I finished speaking, the Giants just made a pick out of UNC. It's guard Marcus McKeithen. So we are at pick 173. The Chicago Bears are on the clock now as we wind down here. In the 5th round, still got a ways to go in terms of when the Bucs pick next. I still think it's just a matter of when, not if, the Bucs are going to go and and trade into the 6th round. Got a super chat here from Cali Bucs. Thank you very much for the super chat.
Thank you.
He said, "Why didn't we select punt god Matt Araiza?" Araiza was a guy that was in so many mock drafts going to the Bucs, whether it was a couple people here at Pewter Report or just Bucs fans in general. Everyone seems to love this guy because he boots the ball. But, teams do in-depth scouting. They look at different things. Each team has different needs. And so the Bucs felt very comfortable with Camarada as the new punter on this team and performing the kickoffs.
What'd you call him?
I said Camarada. It's Camarda. Yeah,
Camaraderie.
Yeah,
right?
All this camaraderie. Well, you need camaraderie.
Commanders, Commodores.
Among the special teams with long snapper, punter, and kicker. But they obviously felt very comfortable with Camarda.
Yeah.
To go and pick him in the 4th round. And again, it's not just booting the ball. That's obviously part of it. Yeah. You have to kick the ball down the field, but it's about pinning a team back. It's about making sure that they have to drive the length of the field. Same thing with kickoffs as well, too. Sure, you could just boot it out of the end zone.
Yeah.
If you want to do that, that's fine. But times you might want to pull the rug from out the other team and pin them at the 10-yard line by punting it to the 5 and forcing them to go and return it. So, each team has their own preference and specifics when they're really looking for, a punter. So obviously Araiza had a lot of hype around him. That doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to be the proper guy.
I agree. We're going to pull up our Bucs best bets here in just a second. There's a couple guys I would love to see the Buccaneers finish the draft with here. But before I throw those up there, Matt, are there any players left that you would love to see in red and pewter here, whether it be Jason Licht manufacturing a 6th-round pick out of a trade from the 7th round, or picking up a couple of those guys in the 7th round?
Well, you for Smoke Monday, I think, would be so much fun. The hype around the name is cool enough with Smoke Monday. But obviously, we talked about the needs that the Bucs had, at cornerback and at safety, and they obviously just addressed the cornerback position. But he's a guy that played at a big-time school. I think he's another physical, capable guy that is extremely confident in himself. And I think, for me at least, confidence can't be overlooked, especially at the cornerback position, because it's or secondary position in general, because it's somewhere where you're going to get beat a lot, and you have to be able to show that you can overcome that. And I think Smoke Monday will come in with that swagger that the Bucs defense kind of already has, especially secondary. It could be a nice addition to a talented group when they're fully healthy. So he would be one guy. I like the Caleb Evans, but obviously with drafting, he's gone. And with the Bucs making their pick with McCollum, that kind of rules that out too. So that's what I'm looking at least.
This is quite the draft haul so far for the Buccaneers, just in terms of players. Right, they entered with 6 picks. Now they've got 1, 2, 3. They've got players now. They still have 3 picks. Even if Jason Licht trades 2 or one of those players up, it's still another player more than they entered the day with in terms of having picks and players. So I like what I've seen so far from this draft class. I think this has been a draft class that has some trench dominance in front. Deep attack, you got a guard. Those address some needs. Rachaad White is my favorite running back that Jason Licht has drafted. Admittedly, in my opinion, that's been his blind spot.
Ideal.
But I do like the pick of Rachaad White. I think he is the favorite to beat out Keyshawn Vaughn. Cade Otton was a Bucs best bet. And the reason why we liked him is because he's just a versatile guy. He can run the catch a little bit. He's not going to stretch the field, but he's got some athleticism where some of these day 3 tight ends just they're not that athletic.
Some tight ends, they either block or they're more of a receiving tight end.
Right.
Cade Otton falls in the category of he can do both.
Yeah. And then the punter, Jake Camarada guy.
I did that to you.
Camarada is a national champion. Wears number 90. Gotta like that.
All SEC.
All SEC. And he does all of the things except for being a field goal kicker, right? And a snapper.
That's right. They got Ryan Suckup.
Yeah. He will hold.
He do that.
He will punt. He will do kickoffs. He will replace Bradley. And then Sam Houston State cornerback Zion McCollum. We talked about him kind of at length here. Loving the draft coverage, PR. Y'all are awesome.
Thank you, Austin.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
You guys are awesome. You
guys are the best.
day 3 people. Let me tell you.
Yeah, you the real ones.
Yeah, you're the real OGs here. You're staying put where you should be. You pewter people. You're still hanging around, even though that as of right now there's no 6th-round pick.
Right.
You're gonna stay here till the 7th round, and we love you for it.
And it's a Saturday afternoon too.
What else you gotta do?
Yeah.
Well, the draft only happens once a year.
That's true. I heard it's supposed to rain today too.
Oh, okay. There you go.
It's so funny because all the blinds are down outside. So
we have no
yesterday
idea.
when we got here, I was like, "Oh wow, it's 11 o'clock at night." I had no idea.
This is like a casino.
It is.
They lose all track of time, except that you don't win any money here.
Yeah,
but you don't lose any either.
I feel like we could get with the media group a game of CeeLo going or something.
Yeah. So, Camarda said in his Zoom he played baseball, considers himself an all-around athlete, hence the good 40-yard dash time. That's right. He had a 4.56 in the 40-yard dash, so he can not only do kickoffs, he can get out there and cover them. He can punt the ball. He can beat Grant Stewart down there to cover them too.
You can see like the two of them or like the first one.
Right.
Ball carrier.
Folks, if you have had a chance to visit our YouTube page, Pewter Report TV, gosh, we greatly appreciate that. And while you're there, if you could hit the subscribe button, we'd love you for it. We're over 8,200 subscribers now. We gained, I think, over 100 subscribers in just this draft period here. So it's been phenomenal. Thanks to you. And when you do subscribe or watch our videos, hit the like button. That's awesome, because what that does is it gets our Pewter Report YouTube channel out there. It gets our videos out there, whether it's our Pewter Report podcast that we do Monday through Friday at 4 o'clock Eastern time, or whether it's just some of the snippets from that or other YouTube content that we have on our channel. It gets it out in front of more Buccaneer fans. We love the Pewter people. We love you guys. And the more of you that see our content, the better. And we want to boost our subscription total up to 10,000. We're well on the way.
On the way to 10K. That's the goal.
I love it.
We need you guys to help with that. We appreciate everyone watching the show. I greatly appreciate it. And you guys really are the best. It's awesome that the Bucs are winning now, but you guys cared way before that too.
That's right. You're the OGs.
Yeah, you are the OGs. I've only been here for a couple of years. I was in Tampa about like 10 years ago when I went to college here. But in ways, I still feel like an OG in terms of even like just understanding the Bucs and the
Where'd you go to school,
culture.
man?
I went to University of Tampa.
Spartan.
Go Spartans.
Yeah.
Had a number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft. So they don't have a team anymore.
I was going to say, a long time ago. Yeah.
And then he went on to play the guy in the Goonies with the like messed up face. I forgot his name. It's like something with a G.
Okay.
But yeah, that character in the Sloth in the Goonies.
Okay.
Yeah. It was Jack. I'm forgetting his last name, but he got drafted by the Raiders.
Who can we cut now, SR? What do you mean in terms of cutting?
I think maybe someone on the roster. I saw someone say trade Tyler Johnson for a 6th round pick.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't necessarily recommend that because we talked about depth at receiver.
Right.
And so
I feel like we're new kids on the block and hanging tough. PR are the rock stars. You guys are rock stars. We appreciate you guys. Because without you, we're not doing a show. All right. What's the point? I mean, if we could be easily just sit in the media room, just watch.
Racing would smoke them all. Someone else said that Jalen Darden would trip while the race was going on. So you were in the middle of an ad, so I couldn't go address it, but he would.
Yeah. Wow, that's good stuff, man. I like it. Everyone's so down on Tyler Johnson. Trade him for around 6. What's his trade value? He doesn't have any trade value, does he? Tyler Johnson?
Maybe a 7th rounder. I think he could be a throwaway type of pick thing.
Okay.
But I also think Tyler Johnson, sure, he's not the go-to guy that you want in there. But in terms of depth, absolutely keep him on the team.
Sean, appreciate this. PR is always good, but y'all are next level during draft season. We appreciate that. It's a thing where we spend an awful lot of time doing this. I've really kind of dove into the draft stuff right from the get-go. My very first issue when I was the editor-in-chief, when I went from being a Bucs reporter, contributor, to Buccaneer magazine back in '95, and I did advertising sales back then. I took over full-time as the editor-in-chief in 1996. My first issue that I was the main content provider for was the pre-draft issue, and I nailed Reagan Upshaw as the first pick, and I've just loved the draft my whole life. I've always kind of been a draftnik. And so it's something that we do pride ourselves on. It's something that we do an awful lot of work for. And let's face it, there's a lot of those years out there, you long-suffering Buccaneer fans know that you didn't get your joy too many Sundays, right? I mean, if you're mired in a 4-12 season, which you had 4 happy Sundays out of 4 months, but at least with the draft, hope springs eternal.
Exactly.
Right? And the fortunes are going to turn around because of this first-round pick or that second-round pick or whatever. So it's been a fun ride to kind of educate you guys about the players that the Buccaneers end up liking, end up drafting. And some of these guys, even though we like them, they might not work out. And that goes with the territory.
That's just the way it is.
And that's the way it is.
People never be the same.
That's what you get. You get Dave 3 on singing.
Oh, Bucs fans, we are going to have a special guest coming up in a little bit once we get John. Well, John also is a special guest, but when John comes back on.
Jason Light on the phone? Is that what we're going to get?
Not yet. He's a little bit busy right now, but we're going to be joined by Brandon Thorne, who is the guru when it comes to offensive linemen. There is no one better when it comes to evaluating that position. I met him for the first time at the Senior Bowl. He is an awesome guy, very nice. Saw him at the Combine as well, too. He loved the Goedeke pick as well for the Bucs. Yeah. So John and Brandon will discuss that. So you're going to get all the insight and in-depth conversation, news, info, everything you need to know about him. You're going to learn that from Brandon Thorne. He'll be coming up in a little bit.
Matthew Butler to the Raiders. So we lose another Bucs best bet.
Damn.
Yeah. James, appreciate you. Used to being a paid subscriber to Pewter Report. We appreciate that. I remember buying Buccaneer magazine for the first time at Buccaneer Heaven in Tampa, Sean. I remember those days too. I used to work there. So yeah, we got some OGs here in the chat. Just want to say all of you at Pewter Report have done a fantastic job this offseason in keeping us informed and interested. Thank you for all that you do and keep it up.
Need Scott to drop a scoop of I didn't really understand that.
Yeah, we got Brandon Thorne coming up. Oh, Damon Clark to the Dallas Cowboys. They're taking a chance on him. Boy, that would have been another good Bucs best bet.
Jerry can't stop taking
He cannot stop taking linebackers. Reagan Upshaw, blast from the past. Yes. Yep, those were the days. So who do we have coming in and joining us now? JC?
Brandon Thorne's going to be with me in a second.
Okay.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Thorne will be on in a moment.
I'm going to go grab some food and a restroom break. So we've got Brandon Thorne coming up. He's going to be talking about the Buccaneers draft pick, second round, Goedeke here.
I'm going to bring in Brandon in a second.
As we make a little transition.
Get settled here, transition into our new spots. And man, I am excited to talk to Brandon for a bunch of reasons because he is the line expert that I trust the most. It just so happens he likes Goedeke. I actually didn't know whether he liked Goedeke or not before I asked him to come on the show. So I just asked him, and it turns out he does like him. So we'll see how much he likes him, where he had him ranked, to take him, what he thinks are his strengths and weaknesses, all that kind of stuff is coming up on the show here shortly. So definitely excited to hear his perspective for sure. We are getting set up here to try and bring him on. I'm going to get my headphones in so I can hear him.
First off, though, thank you for the super chat. Scott Federico, he says, awesome coverage, guys. Thanks. I think this has been a very solid draft. All needs have been addressed and saved $2.9 million on the salary cap. I think it's been a very solid draft as well, too. You can say what you want to say about the punter, but I think probably one of my favorite picks after that was Zion McCollum. So I think the Bucs really got some great value there. Had no problem with Logan Hall. I like Rachaad White as well, too. And John and Brandon are about to talk about Goedeke. So you're going to get all that great information right then and there. And I'm about to go and get some food.
Do it. Get out of here. You guys, good job covering that crazy trade. Obviously, Zion McCollum, a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. I'm pretty excited about that. I'm not going to lie. I think that's a very interesting move for Tampa Bay. And I know they gave away 2023 fourth, but at the same time, I think, man, there's a lot of good things that can come from having a developmental corner with that kind of upside in what you're doing. as a franchise. So that's a position you want to invest in terms of the future. And so we're excited about that guy coming here to Tampa Bay. And after talking to him, man, character seems to check out and be exciting as well. So getting ready to bring in Brandon here and trying to get set up for that, making sure that I can hear him will be one of the keys as well. And Brandon, bringing you the show here, and hopefully everybody can see. Let me frame us right. JC Allen here as well, though he won't be able to hear what you're saying here, Brandon, but I will be able. Can you hear me okay, Brandon?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, awesome. Brandon Thorne, O-line expert. I want you to plug your stuff, trench warfare and all that stuff. Tell the people where they can find you and your work, Brandon.
Yeah, people can go to substack.com and just search trench warfare. That's kind of my baby there, my own website that I kind of just kind of direct the content there and kind of talk about whatever I want there. I get to do a lot of fun stuff. And then also I wrote up every offensive lineman in the draft, minus a couple who actually just got drafted who I didn't write up for Bleacher Report. But yeah, so you could read scouting reports on those guys, and those are really the two main areas. Establish the run during the season as well.
Yeah, right, exactly. And most people at this point, Bucs fans, know where a lot of your stuff is because they're huge fans of you, as you can see. Let's go, Brandon Thorne, my man. Let's go, Brandon. Maybe that means you. Maybe that means something else. We don't know. We never know. But we cheer for you. We know that. But Brandon, Luke Goedeke being a pick to the Bucs here, was it something you saw coming? Did you see that cultural fit in terms of when you were watching him and what you knew of his personality? And I know you've spoken to him too. Do you feel like this was one that you saw coming?
I mean, it makes a lot of sense now that it's happened. I'll say that just in terms of like his play personality, the demeanor that he plays with, it fits, right into, how Kappa played and Jensen and Marpet and Donovan Smith, everybody works, he's extremely physical, aggressive. So, yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense with the culture, that they're trying to build here. When you watched Goedeke on tape, what was the first couple things that stood out to you about his skill set?
I mean, I think the biggest thing is really like contact balance and body control. He does a really good job of maintaining his base through contact and staying centered, plays with really good weight distribution, and that allows him to really create a lot of movement. After contact, he works inside of guys well. He has a good amount of power, so he can knock guys on their heels. And then once he does that, man, he could drive guys around, create a lot of movement. So I think he anchors pretty well as well. I think his overall play strength and balance really are the things, and just the aggressiveness. Those that trio right there, I just felt like showed up throughout his entire tape. And he hasn't been playing offensive line that long either, which is, I think he could get a lot better as well. So I saw him as a guard for sure, but he was feisty at tackle, which was nice to have in the back pocket.
Yeah, it's interesting. Not a lot of guys with his arm length play tackle, especially in the NFL. So moving him inside the guard and projecting him inside was obviously key. But in college, he had to overcome that basically, to play at a high level despite not having great length on the edge, often against guys who were longer than him as edge rushers. How did you see him counter that one physical, I don't know if you want to say deficiency or struggle that he may have had in terms of lacking that elite length and still finding ways to be a dominant pass protector?
Yeah, I mean, I think he had pretty good variance, and I like to say dexterity with his hands, using independent hands. He could replace his hands very quickly if they got knocked down. So he could reestablish leverage quickly, and just recover well. So, that was a big part that allowed him to succeed, I think, against those matchups. And then just like I said, his anchor is play strength. Even if guys do get inside of him and they try to work power, or, the bull rush or things like that, he can anchor quickly because of, I think, lower body strength and just the leverage he plays with. So those are the things that allowed him to, succeed at tackle. But I certainly saw a guy who would need to kick inside, because even with those capabilities and, him being able to be competitive, you still maybe saw, average range, to protect the corner. And then still, like that Missouri game, I think that I think he's number 18. He's a big dude, 6'4", 275. Yeah, that guy gave him some trouble for sure. And then LSU, I think Ojulari gave him a little trouble as well. So,
yeah, it was interesting to watch that LSU tape, because there's one or two reps where you're like, oh, he got a little bit. But then the vast majority of reps, it's amazing to me how many times he was finishing, putting some guy in the ground. And we're talking about in pass protection. He would knock down that inside arm. He would grab him like right under the collar and then pin him down. There were a lot of choke slams. It got pretty it was a little bit dangerous there for a second. I was looking around, making sure my environment was safe, because I was getting a little jazzed up watching him. But he really brings the energy. I think PFF, I know we've kind of joked about their grades for O-line before at times, but they have him, I believe, with 17 negative downgraded plays in the run game all year, just because that's how dominant he was in the run game. Do you think he's a little bit further ahead as a run blocker than as a pass protector right now?
Probably, but I mean, I think inside a lot of his issues will be mitigated to where his pass protection is going to probably be pretty good there. I would think, once he gets used to it, of course, because like I said, I mean, I think he's played 25 career games at offensive line, and so, yeah, I mean, he's still kind of learning the position overall in general, but yeah, I think the anchoring ability and then the hands, I think will translate well inside, not having to deal with as much space, and being able to be more aggressive. I think that'll just play into his skill set really well, but yeah, I would lean run game right now a little bit, but I think the pass protection won't be, like a big issue or anything like that, especially over time.
Yeah, so I just have a question. I'm sure it's the question that most Bucs fans have on their mind: is this a guy who's going to be able to come in and start day one in this room? I know you've watched a lot of offensive linemen, a lot of Ali Marpet, probably watched a little Stinney and Hainsey and all these other guys there. Do you think he's capable of coming here and winning the job from day one? And how dominant do you think he could end up being as a player?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think he can win the job day one. I'm assuming we're talking about left guard. It's kind of the, the only opening, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I had him with a 3rd round grade, which for me is like a high level backup potential starter. So I expect him to come in and compete with Stinney, and it might be a toss up who wins. I mean, I would lean Goedeke, winning that job, but he's going to be able to compete and give Stinney a run for his money. That's for sure. And I think he offers a little bit more than him based on what I've seen from Stinney. But yeah, and I don't know if he's ever going to be dominant, but I mean, he's a guy that I saw who could be a plus starter for sure. I think high end, if this is best case, but I did see shades of it, is like a TJ Lang. He kind of reminded me of him because I saw a ton of TJ Lang in Green Bay before he went to Detroit and then retired. Kind of a similar guy to that. That's like best case. TJ Lang was an all-pro. But I gave him a comparison to Mark Lewinsky. He's kind of in that mold. That's kind of like the middle ground of what he'll probably become, which, Mark Lewinsky had a few good years there with the Colts. So I kind of see a guy kind of like that, maybe in between those two, maybe a little bit better than Glow, hopefully. But yeah, I mean, I think he could be a plus starter, man, and win that job.
It's interesting, too, because the context of the rest of the group matters when you think about playing in the NFL. It's something you and I have talked about a lot in the past, Brandon, is just the group that you play around, especially as a rookie coming to the NFL, helps a lot. Having a center like Ryan Jensen next to you, having a tackle like Donovan Smith next to you, playing on a line with Wirfs and Shaq Mason. And
That's
you're talking about a group, you're probably the four of the best guys in the league at their positions. How important is that for a player like him?
Oh, dude, that's huge, dude. I mean, the environment that you're in, kind of that culture, the players you're around, and there's a standard that's established in that offensive line room. and he's going to have to play to it, and it just helps young guys, when you kind of have that structure around you, in anything really. I mean, so I think it's definitely going to help his development and maximize who he could be as a player. Because kind of another interesting thing is like, I mentioned he didn't play offensive line a lot, but he also, he never played, I think in consecutive seasons either, because 2020, he missed the year with the knee injury. 2019 was his first year. So he's never had consecutive seasons in his life playing on the offensive line. So, I mean, this is a guy who, I think the arrow's pointing up and there's a lot of room for growth with him. And yeah, man, I mean, I could see him definitely becoming like an above average, a very good starter, and especially in this case right here, where he's the 5th best offensive lineman on the unit. You know what I mean? That's incredible.
I want to know this. Played at right tackle, and that's his position in college. Now he has to move to left guard. So it's a switch of positions and it's a switch of sides. How worried are you about something like that?
Not too worried, and especially in this case, man. I mean, there's not a whole lot of pressure on him, you know what I mean? And that's huge. He could come in and learn in camp, mini camp, things like that, compete with, Stinney for the job, whoever else, probably take some reps at center as well, become a backup there. I liked him at center a lot, is why I just thought his skill set would translate well there. It's a projection for sure, but he's kind of like, young enough as a football player to where there's not a whole lot of ingrained, muscle memory type of stuff there. I mean, getting him over there, repped over there early and often, I think he'll be able to just, pick that up. And again, with no pressure, that's going to help him. And man, I mean, I just love the way the Bucs build their offensive line. I mean, it's like one of my 2 or 3 favorite, in the NFL year after year, who they bring in, how they build it, the kind of guys they bring in. This guy just fits it, and it's just, I feel like they built a machine there, dude. It's fun.
It's great to develop these guys at a really high level as well, even from players like Aaron Stinney and Nick Leverett, being able to get them to be competent NFL backups at minimum. And then other player who competed for this job, Robert Hainsey, who I know you liked a good bit coming out. I'm curious how your grading scale had Hainsey compared to Goedeke. Maybe your scale changed, I don't know, but how do you see them in comparison to each other? Hainsey's had another year in the NFL. Where they were coming out, how do you compare the two of them? Do you think Goedeke's a little more ready to potentially start in the NFL?
I think Goedeke just brings a lot more power. Hainsey was technically, that's what I loved about Hainsey, was his hands and the leverage he played with. He clearly was, he was playing right tackle as well, but it was a little bit more difficult for him in some ways because he didn't have the same level of power. But so that's really the kind of the differentiating factor, I would say. But overall, their value, I saw it kind of similarly. I think I had Hainsey with the 3rd round grade as well, which is a high level backup / potential starter. When I put that grade on somebody, I'm expecting them at least to be a good backup. And if they start, great. If not, that's just kind of a 3rd round pick. So hopefully Hainsey can start one day, but if he's just a backup his whole career, I feel like, a quality one who could come in and maybe spot start for you and, be a valuable guy, then I'll feel like I got that one right, but we'll see. But I think Goedeke has just a little bit more to offer there, because of the power, man. I mean, I feel like that a lot more power than Hainsey, square power. I mean, he can create that immediate movement at the point of attack that it's hard to find, especially in the range that you guys, I guess you drafted him a little higher than I had him graded, but I think that's what got him drafted higher and what made him more coveted is because of that.
So I just had a question about some of these undrafted free agents that could be fits. Obviously, the Bucs have taken a guard. I don't think they'll take another one. But guys like a Josh Sills, a guy like Nick Ford from Utah, maybe a Luke Wattenberg, some guys with these positional flexibility that could potentially be fits for undrafted free agency.
Yeah, I think Wattenberg got drafted actually, which surprised me. He went to the Broncos, but Nick Ford is an undrafted free agent grade for me. That's a potential guy you could bring in. I have a lot of guys with draftable grades still out there. I haven't checked the list and the 6th round started, I'm sure by now. I haven't checked, but I had a lot of guys, man. Lasita Smith from Virginia Tech. I think he could fit. Jamari Sawyer, Marquise Hayes, Cade Mays, Justin Schaefer, Andrew Stuber, Chasen Hines, Ben Brown. All these guys I had with like late day 3 grades or earlier. Some of those guys I named earlier. So there's a lot of guys, man, that I would love to have in this range in the draft. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Was there a surprise? I know we're getting outside of the Bucs, and I'll tie it back to the Bucs in a second with one more question for you. But was there some surprises in the O-line? Did anybody go way higher than you maybe had them evaluated, or thought they deserved to go based on their tape or whatever? And then maybe the opposite, somebody that you couldn't believe they fell down as far as they did.
Cole Strange.
Yeah, I mean, the Cole Strange one was surprising to me. I had him with like a late 3rd round grade. So
did you have Goedeke over Strange? Do you remember?
Yeah, I have my board right here. I'm pretty sure I did. Let me see. Yeah, I did. Yep.
I liked him more than Strange after getting into Goedeke's tape too. Although I liked Strange.
Yeah, I do like Strange. I liked him a lot more too after I talked to him. He's super smart, and yeah, I mean, I like Strange for sure. He, really intriguing player. But yeah, I like Goedeke more. So yeah, I mean, so far I'm looking at kind of like the biggest disparities from where I had guys and where they got drafted. Let me see. I think Cordell Volson going in the 4th round. That's kind of a guy most people probably don't know who he is, but I think he was at the Shrine game, North Dakota State.
Darren Kennard, maybe.
That was about where I had him, but that was lower than most, so maybe not too much of a surprise to me, but others. But I think for him it was medical. That's why he dropped. But like Falele, going in the 4th round, I liked him more than that. But going to Baltimore is absolutely perfect for him. So I love that he went there. And then Bernard Raymond, I mean, I liked him a little more than Penning. So, and he went in the 3rd round. So that was probably the biggest one, honestly. Yeah. So,
you think that was because of his age, just being 25?
Age and shorter arms, I'd probably say, would probably be the 2 issues. But he's kind of similar to Goedeke, and he's very young as a football player, man. I mean, he's been playing less than Goedeke has on the offensive line, and he's picked things up very quickly. And I really like his body control and lateral quickness. So he has some stuff to work on with his technique as well. He might play guard even, but so young to the game, man. I mean, I feel like he can still get better despite being older. So I thought the Colts got a really good value there. That was probably one. Matt Waletzko, going to the Cowboys, I think in round 4 or 5, I think it was 5. I mean, I wouldn't have drafted him, to be honest. So that was one that his tape was not good at that month. What's that?
Yeah. It feels like just those traits, man. They test well, and you have that kind of length. You go high, just a lock.
Exactly. Yeah. They drafted a guy just like that last year who I like a lot more in Josh Ball. But Dallas doesn't really develop offensive linemen anymore, man. So I don't know what they're expecting to happen there. He needs a lot of development. So we'll see. But his tape was rough. But he just needs a lot of work. But yeah, I get it. The traits are there. You look at him on paper and you're like, holy crap. You watch him on tape. It's like, oh my gosh. It's just he got bullied on tape. It's just the way it is. I mean, it was hard to watch, but I get it. He was at the Senior Bowl. He was okay there. And yeah, man. So what we'll see, it's just if he went somewhere like Philly or Cleveland or, one of these places that develops guys, then I can get on board with it. But it's hard to see him becoming something in Dallas with the staff that they have currently.
Yeah, no, it's good insight into those picks. I appreciate you opening up your process to us like that. Last question I have for you. Alex Kappa obviously developed in Tampa Bay, went from being a guy who was probably a poor starter or when he first started out for Tampa Bay into being an above average, starter for them. It sounds like the way you've described Goedeke, you feel like there is a similar ceiling for him maybe as to what Kappa was maybe the last 2 years for Tampa Bay. And is that true? Or do you think he could be even better? And do you think he's better starting out than where Kappa was starting out?
I mean, I didn't evaluate Kappa coming out of Humboldt State, so I can't totally speak on that 100% accurately. But like what I saw of him as a pro early on, I mean, I would expect Goedeke to be a little bit better, honestly. Again, I go back to, Goedeke's kind of his balance and power through contact, man. To me, I think he offers even a little bit more than Kappa there. He didn't test or anything like that, because he was hurt. So we can't really compare, apples to apples in that regard. But I think he's probably a better athlete as well, at least moving better on film. It's just Kappa, his technique was so good, and he was so good, playing with good leverage, creating leverage with his pads and his hands. I don't know if Goedeke, that's the thing. Goedeke could get to that point. That's kind of something you can learn, obviously. He has things that you can't teach that Kappa didn't have. So, I'll say that. And his hands are still pretty good. I like Goedeke's hands. So I think Goedeke could be better early on and have a higher ceiling as well. It's just, we'll see. It just depends on if he can develop at that same rate. But I would bet on that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool for Bucs fans to hear that after what looked like a disaster with Kappa and Jensen becoming free agents and Marpet retiring out of nowhere, to hear that the offensive line could somehow be maybe better, maybe not this year, but maybe next year. Crazy, right?
With Shaq Mason too. Oh.
Dude, they upgraded right guard. They're going to downgrade left guard, obviously, but they got some promising guys there. They're going to have depth. You would imagine that, Wirfs can still get a little bit better, refine some things. I mean, they're going to be just as good, I think, if not better. So, man, they're just sustaining that level of excellence right now in a really fun way, I think.
Right. It's cool to see them still prioritize and address it. Jason Licht said if he could draft an offensive lineman every single draft, he would, and he basically can, and he has basically, and they've done a great job. Continue to develop those guys. You've done a great job too, my friend. Absolutely. It has been a pleasure every year talking draft with you and hearing your thoughts on these prospects, and you're always gracious to give us some of your time. So we appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of these drafts and seeing where these offensive linemen go on day 3 and as undrafted free agents, because I know you've done the homework on all of them, and this is the fun part. You get to enjoy it.
Yeah, man, absolutely. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, man. So, thanks for having me.
Absolutely, buddy. Take care of yourself, and we will check in with you again down the road, I'm sure, as we always do. Man, Brandon just gives such good insight on these guys. Yeah, and the fact that he's like pulling, well, let's go. Like, yeah, I would have drafted him. I just like hearing the honesty from evaluators. I think it's so much better than somebody who comes on and says, oh, everybody's awesome. Yeah, they're all great, and they'll all be great. And, he just gives it to you honestly. Like, he did say it was higher that the Bucs took him than he had him on his board, but he has this kind of affinity for him that's obvious that he thinks his floor is pretty high. And that's when you have a high floor as an offensive lineman, I'd so prefer that, because you can do a lot of great things with manageable starters, even if that's all they ever become, especially when you have 4 great pieces around them. You can win Super Bowls with that kind of
correct. Yeah, it's
Kappa, yeah.
Well, and, the Pats, I mean,
and I definitely
wrestlers in there.
Goedeke is better than Kappa. Kappa was coming out.
He's very, very intriguing. I mean, just watching Brandon's breakdowns, and that's what I love about Brandon too. Because you go on, some of you are watching on ESPN, some of you are watching on NFL Network, and no knock on them. But this is a guy who lives, sleeps, eats, breathes offensive line breakdowns, and he's the best one out there to do it. And when he's giving you those types of insights, I mean, don't take it with a grain of salt. And I'm really excited for what Goedeke could potentially become later down the line, and even just as a potential rookie starter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I just wrote a film piece, by the way. Go over to pewterreport.com. I wrote an all 22 film breakdown on Luke Goedeke, and it is, I think, one of the most fun games I've watched. I was kind of watching it last night. I was a little bit delirious, but I clipped half the plays. I didn't even use a bunch of the plays. And Matt and I were here till late last night where, by the way, we're at the Advent Health Training Center. And I know y'all think we're in a sauna based on this behind us.
No, they know this. If
we're not.
If they watch any of like the slice or any of like the current, this is where the Bucs film their little blurbs and whatnot when they're talking about. They know this room. They got to know this room. We're sitting where Tom Brady's at right now. So potentially, we're associated. We're Hall of Famers.
Right. True. Yeah.
He's so flustered. He can't
I'm trying to get another guest on the show right now too. I'm texting. I'm trying to get another guest for you.
No worries. I'll take over from here.
But anyway, watch the Goedeke article up on PewterReport.com. I think you guys will love it. It shows a lot against LSU as a Central Michigan player playing against LSU. That's the matchup I wanted to see. I'm halfway through the Missouri one. I was really impressed. I think Brandon's right. The bigger, stronger, heavy like edge defenders give him a little bit more trouble than the LSU longer, more athletic, lanky guys did. He has to move inside, though. I think a lot of his issues get better inside. I really do.
Right. Yeah, because exactly. I agree with that. This guy, talking to him yesterday, reading some of his interviews, pre-draft interviews, he's just a nasty guy, and he fits right in with the rest of those guys. And you got to remember, too, he's playing next to a Pro Bowler in Ryan Jensen, probably the best center in the game. If you ask Brandon, he probably would have told you he's the best center in the game. And then, as much as some of you are up and down and Donovan Smith, a really, really good left tackle in the league. So some of those deficiencies too, he'll be helped by playing just next to both of those players. So, I'm really high on this pick. I would have probably had Cole Strange there if I did a final mock draft, just because I was so high on him. So to get a guard that Brandon has ranked higher and thinks more of it's a win-win situation and scenario. I know a lot of people are like, Hainsey, we drafted him. He's your center. He's your potential center of the future. And I know people are like, well, center of the future. He's played 1 year. Jensen's on 3 years. He's a free agent once Jensen's a free agent, so you'd have to re-sign him. But injuries, Jensen could start to break down. They move on from him 1 year on year 2 before year 3 of the contract, and now Hainsey steps in as a starter. So, the name of the game is depth. We saw what it's done to the Bucs over recent years with injuries, and the good thing about Goedeke too is in a pinch he can play right tackle, and I think he'll be anyone's going to be better than Josh Wells, broken ankle or not, whatever he was playing with, and Nick Leverett too. And now it gives you Leverett will probably be your 9th lineman. He'll have to beat out Fred Johnson and obviously. A guy like Sedarius Hutchinson, but now you've got 3 players that are your backups that can play multiple roles on the line, left tackle, right tackle, guard, center, so on the other side. So you set your offensive line up with really good insurance and depth in case of injuries do occur.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do have another guest that'll be joining us here pretty soon to talk about Cade Otton and that
awesome.
4th-round pick. So I'm excited to hear his thoughts
Cade
on
Otton?
that one.
You mean Cade Otton, the guy who I predicted this morning would go to the Bucs in my day 3 draft and on my battle plan. Now I'm going to take a second to just pat myself on the back here. I got Logan Hall back in March 10th. I had Logan Hall, I had Cade Otton, and I had Rachaad White. And I'll give SR some credit for that because he put me on to Rachaad White, and I fell in love with him automatically. And then to be able to get all 3 of those guys, essentially correct, and it's why I do what I do, with the knowledge and insight from these guys. And
Supply and Demand said you deserve a public sub.
Oh no, God no, God no. I'll take one though. Chicken fingers, bacon, barbecue sauce, and extra cheese.
Oh, as
toasted.
I might one of those on the way home might have to happen today. I'm not gonna lie.
Beef O Brady's.
Yes. Well, yeah. Buy me some Beef O Brady wings. There we go.
That might have to happen too on the way home. Our next guest coming on shortly is going to be Mark Schofield. He's been with us many times before. He has scouted the tight end class extensively, and he has a lot of thoughts on Cade Otton. So we're going to bring him in pretty soon and get his thoughts on what the Bucs did with that pick, basically, and trying to secure a tight end of the future, maybe also a tight end that can play now. All of that's going to be obviously on the cards for the Bucs because they're trying to field a roster that has enough tight ends on it to keep tight ends on the field on game days. And right now, they're barely there. We'll see what Gronk decides to do.
I'll be able to talk to him, too, about this horrid Pats draft. There are 800 running backs and 6 quarterbacks on their roster as well, because I know he covers them up there. So I'll have to get his opinions on that.
I'll have some thoughts on this running back group, I'm sure.
Goodness.
Massive Patriots running back roster.
Got like 8 of them on there.
Full of running backs. How are they doing this? Who are these guys gonna? I just don't have any idea.
I have
who they're gonna play.
We like JJ. I like JJ Taylor. You were just talking about JJ Taylor with SR earlier. Like, he's probably off the roster now. You drafted Ramondre Stevenson. You got Harris. You got all these guys. I don't.
Truthfully, I do not know what they're.
Fired Bill Belichick, the GM. Calling for his head right now publicly.
Right. Mark Schofield on the show with us. Mark, can you hear us? Okay.
I can, gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be with you. Happy third day of the NFL draft. Excited to.
Thank you.
I hope we can talk more Cade Otton than Patriots draft, though. If we could possibly do that, that would be great. Although I'm calming down when Thursday night was a little rough. But I'm calming down over the past couple of days.
What are they going to do with all these running backs?
I mean, I would imagine that J.J. Taylor is probably going to be the first odd man out. James White is coming off of he's got some injury history now with him, and he's obviously a little bit more of a veteran. I would look at Pierre Strachan as potentially your J.J. White replacement out of the gate. Obviously, their focus is going to be Stevenson and Harris as their sort of 1-2 backs. But, we saw with the Patriots last year, and I would expect this to continue. We saw some of what they've done already as an eye towards this is going to be another run-based offense for the most part. Yes, they're going to throw the ball at Mac Jones. They're going to spread it out a little bit, but the run game is going to be the focus, and making sure you have, a competent stable of running backs is one of their priorities. And I like Strachan as a prospect. I think he's a nice little running back, and it wouldn't surprise me if he sort of carves out a nice little role for them, particularly on third downs, especially if James White is limited in any way this year. But this is the offense that they've built. It's going to be a ball control run game. It's very reminiscent of the early Brady offense in 2002, 2003, before they started spreading it out and really putting it in Brady's hands. That's what this team's going to look like for the next year or two.
Yeah, it's fun. Making me laugh looking at all the running backs on this roster. Last Patriots question, I promise, and then I have a lot of Patriots questions.
We can ask you all the Patriots questions you want, John. I mean,
these tiny corners. I'm kidding. It's a lot of different directions we go with the Patriots thing, but Bailey Zappi, what's going on with that pick?
I mean, I actually just got done writing about this over at USA Today. Look, one, I'm not surprised they drafted a quarterback. The year they won that first Super Bowl in 2002, they turned it around and drafted Rohan Davey in the 4th round. During the entire Brady run in New England, they basically drafted a quarterback like every other year. You look at some of the names on there. I mean, heck, 2 of them are head coaches now, Cliff Kingsbury and Kevin O'Connell now with the Vikings. You're going to see another one with Zach Robbins, who they drafted. He's now the passing game coordinator, quarterbacks coach with the Rams. Julian Edelman. I mean, they added a ton of quarterbacks, and it used to be like 6th round, 7th round. Then it started to be Ryan Mallett in the 3rd, Garoppolo in the 2nd, Brissett in the 3rd. Obviously Stidham in the 4th. They kept adding at the quarterback position. And when they drafted Garoppolo in the 2nd round in 2014, when they had Mallett, when they had Brady, Belichick basically said, look, at this position, it's better be a year ahead of schedule than a year behind schedule. And so I'm not surprised that they drafted quarterbacks. Adding quarterbacks is something that they do. They're kind of like a mini QB factory, like Howie Roseman likes to call the Eagles. Zappi over Howell, that's a reflection of what they expect the offense to be, right? If this was a vertical-based passing offense, if they were going to really be a downfield, aggressive shot play offense, then I think they would have drafted Howell. Zappi's your quick game, horizontal-based guy that throws with good anticipation, gives his receivers opportunities for yardage after the catch. Maybe his ceiling is spot starter, long-term backup, but he might be an improvement over Jarrett Stidham. And even if it's that minuscule improvement over Stidham, that's worth it in their eyes. And so I'm not surprised that they drafted a quarterback. I'm not surprised that it was Zappi over Howell. If this was a different offense, if it was a different passing game, then yeah, I'd be like, Zappi doesn't fit what you do. Zappi kind of fits what we expect this offense to be.
Yeah, interesting stuff. And I'm glad that it's given Patriots reporters other things to talk about other than the Bucs. Brady. That's a blessing for them, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, anytime we don't have to read about, Tom Brady was going to, I guess be the owner, general manager, head coach, and quarterback of the Miami Dolphins, then yeah, I mean, I'm glad you don't have to read that.
Yeah, exactly.
Belichick lives by the AVD, ABC, AVD, always develop quarterbacks, ADQ, whatever I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's a Bill Belichick philosophy right there. Mark, the Bucs drafted Cade Otton at the first pick of the 4th round. 106 overall. He was at that point one of a bunch of tight ends left on the board that were all subsequently selected pretty much in the 4th round. What did you think about the tight ends that were available there and Cade Otton's game?
Studying Cade Otton, I came away pretty impressed. And I was actually just chatting with you, John. Washington tight ends are a bit of a difficult evaluation with how they use them, right? You see a lot of move type stuff with them. You see a lot of, putting them to the outside, putting them as the apex player in bunches, like created some real advantageous angles for them in the blocking game. But what I thought was interesting about Otton, specifically studying him, was as opposed to years past, they aligned him more as a sort of standard inline or in the wing type of alignment. I got, chart and data up for him right now. 398 of his snaps were in that sort of tight alignment, whereas you start looking at playing him out wide, just 10 plays out wide. Then, you had, 82 plays of him in the slot. Yes, he took advantage of some creative blocking angles as a result of that. But also when he was in line, I thought he did a very good job. Washington, a lot of outside zone, wide zone type stuff, showed really good footwork in those moments, had sort of the lateral quickness, lateral movement skills to handle that stuff, creative and savvy. Sometimes on the backside of zone concepts, you'd see him box somebody out or use a little butt block technique just to make sure walled off his defender from getting that pursuit angle, which I thought was something you don't see from a lot of tight ends. So he shows you that sort of advanced knowledge for some of the zone block and stuff that they did. In terms of what they asked him to do as a receiver, a lot of stuff that you'd expect from college receivers, right? Like working underneath, shallows, crossers, routes breaking to the flat. I thought he had really good feel for zone coverage situations, finding grass, sitting down, making himself an available target for his quarterback. I also loved his transitions very quickly from receiver to ball carrier, gets into the catch point, gets out of the catch point, turns up field quickly. There was a little bit more, I think, that he could offer as a receiver. Like he had some plays, like he had a play against Montana that I highlighted in the breakdown I did, where stresses the defender to the inside, breaks back to the outside, showing you good route running, ability to sink into his route, get out of a break quickly, and I think he offers you more as a receiver than perhaps you saw in college. And so I was fairly high on him. I think he was like my T6, T7, somebody that I liked in this class. And I think, but where Tampa Bay got him number one, and what he can potentially offer at the next level, I think shows pretty good value. I mean, to get him at 106, where I know a lot of people might have liked Okonkwo, very athletic tight end from Michigan, certainly tested. Maryland certainly tested extremely well. The question with him is, how are you going to use him at the next level? He's going to be like an H-back. That's typically not something that the Buccaneers ask from a tight end. They don't really use that kind of role. Cole Turner was somebody that I liked as well. Really good sort of vertical type guy that can split the safeties. Daniel Bellinger didn't really move the needle for me. And those were some of the tight ends that were available when they made that pick. James Mitchell, very athletic player, but I like this pick for Tampa Bay. I like Otton as a prospect, and I think he's got more to offer at the next level as a receiver.
Yeah, I like the fact that he fits the scheme, although you're right, they ran a lot of zone at Washington. There were some double team opportunities, and the Bucs have also diversified their scheme.
Right.
Savvy's a good word for him as a blocker. He's not that big or that physical in and of himself, but when you look at his full skill set, absolutely, you see a player that knows how to kind of get things done despite not being an overwhelming physical or athletic player. I do think there's a ceiling on him, though. Do you like his level of athleticism concern me a little bit? You saw very little downfield in the passing game, and when he tried to go downfield, to me, just naked eye, because he didn't run, obviously, before the draft because of the ankle injury, I just didn't think he seemed very fast.
Yeah, I mean, I comped him to Jack Doyle. I mean, he's not like a dynamic type tight end. Like, he's not going to be like, a Darren Waller type or a Travis Kelce type. He's going to be your lunch pail type of tight end. Like, he's going to give you what you need as a blocker. He's going to give you, what's there as a receiver and a little bit more after the catch, because how quickly he transitions from receiver to ball carrier. Like, he's not going to stress defenses, but like on 3rd and 7, he can be that quarterback safety blanket. You get zone coverage. He's got that feel to sort of sit down. You get a 3-level concept. He's your outlet in the flat. He's going to take that 3-yard throw, turn it into a 7-yard gain or something like that. Again, if you wanted dynamic playmakers at the tight end position, maybe Jelani Woods, who came off the board, obviously, on Thursday night, or Friday night might have been that type of player, or even Okonkwo or some of the other guys that went soon. But somebody that's going to get you what you need, that's going to be that sort of solid like tight end 2 out of the box as a rookie and could develop into an upper end tight end 2 with some low end tight end 1 potential. That's Cade Otton. And so I think from that perspective, very nice player, very nice prospect. And I do like the fit in Tampa Bay.
Yeah, I've been high on him from the get-go. But one of the things that I noticed about his game, and I'm wondering if you've seen the ability to progress from him is his route running. He understands the concepts, knows how to get open. Obviously, sometimes struggles with separation. But do you think that's something that at this point of his career, just turned 23 years old, he'll be able to improve on and get better at in a pro system?
I do think so. I think there are flashes and there are moments where you can see him sort of have good feel for coverages, good feel for the leverage of the nearest threat, nearest defender. And you can see snippets of him starting to really get a good feel for getting into and out of breaks, snapping off routes, sinking hips when he needs to. You study his game against, Arizona State, Oregon. I've got those up right now. You've seen him run some good stick routes with good feel for the leverage of that nearest defender, and sort of sinking into stuff and snapping around quickly and making himself available. So I think there's room for growth. That was one of the interesting things for me studying this tight end class, because in years past, it's like, oh man, a lot of these guys are really good receivers, but I don't know if you can line them up next to a tackle and ask them to handle block. And I don't know if you're going to trust them on gap, on power, on duo, on zone. I felt like this class, whether it was Otton, whether it was Ruckert or Ferguson, you had guys that were really good blockers, that were better blockers perhaps, and it was more a question of, do they have more to offer at the next level? And I think with Otton and some of these other guys, they've got more to offer as a receiver at the next level, and it was just a matter of their usage at the tight end position in college that perhaps held them back a bit. And so I think, specifically with Otton, I see some potential where he can grow as a route runner. I think what he was asked to do, he does fairly well. He'll obviously have to get better at it, facing better and stronger athletes. But I think there's room for growth as a receiver and as a route runner specifically.
Yeah, no, it's good observations, good stuff. And obviously the tight end room in Tampa Bay, it's Cam Brayton, Cade Otton right now. And Rob Gronkowski is on Gronk Beach twerking on the internet. What's going on? You covered Gronk for a long time.
Yeah, look, man, I mean, Gronk's one of those guys that, if he decides to play, he'll be there. He'll show up come game time. But right now, look, it's almost May 1st. Gronk's down there at South Beach. He's having a good time. I can't really blame him. But if he decides, look, I'm going to get my football pants and play, he'll be ready. And plus, I'm sure Tommy's in his phone, in his ear. Look, Gronk, I came back for 1 year. You got to be there, man. You got to be there for me, 87. So I'm sure when it's time to put his football pants on, Gronk's going to be ready to go.
You think he's coming back? You think he's playing another year?
I think Gronk's. What else is he going to do? I mean, he's like I said, Tommy says it's time. Tommy says it's go time. It's go time. Gronk will be back for 1 more year. Then he'll, hand him up and go do the pro wrestling thing or go do the NFL on Fox or wherever he feels like doing. But Gronk's got 1 more year in him.
Right. Yeah. No, I agree with you. I think it might be training camp, but I think you'll see him.
Yeah, I mean, it might be like before the second preseason game
with Brady is just too strong.
Yeah, I think that pull and trying to win that championship. We'll bring him back 1 more time.
Yep.
We'll see 1 more rodeo from these guys, but it's going to be interesting. Lots of questions still to be answered with certain parts of the Bucs roster, but Cade Otton definitely factors in as a player that will probably play some sort of a role this year. So, we appreciate you coming on.
Got
Mark.
1 more for him. He's got the time.
Right, go ahead, Jason.
So, Scott actually wrote an article about how the Bucs usually double up on positions. Tight end is a position group that obviously is bare right now. So guys that we've kind of identified, Austin Allen, Chase Allen. What are your thoughts on those guys? Are they potential fits, maybe in the 7th round or undrafted free agents?
Yeah, I mean, Austin Allen, I think, would be a solid fit. You looked at how he was used in college, and you see that similarity with a lot of the stuff we've talked about with this draft class as a whole, where, these are players that might have perhaps more to offer as receivers at the next level, given how they were used. But, the blocking components of the game are there, and I think that he certainly checks that sort of box. The tight end class has been an interesting one to study. If they do decide to double dip, I think Allen might make a lot of sense. I'm trying to think of some other names right now on the tight end board, but I do think that Allen was probably if you want to dip again later in this draft or as a priority on drafted free agent, he would be a very good fit for what they were looking for at the tight end spot.
I agree with you. I think that could be a great round 7 pick. I don't know if they'll hang on to all 3 of these round 7 picks, but if they do, that could be the way to go. Mark Schofield, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for dropping in here and giving us some time, man. Always appreciate your insights on this team and the situations and especially these players in the draft. So thank you.
Thanks so much, boys. Have a great night.
Take care, buddy. Great catching up with Mark. Man, we're on the same page with Cade Otton, I feel like, in a lot of those ways. I mean, this is a player who probably is high end, is a tight end too, and that's useful. And in this draft, at that position, which you had to draft, at some point. You just needed to. It's the way I think that's the cards you were dealt. It just has to happen. And I think that was probably as best they could have done it. And they didn't reach for it. That's the good thing. They didn't reach for it. They waited and let it come to them. And if they'd missed out on him, and if he'd gone in 104 or 103 or 102, something like that, they would have lived with it because he wasn't that much of a difference maker player. But they, given that he was there at 106, I think they did the right thing and pulled the trigger and didn't have to reach for him. And what Mark said was key. He can step in and contribute out of the box day one. And that's different than some of these other guys where Kohler, if you can't block, it's hard to play. And I don't know that he would have been able to do that right away. And same with a lot of the other move tight ends like Lee's and the Okonkwo's and those types of players.
Right. When you look at the O.J. Howard and, when you talked about to Bruce last year about, he's gotten better as a blocker, was the first thing you say, he's out there blocking. It doesn't matter if you're a receiving tight end or you're a move tight end. If you can't block, at least in Bruce's offense, might be different with Byron and Bowles at the helm. Doubt it. If you're not going to be able to block, you're not going to be on the field. And that's why Otton, I think, is such a high upside pick, because he does have the ability to potentially grow into a number one tight end, most likely suited for that number 2, number 1B tight end, 12 personnel. But he does have some traits that you can look at and see, okay, there's stuff to work with. He's moldable.
Right. I think it feels like the opinions on the Bucs draft class, as I ask around to friends and colleagues, is a lot higher than what some of the fans reacted to at first. I think people are feeling a little bit better maybe now with Zion McCollum being a factor in this class. A lot of people wanted him at 106 and people wanted him late. I think that being a pick definitely made a lot of people happy, it seems like.
Right. Yeah. I think that was a big thing for the issues with this draft class was the punter, right? Some people like the guys. Everyone looks at the boards, right? And when you look at the board, you see, okay, Logan Hall consensus around 40 to 50. All right, Goedeke consensus around 60 to 70 something. Rachaad White potential third, fourth, maybe even a fifth round if you look at some boards. And then you take a punter. You take Cade Otton, who I think was kind of like the saving grace of that. Maybe not super, flashy pick, and a lot of people obviously liked, I think, Jelani Woods and wish he was, or McBride wish he was going to be there. And then you take the punter, and then you make up for it with a guy who we had going in the second round in one of our mocks and was projected to be a third round pick. You grab him in the fifth, you only give up a fourth, you grab a seventh on top of that. And now it opens up more options for the seventh round because you can utilize those picks if you wanted to trade up for a player. You can get a really good head start on the undrafted free agency. And there is multiple ways that now you can improve this draft. And Twitter blew up once they took a punter over a cornerback, over anything. But I think now they're coming back down to earth, and it's going to be interesting. I actually have a poll out, and I'll get the results on what some fans think about this draft right now. But I actually really like it. I'm really high.
It's a good, solid draft, man. And they've been pretty aggressive in this draft. They've moved back, and then they've been able to also be aggressive and move up at times when they've needed to, but they've done that without sacrificing a ton of value. Josh Capo has mentioned us a couple times that as the Bucs have made 2 trades up now, they have continued to be fine in terms of his trade value chart. They haven't lost, and in fact, they won. I think he said via 2 of the trade charts. The last draft, they got good value for what that move.
Yeah, late McCollum. 7th round pick.
Yeah, especially considering that it's probably going to be a late 4th round pick. Correct. And I believe they're in line for a comp pick.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Okay, so they're in line for a 2023 third round comp pick, or is it 4th round comp?
I believe it's a 4th.
Okay, so it's pretty close to probably where their 4th just was. So yeah, it's great stuff so far. I'm gonna catch everybody up. Casey Hudson is gonna join us here on the show in a second. While she's jumping in here and JC's jumping out for a minute, I am going to catch us up on the draft picks that you missed. And apologies if I've repeated some of these, but while those guests were on, we have had quite a few draft picks go. So Kyron Johnson, the linebacker, right after Punt God went off the board to the Bills at start round 6. Kyron Johnson, the linebacker from Kansas, went 181 to the Eagles. Then Darian Beavers, the Cincinnati linebacker, who a lot of people had higher than Kyron Johnson, went 182 to Cincinnati or to the Giants. Kevin Harris, another running back to the Patriots, South Carolina running back. It is getting absurd. Vidarian Lowe, the center, from Illinois, went to the Vikings. Christian Benford, the Villanova corner, to the Bills. Zachary Thomas, the San Diego State offensive lineman, to the Bears. Then Fordham offensive lineman Nick Zakel, I believe, is 187 to the 49ers. Malcolm Rodriguez, a linebacker from Oklahoma State who Scott liked a good bit. Was he our Buck? He wasn't our Bucks' best bet. We thought about it. And he went to the Lions at 188. Good special teamer. Amara Barno, the edge rusher from Virginia Tech, at 189 to the Panthers. So they continue to take the lightweight edge defenders. That's their type. And the Panthers have the long, lanky, light edge defenders. The Falcons have the shorter, stockier, light edge defenders. And the Saints have these huge, long, big edge defenders. And that's their type. So Justin Schaefer, the Georgia offensive lineman, to the Falcons at 190. So Schaefer goes ahead of Salyer. That's a little bit surprising. Jaylee Naylor for the wide receiver from Michigan State to the Vikings at 191. Andrew Ogletree to the Colts, Youngstown State tight end. Oh, Penguin. Youngstown State, been a while since the Derek Rivers, Avery Moss draft a couple years ago. We haven't seen many Youngstown State Penguins. Devin Harper, Oklahoma State linebacker, went to the Cowboys, 193. Air Force edge Jordan Jackson to the Saints. JC lets out a cry. He liked him. Then the Chargers get great value again. I think Jamari Salyer from Georgia at 195. The Chargers continue to have a quietly pretty good draft and two nice offensive line additions now. And Zion Johnson and Jamari Salyer definitely helping out that group. Tyler Beatty, the Missouri running back, at 196 to the Ravens. Gregory Jr., who was at the Senior Bowl, is the cornerback going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Philadelphia Eagles pick us in, and then that puts the Panthers on the clock. And let me just check really quickly to see if we have those picks, because they might be out at this point. Let's see.
Hey,
yes.
hi. Oh.
Kay Huddy is in the house. What's up, Casey?
Hi, friends.
How's it going?
It's going.
People have been asking about you this week, and they've been wondering where Kay Huddy was. And we told them you were questionable with an injury, but now here you are on the show, ready to rock and roll.
Still questionable, but I'm here. Couldn't miss a day with the squad. That would have been sad if I was out for the whole thing.
That's right. Can't miss the full draft. No question about that. And man, it's going to be interesting to see what happens with these final Bucs 3 7th-round picks, because right now they've got three of the last, 20 picks in the draft. Is that right, Scott? I think 20, 25 picks in the draft, something like that. And I don't know if they're going to keep all those, because I'm just not sure if there's room on the roster for all of those players. But so far, Casey, impressions on this Bucs draft. It has been a little bit weirder than we thought it would be. We thought they might address a DB at some point. They did eventually with McCollum, but it took a while. We had talked about maybe wide receiver. They didn't take a wide receiver. Right. I don't know. Has it been what you expected?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I think that's part of the reason I was so nervous to hop on too, because I'm always the person that's like bringing the rain down. That's what Matt was like. So what are you about to say now? And I'm like, I'm about to basically be the person I always am on this show. No, I mean, okay, so Logan Hall, you guys put extensive notes out about him being taken, and after, of course, like reading the research that you guys gathered and came up with, it made sense, and I do like that pick.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see how he kind of grows and progresses with this team.
Agreed.
But then after that is where you kind of lost me a little bit, because that's awesome that
Luke Goedeke, at least.
Yeah. Goedeke, I didn't particularly foresee that happening, only because of the free agency moves that they made, but it just kind of speaks volumes as to where their head is at when it comes to the offensive line, and what their plan is more so in the next 3 years, what they're looking at, how long those new guys are probably going to be staying on for. Some guys are obviously potentially about to lose their spot. The competition is probably very helpful, because you want a guy that's going to come in and really protect Tom Brady. So the Luke Goedeke, I didn't hate.
It's more you thought they were going to go other directions, maybe address other spots, and they didn't really do that. And maybe wide receiver was one of those spots. We haven't talked about that a lot on the show, but you clearly out of the picture. Russell Gage is the wide receiver 3. Perryman's back. Tyler Johnson, Scotty Miller, Jalen Darden, Cyril Grayson, some development last year. But the wide receiver 4 spot is still kind of a question. And beyond that, still kind of a question. It feels like you have a clear top 3, then a bunch of other guys that they're okay. And they've had moments, all of them. But also there are some times where you watch them and you're like, I'm not sure if they should be on a roster in the NFL or not.
Yeah, it gets a little cringy.
Yeah.
And so my stress with that is that you said it perfectly. I thought that the guard position, or, adding to the offensive line, was going to be more of a 4th round thing or a little later down. My biggest thing about them trying to pick up a quality wide receiver is the fact that there's just so many question marks next to every guy you named after Russell Gage. So that's nerve-wracking because injuries was such a hindrance this past season that I thought that they would have wanted more consistency and solidarity and, confidence in that position. So I was definitely shocked when that happened. Because then after doing the research, and I had the pleasure of doing the wide receiver class for the draft, I learned a lot. So yes, I was a big Watson fan, and everybody knows that that would have been Christmas for me to get Watson. But there was a lot of other guys I gravitated to after looking them up and, watching some information on them. And I thought that there was a handful of quality fits for the Bucs. So I was really thinking that within the second or third pick that they would have picked up a wide receiver, and they just haven't. Cyril Grayson, progressive down the end of the season. But still we haven't seen that consistency in games. He was getting there. He was starting to heat up, but you come into an off season where people tend to have a very strange cool off period, and you don't know what to expect when heading into training camp in the next season. Everybody knows that I am a big fan of Rachaad White. I think very highly of him, but I never am the kind of person to where I'm such a fan that I can't be a realistic critic. So again, another wide receiver that's not very consistent. He's supposed to be known for those deep threat opportunities, and he kind of missed some big opportunities this past season, and he made some where it counted. Yes, the Bills game was fantastic, but another big question mark. So I am very surprised that the Bucs didn't want to address the wide receiver position a bit more, because
with the player like
Christian Watson.
Christian Watson, I want to ask you about him because everybody knows it's become like a fun little shtick of the show that you obviously want one of the Bucs to draft Christian Watson. Even when it got closer and it became a little more apparent that they probably weren't going to take him and someone else would. And I had said, I don't think he's going to go in the first round. And I was right about that, but I also said I don't know if he's going to go in the second round. And lo and behold, the Packers traded up as one of the first second round picks to take him. Right. I don't know if every team felt that way or not, but the fact the Packers moved up, they were afraid they were going to lose out on him. Now he goes to Green Bay. I know you don't cover the Packers per se, but you obviously know Aaron Rodgers and some of the situation. How do you feel about that potential fit with him?
Aaron Rodgers is going to ruin Christian Watson. I'm distraught.
They haven't developed a lot of wide receivers. Marquez Valdez-Scantlings went there. That didn't go well.
No, and I'm sorry, but guys, how major is it that Devontae Adams decided to leave?
Yeah.
That was major on so many levels. So to lose the guy that helped the Packers get where they got, because let's be honest, none of us thought they were going to have the season that they had, and Rodgers was able to connect with this one guy and, to his benefit. But outside of that, for that wide receiver to not want to come back and play with him, that said too much to me. Yeah. So I'm distraught at the fact that Watson, who seems like a high quality character guy, he's obviously eager to learn, eager to contribute, but I feel like Rodgers is going to break him somehow. Yeah, I'm so convinced about that. And it kills me because if he just would have come home to Tampa Bay, they would have groomed him up nicely. They would have protected his mental health as well as his physical health. And
now he gets to stay up north in the cold instead of being down here in the warmth of Florida. Imagine doing that.
The only benefit is that he's not going to get confused on the colors because, the color scheme is maintained.
Yeah, that's true. Good. Yeah. Casey, the Bucs fans are demanding to kind of know what wide receiver you would have them take if there's an opportunity to later in this draft. The Bucs have 3 7th-round picks, and there is the possibility that they could use some of those 7s instead of taking 3 players who probably won't make the roster, try and package them together and get up further in the draft. Maybe if a wide receiver falls, that could be a position that they target at some point. And you look at this wide receiver group that's left, and there's some talented players on the board. Some fans have shouted out the name Justin Ross from Clemson.
Yeah.
I know you did the wide receiver write-up for Pewter Report and went very in extensive detail with about, I don't even know, what's it, 27, 28 players or something in this class. And there's probably been a lot more that have been drafted, honestly, that we didn't have on there because wide receiver is always just like, 50 guys could legitimately get drafted every year. It's that deep of a position. Is there anybody that you watched or read about or studied or read reports on that you're like, this really feels like they could be a potential Bucs fit, either in the 7th round or potentially they would trade up and jump up to get somebody?
So yeah, I mean, the hard part is that a couple of them came off the board, and then the ones that we did see at Senior Bowl, besides, being impressed by Watson, they just they didn't really sparkle that much. The guys that I was considering that happened to get picked up was Alec Pierce. Even though I was not a fan of him there, I could see the development that the Bucs would have helped groom him with. But as you mentioned, Justin Ross from Clemson.
Yeah. And he's still on the board. All these guys still on the board. And we saw him, Dontario Drummond in Senior Bowl. But
so he needs some cleaning up for sure. And he also looked a little hesitant when I came to contact. And you can't be scared to get hit in the NFL. So
especially his size. He's got like a running back's body, basically.
Yeah. So of all things, to see him kind of like hesitate and have these blinking moments as a receiver at the Senior Bowl of all things, that shocked me a little bit. Yeah. Again, maybe somebody who can push past that once he gets to the league. But when it came to a guy that the Bucs would that I would want the Bucs to pick up in the wide receiver room, after grabbing Russell Gage, I was kind of thinking that they wanted to find the next Mike Evans. You know, another lengthier guy, maybe somebody they love
physical
versatility.
Prototype. Of
yeah, and they love versatility. So either a big slot guy who can also play wide out. That was kind of what I was envisioning because you get to learn from Mike Evans, and you're not consistently using him as a decoy. Not to say that he's a decoy, but he's constantly being double covered in almost every.
A lot of time it acts that way to open up things for everybody else because of how defenses choose to defend.
Basically, so then just having that confident other long body out there, I think would just really mix things up nicely. But we do know that Tom Brady loves that build and that ability that Antonio Brown had. So there were some smaller, shiftier guys that I saw in there as well. I'm trying to just want to pull it up.
Was it Bo?
Here's two names for you. Dejon Dixon.
Yeah, Dejon Dixon is somebody Scott's talked about from Nicholls State. And Isaiah Weston.
Yes. Okay. Isaiah Weston was one of the other guys that I kind of had marked down.
His testing was crazy and at his size too. But there's a lot of concerns, I guess, with his tape. 6'4", 214. And he ran really well as well from Northern Iowa. But then a lot of times, we had him in the final mock. That's right. And I do think he could be a fit later in the draft.
So he's somebody that I wouldn't mind seeing picked up, but I like Ross's build a bit more. And then as for how Clemson players tend to translate into the league, I think that he would do well with the Bucs and learning underneath a guy like Mike Evans and so on and so forth.
That's the one that I think Justin Ross is the player. If you pulled the chat right now and you said, hey, tell us who the Bucs should take at this point in the draft, I think you would see a lot of people say Justin Ross is who we want. And it's interesting because he didn't run fast at his pro day and all that kind of stuff. It's hard to get away from. Remember watching him in the national championship game a few years ago as a true freshman with Trevor Lawrence playing quarterback, and it was like, wow. And then he got hurt, and then he came back, and the quarterback situation was trash in Clemson. He's a good route runner. He's got good ball skills. He can clearly go up and get the football. The athleticism is a concern. I wouldn't have taken him in the first 4 rounds.
Right.
But now at this point in the draft, I don't know, obviously, if he's going to fall to the 7th. That would be pretty crazy. But it feels like it would be great value if he was the pick here.
Yeah. And I mean, seeing in comparison to some of the other guys, I mean, the Purdue guy, Bell.
Yeah, Bell.
I was pretty shocked by some of his numbers.
Because he tested bad too. And why didn't he get docked? Ross got docked.
That's what I'm saying. So, like, when you kind of do the compare and contrast, then you're just kind of wondering what's going on. So, shout out to Emily. So nice of her for the sweet little compliment out there.
Yes, let's go, Emily. Emily's always watching and supporting the show. Thank you, Emily.
Honestly, we appreciate you. And hello to everybody in the chat. I know it's just been so long, but so I was definitely rooting for a wide receiver. And then we get a running back.
Yeah, let's talk about that. A running back. And Scott's not on the pod. And Matt, are you fist pumping the running back thing?
Here for moral.
Matt says he's just here for moral support. He's
I'll take the moral support right now, honestly.
I'm not going to hate on anything because I've already said my piece on it. But I think that's the spot where you would have rather just seen a wide receiver 4 come off the board perhaps.
Way
the
more.
Bucs. Yeah. And I agree. I'd rather have depth there than at running back. And it's kind of a depth move either way. And so, I think there was a lot of – I'm trying to think now. Let's go back and let's look, Casey. Just to think about it, who was on the board when the Bucs took a wide receiver? Just for conversation.
Oh yeah,
calm down, Scott. We're not saying anything bad. I promise, Scott. We're not saying anything bad.
Undo the pick, John.
Can't undo the pick, Scott says. David Bell was on the board. I think we agree he probably wasn't a Bucs.
Yeah.
But Danny Gray was the last pick in the 3rd round. The Bucs had him in for a visit. He went at 105. Yes, SMU. We saw him at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
And what did we say? Oh, he's fast, but he can't catch.
Yeah, he needed to go run track instead of football. But
it was a struggle for him, and he went in the end of the third round. We
we
heard his stock was going up.
Yeah, but I mean, this is the fun part, I guess you could say, about draft. There's always somebody that knows something you don't know.
Of course.
And I guess that's just how a lot of these things.
And the more you can accept that, I think the better off you are. Like, somebody saw something, and we'll see. I mean, we've seen a lot of wide receivers come off the board in this range just based off a trait, and it never worked out. But Romeo Doubs was another one we saw. It went to the Packers again, so they got Doubs. And how many wide receivers did they take in this class? They
needed
Doubs,
help, but...
Watson. They were the only people who went to the Senior Bowl, watched the wide receivers, and liked them, I guess.
And Watson, I'm not surprised. Doubs, I'm a little surprised.
Yeah. Some good O-line moves for them. But, yeah. So there were some
was
wide
Sky
receivers.
Moore on the board still?
No, he went at the end of he went in the second, I believe. End of the second to the Chiefs? Did he go end of the second, I want to say?
Okay, because he was somebody that I actually was like, wow, that would be cool if the Bucs grabbed him.
Hang on. He went to the Chiefs somewhere. Yeah. I would have liked Scott. He went, round 2, pick 54 to the Chiefs. After a bunch of wide receivers gone, that run on wide receivers in early round 2 shook things up a little bit. Reminded me of the run on running backs back when the Bucs ended up having to take Keyshawn Vaughn early third round when all those running backs went in the second round that year. It was a mistake for a lot of people. That was a draft that troubled my soul truly to this day. But I do think now as you look ahead for the Bucs, and a wide receiver becomes a position I'd love to see them address. And it's one we haven't talked about that much going up. So I'm glad to get some of your thoughts on it. I just want to throw a couple more names to you. We mentioned DeJohn Dixon, who Scott mentioned as a potential target later in the draft. Justin Ross, I don't know if he's on the Bucs radar, just like the value here, and he may be selected while we're taking. We said Isaiah Weston. Trey Turner from Virginia Tech, another player that we saw at the Senior Bowl, and has some of the size, 6'1", lanky. I'm actually trying to pull up the draft guide now to remind myself what he ran. But there was, again, that vertical speed, but he couldn't catch, and he was skinny.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh, so skinny. It freaked me out. He would definitely have to put on weight immediately. I feel like Scott just said it, but everyone has to bear with me. I haven't been on my Celsius game lately, which helps my brain cells go. Did you say Jahan Dotson?
Jahan Dotson went first round to Washington, and they traded up. Or did they trade up or trade back? They traded back and then took him? I can't remember now.
See, I would have liked that because Penn State. Then you have that Chris Godwin connection, right?
The Godwin connection. He's talked about that a little bit, yeah.
I love that all the research that I did, it was low drop percentage, low drop percentage, low drop percentage. And I was like, wow, that's so appealing.
It is.
That is so appealing. Strong hands and low drop percentage.
He never drops the football. It's crazy.
That's somebody that just screams, I can contribute right away in one capacity or another.
Very pro ready.
With a wide receiver to addition as well, I just see help on special teams. I don't have to get into the whole
it's important
Darden thing, but it would just be a lot more helpful if
we don't want you to get worked up on the show.
My injury will not permit that behavior today.
We'll keep you calm. But there's a player that probably won't get drafted that I'll throw the name out there, Braylon Sanders from Ole Miss. He was another player at the Senior Bowl. He's not flashy. He's not particularly big or fast or anything like that, but he's short-handed. He is a good football player. He hardly ever drops the football. He makes tons of combat catches. He's just tough, hard-nosed. There's nothing sexy about his game, but he gets the job done, and I'm a big fan of his. And so I think later in the draft, he would be somebody that I would potentially target as well. There are still wide receivers who can make a roster that are available in this draft. Will they ever become a starter? I don't know. But there's guys that are here that are worth developing. They can contribute, and that's
also Reggie Roberson.
Josh Capo likes him a lot, but his injury history and his age are big concerns.
So between health, age, I'm looking at more of the speed capacity and the potential to contribute on special teams, and then hopefully the development will come. I'm going to butcher his name. Velus Jones?
Yes, Velus Jones, or maybe it's Vel. I don't know what it is.
One or the other. We're going to call him V.
He went off the board way earlier than I thought he would, and that was because of what you're about to say. I think he's 25 years old.
Right.
It's crazy.
I'm shocked at ageism was kind of a big thing for drafts. That's kind of gone out the window.
Especially when he has never had a 1,000-yard season.
No. And as fast as he is, he has one route that he perfected to a T. After that, once you break out of that mold and you don't give him all the space and time of the day to make a play and stuff, you weren't really sure what the growth was going to be. So I was really shocked.
Right.
I thought he was going to probably be a 7th round or undrafted free agent.
You know what his nickname in Tennessee was?
What was his nickname?
Dad.
Dad. Scott said his nickname was Dad. Daddy Jones.
Daddy Jones.
I love it.
Man.
Yeah, lots of talent in this wide receiver class, but way more wide receiver 2, 3, 4 types than wide receiver 1 types, in my opinion. At this range in the draft, you're obviously talking about guys. Can you come in and play a role if somebody got hurt? Could you be a vertical threat if somebody got hurt? Could you be a slot player? Could you be a blocker in the slot if somebody got hurt? Could you be a special teams player, period, while waiting for those kind of opportunities? Those are the situations you're looking for. And I think that's where the Bucs kind of find themselves evaluating the class at this point. I don't know if they'll go there or not with their next pick. But Kevin Austin is still on the board as well. Yeah. Weird profile. What a weird profile. Kind of a taller, longer player who tested well, but like has barely played or something at Notre Dame. It was just a wild trying to find. I'll find his.
1 year wonder, 888 yards, 18.5, 7 touchdowns.
Wow. And Velus Jones, by the way, literally about to turn 25 in 11 days. A 6-year senior. And he never had more than 200. He never reached 281 yards receiving in a season. He never had more than 24 catches in a season until last year. 62 catches, 807 yards, a 13-yard per catch average, 7 touchdowns at Tennessee. That was as a 24-year-old playing against 19 and 20 and 21-year-olds, roasting them. Yes, he has 4.31 speed. How do you have 4.31 speed and you never did it? 1.46 10-yard split is bonkers. And then he went to the pro day, did his agilities. That was a mistake. They were terrible.
I told you, it's because he has the one route.
Yeah. I mean, that is the thing. Speed will always get NFL teams to draft you higher, it feels like. And he obviously got that, and more power to him. But he was a 5th to 6th round grade on Dane's board. Most people kind of saw him in a very similar way. And now I am forgetting who even took him. Does anybody remember who took Velus Jones? I believe it was in round 2, wasn't it?
Oh, my goodness.
That's crazy, but I think it was in round 2, and we just kind of totally forgot about it. No. Was it round 3? Third round.
Oh, leave it to Chicago to do that.
Yeah, Chicago, 71 overall. Is that the same spot Vaughn was taken? That might be the spot. That might be a disaster spot. Right? Velus Jones, okay, to the Bears. And they're trying to get some help for Justin Fields, obviously. They have not done a good job of that looking at their draft board.
No.
Got some defense going, but I don't know about the offense. But all right, let's catch people back up on some picks, Casey. What do we have? Eagles took Southern Methodist tight end Grant Calcaterra. He was the Oklahoma player that actually retired for a year because of the concussions. And then, I don't know, he also wanted to walk away from football, I think.
I'm not laughing at the concussions. I'm laughing at Matt.
Matt also would like it to be known.
I didn't know.
Yeah, I kind of was like, he retired
Do you
for a
love
year.
football? Well, I retired. Like, how much can I really love it as a college student?
And then you just come back and enter the draft.
Concussions? That's serious.
And now he's 24 or 25 maybe or something.
This has got to be the oldest draft
Yeah,
class.
this is the oldest draft class in a while. Somebody said Velus Jones just living his best Van Wilder life. That was his nickname, Van. His nickname was Van Wilder. Yeah. After Calcaterra, then was Cade Mays, the offensive lineman went to Tennessee. That was the Panthers. Sorry, he was from Tennessee in college, went to the Panthers. Sam Roberts, Northwest Missouri State defensive lineman to the Patriots. They continue a strong draft.
Oh my gosh.
They did not take a running back, though. USC running back Keontae Ingram instead went to the Cardinals at pick 201. Michael Woods to the Browns at pick 202. Tristan Ebner at pick 203 to the Bears. Theo Jackson, pick 204 to the Titans. Austin DeSoulas, LSU offensive lineman to the Texans. I've actually watched him play. I just can't remember how to say his last name. Matt Henningsen to the Broncos defensive lineman from Wisconsin at 206. So now the Bears are on the clock, and then the Steelers will be up. They did not have a pick in the 5th round, so this will be their first pick in a while. They've gone a long time without making a selection. So
you need to find some help for Kenny.
Maybe some help at offensive line. I don't know if you know this, but you actually need 5 down offensive linemen to be able to play football. I don't know if the Steelers know that. I'm not sure they're aware of that, but Yeah.
I was so ready for you to like educate me on something else. And then
I would never start by saying it that way if I were about to do it. I don't know if you know this or not, Casey, but I'm really smart and I know.
My ears perked up quickly. I was like, what am I about to get hit
Drop
with?
some knowledge.
Yeah.
No,
And then,
me
yeah.
being a douche as usual. That's all.
That number sounds about right. 5.
2:08. The Steelers are on the clock. The Bears pick is in. We don't know who it is, and we do not care. Just kidding. Doug Kramer is the Bears pick at 2:07. We have reached. Yeah, we are in the 200s of the show. We're going to be brutally honest with you for the rest of the show.
Might as well. Speaking of brutally honest, when do we get to this running back group?
Okay, Rachaad White, the Bucs, round 3 pick at number 91. First of all, how did you feel just purely about them drafting a running back?
That's how I felt.
Casey's full analysis.
That is how I felt.
The most pick of the draft, Rachaad White.
Like I heard you guys say it, and then I was like, maybe they're talking about somebody else. So I kind of
you're like
started doing something else, and then I was like, wait a minute, that was a Bucs pick.
That was it.
And then I saw
That was
Carmen
real.
was
It
excited because it's her alumni, and I was like, oh crap, they're
That's right.
serious. So
Can we get a comment on the Sun Devils uniform?
Yeah, please tell us at least that. I mean, this is incredible aesthetic. Right?
yeah, I mean, look,
In terms of college football aesthetic,
it's
where
pretty
would this,
sick.
where
I'll
would
give
this
them
rank?
that. Yeah, the helmets, I'm a big fan. Color scheme,
Oh
sure.
my gosh, I love it.
The fact that they drafted.
That's so. I mean, that makes me like the pick more. That honestly, it kind of like warps my mind. I feel like.
So much so that you don't realize what they did there at drafting that running back.
Not that much, but
oh, okay.
Somewhat, yeah.
I was like, no. Actually, I like the school.
Yeah.
I don't love the pick.
Yeah, the pick is.
It just threw me a little bit because then what does that say for Keyshawn Vaughn? And then, you bring back a guy like Leonard Fournette, not for 1 season, 2 seasons, but what, 3? And then you've got this guy, he's just got a very slender build to him. So we already know where I stand on that.
Bulk up or get out. That's where you stand.
Bulking. It's always bulking season
Right.
in my brain, apparently. But I think, okay, so Scott kind of ruined me though, because he opens my eyes to this Tyler guy out of BYU.
Algier, yeah. Who's a Falcon now? Yeah.
Which
That
I'd
had to
rather-
hurt you a little bit. Yeah.
I was
Great pick by Arthur Smith. It's this kind of guy.
Great pick by Atlanta, no question. But there were a lot of backs on the board, including Travis Spiller. Travis? CJ. I'm thinking CJ Spiller. What's Spiller's first name? Isaiah.
Oh,
I was
okay.
thinking CJ Spiller for the longest. I know. I've written it CJ Spiller in multiple articles now, and I have to go back and proof it out because I keep writing it. With Isaiah Spiller on the board, Tyler Algier on the board, Damian Pierce on the board. Even if they were going to go running back, I just preferred other players.
right. Oh yeah. And plus, come on, we already know my opinion when it comes to UF players alone, but I even started to gravitate to the whole Damian Pierce situation. So for me to open up like that, and then they don't pick the guy, and then they go with somebody with a completely different build and style, I was just kind of like, what the heck is going on here? But I was just kind of hoping for more of a 1-2 punch at the running back position, somebody with a little bit more stock on him. I guess I just have to pay a little bit more attention to what White has to offer, but it's just not the style of running back that I predicted that they were going to pick up, let alone that early.
Yeah. The Steelers, by the way, selected Connor Hayward, Cam Hayward's brother.
Oh.
Look, it's cute. It's cute. It's a great story. We're an NFL franchise, and this guy's a 5'10" tight end.
That is not a tight end.
We don't have time for cute. We're trying to win championships.
What
They may
size-
have forgotten about that in Pittsburgh.
What size are fullbacks? Do those still exist in the NFL?
He's that size, but he's not a fullback. So
I don't know what he's going to do.
Wow,
But
208. Get out of here.
wild.
Dar wants to know what is the 3 worst picks overall in the draft. If I'm going to do that, I always go higher in the draft because those are it's hard for me to be super critical of like a 3rd round pick compared to 1st round picks, I think. So I would say Kenny Pickett, Cole Strange, and
Steeler.
yeah. No, I think the rest of the Steelers draft was honestly pretty good so far, other than the fact that they didn't draft, which is offensive.
I've got one.
What was
Every pick the Patriots have picked.
Oh, really?
Pretty much all. JC just walked in. Catching heat.
You see, I made eye contact,
Yeah.
JC.
Little dinosaur arms.
Roger McCreary, speaking of dinosaur arms, was one of the worst picks in the draft. Number 35 overall to the Titans. T-Rex is going to probably compete to start there in Tennessee, maybe. But honestly, that isn't even a guarantee at 35, and they traded up for him. Am I right about that? Am I remembering that correctly or no? No, they may have stayed put. There is a trade symbol there. Maybe that was an earlier trade with the Jets. I can't remember. But it was an earlier trade. Okay, so they stayed. It got 35. At 35, that's 3 picks off the first round. You got to be kidding me with that one. The tape, the testing, none of it really lined up for me with Roger McCreary. So I'm pretty stunned by that one. So that's one I didn't really get. And then there's a couple. Wan'Dale Robinson of the Giants at 43. That's a 5'8" wide receiver, went to the Giants at 43. He's 5. I think he's 5'8". How tall is Wan'Dale Robinson? I know he's listed 5'11" there.
Too short.
Wan'Dale. Hang on, I'm looking.
So special teams players, what they drafted.
So basically, anyway, I can't find out the toys, but I know he's small. And so that was a pretty questionable one. There's been some questionable ones. Overall, though, it hasn't been as crazy just because as last year when there were a couple problems, because last year's draft was better, I felt like, as a whole.
Yeah.
So then when the disappointing picks came, it was more obvious. This draft, it's kind of like, all these guys are the same. I don't know. It's not that bad.
I got a lot of crap for saying it on one of the podcasts weeks, if not months ago at this point, but this draft class was just very
Yeah. It could be some guys who are solid players that help your roster, but there's not a lot of stars in this class. Not a lot of franchise changers.
And not that you're always looking for that superstardom, but it's just the fact that there just wasn't much of a gravitation to the class as a whole. Because believe it or not, I usually nerd out about the draft a lot more. I have my little notebook. I do a lot more research, but then kind of the depth that you had to go into on these guys was pretty extensive. I know a lot of people just kind of lost out because of the COVID year and how schedules got manipulated in college and stuff was a bit of a mess. And then, of course, we have the oldest draft class because everyone's 5th and 6 years, which is so unheard of, but it was just wild. So, as for who's in this draft, I think I agree that what's happening isn't too stunning at this point. It's just kind of like build what you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's how you have to see. You have to accept the realities of the class, recognize there's not many stars. I think we'll look back at this as one of the least franchise transformative drafts. In other words, not a lot of teams that get better in the coming years will trace that development to this draft. And some teams that get worse will trace it to this draft. Will trace it to this draft because of the quarterback selections, probably. Although credit to the NFL, they didn't overvalue the guys and they took them further down the board. But I think this will not be a draft where people look back and say, okay, this was the draft that turned around our franchise. That's not this kind of draft. They could look back and say, this brought us from being close, being an also ran a close team, to being a team that was even more ready, more deep, and ready to compete. So there's value in it. I just don't think there's not a lot of franchise transformers, especially key positions, right? There's not a wide receiver, in my opinion, that would transform a franchise, or a quarterback.
Right.
And so those are key positions on the side of the ball that matters more than I think will.
So percentage-wise, how many of these players do you think, so for instance, last year's draft and the year before that, you had a percentage or a handful of rookies that were going to make an impact right away.
Yeah.
What would you say that percentage rough estimate would be this season? Because for the Bucs especially, you have Tristan Wirfs made an impact. You have Antoine Winfield Jr. made an impact. So I'm so curious to see how many of these guys or what team may have pulled the best opportunity to have an impact player as a rookie.
Yeah, especially become starters, right?
Right.
Joe Tryon-Shenko, for example, I guess you could say had an impact, but he never became like a full-time starter as a rookie. So how many guys do that as rookies? Man, I'd have to really look and do research as to how many of that typically is. But I would say there's probably 40 guys, maybe more by the end of the year that start for their teams in some capacity from this class. How many of those guys make a huge difference between wins and losses for their team on an individual? If you're looking at WAR-based, which is an analytics measure, wins above replacement. So how many of those guys means more than to their team than wins above the average replacement at their position? My guess would be on a significant level would be 2 or 3. By the end of the year. And I wouldn't even go so far as to predict necessarily who those players would be at this point in time, because typically those are skill position players. And I don't think any of the quarterbacks in this class will do it. And I don't think any of the wide receivers in this class will do it as rookies. Actually,
sound biased, but clearly Watson is too. I mean,
He probably will. Yeah.
He's going to get thrown into the fire there.
Only a matter of time
Bay.
before Sammy Watkins gets hurt. They
Right.
never want to play Alan Lazard. Randall Cobb's in the slot there still, but Watson's going to get chances to play in Green Bay.
Yeah, a lot.
That'll be fascinating because he's not run that many routes and has very little experience. So
I just didn't see the system fit.
Yeah.
I'm so upset, Green Bay.
Yeah, it is definitely one of those picks that makes you wonder a little bit about the direction of the team in terms of having guys ready to play now. I hope they can get Watson that level, even though as a Bucs person, I'd like to see Watson being able to reach his peak in the NFL.
He'll become the Tampa this year.
He will be. That's right.
Packers.
It's a little homecoming game for Christian Watson. That'll be hard.
Matt, that's not how I wanted to visualize
that's not
that.
okay. Let's see it here. So we're going to talk a little bit about. I'm going to jump out for a second. If Matt, if you want to step in just for a second, if you can, and he's going to talk a little bit about just looking at the rest of the NFC South. I know Scott is probably kind of maybe working at some of these graphics and looking at who the other NFC South teams, but I think first maybe he'll catch you up on the pick starting at Hayward's pick here to the Steelers. That's one that I think we've kind of left our thoughts on at this point. But before Matt jumps in here to talk to y'all, we got to remind y'all that tonight, as you're getting ready for dinner, the 5:00 hour is striking and the draft is winding down. You got to get your dinner at no place other than Beef O Brady's.
You want beefy? Nobody out-beefs beefs. Try the O'Brady Burger, made with premium Angus perfectly seasoned and topped with melted provolone. It's an all-star, just like that other Brady in town. And if you're tailgating, you might want to pile on Beef's award-winning wings, too. Traditional or boneless in whatever sauce or dry rub you crave. Dine in, to go, or even catering. Play it your way. See you at Beef's. You want
My best friend's husband.
Bucs fans, if you don't know by now, Beef O Brady's is the place to be today, tomorrow, and the next day for the NFL draft. Well, draft ends today, but you got my point. For the NHL playoffs, for the NBA playoffs, there are 45 different locations here in the Tampa Bay area. So it doesn't matter what you're doing. If you get hungry, you don't have to travel far because there will be a Beef O Brady's in your location. They have great food, but not only do they have great food like this burger that you see on the screen, they have pickup orders. You can go pick it up right there and take it home if you want to eat it at your leisure. They do catering. If you have an event, communion, bar mitzvah, wedding, whatever it may be, they cater those events too. So you get the great food either at the place itself or you can have it right at the leisure of your own home or whatever event you are at. They have a great beer selection, tons of different options, and the TV selection is great as well, too. It's all over the place. You can have your things you're gambling on, like I do over here. You can have your other sports in the other direction. Beef O Brady's, 45 different locations in the Tampa Bay area. Go to beefobradys.com to check out their menu because you will love it, and there's something for everyone.
I actually was a big Beefs girl. So, I think only Tampa people will get this, but TBYFL, the little league here,
yeah,
I was one of those girls.
No way.
I cheered for the Packers growing up.
That's why you love the Packers so much with the Christian Watson deal.
So much, Matthew. Thank you. But when I was a former Packers fan, and that was so lame, Beefs was that was like the reward at the end of winning a TBYFL game was going to Beefs. And my older sister was kind of like vegan. So it was the best argument in the world that I wanted to go to Beefs for TBYFL celebrations and she wanted to go home to make salad. But anyhow, they have one of the best fries in Tampa Bay.
There you go. You have something for everyone.
Exactly.
So Bucs fans that don't know, Casey and I, thankfully she can put up with me and I appreciate that. We were the Pewter Report crew that went to the games last year during the season. So it's nice to be sitting next to you again.
On-site squad. And we can I'm just kidding. We were able to be ourselves in the press box, but we had a lot of exciting moments that we had to be a little
I was going to say, the
for.
Leonard Fournette touchdown, the of course the Rachaad Perryman, former USF alumni, just like yourself. So
what game was it that you got that hysterical recording of my dreams dying?
Were your dreams dying? Because Rachaad Perryman would be the dreams living.
No, you know what it was? The Rams game. And you got the
last
my
play?
reaction of hope being revived in my body, and then my dreams just
I would have
before me.
I thought I got the reaction of the Leonard Fournette touchdown. I think when they tied the game up, I have your reaction to that.
Okay.
And then your dreams died.
Yeah.
Like what, a minute and a half later?
So either way, Matt has to put up with me in a lot of ways.
No,
too.
you put up with me. It's the whole thing. But nonetheless, and we're on the right side too, because you sit usually to the right of me and I'm to the left.
Yep.
So that's fun.
It's very fitting.
But yeah, we're getting very late into this draft. The Bucs will be drafting again soon. And as we look around the rest of the NFC South, I'll just first off say there's no move in particular between the Panthers, Saints, and the Falcons that really concerns me when it comes to the Buccaneers. Like if you look at the first round, Drake London going to Atlanta. Scott and I actually spoke about this a lot on the first side of the draft, where there's been a lot of the Drake London, Mike Evans comparisons.
Yes.
But they're not as accurate as people think. Like, yeah, he's tall and a little bit lanky like Mike Evans. He models his game after Mike Evans. But there's not many people that are like Mike and Michael Jordan as well, too. But a lot of that has to do with the fact that Mike Evans is deceptively fast. Now, obviously, whatever Mike Evans does, that doesn't really affect the Bucs defense. So when we're talking about Drake London, we have to talk about the Bucs defense. And who's going to be on Drake London is Carlton Davis. And another big thing that we brought up is that Carlton Davis III, I might add, he does better against those tall, lanky receivers. He does way better against them versus the smaller, speedy guys with first quick twitch. So I think that's a huge advantage for the Bucs there, even with bringing in this other weapon to go with Kyle Pitts. I don't see too much of an issue with the Bucs there.
Yeah, I actually definitely agree. It's funny that you mentioned that he takes those matchups so well, because it's something I underestimated until I watched it a little closer this past season. And then, I mean, what better way to get groomed and prepare to take on a guy like London than to have Mike Evans on your team? So I think that's where Carlton gets a lot of good practice and his wits about him. Now, a lot of people know that I've been begging for this for so long, and it's not the biggest requirement on secondary, but I've been crossing my fingers and praying to the gods for speed on the secondary.
Yeah, I saw you tweeting. I was on the show with Scott as the Zion McCollum pick went through, and I saw you tweeting something about speed. I didn't see the whole thing because obviously we're in the middle of the show, but so you love that pick.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I'm saddened that I didn't get a chance and take the time to really kind of research that area a little bit more and realize that there was kind of a diamond in the rough there. But to have Carlton be able to match a guy like Drake London, and no, he's not the kind of guy that can match with speed. That's where obviously his performance kind of came in under the belt. But to know that you have this guy, McCollum, and he's 6'2" and runs a 4.33 in the secondary, and he has such a leadership chip on his shoulder, and a very selfless team guy. I think that he's somebody who's going to be an impact player right away. As John and I were just kind of discussing, what's the percentage of those guys that are going to come in and make an impact on their team right away? I don't want to get overhyped about it, but I think McCollum could be one of those guys. And it'll be interesting to see how they utilize him.
I was saying before, I think it's going to be great. He's going to be an impact player on special teams right away. And as we talked about a lot, overall in the secondary, the Bucs have a lot of different situations going on just with SMB and Jamel Dean in the last year of their deals, and even the safety position with Edwards in a contract year and Keanu Neal and Logan Hall just on 1-year contracts. But one thing I really want to see, we won't because there's liabilities and things like that. But I would love to see a race at training camp between McCollum, Scotty Miller, Jalen Darden, who was the other one? Jamel Dean,
Brashad Perriman.
People in the chat was saying Perriman, and then
people forget Perriman's faster than Scott.
Oh, and Cyril Grayson Jr., the forgotten one.
The track guy.
Yeah, we all keep the track guy, of course. So
who do we put in this request to? Just get it to liability.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, we get the Bucs strength and conditioning group next week, so maybe we can get something with them there. But I mean, I think obviously when you look at the Bucs, I think speed is important, especially on the defensive side of the ball with Todd Bowles and what he likes to do creatively with with that defense. But let's get back to the NFC South real quick.
Mhm.
The Saints, they drafted Chris Olave from Ohio State right after Garrett Wilson went to the New York Football Jets. Olave was a guy that I was pretty high on.
Mhm.
He was my Bucs draft crush when we did that PR roundtable. So him, well, at the end of the day, I don't think the Bucs are going to lose a game because Olave just torched the Bucs, and now that's going to come back to haunt me. But I will say that I think Olave, and they also got Trevor Penning in the first round as well. Too.
Oh, thankfully.
Saints are done. Finito. What I will say, though, is Olave is the type of wide receiver, in my opinion, that Davis will have a little more issues with because, as we talked about, the quick twitch and faster guys can move around a little bit more, not just going to go deep down the field. So I do see a little bit more of an issue there with Olave versus Drake London, but obviously it's going to be a lot of fresh, new, young faces at the wide receiver position in the NFC South. What are your thoughts about just that type of matchup going against the Bucs secondary?
You know, the only reason I feel a little more confident about it is because, like I said, this draft class is kind of very interesting in a sense, but you're coming in and you're not learning from Sean Payton anymore. You know what I mean? And I think that caliber of coach is a huge bonus for the Saints, or was a huge bonus for the Saints and the players that, you know, were learning underneath Payton and under his instruction and stuff. Then you have Winston at quarterback coming back off of an ACL tear. So there's just so many factors there where we're not sure what Olave is going to bring right away, just because he's not going to have the same tools as the Saints were able to provide a season, 2 season, and, you know, so on and so forth before that. Now, I actually did like him as well. Would have been a fan to see him in a Bucs jersey. I think his natural talent, awesome. They're going to rely on him because they're basically in a rebuild phase themselves. But I think that this secondary has that veteran nature about them where they're going to be able to kind of manipulate him and manage him a little bit better than I would have expected a couple of years ago.
Yeah, and I think with the Saints, too, as you mentioned, Jameis coming off a very serious injury with the ACL. Overall, just the Saints offense, you have Kamara, but other than that, like Michael Thomas didn't play at all. Exactly. Well, people won't see because we have the graphic up. But
we're both throwing our hands up.
Yeah, you still got the shrug. Well, we did the shrug, the Jordan shrug a little bit, because there's not much there on offense. And when the Bucs have lost to the Saints, it really hasn't been anything to like that home game in Tampa. It really had nothing to do with what the Saints offense did. Taysom Hill couldn't go anywhere, and Kamara, their best offensive weapon. We all know the Bucs shut down any running back. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
There's really been no running back that can slice and dice the Bucs on defense. So I really think it just comes down to just making sure that they have all the T's crossed and the I's dotted. And that's why, too, with Olave, sure, he's very talented and everything I said about Carlton potentially struggling there. I don't necessarily see him hurting the Bucs that much just because you have no other weapons. And I don't know what's up with Michael Thomas. I mean, he hated being there last year, even when he wasn't playing. And I understand Sean Payton's not there anymore. But if you're telling me that it's just Kamara and Chris Olave, like, I don't know how that compares to versus going up against Drake London and Kyle Pitts. Like, that's kind of I think I kind of lean towards Atlanta there. We're just talking about offensive weapons.
I totally lean towards Atlanta there because something else that kind of just comes to mind when you're going against speed, you know, and you don't have the fastest secondary, then that's really just kind of like a coverage plan, you know? And I think it's very safe to say that Todd Bowles and the whole, defensive staff learned a lot this year in terms of certain coverages and not being so predictable in certain schemes and whatnot. So I think that they're going to have a not much different, but probably a little bit more advanced approach to that. And like John and I were discussing moments ago, this draft class doesn't exactly scream that it has the caliber of diving into a game and making an impact right away. So to need some development, to need some cleaning up, and to be coming into a rebuild and to go against a veteran team defensively like the Bucs, I don't know how well Olave is going to do unless they just put him in the right routes to burn out the secondary every single time. But once that becomes predictable, then what? So
I'm not sure there.
I think that you make a great point when it comes to Pitts he's going to be more seasoned. He's faced the Bucs before. They might be able to get a little bit more creative and more crafty. And then, Drake London has all this hype because of his build and whatnot. But again, somebody who has to come in, learn, and we have to see how it translates and how these guys translate to the NFL and that pressure of putting a team on your back right away. Not everybody makes the most of that. So,
yeah, it's a great point there. Don't mean to cut you off. I think, again, if we're putting this in a vacuum, we're just talking about the weapons on the Falcons and the weapons on the Saints. I think the deciding factor would essentially come down to quarterback. And if it's Jameis against Marcus Mariota, wow, crazy. We're talking about the first. That didn't even register in my head until I said it out loud. The two, yeah,
2014?
we just went back in time to that.
Time travel.
Even with the ACL injury, though, I think I would lean towards Jameis just because of we know the bad side of Jameis. Okay, we've all been there. We all understand that. But I think the good side of Jameis outweighs the potential or the explosive plays that you're not really going to get with Mariota.
Oh, absolutely.
He's more of a passive quarterback, which is weird to use a word with pass in it when you're talking about a quarterback. Yeah, he's got the mobility, but he's still not as quick as he once was. He can still move around. Like the Raiders obviously used him in a sort of like a wildcat formation type of thing.
Yeah, but I just didn't see that for the Falcons. I mean, the quarterback that they have I'm just so confused because the styles don't even fit in terms of like the former Falcons quarterback and Marcus Mariota.
Yeah, well, their head coach, I believe, used to be the offensive coordinator in Tennessee when Mariota was there before he got benched for Tannehill.
So they're in another transition period, if you will, probably.
Yeah.
Okay. But no, I mean, like, look, Winston had his negatives, just like you said, and he had his positives. But if you look at his statistics, especially like his last couple of years as a Buck, he was putting up some pretty impressive numbers. He was doing some pretty elite things. It's just that he was making as many mistakes as he was, doing marvelous things. So he has those flashy moments. And if we're being realistic, before obviously he got injured this year while playing the Bucs in New Orleans, he was kind of tearing up the Bucs a little bit. He threw them for a surprise.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, sure, you have to bring in stats and watch the tape and everything like that too. But at the end of the day, Jameis had a winning record with the Saints. Like I believe they were 5-2. I could be wrong on that. I don't have the stats in front of me. But they were a winning football team up until Jameis got hurt. And sure, he changed his game a little bit, almost to the point where I don't want to call him a game manager, but he was way less aggressive than he once was as the gunslinger quarterback that he was with the Bucs. But at the end of the day, the Bucs are on the clock, ladies and gentlemen.
What's it going to be? All right, so the most outlandish pick that they can make here, or at least position.
235 and 261.
They have traded. I don't know if people can hear John in the background. They traded their 235th pick, and what did you say? 251?
261.
261.
So they've had one pick left in the seventh.
Yes.
Okay, so one pick left in the seventh.
So they made
and
a
what's
trade.
their final pick?
Now they're on the clock.
This is exciting.
Yeah, there's a running. It's not even a bit at this point because it's just fact. Like every time Scott and I are on, there's a trade, there's a big move. This goes back to like the Shaq Mason trade. This goes back to the Keanu Neal signing.
When I say 235 and 261.
Yeah.
So they still have 248. So they packaged two of those sevens.
Okay, so the Bucs are trading 2 sevens.
And they're taking Minnesota tight end Ko Kieft. I don't know who that is.
Minnesota tight end Ko Kieft.
So they took
another tight end.
Yeah. Again, this is something Scott and I were talking about.
So it would be nice to know this guy's frame. Okay.
Yeah. So, but this is something Scott and I.
If he's big or not. Is he big enough?
I'm like, is it bulking season for this guy too?
So Jason Licht was foreshadowing again. For those that didn't hear us earlier, when Jason Licht spoke yesterday, he was asked about Gronk, and since you didn't pick a tight end on day 2,
how do you spell Kieft?
Kieft, Kieft. He is bulky, 6'4", 259.
Read about dude.
He is Dane Brugler's 60th ranked tight end. Can they hear me?
I don't know.
I think they can. I've heard you guys in the back.
I'm coming right over here.
There we go.
Come on over.
He is Ko Kieft is 6'4", 259 pounds. 4.95 40. Is that true?
I don't even think
This guy is a
we
pure blocker.
had him in the previews and everything.
Nope,
like
we
that.
didn't. No.
Because I did tight ends.
Never heard
I
of the guy.
Vividly do not remember.
Never heard of the guy.
Covering a guy like that.
Like he doesn't even have a draft
He's in
profile.
3 cone. 1 8-10 yard split. He's one of the worst athletes in the class at this position.
Fantastic.
This guy must be a pure blocker.
I was gonna say it's gotta be
pure blocker. I mean, 32-inch vertical, 9.3 broad. This guy can barely jump at all. But 21 reps on the bench. This is your type of tight end
Jason
right
Licht
here. Jason.
and John Spytek are adhering to Gronk's demands. They literally said yesterday. Well, Jason Licht said yesterday they will obviously wait for him to make a decision. And even if they drafted 2 tight ends, which they did, they doubled up. They flooded it.
Double dip?
As we talked about. As they do all of that, Jason Licht said after 2 that, yeah, Gronk would want that. He has the more the merrier type of mentality. And that's literally what they did here.
Traded up for O'Keefe.
They traded
O'Keefe.
up for this, and they have 1 pick left in the 7th round.
You say he's a redhead?
Chief Keef.
Yeah.
He's the long-haired ginger.
Long-haired, redheaded tight end from Minnesota.
He's got a flow.
We're going to see if NFL.com has it.
Oh.
Jason, what are you doing?
Jason. Oh, he's bald in this picture here.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, what? Wait, hold on.
Dana had him
O'Keefe.
as a 60th tight end.
I am
Yeah.
wildly confused right now. Can we call him Chief Keef?
259.
It's the
33-inch arms. He's got almost an 80-inch wingspan. This is a big dog.
4.940.
Big dog.
Yeah, so the
I think he
picture
shaved his
the
head
picture
since
off screen that Scott is showing. He's got long hair, don't care, as everyone has said.
Imposing
But
his
okay.
will on
Steelers
defenders.
Depot coming up clutch. Shout out Steelers Depot. Used to write for him back in the day when I first started out in the career. Course coming up clutch, and they have some thought that for 30-inch vertical. I mean, he is barely ever. This guy can barely get off the ground. It's gonna be awesome. It's good size and acceptable length on a filled-out frame. Plays with strength and power, both as a blocker and as well as a receiver. How you feeling?
I'm a
Good?
fan.
All right. Has become one of the better
Talking about
blocking
strength
tight
and
ends in the
power,
country when it comes to imposing his will on defenders.
Say that last sentence one more
Has
time.
become one of the better blocking tight ends in the country when it comes to imposing his will on defenders.
Like that.
Aggressive at the point of attack as a blocker, looking to run through the opposition's face and put them in the ground.
Another glass eater.
Plays with
Yeah.
a motor and will
Yo,
attempt to
I'm telling
maintain
you.
his block to and through the whistle.
Scott
Till
will
the whistle blows.
Yes.
How many
Scott will
times have I
appreciate
said
this.
that?
The blockers that the Bucs are building in this draft, and you add them with Ryan Jensen, they got like a Legion of Doom going on.
Tom
right
Brady's
now.
going to have 10 years to throw.
This guy this is like an extra
12
offensive
career
tackle.
catches.
This is going to replace the Josh Wells set.
Yeah, he's a
Could
glorified.
he just replace
He's a
Josh
glorified
Wells?
tackle.
Plays with a motor and will attempt to maintain his block to and through the whistle. Has experience in line at the H-back position, offset in the backfield, and occasionally in the slot.
Okay.
Will come in motion, lead up the hole for a blocker. So they will be able to put him in the backfield like they try to do with Brate for some reason. They'll be able to
Call
do
him
that
now.
for him.
He's going to score a touchdown in the Super Bowl.
There you go.
Your new red zone guy.
Yeah, can climb to the second level. Another Minnesota guy too.
Yep.
So Tyler Johnson.
I don't know if we
Antoine
should get excited
Winfield.
about that part, but
Yeah, well, Winfield, no, Tyler Johnson.
we're
Okay.
50-50 on the Minnesota.
The bad, below average when it comes to long speed or quickness. Minimal production as a receiver at the college level. We still don't know. Now, somebody look at his stats. What is he? Has he ever caught the ball? 12 catches in his career.
12 catches,
In-
166 yards, a healthy 13.8 yard average.
Wow, 12
George
catches for
O'Leary would have
166
loved
yards.
this guy.
There's nothing in his positives about
UCF
his,
shout out, by the way.
There's nothing in his positives about receiving. Not one thing. There's like 6 bullet points, 8 bullet
And
points.
we thought Jeremy Rucker didn't have
This guy.
a lot of
Yeah.
receiving.
This guy.
Isn't it wild though? Because I preferred Rucker over half of the guys you guys
Mhm.
mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, he says he ends up on the ground a little bit because gets a little over aggressive at times.
Oh gosh,
we can
not
fix
another
that.
Devin White.
Can fix that. though. I think it's fixable.
Sioux Center. What's I? Is that I?
Yeah, hasn't had enough exposure in the passing game to know what to work there. But redshirt senior from Sioux City, Iowa, Sioux Center, Iowa, played linebacker and quarterback in high school. Was a 3-star prospect, multi-sport athlete who lettered in baseball, track, and wrestling.
Track.
Wrestling, okay.
Very cool.
What did
Good
he do?
first step.
Track
He did
and
shot put.
wrestling.
He must have been a shot
Yeah,
put guy.
Yeah, 100%.
Appeared in
Well,
12
what did he track
games.
in?
Special
I don't know.
teams experience. He'll be a special teams guy right away. It sounds like he's a grinder.
There he is.
Traded up for him.
Yep.
Wow.
Up on the screen right
there
now.
he is. Look at that bruiser.
Wow.
Looks like a
From
tackle.
a distance, he's kind
Looks
of got
like
the
a
face of
tackle.
Alex Kappa.
He's a kinesiology major. He was a team captain, so keeping up with the trends with the Bucs.
Good
All they
character.
do is draft guys.
Only take. Wow, they have a full scouting report here on him.
I just got a text from upstairs.
He is
From
destroying people. in
Oh,
the
we
run
got to
game.
hear this.
He said, you will love his blocking.
Yeah, Of course. So Scott said he got a text from upstairs, and they said that we're going to love his blocking because he gets after people.
So we're talking about
he finishes
a real...
guys. He carries guys off after the whistle and plants them.
Oh, I'm so
I
excited.
can see it in these clips here.
So excited.
Here he is climbing to Jack Sanborn, the Wisconsin linebacker, lifting him off his feet, driving him back a good 5 yards before finishing him in the ground.
Finish him.
This is Lee Smith. This is a very Lee Smith-like pick in terms of just having a designated blocking tight end who will be your number 3 tight end for his whole rookie year, and you probably won't run him off the roster. I bet he sticks. I bet he plays that role. Yep. Mm-hmm. And obviously this year, if Gronk comes back and he won't play much, probably he'll be inactive. But he could be active too. They could have 4 active tight ends because it was a special team.
Prop bet on him.
So does that mean I get to finally see more 12 personnel?
Yep.
All right.
Chief Keith.
Chief Keith. I love it. Chief Keith.
You heard it here first.
Overall,
ladies and gentlemen, Matt Matera.
Co-Keith is what CJC can see out. He says what scouts would call a throwback tight end, being that glass-eating, nasty mauler in the run game that looks to impose his will on you as a blocker, plant you into the ground, and let you hear about it afterwards. Minnesota head coach P.J. Fleck called Keith one of the toughest players I've ever coached and graded out as one of the 3 tight end prospects in this class with an 80 or better run blocking and pass catching grade via Pro Football Focus. Granted, the receiving grade is skewed due to a limited sample size. He basically is going to have to be a blocker. Player comparison I immediately thought of when watching Keith is former Bills tight end Lee Smith, who I've pretty much he or Mercedes Lewis I've asked the Bucs to pick up every year. And Al Smith is retired, but very similar frames, play styles, roles. I love that kind of player late in the draft. I wish I'd been aware of Keith existed before now, but I am glad that Chief Keith is a Buccaneer, and I'm very glad for that nickname.
I like that the Bucs like to draft players from schools where they already have players from that school. Makes the transition easier.
Also, packaging 2 late 7s up for was that late 6th? Is that where you came off the board? Yeah. That has to be one of the easiest decisions a GM ever makes. These 2 picks at the very end of the draft, which will make our whole war room sit here looking at bottom tier. Let's just go to 218 and get one guy.
All I know is I'm finally happy that the title of tight end is going to translate.
Yeah, absolutely. So there you go. Chief Keith. Go ahead. Back to
Chief Keith.
Chief Keith.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I was gonna say I'm in love with you say his first name twice. But I don't know if that's
Once again.
TV.
The chat is popping.
Once again, Matt Matera, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Again,
Yeah.
we're in the last hour of the show.
Okay, so definitely I was not expecting that.
But
Still
again,
haven't
Jason
picked
Light foreshadowed it. They are adhering to Gronk's needs, so that's the exciting
We said we
part.
were going to double tight end.
Yeah, you did.
Just look at the
SR called it again. It's technically not a best bet, but it
So
is
how
a
do you
best
close
bet.
this out? If you're Jason Light right now, how do you close
Good
out
question.
this draft?
Smoke Monday.
Yeah.
One more pick.
If they draft Smoke Monday, I will light up a cigar, not in here, but I will have a cigar later
Step into the parking lot.
and maybe take a video or something. I don't know.
Scott, who would you pick? What position would you close this out with?
Safety Smoke Monday or Isaiah Weston, wide receiver.
Love
for
that.
Iowa.
Matthew.
Special teams help, but depth at both
Yeah.
positions.
Yeah.
No, I mean, we talked about it before. I would absolutely love to have Smoke Monday. One, for the nickname. I'm a big, you obviously need all the talent on the field. You need the athleticism, the skill and everything like that. But most great players or great teams, you need something a little bit more, whether it's a great nickname.
Yep.
Or I think about when the St. Louis Blues won the Stanley Cup, when they had the Gloria thing that they would play after all the time.
You would bring that up. How about when the Bolts won the cup?
Well, I was going to say the Lightning just won it based on pure skill and,
All we
Yeah.
do, yeah.
back to back.
We really put a lot of songs
I remember Penguins
on
did that
notice.
first. But
They're gonna have to come up with a song for the three-peat.
yeah, Joey Sal says, "Watch the Jets pick Smoke Monday just for Matt." That would be pretty cool.
That was,
Z Teller says, "Smoke, smoke, smoke" with 2 exclamation points.
I think you guys have a lot of backup on the Smoky Monday.
Harvinder wants the Bucs to get another wide receiver.
Agreed.
That would be interesting because we talked a lot about adding depth to the wide receiver position, which they obviously did that in the in free agency this year with Russell Gage.
Right.
They haven't yet addressed that here in the draft. And, there are some situations where we had the Bucs going with a wide receiver in the year of the wide receiver and the punter. So there's already a million wide receivers off the board. But would you rule out drafting a wide receiver here with their last pick in the 7th round?
I mean, no. The only reason why not is because there's a little bit of quality left there, and once you're in the 7th round, you just really never know what can happen. And at this point, you're looking at people that'll contribute special teams wise. And I don't really see where else the pickup would really come in unless they did what Scott was mentioning, coming in at safety. Because I kind of more so predicted that they would add to the secondary rather than a few of the moves that they made. But the addition of Russell Gage, I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, that's just more of like a slot pickup, in my opinion.
He can play the slot, but I think he can also play outside too, which I think is going to be extremely crucial for the Bucs, strictly based on, we know Chris Godwin is back, but let's remember he's coming off of an ACL injury. So, and he said rehab is going well. I don't think he would be like, oh yeah, it's terrible. I probably won't be back until November or something like that. But with that said, if Godwin either can't play at the beginning of the season to start the year, or even if he's still a little limited and he needs some time to, really pick it up, I can see a situation where Gage comes in, and he's done that before too, because you got to remember when Julio Jones left, there still wasn't a ton of options. There were a couple of options with Atlanta. You had Calvin Ridley as the number one. That's before he left. And obviously now he's suspended because he's gambling and everything. But so he's gone from like being the number 2 receiver to going to be the number 1 receiver. So he's lined up outside. He's lined up in the slot. I think he's extremely versatile, which is perfect for the Bucs offense right now in terms of, if Godwin can't play, you obviously got Mike Evans, and you know what Mike Evans is going to do. And then you could put in Russell Gage as a number 2 receiver who's going to line up on the outside, or even line up in the slot and have that Chris Godwin role until Chris Godwin gets there. The Bucs have enough talent around them where you can get by with it for, I don't want to say half the season, but you can get by with it for a quarter of the season for sure.
If it were me, I would pick up at wide receiver, because you got a couple guys, in that safety position, and we're still going to kind of see how that pans out. But regardless of them being on a 1-year contract, we're talking about a whole nother draft next year that's probably going to be, we can almost assume, we're going to be a little stronger than this class, because we're kind of dealing with that COVID class collegiately. But you have Ross, as John and I mentioned earlier, coming out of Clemson, and then you have Isaiah. So I think it's kind of like a why not, and that's a position that I just really wanted to see some depth in, so that they had options to alleviate some guys, to make room if something comes about. And you have to look at the fact that, but not only the inconsistency, we also know I'm a big Scotty Miller fan, but I really don't know what opportunities he's going to get coming up this season. There just seemed to be a really big loss of trust between him and the Bucs, and so I don't think that they're going to really be counting on him. So why not bring in a guy?
Yeah, of course. And
at least have that competition and that option in case that roster gets a little low in that position once again. Because that was the scariest thing for, I think, all Bucs fans this past season, was the depletion that took place. And then you're like, well, who do we have?
Right.
Like they were reaching really far. Yeah.
Like the majority of it, and they still didn't want to use him.
They did not.
I hate to say it because I love Scotty. He's obviously a folk hero in Bucs history for that touchdown against the Packers in the NFC Championship game. But I kind of think Scotty only makes this team if he's going to be the gunner on the punt team. And certainly he made splash plays at that gunner position when he got there. So I think that's his clear-cut path to making the team. Long Lost Glazer says here, Evans, Godwin, Gage, Tyler Johnson, Scotty, Grayson, Perryman, Darden means we're already cutting one, most likely 2 of those guys. That's a good point there. I mean, you want to get as much depth as you possibly can.
But you can only roster so many.
Right, and this would be a position where I could see the Bucs holding on to potentially 6 receivers instead of 5. But I think
they don't trust Scotty. Johnson did not perform. Perriman's inconsistent. Darden, don't talk to me about it. So
Yeah.
it's just like you named 6 guys and 4
Well,
kind of. Like,
that's why I think Darden is safe, only because it's only his second year. So I think it's, and I understand he was a later round pick, but I think it's a little premature to just completely be like.
You said this from the beginning.
Well, yeah,
which I
You only had
appreciate.
it for 1 year. You're automatically going to cut him, and I get it. It's a very talented group, and I don't agree with him as a punt returner, but
Right.
for whatever reason, the Bucs coaching staff does, and we'll see if they want to bring in someone else or give a different player an opportunity. And Rachaad Perryman, he was a free agent. The Bucs didn't need to bring him back.
Yeah.
But they did.
Yeah.
So that's got to be a little bit telling too, that, and his production again.
And somebody made a good point to say maybe it was more the fact that they wanted to give Perriman an opportunity to remain in a system that he had familiarity with. I know that was kind of the hype of bringing him back. But under the circumstances in which he came back and whatnot, so now he has a full off season to just be focused on Bucs and the Bucs playbook, and kind of go in fully on the same page as everyone else and see where he goes from there. It should be promising with some of his previous records and the abilities that we've seen him do. But I mean, outside of that, it's a little nerve wracking when you look at the roster of wide receivers and we talk about accountability, that it's not there.
Yeah, other than the top heavy list. So
well, yeah, top 3,
the hope,
you know.
Yeah,
like
no,
you said.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Once you get past the top 3, I mean, let me clarify.
But then again, how many teams really have extremely great depth after top 3 wide receivers? If you go across the league, you're
okay,
not.
Matt,
Just
say it. I've become a spoiled person as a Bucs fan to have one of the best wide receiving classes.
We are very spoiled.
There's a lot of memes out there now about the spoiling, how everyone's personalities have just changed. Somebody had a really good
say
one.
Like once you start winning,
you don't know how to
fans
act.
become insufferable. And I'm not saying that about Bucs fans at all, but other teams. It's like, let them in, because if you have a losing team for a long time, and I've experienced this with a lot of my sports teams, like you're the butt of every joke. So I don't want to hear like, oh, act like you've been there before. Because you haven't been there before. The Bucs didn't make the playoffs for over a decade until they got Tom Brady and they won the damn Super Bowl. So don't act like, oh, we got to be humble now, or have some humility. Because you know what? Before that, the Bucs were being made fun of left and right by other teams, by Saints fans and whatever. But you know what? It ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. Because now the Bucs are good and they're at the top. And they're winning the division, and they're going to the Super Bowl this year. I know they're going to the Super Bowl this year because I'm going to a bachelor party in Arizona Super Bowl weekend. So I can almost guarantee it that the Bucs are going to be playing. And I'm going to be working and at a bachelor party at the same exact time. It's going to be the ultimate balancing act.
I'm not a fan. I don't know how to act anymore.
William Butler with a thanks for the super chat here. Why is it up top, but I can't hit it? Oh, maybe because anyway, William Butler, thanks for the $4.99 super chat. He says OBJ an option?
Nah.
I'm just gonna say no for right now because he's injured. Like he's coming off a torn ACL. There it is. He's coming off a torn ACL. So when is he going to be available?
Exactly.
December? At best? I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
No, but just like the timing of it. You do that in Super Bowl that you played in February, and then trying not to rush the timeline. Injury wise, it's just kind of not worth going in on. And I think the Bucs kind of learned a little bit of a tough lesson on bringing in veterans and kind of thinking that they're going to play any kind of contributing role because none of them really panned out this past season. So, I totally agree with you. I think the big thing with OBJ is the fact that he's coming off of an injury. You don't know what that's going to look like. They already are kind of waiting out to see what Chris Godwin's return is going to look like. So they're not going to load up the category of injured players to see if how they pan out.
Now, I will say, if the Bucs find themselves in a situation come December where they're in a spot kind of like last year where everyone got hurt or quit the team, or whatever it may be. If that's a situation.
I'm sorry. That was so delicate.
I can see where if they really need a guy, obviously Odell is a big name. And Odell loves Tom Brady. I remember, I forgot how many years ago it was, but after the game, Odell gave Brady like a separate pair of cleats that either had a goat logo on it or was made out of goat hair. I don't remember specifically.
But he like made him a custom.
Yeah,
gift.
he's like, I got you these cleats, and Brady was like, thanks, but like,
I could get my own.
What?
I do actually remember that. It was pretty. I didn't know if that was kind of like a funny thing at first, or
No, I think he was just like, I think you're the greatest player of all time. So
yeah,
here
no,
are
he's
these,
put it out
please
there
take these cleats as a
on social media.
whatever.
He has shown his love and respect. So at least it wouldn't be. I know a lot of people were kind of worried about him being another diva to the locker room kind of thing, but you didn't hear anything crazy about him at the Rams, which was very.
Yeah, and I think the New York media kind of takes a lot of things out of context too. I mean, there was the whole thing where he like swung his helmet at the net, and that was at the kicking net. And that was years ago, but from what I remember, I could be wrong, so I don't want to say this for fact, but I think he was just mad that the team wasn't doing well and things like that. I don't think it had anything. It wasn't a situation where I'm not getting enough targets and
yeah, which is what they've always painted it to be. So
yeah,
I can see that.
Yeah, and then he had the thing where he got in the fight with Josh Norman, but you know, I mean, players got to fight sometimes on the field.
The ones that get under your
Josh
skin.
S says, Matt, where are your headphones? Well, we're doing the podcast live. We got mics in front of us here, so I don't need those headphones. I got them with me. They're in the other room, but I do have them with me.
At least they like your headphones.
I don't know. They could be mocking me with the headphones. I'm not sure.
I think you and JC are the only ones that wear headphones. Yeah.
I only wear them because I don't have a better option with headphones in terms of I do have wireless headphones, like Bluetooth stuff, but like I don't know. Sometimes it won't connect to my laptop, and I just don't want to go through the stress with it. I'll just throw on the headphones and keep going on. Put on a brilliant show. So
Ja'Tyre Carter just went off the board. He was our Bucs best bet in day 3.
okay, another Bucs best bet. Have to say that slowly, or else I'll mess it up.
Ja'Tyre Carter.
The offensive line went to the Bears.
The Bears.
Seahawks are on the clock at 2:29, and the Bucs pick at 2:48.
All right.
So how far are we from the Bucs pick? Math. Love this.
That's Josh Q's job.
You know how often the Pewter team makes me do math. Believe it or not, guys, I was actually a bit of a science whiz. So.
Really?
Yeah. Chemistry. Okay. So we're hoping for either safety or wide receiver to close out this draft.
Well,
or Matt.
Well, I was thinking it would be too late now with the 7th round. It's like, well, you just did this last year. Why are you doing it again? There's still an opening because Kevin Minter's not coming back.
Linebacker.
Now the question is, do the Bucs trust special teams guru Grant Stewart and then KJ Britt, who's also very good on special teams? Or do they want another linebacker that they believe could plug in and play as a third linebacker? Now, at this point in the 7th round, that's what I was trying to say in the first place. Where it's like, all right, well, you got Grant Stewart in the 7th round last year. What makes this 7th round linebacker that much better than than what they just had with Mr. Irrelevant? I don't even want to call him Mr. Irrelevant. He's Mr. Uber Eats because he's got that.
Mr. Uber Eats. I know that one shocked me. Actually, that's kind of a good point though. But I feel like Stewart did enough. And the players, as well as the staff in press conferences this past season, were pretty high on Cam. So I'm thinking that they're going to want to give him the season to see how he develops and contributes. There was conversations of him having to step in when the linebacker group kind of took a hit and Lavonte David went out, and we know Minter had to step up, and all the changes that came in there. And Bright was kind of going to be the next guy in conversations. So I wouldn't see them doing that. If they were going to go for a linebacker, I would have taken somebody a little higher up in the draft that you can kind of have a little.
I agree with
that you can count on a little bit more. But I mean, I think you guys have all said it throughout the show the past couple of days. When you hit the 7th round and you kind of grabbed what you needed, it's kind of a free for all. They can take anything here just because.
Except for punter, they won't do that.
No, hopefully
Can you imagine? Actually, someone in the chats earlier said flood the punter position. Bo Melton just went off the board from Rutgers.
Hey, fun fact: Jason Licht has yet to draft a long snapper.
Okay.
Oh wow!
I don't know if you guys heard Scott, but he said Jason Licht has yet to draft a long snapper. Had some long snapper issues last year, really just with injury, not any issues with the snaps themselves. But, That's the only time you know.
Would you
That's the
put on
only
that?
time you know a long snapper is when they mess up the snap.
That's so true,
Yeah.
actually. Yeah. Because
Because I
after
can
that,
name one. It's Junkett. He played for the Giants. He screwed up that snap in the playoff game against the 49ers.
I am desperate to know how many Bucs fans can name the Bucs long snapper. Throw it in the chat. I would love to see if they actually know.
And if you could name the replacement long snapper that came in for a couple of games.
Trivia night.
Yeah. We will send you something. A thumbs up in the chat.
That's like the 5th round. You know, the difficulty goes up.
If you name him,
Yeah.
and then 2 more points if you name his backup replacement.
And an extra bonus point if you name the college that he went to.
I'd be shocked to see any of it. All right, long snapper.
But yeah, Bo
So
Melton, he was at the Senior Bowl and did not impress.
I couldn't even tell you who he is. So
Well,
not
he's a
not
Senior
entirely. I mean
Bowl.
that in the sense. I mean that in the sense of like he didn't stand out at Senior
Yeah.
Bowl. Clearly, I know who he is, guys. But yeah, and it was okay. So watching the Senior Bowl guys was very intriguing because I think it just kind of took some of them a few minutes to get their legs underneath them. Not a few minutes, a few days. What I'm not being forthcoming about is that the weather conditions in Mobile were definitely challenging.
Oh my God.
As a
I
human,
felt so
as a human watching was one thing, but as a participant trying to show your skill set in the Senior Bowl, I can only imagine what it was for them. I mean, these guys played through torrential downpour, which just really tested their capabilities that much more. So the reality of it is that I was getting a lot of messages and comments from people saying that some of these players stood out a bit more during the actual Senior Bowl game and did a lot better than they were doing in, the practices that we were watching and so on and so forth. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of these guys kind of blossom into something way different.
Yeah, it's tough too. Like, you're obviously there to put on a show at the Senior Bowl and everything like that. And but if you don't have a good week of practice, I don't think it's like the end all be all of everything. And if you play well in the game or have a poor game, I think that's even people look for the practices themselves more than the game. I mean, we went to the practices and then didn't go to the game because it's so tough to build that type of chemistry and everything in a week.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a lot of the things that you see on the field. And that's why it's so important to be a part of the right team, the right scheme and so on and so forth, because that's where you really show what you got or, take off, if you will. So there's some wide receivers from the Senior Bowl that I'm intrigued to see how they mature and how they translate into the NFL with their teams. But yeah, Melton, I couldn't tell you anything about him.
Big Joker 6905 says, I don't know if he's joking about this or not based on his name, but he says, you all think Tyrann Mathieu might be a signing post-draft? No, I don't think so. I think the Bucs already have a couple good players there at safety, and Tyrann Mathieu is going to be too much money. And you shouldn't really mix family and business. That's what I hear. You shouldn't really do that. Obviously, Matthew is related to Todd Bowles.
That could get a little gritty.
Doc Rivers, Austin Rivers played for Doc Rivers in the NBA, and then Doc Rivers traded his own son. So, and still,
if you learn anything,
still can't get to the Eastern Conference Finals. Well, he won a championship with the Celtics, but anyway, so no, Big Joker. I don't think Tyrann Mathieu.
Oh, that's a great one.
This one right here.
Yeah, Cam Jensen.
Carpenter says, "Can't Jensen just learn how to long snap and you save a spot for another player?"
Can you see Jensen down in that position?
Right.
Holding that to hold the ball. I just can't see it.
I mean, make it more valuable. He could probably get an extra $1 on his contract just by doing that. But,
I would pay him for it because that means that his hips are more lucrative than mine.
Yeah, I think Jensen's got a lot to focus on as the center and mashing people in front of him.
They need his head elsewhere.
Craig Carr says, "Go get Smoke Monday." I'm all in on that. I think a lot of us are. All about that smoke.
Smoke is still on the board, isn't it?
Yeah, still on the board, still available.
Oh, I don't think John was in the room. What would you select with the final pick? You're wearing the GM hat. Who do you get? Or position?
Final pick. Oh, what position?
Either position or person.
I take safety.
John wants a safety.
Or wide out.
Yeah, all right. So pretty much
The same
two
thing.
positions
Is that what you guys said?
that we've been talking about.
Yeah. That's where we're at with that.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm trying
But do
to
you
see who's
take
available.
Smoke and Isaiah?
Jerome McKinley, Smoke Monday. Yeah, there's some safeties. Marquise Bell, JC likes it. Yusuf Corker is a fan. Josh Q is a fan of him.
Zach Awesome says Tom Brady has punted. He averaged 38.7 per punt. Might have been like a pooch kick type of thing, maybe with New England.
With the roll, probably.
And then there was that one time at training camp when he got angry and he punted the ball. That was a big deal.
Oh yeah, that was lovely.
So
Jarvis Landry.
I don't think, again, for what he would want, I don't think that there's really room for him at this point. They already allocated that money.
Yeah. I think it's getting tight on the financial stance there. Future long snapper saves lives alongside of Grant Stewart on special teams. That's an intriguing question.
That's an interesting question. I mean, Grant Stewart runs like he's got his hair on fire when he's out there. He's like normally the first guy that's down there making the tackle. So I don't know if Keith has the speed. I mean, John read his profile before, and they said that he's pretty much like one of the slowest people I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
So he's definitely not keeping up with Grant Stewart there. But that doesn't mean that he can't help out, at least being the third or fourth guy that's going to make a play.
Right.
Or even just like blocking as well, too. You need blockers on.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, when you
protection.
look for a tight end on punt, it's really just to kind of keep their hand in the dirt and contribute blocking wise.
Yeah.
But Grant with his hair on fire. Love that. Stewart has a lot of low-key fans, low-key, high-key fans.
The Ginger Mountains on special teams. I don't know if he's talking about like the mountain from Game of Thrones. That would be a scary thing. That guy sprinting that down the field.
Technically, I think Grant Stewart's a ginger. I think he's
he's
not.
not.
The hair color, but it's more blonde.
Yeah,
I was very confused.
I wouldn't classify him as
a ginger.
Yeah.
I was kind of confused on what his hair color was for a while.
Zay Teller says, we don't need to punt this year. Fair point. With Tom Brady back, like how often are you really going to be punting? I kind of agree with you there. But you got to invest in the future when Brady's not there the next year and you got Trask or Gabbard, you're going to really need a good punter.
Gosh.
So Bucs looking for the future.
Trask. Let's see who else.
This is a good one. Do you select someone to keep them from being a free agent? I think that's kind of what we saw with Grant Stewart last year too, where I remember vividly when we spoke to Grant Stewart after he got drafted, he was like, "Yeah, I plan on being an undrafted free agent, and I started talking to my agent about meeting with this team or signing with this team or this team." And then he's like, "And then the Bucs picked me," and I think Jason Licht spoke about that too. So yeah, that's definitely, obviously people like to have fun with Mr. Irrelevant and joke around and stuff. But yeah, I mean, that gets you a step ahead when it comes to getting a player that you might want. Because some of these undrafted free agents we've seen in the past, obviously with the Bucs too, with Cam Brate, undrafted free agents make the team. And sometimes there are some negotiating battles between two different teams. Granted, it's not like going after a premier pass rusher or quarterback in free agency, but nonetheless, there are a couple of situations with that.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So yeah, it's very important if you want someone that you might go ahead and
you see potential.
Yeah, make that pick.
Yeah. Long snapper, no.
JK says, I feel like Keith was making Totino's rolls when he got the call. Totino's pizza rolls are pretty damn good. Oh man!
I wish they could pull up his headshot up from Minnesota. It's everywhere. We can make a great meme of that. He does look like a Tostitos guy.
Yeah, we should do that too.
Did anyone get to ask him what was he doing when he got the call?
Big MGM. That's funny because those are my initials, and sometimes my dad will call me Big Matty M. He says, "What we thinking of the Bucs draft thus far?" I like it. I think it's a very solid draft right now. Love what they did, pretty much with all their picks. I mean, the punter, I still think is a little bit early in the 4th round, but then they made up for it with Zion McCollum. I like Rachaad White. I think he was one of the running backs I was probably higher on than other running backs in this draft class. And thought Logan Hall was a good pick, and we'll see with the offensive lineman Goedeke. But overall, a solid. I really don't have too many complaints.
Yeah. JC put up a fun little poll. It said love it, like it, hate it, and meh. I'll actually just go with like it. I think Logan Hall will be a big contributor. And I think we all kind of saw that one coming down the pipeline. Adding Luke, I'm very excited to see these guys that just have so much grit to them that they're adding to the roster. I think the biggest shock for me was just the running back, and knowing me, that's not a surprise that I'm a little saddened by that.
Well, like you say, it'll all be kumbaya.
Exactly. And it's always me. No, I'm just kidding. Raising hell, that's what I'm here for. But I agree. The punter thing, and then when you bring in Zion McCollum, I'm very excited to see what progresses with him. So, yeah, I like the draft so far. I mean, I spoke about it on one of the podcasts. I think it was either with you and John or John and JC. But the reality of it is that the guys that the Bucs have been able to bring back, and just kind of like the people that they picked up in free agency, we weren't really expecting this massive need or pickup in this draft. So for what their needs are, and for the players that they already have on the roster and the competition that's going to take place in training camp, I would say that they're doing a solid job when it comes to this draft.
Yeah, I'm very happy with it. Shout out to I'll just say Bridge Bergman John. He says, great draft coverage. You guys rock, with all exclamation points. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate the kind words, and thank you for watching all the way through. We are getting close to 7 hours of draft coverage just from today. That doesn't even count Thursday's draft coverage and Friday's draft coverage. And what's even better is that very soon, Scott and John are going to be back on this podcast.
Close it out.
To close it out. The closer, going to the bullpen, bringing in.
Bringing it all the way in.
Yeah. Bullpen, that's
because they're
baseball.
doing well right now. But
yeah,
no,
I mean, throw no header. No
guys, don't forget, subscribe, like, share. You can share easily on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. But
thumbs up.
this squad has literally probably slept less than 10 hours over the past 72 hours. So make sure that you show your love by sharing the Pewter Report YouTube channel, the Pewter Report Twitter, the Pewter Report Instagram, at Pewter Report across the board. Show these guys your love. They've been crushing it. It's a lot of work to put in behind the scenes on zero sleep. And to know what these guys know on zero sleep, I could barely function. And the only reason I am doing well on sleep is because I've been horizontal with an injury. So definitely give a thumbs up, like, share, subscribe. Everybody has been amazing. Pewter fans have been outrageous with helping us hit new numbers and heights. So we love and appreciate all of you guys so much.
Yeah, we do. And glad you were healthy enough to come here today as you're struggling through an injury right now. And honestly, this whole week or last couple of days, has just been so much fun. Love interacting with the Bucs fans. Obviously, we've had a lot of coverage as well, too. A lot of good stories on Pewter Report. Great stories on pewterreport.com right now.
Yeah.
So make sure you check that out.
And they don't sleep. Did I mention that?
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
No sleep.
No, my favorite part is like seeing the group chat at 2:00 in the morning, and these guys are confirming
Brooklyn
stories that they're getting up and stuff. So the guys got up a lot of great stories last night, literally at midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. And I'm sure there's going to be just as much content pumping out today after a full 7 hours of coverage. So yes, don't forget to show your love.
I'm seeing, not to cut you off, Casey,
Hi,
but I'm
Kim.
seeing some people mention a trade. I haven't seen anything on my Twitter yet, though. Like the Bucs traded back, I think.
John's done. Again, back.
I have so many tabs open. It's like,
That's stressing me out. At least it's not your cell phone. If I saw that on your phone, I would throw up.
My phone's still charging. We made a quick transition when I came on and John got off. I sat there. I was like, oh, no, my phone's still charging.
No, my phone. Well, it's very helpful.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing anything about a trade. Maybe that was just
maybe people are just trying to mess with us.
Yeah. See if they can throw you off in sleep deprivation.
No, because I'm scrolling through Twitter. I didn't see anything like that. So, joke's on you.
So calm and collected. I'm telling you, Matt can get away with saying anything just because of his voice.
You're extremely kind. Like,
I'm
way
telling
too
you.
kind.
You could say anything. I was telling him in the media room. What did I say? I don't.
You said you don't listen to me. You just listen to my voice.
Your voice. Because sometimes I have to ask him
Which
again
is good,
what he
'cause
said.
The words that come out of my mouth are straight garbage to begin with. No, just kidding.
No.
Some great people on the staff here. Like, I have so much fun interacting with everyone because everyone brings
different person.
Scott talks about the superheroes and that's true, but just takes personality wise different things. I think we all bring a little something to the melting pot or whatever you want to call it. But yeah. Zach Awesome said traded Brady to Miami. That would be wild in the 7th round of the draft.
Can you imagine if that's how they close this out?
Pewter Report hits so many picks, you start to wonder if Jason Licht is Scott Reynolds in disguise. That goes back to that rumor a couple years ago. No, we don't need to get into that.
If you guys saw the flow, though, it's more like Blaine
This guy
Gabbert
sounds
in
like Jason
disguise.
Licht.
Blaine Gabbert 2.0. That's where SR is.
Josh, off the show, but immediately into the chat, says Matt calling the Blaine signing with shades of Howard Cosell. That's extremely nice. Way too kind.
Way too kind. What is that one saying?
Traded a bag of old footballs for Chris Baker. Oh, man. Brady has been traded to Texans via Mike Florio. Oh, this is ridiculous.
You guys,
we are laughing.
Yeah. That is fantastic. There's some other good ones up there.
Feel free to scroll. Oh, we got a super chat. Thank you, Ted Curtis, a $5 super chat. Do you all like the idea of drafting someone to solely be kick/punt return specialist, or is that a waste of a roster spot these days? I would say these days you try to find someone that can do a little bit more than just returning, but the Bucs return game has been so bad that I'd be open to it.
They'll do anything.
Yeah.
I would. And Matt's the one who actually gives these guys credit.
Right. And we are about to have the John Ledyard and his swan song, his farewell.
His closing time.
Coming up in a moment. And we will have the great Scott Reynolds on as well. But first, we're going to have one more commercial from Beef O Brady's.
Wings and beer, beer and wings. Nobody combines them like Beef O Brady's. Start with their award-winning wings, traditional or boneless, in whatever sauce or dry rub you crave. Next, pick the cold brew that's perfect for you. Beef's has all your faves on tap. It doesn't get any better than that, unless you count all the flat screen TVs playing game after game. Beef O Brady's, where game time meets beer and wing time all the time. Drink responsibly.
Look at those wings. I'm getting hungry. John, it's 6 o'clock Eastern time. Believe it or not, talk with Ashley. You know where I'm going to eat tonight after the draft?
Beef O Brady's.
Yes, I am.
Of course.
Yes, I am. My mouth has been watering for days looking at the burgers, now the wings. Folks, whether you like bone-in wings, whether you like boneless wings, are they even wings? Really? Are they chicken nuggets at that point?
I don't know what they are, and they're not as good as bone-in wings, but
Right.
they're still good food.
But if you like boneless wings, they got them at Beef O Brady's along with the bone-in. They also have ranch. They got blue cheese, right? They got all of the beer that you can drink. They've got burgers, nachos. They've got, I think, a prime rib dip sandwich that's fantastic. Folks, check out the menu. Go to beefobradys.com. Click on the store locator. They've got 45 different restaurants in the Tampa Bay area. So find one near you. Get to Beef O Brady's. If you haven't been there in a while, they've got TVs galore. It's a great place to watch NHL playoffs, Major League Baseball, the last, 30 minutes of the draft, if you can make it in time, John. Beef O Brady's, 45 locations in the Tampa Bay area. beefobradys.com. You can go there and also order some to-go items. Pick them up, bring them home for dinner next week because you don't want to cook after work. Just call up Beefs, place your order, pick them up, come home, feed the family. Beef O Brady's.
Beef O Brady's. I'm telling you, they know, folks. They know they got the good food. No question about it. We appreciate the super chats coming in. Jonathan, spending the draft weekend with all of you at PR is a pleasure. Thank you to everyone for the hard work and time spent to bring wonderful Bucs and draft coverage, research, commentary. Y'all rock. You guys do this every year. I mean, you guys are so gracious with your super chats, your time, your energy. We know there's a million draft shows out there, and yet somehow y'all still keep choosing us. And not only that, more people choose us every year. We're just talking to Scott off air, looking at our numbers. It looks like we're going to do well better than last year by several thousand viewers each day. And so we're just really appreciative of that and grateful to y'all to get this show to the numbers where it's been at. It's all of you continuing to stay committed to what we're doing. And I'm so glad that y'all are so excited about all the Pewter reporters. You got to talk to Josh a lot this week and see him on the show. Obviously, you've gotten to see JC for a while now on the show. Kay Huddy being able to
Came
make
off
her
the injury
appearances,
list.
came off the injury list and filled in for some hours deep in day 3 of the draft. That's some clutch work.
It
And of
is.
course, Matt Matera is always everybody loves Matt Matera. We know that. Common Sensei said, sad seeing John go. He's my favorite, not going to lie. But Casey is probably going to replace him as my favorite on
Absolutely.
PR. So, Kay Huddy carrying the mantle. Appreciate that. Thank you, Common. I appreciate that. Keep Casey on. People are mad. Casey's off the show. We're going to need a reaction. So I miss Casey already.
How do we get John to cry?
No, don't worry. You're not going to have to try very hard. I've slept about 10 hours in the last 4 nights. So it's not going to take too much, to be honest. But let's keep going here just in terms of who's been drafted, just to catch up on some of the most recent picks. Chris Paul went to Washington, the Tulsa offensive lineman at 230. Balin Spector, the Clemson linebacker, at 231 to the Bills. Faion Hicks, the Wisconsin corner, to the Broncos at 232. Derek Young, the wide receiver, went to the Seahawks at 233. Jonathan Ford, D lineman, from Miami at 234. Daniel Hardy, Montana State defensive end, to the Rams. Dean Leonard, Ole Miss DB, to the Chargers. Chase Lucas, the Arizona State DB, to the Lions. Thayer Munford, that a lot of people thought he'd go higher, was Ohio State offensive lineman at 238 to the Raiders. Rodney Thomas, the linebacker from Yale, to the Colts.
Wait, I think you said his name wrong.
Rodney Thomas?
No. Thayer Mumford. Right?
I didn't know. That was how you
It sounds
said
like Thurston Howell from Gilligan's Island. It's a fancy name, John. You need to say Thayer Mumford.
I don't have that ability to sell it like you do. No question. You're a little better at all those kind of things. No doubt.
John, there's something really pressing we need to talk about.
Yes. What is it?
Well, it's Keeft, right? We were watching
Keeft. Oh
we were watching Chief Keeft, watching the highlights of this guy blocking. As I said before, I was off air, but we were sharing it with the PR team here. Got a text from upstairs. We're here at the Advent Health Training Center, and it was, wait till you see this kid's tape blocking. Like, that's what it was. And it was impressive. It was impressive, John. This guy does not care about the other 20 players on the football field. He does not. It's like they don't even exist. The only people that exist on the football field are Keeft and his assignment. The guy that he's going to block, the guy that he is going to plant in the turf.
The guy whose soul he's going to take.
Yeah.
The guy who he's going to send straight to hell.
Yeah.
That's what Goedeke cares
exactly.
about. I mean, this man.
There's one way to go into hell, John. It is through the ground.
Through the blocking of Goedeke.
Yes.
He will send you there. We just posted a story on the Pewter Report, and this guy, oh my gosh, he gets after people.
Oh,
He is a grinder. He'll drive you off the ball and finish you 10 yards downfield, way after the play. Like he is that.
Nobody
kind of
else exists except for his assignments.
That's it. He doesn't recognize that there's 21 other players.
Ginger missile.
Yeah, he's incredible.
Hold on, if you don't think he's incredible, my God,
Look at
folks!
him.
Oh my God!
I mean,
look at that.
How is he so strong? He doesn't even have really big arms.
No,
but it's still intimidating because of the beard and the hair. I mean, he's majestic.
He is, and
He's
I,
like a lion.
just look at that.
Oh
look
my
at
God.
oh my
His mane.
God! But John,
truly an enforcer.
what the hell happened?
What?
Did you do,
Samson?
Go!
Samson,
What happened?
You did the one thing God
Oh
told you
my
not
God!
to. Your hair's gone, Samson.
You went from that to that.
Oh no,
Come on,
Samson!
why?
Oh, Samson.
Oh, did he have headlights or something? Like, was it
don't
a
know.
necessity? I mean,
Yeah, this is a rough look. I mean, it's still pretty.
Oh.
It's still pretty tough looking.
Yeah.
But it's not as. There was something like majestic about
Yeah.
this
Oh
look.
God, yeah.
Like a majestic
Yeah.
soul crusher.
He's like a ginger
Yeah.
Thor. Look
Now,
at him.
yeah, exactly, yes. Now,
All he needs is Mjolnir.
look at him. He really, honestly, we need to like Photoshop a hammer into his hand.
We should.
Just put the, like that would be the way. Anyway, look, I just want to say I think it's a great pick for real.
Yeah.
For two reasons. One, so we didn't have to do 3 7th-round picks.
Correct.
Two, two, because it is not often that 4 picks from the 7th round you can find a guy that will probably make your team and could potentially contribute in any package on game days outside of special teams.
No doubt.
That's pretty cool that you can do that in the 6th round. And so I really believe that this is being able to find a contributor like that in these fringes of the draft. Everybody downplays these picks, and I understand why most of them don't make the roster. When you can do things in the fringes of your draft to fill out, to get guys that are in positions like this, the punter, even obviously we didn't want necessarily a punter that high, but like you've got spots for these guys are going to play on this roster. And I think that those find roles for later day 3 picks is always that's the priority. That's the idea.
Yeah.
And this is a different type of tight end than they've drafted in recent years, but the exact type of tight end we thought that they would try to draft every year. We always had them going after these blocking guys, and they kept running out Cody McElroy and Tanner Hudson as their depth tight ends. These guys can't block at all. And then they had Cam Brayton, OJ Howard, and they weren't great blockers. And it was like so weird because they always said we value blocking. You have to block in this system. And then it felt like they never really went and got those kind of guys. So every year in the Bucs battle plans, I would say, go get Lee Smith, go get Mercedes Lewis from the Packers, like those kind of guys. Like that's who you need to be able to Max Williams, and they never got those kind of guys. They just kept riding with bringing back Cam Braid and bringing back these guys who aren't good blockers. And now they have a true vintage blocking tight end. And let me tell you, folks, he is one of the most unathletic tight ends in the league. He jumped 30 inches. He ran a 4.95, and I think he trained his tail off to run a 4.95 because I saw him catch a pass, and I honestly can't believe nobody caught him from behind. He had a long touchdown on a trick play for Minnesota. Nobody caught him from behind. It was a miracle. I think God zapped the speed of everyone else in the field to allow this demo.
This man has literally touched the ball like 13 times in college. Yeah. Okay, there's nothing that's going to stop him from getting a touchdown. It doesn't happen very often.
Yep, scored twice in his career. Has 12 career catches, 161 yards. He is pretty much a zero as a receiver unless you get him something schemed up in the red area, which I'm sure they will try to do. He'll catch a few scores. He'll break a few fantasy football hearts. There's no question in my mind. But yeah,
that's a fact. When you say Chief Keef, I'm assuming that you're talking about
the Bucs tight end.
The Bucs tight end, yeah.
And the only Chief Keef you recognize is actually Chief Keef. And that's
it. Chief
this
Keef.
Bucs tight end right here.
No
and
doubt.
I can't wait to see what number he wears. This is going to be a player.
It should be single
favorite.
digits.
It should
be single digits. It has
By
to
the way, the Steelers just took Chris Oludekon from South Dakota State, who was our Bucs best bet at 241. So the Bucs are 7 picks from being on the clock here. Or maybe
wait, they just drafted a quarterback?
The
QB1?
Steelers did. QB1, yeah. When he beats out Kenny Pickett, I am going to laugh hysterically. That would be incredible if that happens. That would be bad. Before that, Christian Holmes, Oklahoma State corner, went to Washington. And then the Panthers are on the clock now, 242. And that'll be their final pick of the draft, I think. Yeah.
Carson Strong still undrafted. Yeah, the medicals with him. I mean, he's not that great of a player to begin with, but yeah, he's.
Yeah, we kind of said this all throughout the draft process, and it didn't feel like we were hurt, but. Yeah, he's not him not being drafted at all was not going to be a surprise. We'll see if
he should wear 0. This guy's made for 0. You know, if he could do double zeros like double out buckshot, I mean that's
why won't they let him do that?
I don't
know.
No
fun
league. NFL's stupid.
Yeah,
just dumb.
Yeah,
Rich is right. Double thumbs up for not just the co-keeped pick, but also for pewterreport.com. Folks, if you haven't done it yet, what are you waiting for? I mean, time's almost up. We're almost at the Bucs' final pick. Make sure that you subscribe to Pewter Report TV on our YouTube channel. And make sure you like all those videos. When you like the videos, it boosts our algorithm on YouTube. That's a YouTube likey. They like that. And what that does is that gets our videos and our YouTube content out in front of more Buccaneer fans like you. Why is that important? We love you, Pewter people. That's why. And we love the fact that our subscriptions are now over 8,200, John, on the way to 9,000.
It's where we want to be. There's no question. We want to keep climbing and get the 10K mark. And the way Matt Matera is running this YouTube page, I think it's going to happen sooner than later, Scott. Got some good clips going up of reactions to picks and things like that. And so it's fun stuff. The Panthers just drafted Kalen Barnes, the fastest player in the draft, a Baylor cornerback, Kalen Barnes. Scott, do you know how bad you have to be at football to be the fastest player in the draft to get drafted at 242?
You have to be really bad.
I'm just kidding. I apologize, Kalen Barnes. I've never seen you play. I'm joking.
I have. No, he's bad.
Oh, he's bad.
Yeah.
All right. Never mind. Take it back.
He's
Sorry.
fast,
Sorry, not good.
but he's bad.
Yeah. Fast at being bad. At least he gets the bad things done quickly because he's fast, though.
Yeah.
That's the way you got to look at it. It's all about the lens in which you try to see things.
Yeah.
Let's see what Dane had him. What did Dane have? He said Dane had 4th to 5th round grade on him. Wow. 40-inch vertical, 11-1 broad. Oh my gosh, his agilities are horrible.
Yeah.
They're like defensive tackle agilities with explosion and speed numbers. That is wild.
Really what he is.
That is crazy.
So let's see. The Panthers are done now.
Good.
Yeah. Okay, we've got Scott. I've got a guest joining us.
Who is that?
It's not. I don't know if it's going to be somebody people know, but I am excited to introduce him to the Tampa Bay area.
Okay.
He's new to the Tampa Bay area.
All right.
I'm going to let him help introduce himself here in a second. I'm sending him the link here. No, he's not a Midwest guy.
Yeah.
He's an Atlanta guy. His name is David Sheely.
Yeah.
David Sheely is from the Georgia area, and he is now at Channel 10 in Tampa Bay.
Very cool.
Yeah. Very cool stuff. And he's covering the Bucs. He's going to be around. He's going to be around in the season. You're going to see him on TV, all that kind of stuff. He has been a friend of mine on Twitter for a while, and I'm super proud of him and super pumped about him. And he's going to drop into the show here quickly before the Bucs pick. He's working, so he's jumping in. He's just going to say hi to everybody. He was trying to come on earlier and he was working, so he couldn't do it. So we have to put headphones on to be able to hear him. Okay. So I'm going to put my headphones on to be able to hear him when he jumps in here.
I don't have headphones.
That's okay.
So
if you don't have headphones, it's all right. I'll
just
chat
wave
with
at him.
Yeah, you'll just wave at him. And jumps in here. Let's see if we can get him in here before the Bucs pick.
I'll just do lip reading.
Yeah, that's your guy. But yeah, I'm excited to have him on here to talk. Because
Alan Cross 2.0.
Alan Cross 2.0. Yeah. That's right. What was the deal with Alan Cross? And we appreciate this $10 super chat too, ET.
You mean Mark Cook's stopple guy?
Yeah. How long was he on the team? Did he
a couple
contribute?
years.
What was his deal?
He was
he was just like an extreme long shot to make the team in the first place.
He was
did everything on special teams. That's
kind of like a backup H-back. You know, he was a quasi fullback / tight end.
And he stuck it out. How long was he there?
3 years.
3 years, and then he retired on his own volition to become an assistant.
The writing was on the wall because he knew Bruce Arians was coming in. Bruce Arians, he doesn't know what the word fullback. Fullback retired when Bear Bryant died. That's in Bruce Arians' mind. That's like what happened. The fullback position does not exist in the Bruce Arians offense.
It tells you everything you need to know about the Pewter Report family.
Eric Delarada, you're damn right.
It tells you everything you need to know about the Pewter Report family that multiple fans have jumped into the stream just to comment for the first time and say, Mark Cook would have loved Koki. That tells you everything you need to know about the Pewter Report family. Like, we know each other like that. Chiefs took Washington State cornerback Jalen Watson at 243. And Arizona Cardinals pick is in at 244. And the Patriots will be on the clock at 245. So the Bucs pick is coming up here pretty soon. So
there's no doubt about it. Mark Cook, I'm getting like a little teared up right now. Mark Cook would be, he'd be like, Lord, you took Alan Cross away from me, but you gave me Koki. That's just how it
can't wait to share a can of dip with him.
Exactly. I'm going to go fishing with them, exactly.
Yeah.
Definitely a Mark Cook kind of guy.
Yeah.
He gravitated towards the Gingers.
Yeah, he would.
They
They would be fast,
Ryan Jensen.
fast friends in the locker
And
room.
actually, speaking of that, I got to think that, and we saw like in the Zoom that Goedeke is growing his hair back a little bit, right? He had a ball cap on, but you can tell he's not bald anymore. And I think Ryan Jensen's going to take one look at him and probably see some of the pics of Goedeke and sit there and say, listen, dude, you're growing your hair out. Like, you're not getting a haircut again. Like, look at my locks of ginger, and you're going to be the same. So,
right. Somebody said $2 super chat. Leo, we appreciate it. Says, hopefully Gronk comes back. I hope he does. I still think he will. And I think that will be.
I'm going to make a bold statement here.
Okay.
I think Rob Gronkowski has got a better chance of coming back to the Buccaneers than Ndamukong Suh does.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I hear that. I hear that completely. Yep. I agree with you on that.
You know why?
They didn't double dip a defensive tackle yet. Is that weird?
But they drafted a defensive tackle with the first pick.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
They waited it out for the tight end.
The kid's going to play, and the kid's going to start.
Yeah, I agree. Defensive line, just looking at the names that are left. Okay.
Oh my gosh, ET. Shame Mark Cook never got to fight with Jude. We'll come back to that because we have David here. He's working, so I'll come back to that. That's a great little story.
Oh, you got a story, huh?
Yep.
Story to close us out. Okay. All right, so we're gonna bring in a special guest here, David Sheely. Oh man, I'm excited for this. We have known each other for a long time. And we've gone back a ways, but most of it's been on social media. We've never met in person, but we've kind of followed each other's careers as we've gone. And now he's in the Tampa Bay area, and he's working for Channel 10. And we couldn't be more excited, David, to have you on the show with us, new to the Tampa Bay area. Can you hear us okay? And how are you doing?
I don't think you can hear us.
Maybe you can't hear us. I think you probably can't hear us. See if we can get the audio working for David there. Does he see us?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think he sees us either. David!
Yeah. Can you text him?
I did text him, yeah.
Okay.
Let's see if he can't see or hear us. Where's the StreamYard browser?
You guys might as well be John Cena.
See if we can. Oh, weird. I wonder why I can't see or hear.
Can't hear me either. It's day 3, folks. Listen, I am slappy, happy. I'm delirious. Can't wait to go to bed.
Oh, here. Let's remove him and see if we can bring him back in.
All right.
If that'll help them all.
All-time
Yeah.
We want to thank David for stopping by.
That's a great interview. Great comments. I completely agree with everything he said.
Yeah.
I see no lies.
Oh, man.
Oh, a couple picks just came off the board. Christian Matthew. Okay, he's going to try with his phone. I think that should be better. Christian Matthew just came off the board. That's a cornerback from Valdosta State.
Ooh,
Andrew
man.
Stuber from Michigan. Dawson Deaton just went to the Browns. Andrew Stuber to the Patriots. Dolphins at 2:47 are on the clock, and then the Bucs are about to pick at 2:48. So we're gonna have Skylar Thompson just came off the board.
Yes.
Wow,
Woo!
Kansas State quarterback Skylar Thompson.
Yes, Skylar.
Wow,
Every man a Wildcat.
This is
Woo! Woo!
Is that the first case later?
Yes.
This is sweet vindication for many people I know who believe Skylar Thompson was the sleeper quarterback in the class, and there was absolutely no buzz about him. There's no conversation at all at any point in the pre-draft process. And Mark Schofield, one of them, he thought Skylar Thompson absolutely deserved to be drafted, and now he has been, and ahead of a lot of quarterbacks more people had being drafted. I don't think has the Brown kid gone off the board?
EJ Brown?
Has it?
No, he
Perry?
isn't.
Is it
Oh, EJ Perry. You're
Yeah,
right.
and
no.
Carson Strong hasn't. So
Correct.
yeah, I'm telling you, man. There's Skylar Thompson. There's something there. I trust the people that like him. Yeah. So the Bucs are now on the clock. Skylar Thompson is a Miami Dolphin. It's going to be crazy when he beats out Tua.
Yeah.
Just kidding. Just joking. If there's any Dolphins, any Miami fans in here. Not trying to be a hater. I promise. So the Bucs are on the clock, and the Bucs are taking LSU defensive end Andre Anthony.
Okay.
I know this pick. I know this player. You know how I know him? Because I just watched Luke Goedeke kick his tail. That's how I know him. I just watched him get massacred by the Goedeke train on tape. This is going to be
best tape. That was some of Goedeke's best tape. Yeah.
It's going to be extremely awkward for him walking into this locker room and looking across and seeing Luke Goedeke, the man that took his soul over and over again.
So just to let you know, there's a website called College Press Box where the schools will send all of their draft prospects pictures to like a main conglomerate photo site for the media to use. And LSU did not send any photos of him because I don't think they expected him to get drafted.
Wow. Okay. Nice job, Bucs. Way to screw up the draft. Just kidding. 6'3", 245 pounds, ran a 4.69 40. Didn't do any of the agilities or jumps. That's telling. Almost 34-inch arms, an 82-inch wingspan.
Yeah, that's long.
Didn't help him at all when he was getting beat to a pulp by Luke Goedeke. Oh, man. His name Andre Anthony. Okay. College stats. We're gonna.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure I remember which guy he is.
I don't remember him in the intro.
Okay.
He did have a scoop and score.
5.5 sacks in 2020, 3.5 in 2021, 9.5 tackles for loss. Let's go. Okay, I like it. All right, let's bring David in here and let's get his thoughts on this pick. Hopefully he can hear us now. Let's get this going. Let's get David over here. David, can you hear me okay?
Go. I got you now.
Nice. Awesome. I love to see it. David Sheely, ladies and gentlemen, has been an ace reporter everywhere he's been for as long as he's been in this field. And now we are blessed to have him in the Tampa area representing this area, working and doing great work for Channel 10. And we are very excited to have him. Thank you so much, David, for taking a few minutes to jump in and join us on the show.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I got to tell you, it is so awesome to be in Tampa right now as a sports reporter with all the sports going on, right? We got the draft, the Bolts are about to start the playoffs, the Rays season just began. There's so many things going on in this area. When I got the opportunity to come here, it was kind of like, let me think about it. Yes. Like it was like no hesitation, no whatever. I mean, it is so awesome to be here.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear you say that because I know people are happy to see you. And I'm glad we got to have you on this show because I want to introduce people to you on here because they're going to start seeing you on TV and covering the Bucs and at games and things like that. And that is extremely exciting. So a lot of Bucs fans are sending you hellos in the chat and greetings in the chat and welcoming you to the area, which is cool.
Hi, David.
David, this is Scott Reynolds, by the way, publisher at
I can't hear you.
Editor at PewterReport.com.
Cropping pictures right now, but I wanted to say hello. Welcome to Tampa.
Hey, thanks so much.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know the fans are saying the same thing, David. When you came out of college, David, can you talk to people about what you did? Because you posted a video of clips of you broadcasting that went viral on the internet. Can you just talk about what prompted that and what kind of the response was that you got after you released that and it went viral?
Yeah. I mean, you kind of told the story right there. So the behind the scenes story is I went to Georgia State. I graduated December 2018 and I needed a job. Well, I had a job. I was selling suits. Okay. So I had one, but I didn't go to school to sell suits. You know what I mean? So I was like, okay, I gotta get something in sports journalism, sports broadcasting. I was part of our sports broadcasting. Well, I was part of a student-run broadcasting organization on campus, and I was part of a student-run sports show. So I had a reel, and I said, you know what? I'm gonna cast the widest net possible which is putting it on Twitter. Back in the day, people used to mail VHS tapes to different stations trying to get a job. So, they would have all these tapes that they would print out. And I was like, man, we've got Twitter, we've got social media. What if I just put it out there and ask people to retweet it? So I said, hey, I'm a student at Georgia State. I graduate in December. Here's my reel. I would love if you retweet this. Well, first of all, the first 2 retweets, my best friend since I was 6 years old and my dad. Okay. So it's like, okay, it's fine.
There you go.
All of a sudden though, I start seeing names that everybody knows. Okay. The first, I got to give credit to this guy, former NFL player, Antoine Bethea. He was the first celebrity to retweet it. He was the very first one. Next thing you know, Maria Taylor retweets it. Taylor Rooks retweets it. Who else? Oh, Robin Roberts retweets it. I'm getting ESPN. L. Duncan retweets it. Kurt Menefee retweets it. And I'm like, wait a minute. These are names in the sports industry. These aren't just people. You know what I mean? These are names, household names. So it ended up with 65,000 retweets. And basically, I got on the phone with some higher ups in my company, Tegna, and they said, hey, we would love if you join the Tegna family. They basically recruited me and they set me up in Knoxville. So I went to Knoxville, covered the University of Tennessee for 3 years, and now I'm here in Tampa.
Right. It's crazy. I feel like following your career from before that moment, but then watching that go viral, and it was so good. And this, I've told you this, and it obviously was, but it was so impressive. It's surreal for me because I was like, man, he gets to go to this incredible market, incredible sports teams. The fan base is so much better than the national billing it gets. And I know you're learning that too, and will continue to learn that. But it had to be kind of like, what was your thought process as you realized it was going to be Tampa? You said, obviously you knew the teams were successful. There's more to it though, with the area and all of that. Had it been an area you were very familiar with?
So I've never been to Tampa. So if you guys want to follow me on social media, I'll plug it now. I am at Deacon_Sheely on Twitter, since we've been talking about the Twitter, at Deacon_. And Sheely, by the way, is spelled Scheile. I said it like it was Smith or something, but Sheely is my last name. That's how you spell it. If you want to let me know, give me some places to visit, just to, go have some fun. Give me some places to eat. Give me some places, to go sightseeing, whatever it is. I will take whatever suggestions you've got. I have never been to Tampa until I moved here on April 5th. Okay. That was like my first time being here for an extended period of time. For a while, I had come to Florida and I always thought Tampa would be a cool place to visit. I've been to Orlando plenty times. I've been to Miami a few times, but never got a chance to come to Tampa. Tampa was a market where I said, if I'm going to go up, I don't want to go somewhere where the number one team is like an SEC team, because I've done it. I didn't want to go somewhere where it's like, we are a college town. So I could have gone to Columbus, Ohio. Well, I didn't want to go from the SEC to the Big Ten. I just didn't feel like that was the right move. I also didn't want to go somewhere that didn't have more than one professional team. So, I didn't go to Memphis because I said Memphis only has one team. Although they're having success, they're just one team. So I really wanted to go somewhere where there were multiple professional teams where I could learn and I could grow, but also it's going to be a joy to cover. And just going to the draft celebration at Ray J the other night, it was amazing. The Tampa fans embraced me. Buccaneers fans are some of the kindest fans I've ever met. I've been around a lot of football fans, and a lot of football fans have like a negative stereotype, right? People get on Cowboys fans a lot, especially in the SEC. They love talking about they don't like Gator fans, they don't like Bama fans, they don't like, all that. But Tampa fans were amazing. I mean, I had a blast at that draft celebration. So just being here and being welcomed like that let me know, hey, I feel like I'm a part of this community now, and I feel like I'm going to do my best as a broadcaster to serve this community. So whatever I can do to serve you guys and to give you guys the information that you need, the analysis that you need, maybe just the interviews that you need, I will do whatever I can to do that.
And you will be doing some stuff along with your job. Tell people a little bit about what you'll be doing specifically, but I know part of that from our conversations is going to be covering the Bucs and doing some Bucs stuff as well.
Yeah, so my goal is to go to every game at Ray J. I want to be there for every game. We'll travel for the really big ones. TBD on Germany. To be determined there, but at least yeah. So I do know for like they're gonna win the NFC South. Like let's not kid ourselves, okay? The Bucs are gonna win the NFC South, and once they do, we'll figure out where they will go for the playoffs if at all. They could end up with the 2 seed and only have to travel one time, or they could mess around and get the 1 seed and never have to leave Ray J. So who really knows what'll happen there? But the goal is to do that, and then of course we've got the Bolts playoffs coming up. I'm not going to Toronto. I can tell you that right now. I'm not going to Toronto. But best case scenario in terms of just being so involved in that playoff run is Bolts get rid of the Maple Leafs and the Florida Panthers advance. So that way I can just go back and forth between, South Florida and up here in Tampa. And I can just go back and forth. And I'm just like all Florida all day.
Lost him for a second
there. Uh-oh. Let me see if I can get back.
I can hear you.
I can get back. Oh, you can hear me?
I can hear you. You're just frozen right now, but that's okay.
Okay.
So you're not trying to leave Florida at all is what you're saying.
No, man. I have no, somebody called me the other day and they were like, man, how's Tampa? And I said, I'm never leaving. Like,
that's right.
I don't have a reason to leave right now. Just looking around the city. I live where my place is, man. I've never lived somewhere and had my house surrounded by palm trees. Like, why would I got a lake and palm trees outside of my front door? I'm not leaving.
I love to hear it. Seems like you got the right perspective. Last thing I'll ask you, I know you're a football fan. I know you obviously follow football and know about football from our past conversations and just knowing your work and that kind of stuff. But what's your rooting interest? And, obviously as you come to Tampa Bay, what's your interest in watching this team and watching the draft today? What are your thoughts on kind of what's unfolded over the last couple of days?
So first, so the Bucs, I think based off of what happened at the draft celebration, I feel like I just got adopted by the Buccaneers. I'm not totally sure if there's like an official process to that, but I feel like that's what happened. The only thing you need to know about the team that I grew up rooting for is number one, we blew a 28-3 lead in the Super Bowl, and secondly, Tom Brady's never lost to him. So and they have so jaded their fan base that it makes it so difficult to even cheer for them. Like it's honestly ridiculous. But that's another story for another day. If you want to hear some stories, like if you enjoy, some people love trauma stories when it comes to sports in terms of like, hey, what was your perspective of when the Seahawks threw the interception at the 1 yard line? Hey, what was your perspective when the helmet catch happened? Like, I don't know why people love watching the losing side's story, but if you want my side of the Super Bowl or any lead Atlanta's ever blown ever, I haven't.
I'm sure Bucs fans will want to have you on the podcast in future years to hear that.
Right. So if you want to hear that, you got that. But other than that, man, look, I'm originally from Georgia, so I grew up watching the Braves. I grew up watching Chipper Jones and Freddie Freeman. So him leaving the Braves was pretty hard. And of course, I like the Hawks. I like the Dream. I grew up watching the Bulldogs, and I went to Georgia State, so I cheer for Georgia State as well. So I mean, I just that's my roots. Like I'm gonna always want them to do well. But I want to make it very clear, I have no problem with the Buccaneers. I've actually always respected the Buccaneers. I love Cadillac Williams, although he was the bane of the Falcons defense. Derek Brooks and Warren Sapp tortured Michael Vick. Aqib Talib was Matt Ryan's kryptonite for a little bit. Mike Allstott was impossible to tackle. So, like, I respected the Bucs, but I was always very upset when it was time for the Falcons to play the Bucs because I kind of knew what was going to happen. It was like, all right, well, here we go. But I think whether you're a Falcons fan or a Bucs fan, we can all agree we don't like the Saints. So I feel like we're good on that.
Right. That's really the only thing they care about here in Tampa Bay is that. So it's been a fun couple days, obviously, watching this draft unfold. And now the Bucs draft kind of has come to a close with this last pick as they take defensive end Andre Anthony from LSU. And we'll get to talking about more of him in a little bit. But David, super glad that you got to jump in here before our stream was over to introduce yourself, to say hi to Bucs fans. Please listen to me, Bucs fans. Follow this man. He's not a rising star anymore. He's a star in this field, and you're going to know him in this industry at Deacon_Sheely, SCHIELE. Please follow this man and give him your support, and also let him feel welcome to the area and give him some ideas of where to eat and things to do in the Tampa area, because he's here now and he's here for the long haul, and happy to have him for sure. So, David, thank you so much for coming on and giving us some of your time.
Man, thank you guys so much. Bucs fans, I love you. I can't wait to interact with you. If you see me, do not be afraid to say hello.
Love it. Thanks, David. Appreciate you. There goes David. I'm sure he'll be back on at other times with this podcast. Awesome dude, Scott, and he's going to be great for the area.
I remember you telling me about him like a year ago.
I did.
Yeah.
I messaged Scott. I said, put this guy on your list, like, of people down the road. Like, we consider.
And all of a sudden, he pops up in Tampa.
He pops up in Tampa, and he's obviously working on the TV side of things now and killing the game and doing an awesome job. So glad we could have him on the show. Well, this Bucs draft is wrapped up after the Bucs pick. Rachaad White from Penn State came off the board to the Packers. That was a pick nobody would have batted an eye at in the third round or even the second, probably.
Right.
And now here he goes almost at the end of the draft. And then Britton Brown, the running back from UCLA, to the Raiders. Isaiah Pacheco to the Chiefs. Pacheco wore the sunglasses to the combine at his podium inside. That was his claim to fame. Jeffrey Gunter from Coastal Carolina to the Bengals. And then Russ Yeast. A real person.
Yes,
Kansas State DB.
one.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
I see. Okay. I didn't realize it's Kansas State. Russ Yeast.
That's two.
And the Bears
Two
pick at
Wildcats.
254 and 255 now.
Yeah.
And then the Cardinals pick back to back. We've just got a handful more picks.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because we just talked about Russ Yeast, a K-Stater. I'm a K-Stater, if you couldn't tell.
Couldn't tell.
But it's interesting that when you look at this draft, that the Dolphins waited this late to draft their starting quarterback, Skylar Thompson, but yet they did.
Yeah. And
I mean, there's some questions about Tua, right? I mean, there have been that. And now I got to think that Tua's feeling the heat. I mean, this is real. This is. I mean, you see the 7 on the jersey. This was destined to happen, folks, right? This is Skylar Thompson, fifth-year quarterback at Kansas State. I went to the Farmageddon game, brought my family for the first time to see a Kansas State game. He wins the game against Iowa State on the last play as a freshman.
Mm-hmm.
Beat Oklahoma State that year, big time. Byron Pringle, the new Bears receiver, was on the receiving end of 3 of his touchdown passes. And more importantly, when I took my daughter Ellie, who's out there at Kansas State, when I took her to a campus visit in 2019, lo and behold, who do we run into but Skylar Thompson, probably one of the nicest guys in the world. Here's my daughter Ellie. We met Skylar, one of the great quarterbacks at Kansas State. Wouldn't be surprised if he quickly flames out of the NFL and then goes back to become a coach. Maybe even the quarterback's coach, because Colin Klein, remember him?
Yeah.
Number 2 Heisman Trophy guy. He is now the offensive coordinator at Kansas State. So he went back to his alma mater. Maybe Skylar Thompson does the same thing.
Yeah.
But
I think he's going to make it.
I
think he landed in a good spot.
Yeah, I do. I think he's got a good chance. Yeah. He can be, if Chase Daniel can hold the clipboard and make millions for years, right? Skylar Thompson could do the same thing. He's
basically all about being likable, not about being good. Look at Ryan Griffin.
That's right. That's a great point. Skylar Thompson had a really, really good East-West Shrine game, and he torched, of all teams, LSU in the bowl game. Now, I don't know if Andre Anthony played in that game or not. I'm going to check out.
Season-ending knee injury.
Okay, yeah. So he only played in 3 games. That's right.
Okay, so maybe he wasn't one of the dudes getting wrecked.
Yeah.
But did he play against Central Michigan?
He did. He played.
That was it. Oh, I remember watching the play.
Yeah.
Goedeke slammed him.
Goedeke probably ended his LSU career, John.
He got hurt on a play. Goedeke was blocking him. I watched the play. I just watched it last night. I didn't realize put the connection together of who the player was.
Yeah.
But it was like he went to step to. It was after Goedeke had taken him down a few times in the game. He went to step to Goedeke and he crumpled down.
3.5 sacks in 3 games. I mean, very small sample size.
Yeah. Okay. So
who did he get him against? Who do you have the sacks against?
This is what Josh Capo with the $1.99 super chat says. Wow. Bucs drafted him to let Goedeke apologize.
That's right. All this is the next step in Goedeke's.
He had 1 sack against LSU and then 2.5 against McNeese State.
Against UCLA.
Against UCLA.
1 against UCLA.
Because he plays for LSU. Right.
And then 2.5 against McNeese State. Okay. So he tore up McNeese State. Big game against McNeese State. Definitely.
He scored a touchdown against Central Michigan.
Yeah, that's right. He had the scoop and score. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I'm putting
Yeah,
the two and
that's
two
a
together
fact.
with the player I watched last night. Then he tore his knee later in the game and was hurt, obviously. The kind of the power, that's where I think physically, like how much he got manhandled just in that game is going to be a concern. This is can he contribute on special teams?
Yeah.
And does he have any developmental potential? This is a practice squad player at best.
High character, which is obviously a theme, and very intelligent is what people are saying at Draft Network.
High character, no surprise at all there. No surprise at all. Bucs are only drafting character players. You recognize every single player has had not even just neutral, high marks for their character from all the draft sites that are out there that do the extensive homework on that, or from our conversation.
I've gotten some texts from guys up in the front office, and probably the most repeated phrase that I've received is, and John Spytek is on his way to speak, so I'm going to pop out for that. But probably I would say the most common phrase is, "You're going to love this guy. You're going to love this guy. You're going to love this kid."
Because it's the mentality, it's the physical mentality, it's the character, it's all those kind of things that you want to see in these prospects, and that's what they have right now. And so, the Bears just gone back-to-back picks. Safety Elijah Hicks from California went to the Bears at 254, and then another punter, Trenton Gill from NC State at 255, and we are about 6 picks away from the end of this draft. The Cardinals are picking back-to-back here, 256 and 257. Then the Packers will pick at 258, the Chiefs at 259, the Chargers at 260, the Rams at 261, and the 49ers at 262. So wrapping up the draft here with the last several picks. And the Bucs draft, let's see if it's in a graphic somewhere here. Does Scott have an updated Bucs draft graphic? There we go. What do we have here? There it is. Look at that. In the second round, lots of wheeling and dealing. 1 trade down and 3 trade ups, little ones for the Bucs in this draft to make sure they got the guys that they have. Just running through the class really quick. Logan Hall, 3 technique, drafted with the first pick in the second round after a trade down that got them pick 106 and 180. Good 3 technique. Pass rush ability is going to be there, I think, in year 1. Can he grow into a well-rounded, all-around player? He's not bad against the run. I just wonder if for a full game playing full snap counts he's 70% of 60% of the snaps against NFL caliber talent, is the consistency there every play technically, and is he big enough to hold up against every scheme, every body type, every physical matchup that he might face against? Those are the things that I think he's going to have to get up to speed on this year, basically, as he increases his weight and improves his technique. Those things. Central Michigan guard Luke Goedeke. This is an exciting one for me because I watched his tape and I think he's an absolute monster. At the end of the second round, they traded up 3 spots, I think it was, to the Bills spot. Bills moved back. The Bucs gave up pick 180 to do that. So there went their 6th rounder. They take Goedeke, who played right tackle at Central Michigan. He is a mauler, but he is also a technical wizard, and he's going to move inside. And most of his struggles when he was a tackle came from a lot of the matchups he'll face at tackle, I think. Inside, I don't think you'll see a lot of those same struggles. He is the leader in the clubhouse, in my opinion, to win the starting left guard spot. It will be a competition. They will go into training camp with that one open, but I think Goedeke is going to win that job after watching him. He is way more pro ready than you think. And as we got in a text last night from Bucs people, like, the Central Michigan program is no joke. These guys, it's serious. Like, these guys are really developed over there, and that is something that people around the league know, that maybe fans look and see small school and they slap that label on. It's going to take time to adjust to the NFL. I think they're a lot more pro ready than some of the bigger programs out there, to be honest with you, that these linemen are coming from. Rachaad White in round 3. This was the end of round 3, the Arizona State running back, mainly receiver, honestly, receiving back. He has had less than 250 carries in his college career. This was seen as a reach, certainly by most of the consensus board, and a lot of evaluators had him on day 3, very similar to Keyshawn Vaughn in that way. He's a very different player than Keyshawn Vaughn, very different body type. His questions are going to be way more in terms of pass protection and rushing, where Vaughn's were more, can he become the receiver that he needs to be, and what's his ceiling as a rusher? We know White's ceiling is high, but he's the rare developmental running back that will probably handle like third down duties. Maybe this year we'll see if he can beat out Giovanni Bernard for that role, and if either of them can take some snaps away from Leonard Fournette, who was a 3-down guy for the Bucs last year. I bet they want to take the load off Fournette a little bit more this year. So I do think you'll see some of these other guys rotate in. At the beginning of round 4, with a pick they acquired in the Logan Hall trade down. Remember, they did not have this pick. So that trade down was still one of the best moves of the draft, was just purely trading down there at that point in time with a bunch of players that they liked, clumped up on their board. This is the right move to trade down and add an asset. They get a tight end who can contribute and potentially be a number 2 tight end for the Bucs long term, and Cade Otton from Washington. So they pick him up there. He can block. He can play right away. I think the ceiling is very limited. I don't think he, as a receiver, is ever going to be a huge contributor, a number 1 guy. As a blocker, he can be a very helpful asset, I think, especially as he gets stronger and gets in the NFL weight room and adds some size and add some strength to his profile. In the round 4, in the second pick, the original pick in round 4, the Bucs took Georgia punter Jake Camarda. Camarda, just a great punter despite not having ideal arm length for a punter. Everything else on point. Reading reports around the internet, seems like he's a great punter. In round 4, late round 4, heck no, I wouldn't have done that. I think it was crazy. But they jumped back into round 5 in a surprising move that when they picked in round 4, their next picks were those 2 picks in the 7th. They had given up everything else, so they were gonna wait it out. And instead, they got totally exciting. And I think 2 of their better picks in the draft. They made a good trade, traded a 4th. That'll be a late 4th probably for next year, and they probably are going to get a comp pick back. It's pretty similar. So they traded that for Zion McCollum, Sam Houston State cornerback, and they took him in round 5. This is one of the most athletic players at any position ever to be in an NFL draft. And not only that, we're talking about one of the most athletic cornerbacks in NFL history to ever be in an NFL draft. Does he need a lot of seasoning? Yes, but he's played a lot. He's a 5-year starter in college. That's very rare. And he intercepted 13 passes while he was at Sam Houston State, broke up 54. He also gave up a little more than you'd like for a guy coming from the FCS. So he's got to tighten that up, got to be developed in Tampa Bay. He's a 5th-round pick for a reason. But they're hoping that by year 2, maybe he looks like he's something and is able to help them make some free agent decision with the guys that they have there. He will be a gunner, and he could play pretty early on in that special teams capacity, I think. In round 6, Minnesota tight end Chief Keeft is the Tampa Bay Buccaneer. They also traded in to get this one. They had 3 7th-rounders after some of their wheeling and dealing. They packaged 2 of them together. Good job doing that. Jumped up the board and took Keeft, the Minnesota tight end. This is not a player who's going to contribute as a receiver, but absolutely a player who will contribute as a blocker. Extremely physical and nasty. One of the best pure blocking tight ends in the class. Definitely can contribute on special teams as well. Just a really good player, no question about it. In this point in the draft, 4 picks from the 7th round, you want to add players who can play. And this guy can play and potentially fill a roster spot as well. LSU edge rusher Andre Anthony in round 7. It was the last pick of the draft for the Bucs. Just a player who they are hoping can basically contribute for a roster spot coming off a season-ending knee injury. Only played 3 games, got hurt on a play against Goedeke last year and hurt his knee. And so hoping as he works his way back into form that he could be a guy that pushes Cam Gill and maybe eventually, but for now it's probably a practice squad developmental guy. And remember Michael Divinity a few years ago?
Yeah.
Michael Divinity, that kind of vibe. He was LSU, yes. And number 45, yeah. So that kind of vibe. Was Divinity undrafted free agent? I think he was. Cam Gill beat him out. Yeah, I think a lot of people. Cam Gill was there in that class. Divinity. I don't remember.
And there was another guy.
I don't remember after that who it was, but yeah, that's so that's what the draft class looks like for the Bucs. They've got a good class on their hands here, and I think you're going to see a lot of these guys contribute in some capacity. I mean, their first 6 picks all have a chance to be active on game days because of special teams, and because two of those last 4 picks were tight ends, who it's the thinnest position right now. McCollum could be the CB 4 or 5, I guess. I'm sure Ryan will be the 4 on game days if somebody got hurt. But yeah, I honestly think that McCollum could be the CB5 and be a gunner. I mean, elite speed, and he's very physical, great character. I think he's going to take special teams immediately. And then Camarda obviously will be active on game days. Keeft, I'm sure, as a special teamer or as a tight end, especially if Gronk isn't re-signed. And maybe even if he is, because they have gone 4 tight ends active a good decent amount, despite not having 4 good tight ends. So that could be a path. And then obviously Otton, I would expect to be in the tight end rotation. And White could be inactive more than some of these other guys, honestly, on game days. And then Goedeke at guard could win that job. And Logan Hall will absolutely play at least 25, 30 snaps, I'm sure, in that rotation a game here as well. So, yeah, Sam Houston State, Zion McCollum, like I said, on special teams. And then Anthony's the only guy. I don't know if he has a clear path right now, but everybody else, we'll see what happens. But it definitely could be a situation where they get some playing time. So do you want to get to these super chats? This is going to be hard. Thank you, Scott, for the $10 super chat. Thanks for the time you spent. At PR, John, your coverage and analysis were amazing. Good luck pursuing your calling. Go make the world a better place. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate that. Means a lot. Mediocrity incarnate. Of course, always come with a super chat to know I can count on you to come through here. John, what are your thoughts on Arizona State tackle Kellen Diesch? Looks like he's going to go undrafted, which is pretty shocking to me. Yes, a lot of people had him potentially being drafted, and I am a little bit surprised that he did not come off the board here. But, well, there's still a few picks left, so maybe he will. Torrey came off the board, the Nebraska wideout, and Marquise Hayes did get event drafted, and so did Jesse Luketa from Penn State. I know a lot of people had those three getting selected. So let's hold out. Diesch might have a shot here. Chargers, Rams, 49ers to close out the draft here as well. So let's see if he gets drafted. But, yes, I agree with you. I thought he'd get drafted somewhere too. Supply and Demand says, thanks for putting up with my crazy questions for years. When I was the new Kings of Comedy account, it was always a highlight of my day to talk ball with you, John. Thank you, Supply and Demand. Highlight of my day too, for sure. And appreciate all the thank yous that are coming through in the chat. People who don't know and maybe are just jumping in here and somebody asks why are you leaving and where are you going? Love you here on PR, one of my favorites. Appreciate that, John. My family and I recently made a decision to leave the sports media field. Been in it for the last 10 years and been greatly blessed by it. It has been incredible for me. It has been a dream to be able to do all that I've been able to do in this field. It's been an unbelievable blessing and feel extremely grateful for that. You can't get to do a lot of that stuff in this field, this competitive, that's this tough without a ton of blessings from other people, help from other people, God opening a lot of doors for you and your family having your back. And so recently made the hard decision to leave sports media and to go work with young college students and young adults in leadership capacity and a lot of spiritual discipleship, emotional discipleship, teaching about culture and some things in our society that we believe are really important. When I say we, I mean my wife, Brett, and I, and hopefully someday our daughters, Kaylee and Harper, who are 5 and 2, things that we believe are really, really important and things that we've been about, even as we've worked in sports media, especially over the last couple of years, but things that we definitely feel are important that we want to spend more time and energy in teaching the next generation about and helping them understand. And a lot of that being things that I felt like I didn't have a good understanding of growing up. And I want to make sure they have those understandings. I want to make sure they understand things like race and sexuality and money and topics that are really important for the next generation to have a good understanding about and to be able to articulate about and to be able to love other people that might have different perspectives or backgrounds than them and to help them understand what those connections look like. And that's something that Britt and I are really passionate about. And we don't think that happens naturally. We don't think that learning what to say and what not to say on the internet or what to say and what not to say is enough. It's important, obviously, but we think that it requires more than that. We think that people's hearts actually need to be changed and need to be touched. And obviously there's a lot of people who agree with that, and not everybody has to stop sports media to make those kind of things happen. That is not everybody's call. It shouldn't be everybody's call. It's just my call, and it's my wife's call, and that's what we feel. And that's been super hard to come to that realization, I think. But we're there, and we feel peace about it, as much peace as you can feel while also being incredibly sad because
Take your time.
I'm gonna get there. I promise.
I think the important thing to realize is, obviously, it was a very difficult decision for John, but he's doing something that he's been extremely passionate about for a very long time. And you can have two passions in life. Obviously, you can have more than one. And John has crushed it in the media aspect of it, and not just in the draft, but covering the Bucs and developing people. John has made me a better writer personally. He's, without even saying do this or do that, but he's motivated me and pushed me. I'm trying not to get him emotional here right now. I'm just trying to talk while you get it together. But John has really meant so much to me. And I've said this before, in more ways that he'll know. We had our emotional moment like a couple of weeks ago when we found out the news, but I can imagine it's very hard for John to leave right now because he's meant so much to me, the whole Pewter Report staff. And I mean, I'm really going to miss you, and I can't thank you enough for, all you've done, for real.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. And the hardest part about it, I think, is that you make the move and you make the decision and you decide to do these things. Because for me, one of the biggest struggles in my career has been putting people before the success of the job. And I don't even mean that on an individual success level. When I've been other places, I've been proud of the work that's happened at other places. I was proud of starting the Draft Network and what we created there and launching that and how much of a success it was right away. But it was proud of the actual site and the tangible content that came out on the site. Was proud of what happened and what I was able to accomplish at other places have been like places like FanRag Sports when it existed and was really good. And Inside the Pylon, Mark Schofield and all the guidance that he showed and everywhere I've been, to be honest, but Steelers Depot, I shouted out earlier, all those places have been, it's been awesome. And it's always been about the production of the content, the quality of the content, what the numbers were. It's this place and the ways we've been able to add to the staff from when I started, when it was me and Scott and Mark and Taylor and Matt, with Trevor, obviously, who's my best friends in the field, moving on and being able to step into where he was, which was obviously the biggest shoes in the world that could never be filled. But to be able to step into that role was a huge blessing, and to have him supporting me every step of the way behind the scenes. And it's a huge shout out to him and what he's meant to me. But it was at Pewter Report that I really realized, I think before I came to Pewter Report, that it was about people, and that's what it was always going to be about. It wasn't ever going to be about what we were able to accomplish as a site as much as it was about people. Still, that stuff matters, and we've had unprecedented success over the last couple of years, but I think we've done that because we've recognized it's not about people. It's not about the site. It's not been chasing that. It's been about each other, and we've been able to love each other and support each other. We've been able to grow this team
without even seeing each other in person too
without
much.
even seeing each other in person.
There's like a the pandemic,
right,
and everything like that. But yeah, again, that just
right,
speaks
because of the
to
pandemic.
You being able to build this, and to your point, just the personalities over the years. I mean, like Trevor, obviously, the GOAT. Mark Cook, I miss him every single day. There's so many moments where I think like, Mark would have loved this, or I'd love to get Mark's opinion on that. Mark, the GOAT. John, the GOAT. Just so many awesome people. Grizz, I miss all the time too. We talk a lot. We text about The Sopranos very often because he just finished it. And The Sopranos is my favorite show of all time. But yeah, it really sucks that John's leaving because I love this guy so much. Like I don't really know how to put it into words, but what John has been able to do, just instilling confidence in me. And, Trevor did that too. And Mark did that. And John just as much. And John has taken Pewter Report to new levels and new heights, whether it's the YouTube channel and the podcast. And so it sucks that you're leaving. But again, you're obviously doing it for great things. And you're doing it for literally the betterment of the world and bringing in new leaders.
And I want to be clear about a couple of things. Like I'm talking about like what my decision's been, but I want to take this time, and I know it's not football related, and I apologize to anybody who's looking for that right now. We'll get back to that before we wrap up maybe here, but I don't think you have to do that. I don't think it has to be football related. or you have to leave football to do the things I'm talking about doing. I don't think that's true. And I hope everybody realizes that. I hope people in this industry realize that. And I hope the rest of this Pewter Report team understands that, knows that as they leave. It doesn't have to be everybody's call. You can do those kind of things. You can be about transformative work and be about people in any arena of life that you're in. So whatever job you work, if you're listening or watching, you can choose to prioritize people over success. You can choose to prioritize loving and caring about people over those other things, and especially marginalized groups of people. You can choose to do those kinds of things. That can be your decision, whatever walk of life. That can be what you choose to be about. It does not have to be your job. You don't have to leave your job to be able to do that. It happens to be what I feel like my calling is. It does not mean that that needs to be everybody's path. And that's important for people to realize. I am not going to do better work than I am here, than there is the opportunity to do here at all. That's not what this is about. And it's not about even painting it that way. Everybody has that opportunity to do that kind of work. And I want everybody to realize that this isn't like, oh, this is just going to be a job. This is everybody's charge. Everybody has this responsibility to recognize how they can do this in the places of work that they are, in the relationships that they've been blessed to be able to be in, and the people that they've come in contact with in their lives. This should be the perspective in general. There are some people who are called to perhaps communicate this and teach this on a larger scale, and that's where I feel like that has been my calling, but it does not make it better or greater or more important than any of this stuff. And you all are testimony to that, because you have been touched by what's happened at Pewter Report. It has brought joy to your lives. The relationships have brought joy to your lives. The staff, understanding them, knowing, building the relationships with the staff, all of that has brought joy to your life. It has touched, it has made an impact. And because of that, you have been changed because of that in some capacity. And that happened with football, but it does that. Not one aspect of life is intended to do that. All of life is intended to do that. And if we enter it with that mentality, no matter what we do for a living, or no matter how our different allotments of time work in our careers, we're going to have a way better understanding of that. And it's going to bear itself out in how we live and how we treat other people, Scott.
I agree. Well said, John, and impressive stuff. And dude, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you come aboard the Pewter Report staff. We always kind of joke and kid about the superheroes. We all have our different superhero powers or strengths as individuals, and we bring that to the team. And it's obvious that you're the juggernaut. Look at those arms. No, but at the same time, man, it's like you've got a juggernaut of a heart. That's really the thing. It's the ability to break through barriers, like Juggernaut from X-Men. Of course, I'm talking about that. But unlike Juggernaut, you're not a villain. You're a hero, and I think that you certainly have been a fantastic addition to the Pewter Report team. We're going to miss you. The great thing is through the technology of StreamYard, we're going to be StreamYarding with John Ledyard from Pewter Report, and you'll always be from Pewter Report. That's the great thing is we've had some people come and go from our staff. Proud of so many of the people. We have Taylor Jenkins, who didn't stray far, and he's a Plant City Observer. We had Trevor Sikkema go from Pewter Report to the Draft Network and now into Pro Football Focus, living in Cincinnati. And but everyone who's on the Pewter Report staff, still family, still alumni, and you've been an absolute blessing to us, to the fan base, and helping grow not just the Pewter Report brand, not just the Pewter Report success, not just the Pewter Report traffic, but more importantly, to help grow the Pewter Report team, because the team is consisted of people. And I think that is really, when you talk about success and you talk about people, that's really where those two have converged with you. The success has been growing the people, the Pewter people, our audience. You're not just a number on Google Analytics. You are people that are invested in the Buccaneers. We serve you as best we can through the good times, through the bad times, through the draft, through the season. And we do that not just with John and I, but with Matt and Casey and JC and Josh and Kyle and Allison and the whole Pewter Report staff and Bailey Adams, who's going to be joining us tomorrow on Pewter Report when he officially starts his contract with Bucs Nation. Ends tomorrow. We can't have him on today contractually, but Bailey's in the room. Hi, Bailey. But But he'll be a Pewter reporter that you'll see on the Pewter Report podcast next week. And we're excited about that. And the great thing is, John, you've had a role in helping everybody on this Pewter Report team be successful, marry that person with the success, and then also affect things like the Pewter Report podcast. John, that was something that you and I talked about. This we had done Pewter Report podcasts all the way back with Mark Cook and Trevor. They weren't as structured. It was more, are we going to do a podcast today, with Matt and Taylor? What are we going to talk about? But we decided to really make this a part of our brand, to make this a part of our business, because it is a way we can report on the team and connect with you rather than just writing a story and posting it on pewterreport.com, which we'll continue to do. But we invite you several times a week to join us on the Pewter Report podcast and become part of our Pewter family, and we appreciate that, and that's grown in large part because you've spearheaded the Pewter Report podcast, and you're leaving it in capable hands with the Pewter Report staff, and we thank you for that.
Absolutely. And the hardest part is the fans and the staff. That's the hardest part about it. The actual work, I love the actual work. Anybody who watches me on the pod knows that I love the actual work, and that you can see the passion I have for it, and sometimes it's borderline ridiculous, but it's football, and everybody knows. People get it in here because they understand. They are been about that life. But the best thing, and the thing I'm most proud of, despite all the Pewter Report's accomplished over the last couple of years, is the team. Like, this team of people is special, and ultimately, it's the hardest part about leaving. It's also the part that gives me the most peace about leaving, because Pewter Report is in the hands of so many excellent people, and Matt, the way that he has taken on more over the last couple of years, never ever complains. Never complains, never says anything negative, positive, happy, upbeat. When you have worked with as many different people, as many sites as I have, they're starting out, the ability to consistently be the same person is something that someone like me, who is that way, just treasures so much. Like, I just appreciate so much when people are the same, and you know how to communicate with them, and they're always ready to step up, and they're not easily offended, and you're not sensitive to how you're communicating, and they understand. Matt, I've said to you this a million times before, like, let's send Matt to do this. Let's have Matt do this, because what I tell you, he has the instincts. Like, he is he knows how things should look, how they should be done. He gets stuff done. He never lets you down. It's always done by deadline, super reliable. And have somebody like that, that I know is going to just step up and do more, already has with the YouTube page. Like, what a blessing. And then on a personal scale, just being able to be friends with Matt and knowing that that's going to continue. Probably one of the funniest people I've ever met. Like, just honestly, probably the funniest people I've ever met, and has that personality too that just can take over a room. And so, just thrilled for him, and thrilled for the opportunities for him at Pewter Report. JC Allen, to bring him in when we first conversations. I remember at the mini camp this past year was the first time I was really connecting with him and meeting with him a little bit, talking over the summer, trying to figure out what that would look like, what his career path's going to look like. He was moving into another job too, but wanted to keep his foot in this. People don't know and don't understand what the people with families do. JC has 2 kids. He has a wife. She works a full-time job. He works a full-time job. Then what he does is he comes home. He often cooks for his kids. He watches his kids on a lot of weekends, or his dad to his kids on a lot of weekends, I should say.
He scans Twitter for stories.
The whole time he is doing this, he is scanning Twitters for stories. He is watching players when he can in between the walks that he does for Lennar, all the stuff that he does. He is studying prospects. He's writing articles for us. He's scanning Twitter for stories for us. Then at night, he's staying up late and doing these kind of things because he loves it. He cares about it. He cares about giving you the best content. He cares about Pewter Report. Josh Capo has just come on board with us. Unbelievable contributions. And I talked about him earlier in the show, but unbelievable contributions and insights and perspectives on the cap, on teams. He's thrown himself into watching players. He was persistent in pursuing this kind of opportunity. He's had an unbelievable attitude the entire time. When free agency started, we needed a bunch of pre-writes done, and free agency unfortunately coincided for you with that middle vacation, right before the start of it, and people were busy, and there was about 13 that needed to be done pre-writes, and I was pre-writing some of them. I look up in the morning, Josh didn't sleep that night, and he cranked out 13 of the pre-writes done for Prudential Bucs re-signings or signings elsewhere that were done the next morning, allowed us to absolutely crush free agency because of him buying in and sacrifices, that kind of people. And Casey Hudson, Casey Hudson's a star, and I've said that to her multiple times. I've told her to her face, like whether it's hockey or whether it's football, and obviously selfishly, I hope it's Pewter Report, wherever. I don't even care. I just am excited for Casey to succeed in everything that she does. But probably one of the hardest working people I've met as well. Like, and that another person that never complains. We knew that Casey was talented because we'd seen her, but when we decided to hire her, Scott, it was kind of like, okay, what's the working relationship going to be like in terms of communication and what she does specifically, because a lot of the graphic stuff was new for us, and how's that communication going to be? And just the most recent examples, like the graphics that have been going up on our social media, what they should look like. Communicated with her for a couple minutes. She knew exactly what I was thinking in my head. Boom, spit it out. Graphics out there. Looks unbelievable. It's been like that with everything we've asked her to do, everything that we've said, hey, why don't you try this? Or could we do this? Could we try this? It's always phenomenal yes, work. I can try. Yes, I can do this. Yes, it's always yes. Sometimes I think she says yes too much, and I feel bad that maybe we contributed to her hip flexor injury by going too hard there. But no, she's been terrific. And those things, the mix of backgrounds and all of those kind of things and opinions and thought, has made PR the team that it is. Paul Atwell, who in Canada, who was unbelievable, especially in season of content and with the game day broadcast, and has become a very good friend of mine as well, and somebody I can talk about lots of different stuff with. Has been a huge blessing to us, and will be a blessing to us again in season.
A lot about Bruce Arians' offense.
He's taught us a ton. He's taught us more than we'll probably teach him, to be honest. So having him been on board, and then obviously everybody we've worked with, and can't be more excited, to be honest, about Bailey coming on board and what he's going to do. And just having met him over the last 2 days, seems like an awesome dude. And I think y'all are going to absolutely love him. And so it's just been that team, when you have that group of people, and I'm not sitting here like where I don't know what, like, I'm just making this stuff up. Like, I genuinely love all of these people, and I love you too, dude. And what you've been able to do for me, to let me come back into this field and this opportunity, to say yes when I wanted to build this team and when I wanted to bring in people, and to help me go out and find people, to say yes when I wanted to expand the podcast, and to do all those kind of things. Like, blessings. That's all you've been to me, is a blessing in every way. And I'll never be able to thank you enough for that, but I'll try by staying connected to Pewter Report and staying in touch with you about stuff behind the scenes and as it expands and all of that stuff. And obviously to the fans as well, y'all are game changers. I told you all this before. I'm from Pittsburgh. Part of me will always love the Steelers, but y'all are my people. Like, Bucs fans are my people. That's never going to change. Even if I went on to cover another team at some point, y'all are my people. And I do believe that this is probably for me full-time in the sports media industry. But you will see me back on the pod from time to time. We will talk Bucs ball. We will talk draft for sure.
Invitation's always open.
And I'm sure I'll take advantage of the open invitation, because I won't be able to quit completely. But I do love y'all and appreciate y'all and your support and your kind words. I've read every comment. I won't post every one on the screen because I'm too embarrassed by some of them, but to be honest, but y'all are just way too kind, to be honest. But it means a lot to us. And I know my wife sees them all too. And I know it means a lot to her. And to be loved the way that we've been loved by y'all is a blessing. That doesn't happen everywhere. It doesn't happen with every fan base. It doesn't happen with every role in this field. Been in a lot of them and haven't seen it go down like this. So thank you all very much. I just greatly appreciate it.
Awesome, man. Love you. Appreciate you very much. Then
we get out of here before I cry even harder. Maybe close.
Well, folks, that is our draft show. Pewter Report draft show presented by Beef O Brady's day 3 in the books. The 2022 Buccaneer draft in the books. John and I, and Matt, Josh, Casey, JC, we all collaborated in all this draft coverage, and that's the great thing is we did, I think, the best job ever of getting you all informed about the draft, whether it was having Zion Johnson in a one draft, Rachaad White in 2 mock drafts, a couple of Bucs best bets, hitting Logan Hall right out of the gate with the Bucs best bet and a mock draft. This is an awful lot of work we put into watching tape, studying these players, sifting for information, mining sources for information to present all this stuff for you, the Pewter people. We absolutely love you. Thank you so much for making this draft a huge success for Pewter Report. And folks, it continues again on the Pewter Report podcast on Monday at 4 p.m. We're going to be wrapping up our coverage today on pewterreport.com. We're going to have the undrafted free agents. I'm going to be posting some of John Spytek's comments on our Twitter feed. Make sure that you're checking us out on Pewter Report. That's on Twitter, Facebook, and on Instagram. And also make sure that you are following us on Pewter Report TV on our YouTube channel. For John Ledyard, for Matt Matera, for Casey Hudson, for Josh Capo, JC Allen, Bailey Adams. I'm Scott Reynolds saying we'll see you Monday on the Pewter Report podcast at 4 p.m. Eastern time on Pewter Report TV.